Chapter 1. The Boy with the Stolen Bag. A new book has been uploaded. Your support is greatly appreciated. A town can be likened to a woman. Its architectural visage is akin to a woman's appearance, while its history, economy, and culture form its essence. Whether it be a woman or a town, possessing a pleasing exterior and an admirable figure invariably garners admiration. If one lacks both, having at least one is still fortunate. The one with a fair visage may shine brightly, while the one with an enviable physique may bask in shadows. There's always a way to navigate such matters. However, just as exquisite beauty is rare, not every town possesses an alluring exterior or captivating essence. The city of Aogu in the Tiando Empire is one such third-rate town, lacking both charm and substance. Its architectural style is unremarkable, with the grandest structure being the Great Dahan Arena at the city's heart, while most buildings are merely modest single-story homes. 3 centuries ago, Aogu was but a barren wilderness, rendering its historical narrative practically non-existent. The locale boasts no unique specialties, thus attracting few merchants, resulting in a mediocre economy. The brief history fails to cultivate any notable cultural tales, and the number of skilled soul masters is scarce. The most formidable among them is merely a soul master of the Soul Sect, not a native, but rather an appointed city lord dispatched from the imperial court. Yet, this does not imply that Aogu holds no value whatsoever. The wealthy and affluent disdain this insignificant town, while petty thieves flock to it eagerly. Cities like Tiando City, Xinghua City, or Wuhan City resemble celestial beings descended to earth, surrounded by devoted guardians. In such grand metropolises, one may easily encounter nobles or soul masters without some measure of skill. One finds it nearly impossible to thrive. Conversely, Aogu is a small town where those with abilities have long ventured forth, leaving behind individuals lacking ambition or burdened by age or infirmity. Coupled with a lax and chaotic security environment, it has become a veritable haven for the idle and the unscrupulous. Xiao Gao embodies this archetype of a rogue. He traverses various small towns, daring not to commit grand crimes but adept at petty theft. In his own words, he declares that working is out of the question. He could never endure such toil in his lifetime. Instead, he survives through deception and trickery. Why endure the exhaustion of labor, subject to exploitation? In his line of work, wealth arrives swiftly with minimal effort, and he is free from the ire of superiors. The only downside is the illegality. Should he inadvertently be caught, a mild scolding may ensue, or, in a more volatile encounter, he could even face dire consequences. Nonetheless, Xiao Gao remains unfazed after all. He believes that if he is well fed, his family need not worry. Life and death are but fleeting matters, and he has no ties to bind him. What is most crucial, in Xiao Gao's eyes, is that he is perhaps destined for this life. In this realm, every individual awakens their martial soul at the tender age of 6. Martial souls are categorized into beast souls and tool souls. Those fortunate enough to possess innate soul power from birth may ascend to become soul masters, enjoying a life free from worry, capable of soaring through the skies and traversing the earth, revered by all. Xiao Gao was not so fortunate. His innate soul power was non-existent. To put it simply, he possessed none. Innate soul power is a rare treasure, and Xiao Gao did not indulge in self-pity. Moreover, innate soul power is not something everyone possesses, while martial souls are a birthright for all. At the tender age of 6, Xiao Gao awakened his martial soul, which took the form of boots. Despite lacking soul power, each time he summoned his martial soul, he could run with astonishing speed, earning him the nickname Little Flying Hero. This talent allowed him to thrive in his chosen profession. In the realm of thievery, swiftness is paramount. Only those with agility can hope to prosper. Yet he held a deep disdain for the brutish bandits who wielded knives to intimidate others. He found their ways crude and unworthy of his refined persona as a little flying hero. Xiao Gao believed that one must love their craft. If one were to be a thief, they should embrace that identity without resorting to the crude methods of common bandits. However, today, Xiao Gao felt he might falter at this very moment. He was leisurely trailing behind a small child. The boy was charming, resembling a porcelain doll, with delicate features and bright eyes. Upon first glance, Xiao Gao found it difficult to ascertain the child's gender. In his mind, a boy of that age should be covered in dirt, with a runny nose, not standing there impeccably clean and exuding an air of innocence that stirred a sense of compassion within him. Yet such thoughts were inconsequential to Xiao Gao, for his focus was solely on the leather pouch clutched in the boy's hand. Just moments ago, he had witnessed the child depositing 3 silver soul coins into that pouch. 3 silver soul coins. That amount could sustain Xiao Gao for 2 or 3 months of food and drink. The pouch appeared bulging, suggesting it contained even more soul coins. With the lure of such significant wealth, Xiao Gao suddenly felt that occasionally embodying the role of a bandit might not be so reprehensible after all. After all, the target was merely a child who looked to be around 4 or 5 years old, even without great strength. How could Xiao Gao possibly fail to outpace a mere toddler? All he needed was to seize the right moment, snatch the pouch from the boy's grasp, and then, with the aid of his martial soul, make a swift escape. By the time the boy realized what had transpired, Xiao Gao would already be far beyond the boundaries of Algu City. However, Xiao Gao was no fool. It was evident that this boy was not the offspring of an ordinary family. He was most likely the young master of a small, noble family in the city. After all, a child alone could not possess such wealth. Exercising caution, Xiao Gao refrained from acting immediately. He followed the boy for several streets, observing him meticulously for a full quarter of an hour before finally resolving to take action. From his observations, it seemed that this young master had sneaked out to play, unaccompanied by servants or guardians. Although the people around the boy were friendly, as long as there was no close protection, Xiao Gao was confident he could evade them. After a quarter of an hour, Xiao Gao knew it was time to act. Delaying further would risk the boy's family discovering him, and he could not afford to miss this golden opportunity. Taking a deep breath, this was the first time that Xiao Gao had engaged in such an act as snatching a child. Tio claimed that he felt no psychological burden would be a blatant lie. In fact, there was a fleeting moment when he beheld the radiant smile on the boy's face, and thoughts of surrender flitted through his mind. However, the temptation was simply too great. A defenseless child brandishing such a substantial sum of money before him was nothing short of a divine opportunity. Should he let it slip away, he would surely face divine retribution. Spit! With this thought, Xiao Gao spat vehemently, his gaze sharpening as a white light began to emanate from his feet. The manifestation of his martial spirit was summoned, fixated intently on the leather pouch clutched in the boy's hand. The boy appeared quite delighted, playfully shaking the pouch, which had a handle he grasped tightly, spinning it like a carefree child, utterly unconcerned about the soul coins spilling from within. The quality of the pouch was evidently good, and the boy harbored no worries whatsoever. Now is the moment. Observing this scene, Xiao Gao surged forth, sprinting like a gust of wind towards the boy. Before anyone could react, Xiao Gao had seized the leather pouch. Instinctively gripping it, he felt the satisfying weight of the soul coins within, and a rush of joy overcame him. Even if they were merely copper soul coins, the endeavor was worth it. Fortunately, Xiao Gao did not allow his sudden elation to cloud his judgment. He pressed on without hesitation, making a beeline for the city gate. Once outside, he vowed never to return to August City. But in the next instant, Xiao Gao felt a tremendous, opposing force tugging at the pouch's handle. His mind went blank as he ran, with two completely opposite forces pulling at him, causing him to collapse to the ground with a resounding thud. Only when the sharp pain jolted him back to reality did he rub his aching head and stare blankly at the boy, instinctively tugging at the pouch once more. Yet, the boy remained as unyielding as a boulder. Xiao Gao was bewildered. How could such a small child possess such strength? If he were 6 years old, it could be understood there are prodigies who awaken their martial spirits and gain soul power at such a young age, achieving extraordinary feats. But this child appeared to be only 4 or 5, with no sign of a martial spirit awakened, let alone any soul power. This was sheer brute strength. The boy was equally perplexed. The sudden appearance of a figure had startled him, and upon feeling someone tug at his pouch, he instinctively pulled back, resulting in the stranger sprawled on the ground. Their gazes met in the air, creating an awkward silence. After a few breaths, the boy seemed to comprehend the situation, a playful expression manifesting on his face, while Xiao Gao wore a smile more grotesque than tears. Escape was no longer an option in the brief moment that had passed. Onlookers had already surrounded them. Unless Xiao Gao could fly, he was doomed. He understood that today his little escapade had come to an abrupt end. Meanwhile, the boy cast a glance at Xiao Gao, his expression far from that of an innocent child. With a playful yet mocking demeanor, he inquired, "You're from out of town, aren't you?" Gulp. Xiao Gao swallowed hard, nodding quickly in response. For reasons unbeknownst to him, Xiao Gao felt an ominous foreboding, as if the boy before him was poised to commit an exceedingly cruel act. As it turned out, Xiao Gao's intuition was accurate. The boy extended his tender little hand, seizing Xiao Gao's hair, and with a cheerful grin declared, "I knew it." In the next moment, the boy violently slammed Xiao Gao's head against the ground, resulting in a dull thud followed by a gruesome sight. Xiao Gao did not perish. The boy had merely knocked out a row of his teeth. Having accomplished this, the boy nonchalantly turned and walked away, while the onlookers instinctively parted to create a path for him, leaving behind only a wretched little Thief, clutching his mouth in despair. Chapter 2. Yun Zheng. As the boy walked away, he paid no heed to the little thief who had attempted to rob him. The fate of that petty criminal was of no concern to him. In essence, the thief sought to snatch his bag thus. The boy had rendered the thief toothless, a matter settled, but a mere ordinary person, devoid of any spiritual power, was hardly memorable to the boy. To him, the thief was but a transient figure in the tapestry of his existence. Once they parted ways today, they would never cross paths again. The vast majority of the inhabitants of Douluo City would similarly remain fleeting shadows in the boy's life. He had no intention of forging connections or extending kindness to anyone. He would merely drift along until the day he departed from Douluo City. Such was the simplicity of his outlook. In the boy's eyes, the people of Douluo City were woefully mediocre, destined to lag behind his strides. This was not merely a manifestation of youthful arrogance, rather. The boy understood that he existed in a realm far removed from that of the vast majority of Douluo City's populace. He might even venture to say it applied to all the city's residents. Had he not already forged a bond with one individual within Douluo City, it was only the majority that he referenced. Yet, it was precisely due to that individual that the boy harbored this almost pathological mindset. The boy's name was Yun Zheng, a traveler of the realms. Unlike many of his predecessors, Yun Zheng arrived in this world as a complete outsider, devoid of family or identity on this continent. Before his transmigration, Yun Zheng was a mere 20-year-old university student who, for reasons unknown, found himself transformed into an infant upon his arrival. Yun Zheng was uncertain about the specifics of his transformation, however. It is noteworthy that despite his infantile form, his strength remained intact, equivalent to that of a vigorous 20-year-old from his previous Lithia, rather fortunate consequence of his crossing. It is essential to recognize that the disparity in strength between an infant and an adult is at least several hundredfold. The fact that Yun Zheng retained his former strength upon his transmigration meant that as his body gradually matured and his power multiplied several times over, he would undoubtedly possess a strength akin to that of a natural-born powerhouse. This was precisely why Yun Zheng could intimidate the little thief despite his youthful appearance. Nevertheless, despite possessing strength, one may not necessarily be able to safeguard oneself. Although Yun Zheng traversed into this realm with the vigor of his former life, his body had undeniably regressed to that of an infant. With tiny arms and legs, even the act of walking posed a significant challenge. The frail constitution of a baby could hardly sustain the exertion of formidable power. The infant's bones were still in a state of development. Should Yun Zheng dare to engage in any reckless behavior during that time, he would likely become the first transmigrator to perish under the weight of his own strength. During that period, Yun Zheng was indeed quite fearful. Transcending into a foreign world, grappling with a language barrier coupled with physical limitations, even the mere act of surviving became a daunting task. The Douluo Continent is far removed from the comforts of Yun Zheng's previous existence, especially in a backward town like the ancient city, where one would hardly find benevolent souls willing to nurture a discarded child. Common folk were themselves on the brink of starvation. The prospect of providing for another child was a distant dream. Even if it were feasible, there lingered uncertainty regarding whether the abandoned child carried any afflictions. Soul masters might possess the capacity to take in Yun Zheng, yet they were mostly accustomed to the harsh realities of life and death. Being endowed with innate soul power, they were primarily motivated by self-interest. Only children with inherent talent were deemed worthy of cultivation. A child like Yun Zheng, carelessly cast aside, likely had parents of ordinary status, resulting in an offspring lacking in aptitude. Soul masters would not engage in endeavors that bore no fruit. Reality often unfolds in such a manner in shallow waters. One finds an abundance of turtles. In grand cities like Tiando City and Xinghua City, soul masters might not possess such lofty airs, but in a small town like the ancient city, they frequently looked down upon ordinary people with haughty disdain, even perceiving them as mere monkeys. Reflecting on it now, Yun Zheng could comprehend their perspective. In an era marked by insufficient productivity, the existence at the lowest echelons of society was often replete with tragedy, tainted by darkness. This dark tragedy, for Yun Zheng at that time, felt akin to despair. Fortunately, fortune did not entirely forsake him, and eventually, he was discovered by someone. The one who took him in was an elderly beggar who, without much contemplation, simply felt pity for Yun Zheng. Unfazed by the possibility of any afflictions, the beggar himself was riddled with ailments. As for the ability to sustain Yun Zheng, the beggar had not pondered it. As long as he had a morsel to eat, Yun Zheng would share in that sustenance. Whether they would survive depended solely on Yun Zheng's fate. The beggar was not a paragon of kindness, nor did he extend any special care towards Yun Zheng. the team most, he provided shelter from the elements, sharing only a fraction of whatever food he could scavenge. He did not concern himself with whether Yun Zheng ate or not after all. It was Yun Zheng's unfortunate fate to have been found by an old beggar. Yet, regardless of the circumstances, Yun Zheng felt a warmth akin to familial affection emanating from the beggar. In moments of utter destitution, human beings are often the most susceptible to feelings of gratitude. However, by the 4th year of Yun Zheng's arrival in this new world, the old beggar passed away at a death of utter ordinariness, devoid of profound enmities or heart-wrenching last. Words, the old beggar led a life of wandering, leaving behind a myriad of ailments. As time progressed, these afflictions culminated in a single, harsh winter, leading to his demise on the streets in the early hours of the morning. On the day of the old beggar's passing, Yun Zheng felt a deep sorrow. He was not at all surprised by the beggar's death. In fact, the beggar himself had long anticipated this fate. Both Yun Zheng and the old beggar were prepared for this eventuality. However, Yun Zheng harbored a tinge of regret, wishing he had studied the principles of traditional Chinese medicine in his previous life. He did not aspire to become a master physician, but merely hoped to alleviate common ailments like colds, at least enough to ensure that the old beggar's passing was less agonizing. Yun Zheng cremated the old beggar's remains, collecting the ashes and placing them in a box. The old beggar had told Yun Zheng in his lifetime that he was born in a bitterly cold place in the far north. Unable to endure the harshness and barrenness there, he came out to wander. However, he said that when he died, if Yun Zheng had the heart, he should bring his ashes back to the far north. Yun Zheng remembered this. Fortunately, at 4 years old, Yun Zheng could bear some of his own strength and was no longer as awkward as he was in infancy. It was not difficult for him to take care of himself. In Douluo Continent, there are no laws protecting minors. Many merchants are willing to hire strong children like Yun Zheng for less money to do more work than adults. Furthermore, children's appearances are more deceptive, attracting more customers to their shops, so why not? Of course, not all merchants are so unscrupulous. Some treat Yun Zheng sincerely, but unfortunately, he had already closed off his heart. The matter of the old beggar made Yun Zheng even more afraid of losing. And the best way to avoid loss is never to possess a rather unreliable conclusion. However, Yun Zheng thought this way because the people in the city of Aogu were too mediocre. Even if Yun Zheng truly opened his heart and was honest with everyone, as he gradually became stronger, they would only become burdens to him, and Yun Zheng would become the unattainable cloud on the horizon for them. It was very helpless and very realistic, just like the saying in his past life about matching social status. Yun Zheng is unwilling to invest too much emotion for a separation that is destined to happen in the future. Rather than adding to the sadness later on, Yun Zheng would prefer to be a bit reclusive. As for why Yun Zheng is so confident in believing that he will succeed, it's not because he is blindly self-assured, but because he possesses the typical golden finger that almost every traveler has. Yun Zheng's golden finger is a bead, and it is also the root cause of Yun Zheng's crossing over. If Yun Zheng were to say it himself, he shouldn't have been curious enough to visit an antique market in the first place. Not only did he get scammed out of a large sum of money, but he also ended up bringing himself to the Douluo Continent. Yun Zheng also didn't know what the bead was all about, being someone who hadn't even started cultivating yet. It was impossible for Yun Zheng to refine the bead. The bead, like a lord, had brought Yun Zheng to this world and then lay dormant in his sea of consciousness, to the point where, for a considerable time, Yun Zheng didn't even know of its existence. It wasn't until Yun Zheng was 3 years old that the bead suddenly released a wave of ethereal energy, spreading throughout his body. Then, in a mysterious way, a voice informed Yun Zheng that he had obtained an ultimate martial soul. An ultimate martial soul, regardless of its attribute, was undoubtedly the most powerful martial soul. The second time the bead unleashed its power was just in the past few days, around the time Yun Zheng turned 6. That wave of ethereal energy spread once more, and this time, the bead bestowed upon Yun Zheng a divine ring, which he could collect once his martial soul awakened. What a divine ring meant, to be honest, Yun Zheng completely didn't understand. However, the two appearances of the bead had allowed Yun Zheng to grasp some patterns. In simple terms, this bead was his cheat code, likely providing him with an upgrade every 3 years. It was precisely because of this cheat code that Yun Zheng felt so confident. Although he didn't know what the divine ring was, starting with an ultimate martial soul, he truly didn't feel inferior to those outstanding talents. It is worth mentioning that Yun Zheng had quite a few complaints about the physical condition of the natives of Douluo Continent. He just couldn't understand why, being the same human, the differences could be so vast. Why were the children of Douluo Continent all so tall? 5 or 6-year-old kids could match the height of 8 or 9-year-olds from his past life. And many were already hitting 1 meter 60 or 70 by the age of 12 or 13, making him, a person from Earth, feel extremely lacking in height among his peers. To be fair, Yun Zheng was now 6 years old and about 1 meter 1 tall, which was quite normal on Earth. However, in Douluo Continent, 6-year-olds were all shooting up to 1 meter 3, 1 meter 4. With that comparison, Yun Zheng had become a little shorty, often mistaken for a 4 or 5-year-old child. Thinking of this, Yun Zheng couldn't help but feel a strong sense of resentment. This was definitely a targeting of Earth people by another world. Yun Zheng let out a long breath and could only comfort himself. Don't be angry, don't be angry. In my past life, I was at least a handsome guy at 1 meter 80. The later comers surpassed the predecessors. I'm not afraid of not growing tall. The most important thing now is to awaken my martial soul. The spirit hall only awakens martial souls once every 6 months. If he missed today, he would have to wait another 6 months. He just didn't know what attribute that so-called ultimate martial soul was. Personally, he preferred the lightning attribute. It was quite powerful. Chapter 3, Martial Soul Awakening. When Yun Zheng first crossed over, he didn't even know what kind of world he had entered. To be honest, if it were just an ancient world without extraordinary powers, Yun Zheng wouldn't want to cross over at all. Just imagine a society where productivity couldn't even meet basic needs. And Yun Zheng just recklessly barged in. What good could he possibly gain? It was impossible. Yun Zheng was self-aware enough to know that if he were to cross over to the Ming or Qing dynasties, within a month, he would probably end up dead. Not to mention being unskilled and unable to distinguish grains. Even farmers would find him foolish for trying to farm. The rigid feudal system would be enough to drive Yun Zheng crazy, and if he were unlucky enough to encounter something like a literary inquisition, he might get executed just for saying a few words, unless he crossed over as a noble. But Yun Zheng was just an ordinary person, which was equally impossible. Fortunately, the bead that brought Yun Zheng to this world, while unreliable, wasn't too outrageous. When Yun Zheng first saw the martial soul and soul rings, he realized what kind of place he had come to. If it was Douluo Continent, Yun Zheng could still accept it. At least he had some understanding and wouldn't be completely lost. Yun Zheng has read the original Douluo and has once dreamed of this mysterious world. At least he knows the general worldview. Soul masters, soul beasts, soul power, martial souls, and soul rings are the eternal themes of this world. When Yun Zheng was 3 years old, the orb gave him an ultimate martial soul. At that time, Yun Zheng doubted whether he had crossed into the era of Do-Er. After all, the ultimate martial soul only appeared after Do-Er. However, the nearly non-existent soul tools in daily life and the occasional mention of the martial soul hall by others all told Yun Zheng that it was still the era of Do-E. At least the martial soul hall had not yet become the martial soul empire. As for the specific time period, Yun Zheng was not clear. Those high-level matters were beyond his reach at the moment. Nevertheless, since he was in Douluo, the awakening of martial souls at the age of 6 was an essential step. It could be said that in Douluo, almost everyone would be categorized into levels at the age of 6. The higher the innate soul power, the stronger the martial soul quality, and naturally, the future prospects would be more promising. The reason for saying almost instead of all is entirely due to the existence of that extraordinary guy from 10,000 years later. Starting with innate soul power level 1, he forcefully became a god, which is simply a model of defying fate. Fortunately, Yun Zheng's star was not so difficult, thanks to that unreliable orb giving him an ultimate martial soul. Otherwise, as a person from Earth, Yun Zheng really wouldn't know if he had a martial soul. Coming to Douluo and ending up without a martial soul would be quite a joke. With a sense of relief, Yun Zheng arrived at the Martial Soul Hall's branch in the city of Ogu. One must say, regardless of what role the Martial Soul Hall played in Douluo, in terms of actions and intentions, the Martial Soul Hall has indeed done some practical work. Although their true purpose was to recruit talents from all over, they have indeed spared no effort to help countless ordinary soul masters awaken their martial souls. Although they used the funds from the 2 great empires to attract soul masters below the Soul Sect, they did not embezzle a single soul coin. Whatever belonged to whom remained with them. Although the Martial Soul Hall is ambitious, it is undeniable that its existence has indeed promoted the development of the continent. Unfortunately, with the increasing power, the high-level officials of the Martial Soul Hall have begun to breed corruption, which will gradually ruin the public support that the Martial Soul Hall has painstakingly gathered. That female pope is also a madwoman, acting too hastily and coupled with the martial soul hall's domineering actions, it has aroused the indignation of soul masters everywhere, eventually leading to a collective uprising against them, which is ultimately futile. After being momentarily stunned, Yun Zheng shook his head vigorously, casting aside these thoughts that were not meant for him to ponder at this moment, and directly stepped into the martial soul branch in front of him. Every year, there are a couple of days when the martial soul branch in Oga City is open for free entry, so no one stopped Yun Zheng. Although Yun Zheng still looked under 6 years old, children are inherently curious, and wanting to know what awakening a martial soul is like in advance is understandable. The people of the martial soul hall wouldn't be so petty with a child. Before Yun Zheng, there were already 9 children waiting, all accompanied by their parents, while Yun Zheng was the only one who came alone. Yun Zheng had no particular thoughts about this, but the parents in front noticed him. Some were discussing Yun Zheng's appearance, finding him well-behaved and cute, with a youthful face that carried a sense of maturity, making him even more likable. Some thought Yun Zheng must have sneaked in, as he didn't look like a 6-year-old child. Others recognized Yun Zheng and secretly speculated about what type of martial soul he would awaken and how many levels of innate soul power he would have. The city of Ogu was neither too big nor too small, so not everyone knew Yun Zheng, but a special child like him was bound to attract attention. Independent, precocious, with an exquisite appearance and innate strength, he could be remembered after just one glance. Those who knew Yun Zheng believed he would inevitably become a soul master, as it would be too unfair if such a little genius didn't possess innate soul power. Unfortunately, Yun Zheng was picked up by an old beggar back then, and many people in Oga City had thought that if they had picked him up, they would have enjoyed a comfortable life in their later years. The discussions around him reached Yun Zheng's ears word for word, but he didn't even raise an eyelid. As always, he had closed himself off from these ordinary people and would not feel proud or angry because of their comments. Of course, this was on the condition that they didn't go too far. If they were like that little thief before, Yun Zheng would still be very willing to teach them a lesson. Back to the main topic, as time passed, the 9 children in front completed their martial soul awakenings one by one. Among them, 7 had 0 innate soul power, not qualifying to become soul masters, while 1 had innate level 1 soul power and another had innate level 3 soul power, belonging to the type with limited future potential. Aside from a disappointment on the faces of a few parents and children, the people from the martial soul hall were unfazed, as if they had long been accustomed to it, their expressions even remaining unchanged, not even showing disappointment. After all, coming up empty-handed was the norm. Those assigned to the martial soul hall in Ogu City were either those who had offended their superiors or were there to retire, and they wouldn't expect to discover any extraordinary talents to help them advance. After the 9, it was Yun Zheng's turn. Yun Zheng obediently approached the soul master who was awakening her martial soul and sweetly called out, "Hello, sister." The one responsible for awakening the martial souls for this batch of children was a middle-aged woman. From the process of the martial soul awakening, Yun Zheng learned that this middle-aged woman was a soul master at the soul sage level, though her exact rank was unknown, and her martial soul was a big red flower. As for why she was called sister instead of aunt, it was purely a rational choice. Yun Zheng had closed off his heart, not his mind. Sometimes being sweet-tongued could really avoid a lot of trouble and even lead to unexpected rewards. This was not the first time Yun Zheng had done this. In the past, when working for others, he would often use this tactic to trick some older sisters into giving him a little more tip. With his innate advantages, he was always successful. In short, Yun Zheng was already a habitual offender, and the facts proved that Yun Zheng's tactic worked. The woman saw Yun Zheng's innocent and healing smile and finally showed a smile herself. She squatted down, pinched Yun Zheng's cheek, and said in a voice meant to soothe children, "Little brother, tell sister how you got in here." Once again, someone mistook Yun Zheng for a child under 6 years old. Yun Zheng sighed inwardly upon hearing this, struggling to break free from the woman's grasp, and angrily retorted, "I didn't sneak in here. I came to awaken my martial soul." Unfortunately, Yun Zheng's demeanor clearly failed to intimidate the woman before him. She gently patted Yun Zheng's head and said, all right, but little brother, I'm afraid this year I can't help you awaken your martial soul. How about we try again next year? Next year, I'll personally help you awaken your martial soul. Okay?" Yun Zheng felt anxious. If he were really delayed for a whole year because of his height and appearance, he would cry. Thinking of this, Yun Zheng quickly explained, "Sister, don't treat me like a child. I'm really already 6 years old. If you don't believe me, you can check my bone age." This time, however, Yun Zheng miscalculated. The woman was just a soul master. How could she determine his bone age? But the woman naturally wouldn't admit she didn't understand in front of child. After a moment of hesitation, she could only smile and say, all right, sister understands. It was clearly just a perfunctory response. Seeing this, Yun Zheng could only smile bitterly in his heart. Is this the malice of the world's will towards little people? Fortunately, at this moment, a father waiting behind Yun Zheng couldn't stand it any longer. This father knew Yun Zheng and naturally knew his real age. He couldn't help but speak up. Soul Master. This child, he is really 6 years old. He just didn't eat well when he was younger, so he is a bit shorter and smaller than his peers. The father didn't really intend to help Yun Zheng. He just wanted to continue the entanglement between Yun Zheng and the Soul Master woman. He didn't know when it would be his child's turn. You're the one who's small. Your whole family is small. What's wrong with being short? Did I eat your family's rice? After hearing this, Yun Zheng cursed inwardly and glared at the father in indignation, leaving the father somewhat baffled. On the other side, the woman looked at the few followers beside her after hearing his words. Among the followers, one also recognized Yun Zheng and nodded to the woman. The woman suddenly realized, and seeing the indignant look on Yun Zheng's small face, she thought he was sulking and quickly apologized. I'm sorry, sister. Cool. I'll help you awaken your martial soul right now. To be fair, no matter which world it is, for those who are good-looking, the difficulty always gets lowered a notch. Just like now, if it weren't for Yun Zheng being delicate and cute and a harmless child, how could a dignified soul sovereign apologize to him? On the other hand, upon hearing the words martial soul awakening, Yun Zheng instantly threw his previous displeasure to the back of his mind. Forget it. It's more important to awaken the martial soul. Chapter 4. Bow, an arrow, frost, sky, feather. In fact, the martial soul awakening is not a particularly mysterious or difficult thing. As long as one is a soul master with soul power exceeding level 20, they can basically help a 6-year-old child awaken their martial soul using a soul power crystal. The most precious thing among these is probably that soul power crystal. While it's not exactly everywhere, with a little effort, it can still be found. It's not a rare item. This means that martial soul awakening does not necessarily have to go through the martial soul hall. As long as there is a trustworthy great soul master to help, it can be completed at home. However, this behavior is not permitted by the martial soul hall. Why does the martial soul hall go to such great lengths to help millions of common people awaken their martial souls? It can't just be for charity, right? The martial soul hall might have initially wanted to promote the development of the continent, but as it has developed over the years, that original intention has long been abandoned in the river of time. The reason the martial soul hall helps commoners awaken their martial souls year after year is merely to select some good talents in advance to join the martial soul hall and serve as its foundation. Otherwise, if the martial soul hall really existed merely as a church, relying solely on those uneven followers, how could they possibly find so many geniuses? Aren't they all sifted out from the common people? It is precisely because of this that the martial soul hall firmly holds the power to awaken martial souls for the masses. Of course, not everyone will submit, such as the 3 upper sects and the direct descendants of the 2 great empires. If the 3 upper sects and the direct descendants of the 2 great empires are willing, the martial soul hall is very happy to help them awaken the martial souls of their clan's children. Indeed, the martial soul hall definitely cannot poach these clan children. But being able to gather information and know which geniuses exist within these clans is also a guaranteed profit for the martial soul hall. However, the 3 upper sects and the 2 great empires are not foolish. They can see through the martial soul hall's wolfish ambitions. The martial soul hall cannot touch the martial soul awakening ceremony for the younger generation at all. The martial soul hall also does not want to force a corner dog to jump over the wall. After all, it's just some inconsequential information that can be obtained through other means if they are willing. The topic has strayed far. Regardless of how much intrigue lies behind the martial soul awakening ceremony on Douluo Continent, it has nothing to do with Yun Zheng at present. He doesn't know any soul master willing to help him awaken his martial soul. Besides the martial soul hall, what else can he do? At least the martial soul hall still has a high level of credibility in this regard. Under the guidance of the female soul master, Yun Zheng came to the soul power crystal. To be honest, at this moment, Yun Zheng was a bit nervous. Indeed, Yun Zheng possessed an ultimate martial soul, but he wasn't sure if he had innate soul power. His family knows their own affairs. He really might not have that talent. Although for Yun Zheng, even without innate soul power, it wouldn't matter. The peril in his sea of consciousness gave him enough confidence. Since that peril could give him a martial soul, it could definitely give him soul power. Even Yun Zheng's subconscious told him that he had innate soul power. But that said, no matter how confident he was, he would still feel nervous at the right moment. The female soul master noticed Yun Zheng's nervousness, smiled slightly, and patiently said to him, "Little brother, give your hand to sister." Yun Zheng followed her instructions and extended his right hand, resting it in the palm of the woman's spirit master's hand. Then he heard the woman's spirit master say, "Next, sister will enter your body. Don't be afraid. This process is very comfortable. Sister will help you guide the power within you out." Upon hearing this, Yun Zheng's clear eyes widened in silent questioning. "Aunt, what kind of nonsense are you talking about?" But at that moment, the woman's spirit master's spirit power had already flowed into Yun Zheng's body through his palm. The cool sensation was refreshing and indeed quite comfortable. Soon after, the spirit power from the woman's spirit master began to stir Yun Zheng's Dantian sea of energy as the seed of spirit power descended. An extremely cold aura slowly spread out from Yun Zheng as the center. At the same time, the woman's spirit master couldn't help but frown. Yun Zheng had clearly just awakened his martial soul, and he hadn't even fully awakened it yet the dispersing cold air had already made her feel a chill. Yun Zheng's martial soul must be very powerful. Thinking of this, the female soul master felt a stir in her heart, realizing she might have encountered the so-called civilian genius. She exerted herself even more to channel her soul power, stimulating Yun Zheng's gradually awakening martial soul. Under the female soul master's efforts, a swirl of icy blue light began to rise from Yun Zheng's small body. At that moment, Yun Zheng didn't think about anything. He instinctively extended his hands, and the light automatically fell into his palms. At this moment, the female soul master let out a long breath, withdrawing her soul power. A hint of fatigue crossed her face. Awakening a martial soul for Yun Zheng was more exhausting than awakening for the previous 9 combined. Just the chill that swept over her made her flustered, and she had to ensure the success of the martial soul awakening without harming Yun Zheng, which left her physically and mentally drained. Fortunately, the result was gratifying. She had personally awakened a powerful ice attribute martial soul, which was a significant event in her life. After Yun Zheng's martial soul appeared, a thin layer of white frost even formed beneath the feet of Yun Zheng and the female soul master. It was a beautifully crafted ice bow, magnificent yet not ostentatious, with a transparent icy blue that sparkled like crystal. The entire bow resembled a pair of outspread frost wings, and the shape of feathers could be faintly seen at the bow's end, smooth and natural. The bow's body was slender and resilient, and the bowstring was as white as snowflakes, resembling a piece of art. This bow should be enshrined in the Royal Museum of the Tiando Empire, rather than existing as a martial soul. With Yun Zheng holding this bow, it seemed to fit perfectly, adding an ethereal quality to him, as if he were a fairy from a dream. Frost Sky Feather. While everyone was stunned, Yun Zheng quietly looked at the ice bow in his hands and softly murmured, "Is this your name?" "Ultimate Ice. How wonderful. Ultimate Ice. Bow. An arrow. Frost Sky Feather. This is Yun Zheng's martial soul." Although it wasn't the ultimate thunder he had dreamed of, Ultimate Ice was also a very powerful attribute. And Yun Zheng had no reason to be dissatisfied. There was no dual martial soul or accompanying martial soul, just a single martial soul, the bow and arrow combined. The ice bow visible on the outside, and the ice arrow hidden within. What is the name of this ice bow? After a few breaths, everyone reacted. The female soul master looked at Yun Zheng and asked, "Frost Sky Feather. Its name is Frost Sky Feather." Yun Zheng did not hide it and directly spoke the name of his martial soul. It was just a name, nothing extraordinary. Frost Sky Feather. Upon hearing this name, the female soul master frowned, and after repeating the name a few times, she murmured, "A martial soul not recorded. A mutated martial soul?" It's no wonder the female soul master reacted this way. Mutated martial souls are often the most unstable. Anything can happen. Indeed, some martial souls can mutate for the better, but more often, they mutate for the worse, with bizarre and terrible outcomes. There have even been cases where a true dragon turned into a pig. Similarly, although Yun Zheng's martial soul appeared to be very powerful during its awakening, its abilities might not necessarily match its appearance. What if this was really just a piece of art, a mere facade, or if it lacked innate soul power altogether? As a mutated martial soul, all of these possibilities could arise. "Sister, can I test my innate soul power?" Yun Zheng didn't know what the female soul master was thinking and didn't want to know. He only wanted to find out how his cultivation talent truly was. It wasn't until Yun Zheng reminded her that the female soul master seemed to awaken from her daze. After nodding blankly, she handed the soul power crystal to Yun Zheng, instructing, "Place both hands on it and try to stimulate your martial soul as much as possible. Then it will tell you how much innate soul power you have." Yun Zheng nodded obediently and eagerly pressed both hands on the soul power crystal. Buzz! In the next moment, a brilliant light burst forth. Everyone present was taken aback, their eyes widening as they looked at Yun Zheng, as if witnessing a miracle. This display could not possibly be supported by an ordinary innate soul power of level 3 or 4. It had to be at least level 7, 8.5. It was almost 9-level innate soul power. Such strong talent. The female soul master was the first to react, exclaiming in surprise, her eyes reflecting astonishment. With such talent, as long as there were no early setbacks, there was definitely hope to become a titled Douluo in the future. But soon, the astonishment in the female soul master's eyes turned into hesitation, followed by regret and resignation. She let out a bitter laugh and thought to herself, "Such heavy soul power, clearly only at level 8, but the quality of the soul power has already surpassed that of my auxiliary soul venerable. It's both a blessing and a curse. With such heavy soul power, cultivation would undoubtedly be fraught with difficulties, and the speed of cultivation would be greatly reduced. Perhaps this innate soul power close to level 9 would not be as fast to cultivate as a level 4 or 5 innate soul power due to its heaviness, right? Sigh. Should I say it is truly a mutated martial soul?" The female soul master never expected that Yun Zheng's mutated martial soul would ultimately have side effects. Yun Zheng's martial soul quality is very high, and this is something that the female soul master can sense. If that chill were to fully erupt, even she, a soul sage, would have to concede a bit. Yun Zheng also possesses innate soul power, which is as high as level 8. 5, indicating that this ice bow named Frost Sky Feather is not just for show. Yun Zheng's talent is also very high. His innate soul power of 8. 5 level exceeds that of at least 99 of soul masters on the continent. However, the female soul master did not expect that Yun Zheng would be backstabbed by the quality of his own soul power. Having slightly higher soul power quality is not necessarily a bad thing. In a certain sense, it is something that many battle soul masters strive for. Generally, the soul power quality of battle soul masters is usually a bit higher than that of auxiliary soul masters of the same rank, which allows them to unleash stronger power in battle. However, everything has its limits. Having slightly higher soul power quality is certainly a good thing, but it shouldn't be too much higher. Yun Zheng's soul power quality, being far beyond his own soul power cultivation, is no longer a good thing, but rather a disaster that all soul masters avoid. In short, it makes cultivation impossible. Chapter 5. Refusal as the faint light gradually dissipated. Yun Zheng came back to his senses from his confusion, and a visible joy appeared on his small face. Although an innate soul power level of 8, 5 is not the maximum innate soul power, Yun Zheng is already very satisfied. In the original work of his previous life, it was only stated that twin martial souls must have maximum innate soul power, and there was no clear mention of the innate soul power of ultimate martial souls. After all, ultimate martial souls only appeared in the second part of the Douluo series, and the opening of Douluo 2 features the 12-year-old Huoguo, directly skipping over the stage of martial soul awakening. However, that said, Yun Zheng still feels that ultimate martial souls should be accompanied by maximum innate soul power. Yun Zheng speculates that the reason he does not have maximum innate soul power is entirely due to that bead. The bead only granted Yun Zheng an ultimate martial soul, but did not provide him with the corresponding innate soul power. Now this 8, 5 level innate soul power is entirely Yun Zheng's own. Thinking of this, Yun Zheng couldn't help but let out a bitter smile. In this era, others may not understand ultimate martial souls, but Yun Zheng knows them like the back of his hand. Cultivating an ultimate martial soul with an innate soul power of level 8. 5 is akin to using a toothpick to stir a large vat. It is indeed difficult. Little brother, would you like to join the spirit hall? At this moment, the female soul master also approached and gently asked Yun Zheng. Indeed, from the female soul master's perspective, Yun Zheng's mutated martial soul has side effects. But it cannot be denied that Yun Zheng's martial soul quality and cultivation talent are top-notch. The Spirit Hall's purpose of awakening martial souls for the common people is to recruit talented individuals from all over the world. So how could they let go of a genius like Yun Zheng? Hearing this, Yun Zheng's eyes flashed with a hesitant gleam. The Soul Hall's attempt to recruit him was something Yun Zheng had anticipated, but to be honest, he wasn't particularly interested in joining the Soul Hall. Although in his previous life, he had read many stories of fellow transmigrators who were eager to join the Soul Hall for various bizarre reasons. At the core, it was ultimately for the likes of Qian Rinxue, Hulaina, and Bibi Dong. Indeed, beauty attracts everyone, and Yun Zheng was no exception. However, he had to differentiate between fiction and reality. He had truly transmigrated, and everything he had experienced before was a constant reminder that reality was never as easy or beautiful as depicted in novels. He had to consider more practical issues. The foremost concern was whether he would be welcomed in the Soul Hall. Where there are people, there are conflicts. And the mid to high levels of the Soul Hall were particularly competitive. If Yun Zheng really went to the Soul Hall, it was highly likely he wouldn't see those 3 women for a long time. The reality was that he would have to struggle in the mid to low levels of the Soul Hall for an extended period. Even Hulaina had gone through layers of selection before being accepted as Bibi Dong's disciple. Could Yun Zheng, with his barely above-average innate soul power, expect Bibi Dong to take him as a disciple right away and develop an embarrassing master-disciple relationship? Even if Yun Zheng had a brain issue, he would think this was impossible. Therefore, even if he were to think with his lower body, he had to consider this carefully. Next was the issue of the Soul Hall itself. To be fair, aside from those 3 women, what else was there to gain from the Soul Hall? Was it its villainous identity in the original work, its domineering actions, or its future reputation as a global enemy? The only thing that could stir Yun Zheng's heart was the vast amount of knowledge about soul masters in the Soul Hall. But the problem was, as someone without status or strength, what right did he have to access that knowledge? Even taking a step back, he wasn't even clear about what time period he was in. What if it wasn't during the time of the original work? If he entered the Soul Hall and found no one familiar, all his previous knowledge would be useless. And wouldn't that leave him completely in the dark? Asking someone who had never navigated the workplace to manage in the Soul Hall? Dream on. Not willing? Seeing the hesitation in Yun Zheng's eyes, the woman's soul master smiled slightly and gently asked, "Are you unwilling?" Although I truly don't want to, I don't want to refuse so bluntly, Yun Zheng thought. So he decided to use his advantage, making a pitiful face, and said softly, "Sister, where is the Soul Hall? I heard it's very far away." The implication was clear. It was too far, and he didn't want to go. What Yun Zheng didn't expect was that, in response to his tactful refusal, the woman's soul master merely nodded lightly and said, "Well, that's fine. The Soul City is indeed quite far from the Outer City, so it's reasonable for you not to want to go. But the doors of the Soul Hall will always be open to you." After saying this, the woman's soul master seemed to remember something, affectionately pinched Yun Zheng's little face, and smiled. "By the way, little brother, if you ever encounter any problems you can't solve, feel free to come find me." This was what one would call an unexpected gain. Yun Zheng has, in an intangible way, gained a soul master from the Spirit Hall as a backing. Although Yun Zheng does not care much about this support and may never use it, the cost he paid was also very small, just sweetly calling her sister a few times. However, for Yun Zheng at this moment, he had no mind to consider the intimacy implied in the words of the female soul master. He simply stared blankly at her, seemingly unable to believe that she would give up so easily. After a little thought, Yun Zheng felt relieved. The Spirit Hall has a rule that as long as one recommends a genius to the Spirit Hall, they can receive a promotion or a monetary reward. A genius is defined as a child with innate spirit power exceeding level 6, and Yun Zheng's innate spirit power is at 8.5, clearly fitting the definition of a genius. But for the female soul master in front of him, whether a promotion or a monetary reward seemed to have no attraction for the soul masters in Outer City. They were either there to retire or had offended someone higher up and were sent there as punishment. Yun Zheng did not know which case applied to the female soul master, but it was obvious that she was self-aware. The female soul master clearly understood her situation. As an auxiliary soul master, being the leader of the Spirit Hall branch in Outer City was her limit. Further promotion would be meaningless. Being unworthy of one's position is a terrifying thing, and with her small stature, going up would only lead to being consumed by others. The financial rewards might hold some significance, but this was Outer City, tens of thousands of miles from Spirit City. By the time the rewards were distributed, who knows how many times they would be exploited, and it would be a stroke of luck if even a small portion ended up in the female soul master's hands. It would be hard to motivate her to work diligently for the Spirit Hall for such a meager reward. With this in mind, Yun Zheng let out a sigh of relief. However, this time, Yun Zheng overlooked one point. He only knew one side of the story, not the other. What Yun Zheng was thinking is indeed one of the reasons why female soul masters might give up, but in reality, the female soul masters have not neglected to consider Yun Zheng's situation. As a soul master who has wasted half of her life in the spirit hall, the female soul master knows very well what kind of place the spirit hall is. It is filled with intrigue, deception, and fierce competition, even among fresh blood like Yun Zheng. If Yun Zheng were a typical genius, that would be one thing. With innate soul power at the 8th level and a top-tier frost martial soul, he could definitely stand out in the spirit hall. However, the female soul master believes that the quality of Yun Zheng's innate soul power will inevitably hinder his cultivation speed. The spirit hall is a ruthless place. Once one fails to demonstrate sufficient value, they will be mercilessly eliminated. Resources are not something that comes easily. A slow cultivating soul master like Yun Zheng, no matter how strong his combat power is among peers, will not receive the spirit hall's attention. Just imagine with the same time, the same resources, and the same innate soul power, others have already become soul kings or soul emperors, while Yun Zheng is still lingering at the soul master or soul ancestor level. How would the spirit hall choose? The answer is obvious. Moreover, Yun Zheng is an orphan with no support. Sending him alone into the fiercely competitive spirit hall would be too pitiful. Should he rely on a support-type soul master whose potential has already been exhausted? It is precisely because of these two reasons combined that the female soul master gave up on the idea of recruiting Yun Zheng for the spirit hall. If it were a typical overpowered character in this situation, they would be dismissive and confrontational, and the female soul master wouldn't care so much. Even a mosquito leg is still meat. It could satisfy some cravings, and she wouldn't care about his opinions. She would forcefully take him to the spirit hall. A child whose martial soul has just awakened, and who doesn't even have a soul ring. Could he possibly resist the teachings of the spirit hall? For the female soul master, it's irrelevant whether there is a loss. She wouldn't care about what he would experience in the future. People are reciprocal. Self-centered individuals are not liked by anyone. In this brief interaction, Yun Zheng indeed managed to win the female soul master's favor, which instinctively made her feel pity for him. One can only say that while being cute may be shameful, it really works. When Yun Zheng was leaving the Ogre martial soul branch, the female soul master wanted to give him some soul coins, but he refused. It's the same as before. Yun Zheng calling her sister was not to please her or for any ulterior motives, but simply a rational choice. Using innate advantages to gain benefits is acceptable in a mutually agreeable situation, but receiving favors is different. That creates a debt of gratitude. The soul coins given by the female soul master are not the same as the tips Yun Zheng used to receive. The female soul master genuinely wants to treat Yun Zheng like a younger brother. Yun Zheng didn't want things to be this way. Chapter 6. Planning. Upon returning to his own home, Yun Zheng directly laid down on the bed, feeling lifeless. Although he called it his home, it was merely a small mud house. Before the age of 4, Yun Zheng had followed an old beggar, sleeping on the streets and living in destitution, with the sky as his blanket and the ground as his bed. These 8 simple words sound carefree, but anyone who has truly experienced it understands that it was simply due to a lack of money. After turning 4, Yun Zheng managed to earn some money using his strength and cute antics, combined with the remaining bits of architectural knowledge from his previous life. He managed to build a small mud house. It didn't have to be sturdy, as long as it could shield him from the wind and rain, and he no longer had to suffer from sun and rain exposure. Yun Zheng was satisfied. Lying on the bed, Yun Zheng boredly tossed the leather pouch in his hand, throwing it up and catching it, repeating the mechanical motion. There was no choice. In the Douluo Continent, there were no phones or computers, and the poor had no means of entertainment. Meanwhile, Yun Zheng was also contemplating his next plans. One must plan for the future, or else there will be immediate concerns. Being prepared for rain before it falls is a good habit. Since Yun Zheng arrived in the Douluo Continent, he had maintained this good habit. In his previous life, he had the protection of parents and teachers, so he could have fun, but here his only reliance had died. He could only rely on himself, at least for now. The first problem facing Yun Zheng was knowledge about soul masters. Knowledge is power. This statement is an absolute truth in any world. Learning can be wise. Although Yun Zheng had read the original work, he wouldn't arrogantly think that just because he had read a few million words of a novel, he could understand everything about the soul master world. The simplest example is soul beasts. In Yun Zheng's mind, he only knew of 200-year soul beasts, the mandala snake and the ghost vine. 4,000-year soul beasts. He only knew of 2, the human-faced demon spider and the phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake. As for others, Yun Zheng had long forgotten them. If it came to 100,000-year soul beasts, Yun Zheng actually knew a lot. He was familiar with almost all of them in the Douluo Continent. But what use was that? Before breaking through to Soul Sage, Yun Zheng did not want to face any 100,000-year soul beasts. In addition, he only had a vague understanding of issues, such as the compatibility between martial souls and soul rings, the suitable development direction for martial souls, and the cooperation between different types of soul masters. Therefore, learning was very necessary. A vacant mind cannot become strong, no matter how talented one is. If the mind is a mess, it will only lead to self-destruction. But where should he go to learn? After rejecting the Spirit Hall, Yun Zheng felt that he would likely go to Shrek Academy in the future. The Xingluo Empire was too far. Yun Zheng didn't want to trek through mountains and rivers. As for the Heaven Do Royal Academy, not to mention whether Yun Zheng had the qualifications to enroll, just the depiction of those nobles in the original work made him feel disgusted. Anyone born under the red flag and raised in the spring breeze should have no good feelings towards those self-proclaimed superior nobles, right? Among the 4 major element academies, the Thunder, Divine Wind, and Blazing Fire academies did not match Yun Zheng's attributes. The only one that matched was the Tianshui Academy, but it was an all-girls school. All he saw was a sea of white flowers, and the sounds of singing and chirping filled his ears. He wanted to go, but they wouldn't accept him. As for the remaining academies, he had no impression of them at all. In comparison, Shrek Academy was indeed a good choice. Firstly, Shrek Academy was known for having few students, which meant fewer disputes, so Yun Zheng wouldn't have to worry about any petty intrigues. Secondly, the faculty at Shrek Academy was quite strong, with 3 soul saints stationed there, comparable to many other academies. Only the 2 royal academies could truly surpass Shrek Academy in terms of faculty strength. Faculty strength represents knowledge about soul masters. At Shrek Academy, Yun Zheng would definitely be able to learn a lot. That was enough. Although what he could learn from Shrek Academy would surely be less than that of the 2 royal academies and the Spear Hall. By the time Yun Zheng graduated from Shrek Academy, he would already be at the Soul Zone level, with an ultimate martial soul and Soul Zone cultivation. Would he not be able to acquire higher-level soul master knowledge then? If Yun Zheng was lucky enough to encounter the time when Tang Sect was around, he might even have the chance to get a free immortal herb, which would be a great thing. Yun Zheng is not necessarily looking to cling to anyone's thigh. Although all the main characters have eventually become gods, Yun Zheng doesn't believe he has to rely on Tang Sect to achieve godhood. After all, the Peril in his sea of consciousness has already helped him traverse worlds and evolve his martial soul to its ultimate form. So it should be no problem for it to assist him in becoming a god in the end, right? However, when Yun Zheng was reading, he dreamt of Shrek Academy. He feels there is no need to deny his past self. Since he has this opportunity, fulfilling a childhood dream is not a bad idea. In fact, Yun Zheng does have other options, such as joining Sect. The Elephant Armor Academy is made up of disciples from the Elephant Armor Sect, and the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile Sect is also eager for talent. If Yun Zheng wanted to, he could easily find a place among the sects, and with his talent, few would reject him. But Yun Zheng has never even considered that. In his view, joining a sect is not as good as joining the Spirit Hall. After all, the Spirit Hall still has a chance to rise in prominence in the future. Ever since that old guy Qian Xuanji was poisoned to death by Bibi Dong, the Spirit Hall is no longer solely for the Angel Clan. As long as commoners perform well enough, they also have a chance to rise to high positions and sit on the Pope's throne, like Hulaina, who might one day turn the tables and become a master. In contrast, the sections. No matter how outstanding Yun Zheng performs, can those sects really allow him to sit in the position of the sect master? The 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School has the surname Ning, the Blue Electric Overlord sect has the surname Yu, and the Haotian sect has the surname Tang. It's that simple. To put it bluntly, joining a sect means working for someone else. The sect invests in training soul masters, and the soul masters provide protection for the sect. Over the past few years, Yun Zheng has already worked enough for others, and now that he finally has a chance to seize his own destiny, he doesn't want to hand over his hard-earned freedom. After determining his future direction, Yun Zheng suddenly caught the pouch he had thrown up, sitting cross-legged and murmuring, "Since I'm going to Shrek Academy, I need to focus on my cultivation." The admission standard for Shrek Academy is to break through level 20 in soul power before the age of 12. Yun Zheng has an innate soul power of 8.5, just a little short of breaking through level 9 and only 11 levels away from level 20. He can also absorb 2 soul rings in between, so it shouldn't be too difficult. But who told Yun Zheng that his Frost Sky Feather is the ultimate ice? While having a powerful ultimate martial soul is great, the difficulty of cultivation is also a fact. Before breaking through to the soul sage, those who possess an ultimate martial soul actually cultivate much slower than auxiliary soul masters. Therefore, to break through to a great soul master within 6 years, Yun Zheng must put in more effort than others. Yun Zheng really enjoys the process of gradually becoming stronger. It's much easier than the past hardships of wandering and selling smiles for tips. Fortunately, in the Douluo Continent, soul masters do not necessarily need martial arts techniques for their cultivation. While martial arts techniques enhance the cultivation process, they're more like catalysts rather than necessities. For Yun Zheng, he only needs to simply circulate his soul power through the great circulation to cultivate. If he were in the neighboring Douluo, he would have been stuck at this first step. For a full 3 months, Yun Zheng has been cultivating in his little earthen house. Before awakening his martial soul, he had already settled all his wages, and with the savings accumulated before, he had enough to live comfortably for a year. Indeed, with the soul coins Yun Zheng currently possesses, even for a family of 3, it would be enough for them to live a moderately comfortable life for a year. However, when it comes to food and drink, Yun Zheng would never shortchange himself. He absolutely will not admit that he is indulging himself so much to save his regrettable height. After 3 months, Yun Zheng has only broken through to level 9, and there is still quite a distance to the first milestone of his soul master. Yun Zheng estimates that he will need another 6 to 7 months to break through to level 10. This is also where Yun Zheng's confidence lies. Once he breaks through to level 10, he will be able to go to the Spear Hall to receive his monthly salary, 1 gold soul coin per month, so he won't have to live as frugally as before. However, now Yun Zheng has to step out of his little doghouse. The primary Soul Master Academy in Oga City is enrolling today, and Yun Zheng must go. Although Yun Zheng has already decided to attend Shrek Academy, that is a matter for 6 years later. Before that, it's always beneficial to brush up on some foundational knowledge at the primary Soul Master Academy. Indeed, the knowledge taught at the primary Soul Master Academy can generally be found in the original books available on the market. But learning on one's own and being taught by others are completely different concepts. Yun Zheng doesn't want to waste extra time becoming self-taught. Chapter 7, King S. New book seeking everything. With the proof from the Spear Hall, Yun Zheng smoothly became a first-year student. Of course, it's also because of Yun Zheng's reputation. As mentioned before, due to Yun Zheng's calmness far exceeding that of his peers and his outstanding appearance. Everyone in Oga City who knows a bit about him almost believes that he will definitely become a soul master in the future. Since he is destined to become a soul master, it's natural for him to attend the primary Soul Master Academy. This is just a subjective judgment without any reliable basis. If one were to ask, it would probably be because Yun Zheng perfectly embodies people's fantasies of a young prodigy. Furthermore, since Yun Zheng enrolled as a self-paying student, the Ogu Primary Soul Master Academy naturally welcomes him even more. For a small academy, like the Ogu Primary Soul Master Academy, it doesn't matter whether the students are talented or not. They are merely a tool to provide sources for higher-level academies. If among this group of students a phoenix could emerge, they wouldn't benefit from it at all. It's all about the education from higher-level institutions. They wouldn't dare compete with the higher academies, but if someone is paying tuition, then they're a good student. Who doesn't like money? Even instructors need to eat. Yun Zheng didn't mind this at all. He could still afford the tuition fees of the academy. Although he was indeed qualified to apply for a government-funded student slot, there was a clear difference in treatment between government-funded and self-funded students. And Yun Zheng didn't want to shortchange himself. Moreover, he really didn't like the idea of sharing a room with a bunch of noisy kids. Of course, if there was a sweet and soft girl willing to share a blanket with him, he would be more than happy to change his mind. But where in the world would he find so many little dances? Expecting to find a soft and cute little girl of the same age among the government-funded students in a third-rate small-town academy, who also happened to be an orphan, broke, and without even the money for a blanket, and who was innocent enough to sleep next to someone she had only known for less than a day, who just happened to be him. Rather than that, Yun Zheng might as well join the Spirit Hall and hope to be adopted by Bibi Dong as her son, and then have both Qian Renxue and Hu Laina promised to him. Isn't the probability the same? Perhaps the latter even has a slightly higher chance? After all, the latter at least has some room for maneuver, while the former is completely a fantasy. Back to the point. The Aogu Primary Soul Master Academy couldn't possibly have only Yun Zheng as a student. There were over 90 students in his cohort, divided into 3 classes, and Yun Zheng's class was the first class, which was also the key class among the 3. although it was called a key class. It was merely a change in the homeroom teacher from a great soul master to a soul elder. Of course, a small city like Aogu couldn't gather over 96-year-olds with innate soul power, but there were nearby villages, right? Among those over 90 students, only about 40 were local to Aogu City, while the rest were recruited from surrounding villages. However, Yun Zheng didn't care about any of this. As he said, the people in Aogu City were too mediocre, so mediocre that he couldn't muster any interest. But the moment Yun Zheng walked into the classroom, he realized that his judgment had been too hasty. Some people are born to be the protagonists, even just sitting quietly in their seats. The attention of others naturally gathers around them. At that moment, Yun Zheng felt that he had just encountered one. It was a very cute little girl, with bright eyes and a fair face that was even more enchanting. She was quietly gazing out the window, appearing very serene, yet her presence seemed to light up the entire classroom, changing the atmosphere entirely. If previously Yun Zheng felt the noise and chaos, now he surprisingly felt a sense of youthful campus life. Without any hesitation, Yun Zheng directly took a seat next to the girl. Hearing the movement beside her, the girl turned her head, and upon seeing Yun Zheng, she was momentarily stunned. It was her first time seeing such a handsome boy. Yun Zheng saw the girl's face and found her truly adorable. Her fine long hair was tied into two playful buns, and her dark eyes were lively and beautiful. Her fair and delicate skin seemed to glow under the sunlight. "Hello, Yun Zheng." Yun Zheng naturally extended his hand and introduced himself. The girl was taken aback for a moment. Seeing Yun Zheng's outstretched hand, she hesitated for a moment before also reaching out her small hand and softly said, "Hello, my name is Qinger." When introducing herself, the girl hesitated for a moment before saying her name. Yun Zheng didn't think much of it, and after their small hands touched briefly, they simply exchanged greetings, and that was it. Yun Zheng has never suppressed his yearning for beautiful things. To be honest, the reason he sits next to Qinger is simply because she is beautiful and pleasing to the eye, with no other reason. Frankly speaking, for a mentally sound man, anyone would choose a lovely little lowly over a noisy little brat, right? At least it's refreshing. Of course, that's all there is to it. For Qinger, Yun Zheng only has pure admiration, with not a shred of ulterior motive, and he doesn't even have the desire for deeper communication. The concept of two-dimensional refining can be explained as a natural love for cute things. After all, who can resist a soft and adorable child who goes yee? Anyway, there's nothing much to do. At most he can show a doting smile at the screen or on paper, indulging in his own fantasies, which everyone can understand. But three-dimensional refining is completely different. That's perverse, a kind that deserves condemnation, and even having such thoughts should be criticized. The topic has strayed, so back to Yun Zheng. After getting to know Qinger, Yun Zheng's life has become dull and tedious again. Every day is just a straight line between the academy and his little doghouse, studying at the academy and cultivating at home unwaveringly. It's worth mentioning that the public-funded students and self-funded students seem to be inherently incompatible. Even in Aogu City, conflicts arise between the two sides. However, Yun Zheng does not get involved. When it comes to the bickering among the kids, he would rather spend that time cultivating. There were no delightful little stories between Yun Zheng and Qinger, not even the usual daily coincidences. Their interactions were as bland as the first day they met, like clear water. Both Qinger and Yun Zheng felt out of place among the other children, always among the first to leave the academy after school. They didn't deliberately arrive early the next day, but they had never been late either. They wouldn't initiate conversations with others. Although they had never intentionally distanced themselves from anyone, they truly existed outside the class. For them, each other was the closest person in the academy. Yet even so, they couldn't be considered friends in the conventional sense. They could only say they knew each other and exchange a few words. There were no farewells after school or greetings before classes, just a simple relationship. This kind of life continued for 6 months. One day, the homeroom teacher called Yun Zheng and Qinger out and said to them, "Yun Zheng, Qinger, tomorrow is the start of the holiday, and the academy is planning to conduct an outdoor training session during the break, led by the dean and 3 soul master instructors, to the nearby soul hunting forest. Do you want to go? Don't worry, it's just a soul hunting forest enclosed by the empire, and with the dean leading, there won't be any danger. You can take this opportunity to broaden your horizons and see real soul beasts." The teacher then said to Yun Zheng, "Yun Zheng, I suggest you participate. The training starts in 7 days, and you're almost at level 10. In these 7 days, work hard and strive to break through to level 10, so you can take this chance to hunt your first soul ring. Since the Dean and 3 Soul Master Instructors are leading this trip, you can not only hunt for a 100-year soul ring, but also have a good selection. This is a tremendous opportunity. Yun Zheng nodded obediently upon hearing this, and said, "Okay, I will do my best." Seeing Yun Zheng nod, the homeroom teacher smiled and turned to Qing Er with a questioning look. "I want to go too." Qing Er also nodded and said, "All right, you both go back and prepare. In 7 days, gather at the academy. Do you understand?" The homeroom teacher smiled kindly and reminded them before letting the two return home. Since they were held back by the homeroom teacher, they were the last ones to leave the academy. There were very few people around, and they walked side by side without speaking. Once outside, it was the first time Yun Zheng saw Qing Er's mother. Previously, Qing Er always went home by herself, and it was the first time her mother came to pick her up. But it made sense, as it was the last day of the semester, and it was only natural for parents to come and pick up their children. She was a beautiful woman, and upon seeing Yun Zheng and Qing Er, she smiled and waved, approaching them. The beautiful woman picked up Qing Er, who felt a bit shy, but couldn't resist her mother's actions, ultimately allowing herself to be held. Then, the beautiful woman turned to Yun Zheng and said gently, "You must be Yun Zheng, right? So cute. Qing Er has told me about you. Thank you for being friends with our Qing Er, Mom." Upon hearing this, Qing Er immediately protested, playfully whining as she jumped down from her mother's arms and pulled her mother away. The beautiful woman could only give Yun Zheng an apologetic smile before following Qing Er. In the distance, Yun Zheng vaguely heard the beautiful woman say to Qing Er, "In a few days, Qing Er's father will be coming home." The beautiful woman looked very happy, chatting away with Qing Er, but from Qing Er's expression, she didn't seem very happy, pouting her little lips, perhaps reflecting her feelings about her father who had been away for a long time. Yun Zheng stared blankly at the departing figures of the beautiful woman and Qing. After a long while, he finally smiled knowingly and murmured softly, "Has father come home? That's wonderful." Chapter 8. The divine ring bestowed by heaven when he returned home. Yun Zheng didn't even take off his shoes. He directly laid down on the bed, grabbing the fluffy pillow into his arms, his small face filled with a look of conflict. Yun Zheng tossed and turned in bed, then suddenly lay still, burying his head in the pillow, muttering to himself, "Is this considered a friend? Is it or not? It should be, right?" Sometimes, Yun Zheng also felt that he was quite an emotional person. After all, humans are social animals. No one can live a life in solitude. No matter how much he closed off his heart, he had to admit that he longed to find friends in this world. However, before this, Yun Zheng was afraid of losing due to the death of the old beggar. And coupled with the fact that the people in the city of Aogu were indeed too mediocre, he put on a mask and sealed his heart. But Qing Er was anything but mediocre. Even Yun Zheng had to admit how strong Qing Er's talent was. Previously, the homeroom teacher advised Yun Zheng to work hard and try to break through to level 10 before the field training, so he could take advantage of the field training to hunt for his first spirit ring. But Qing Er had no need for that, as she already had her first spirit ring. At just 6.5 years old, Qing Er, who was the same age as Yun Zheng, was already a level 13 spirit master. Yun Zheng didn't know why Qing Er still wanted to participate in the field training, perhaps just to broaden her horizons. But in any case, Qing Er was undoubtedly a genius. Besides that, Qing Er possessed a mutated top-tier assault beast spirit, the giant spirit golden dragon. With innate spirit power at level 9, her talent surpassing that of 99 of spirit masters in the Douluo Continent. No matter how proud Yun Zheng was, he had to acknowledge Qing Er's talent. Unlike the others in Aogu City, Qing Er and Yun Zheng were from the same world. They both had the potential to reach the pinnacle of the continent. Therefore, the two premises that led Yun Zheng to refuse to open his heart to others no longer applied in front of Qing Er. Yun Zheng wants to be friends with Qing Er. After all, he is a person. Having lived in solitude and isolation for 6 years, he has had enough of it. But the problem is that after 6 years of being closed off, Yun Zheng has long forgotten how to connect with others, especially when the person in question is a little girl. If the person were a 16 or 17-year-old boy, Yun Zheng naturally wouldn't have so many concerns. However, in this lifetime and the last, no one has ever told Yun Zheng how to be friends with a little girl. He has no experience in this regard. What should he say to avoid being awkward? What should he do to seem natural? Those who know their own affairs best, although to others. Yun Zheng appears to be a nearly perfect child, sweet-tongued and composed, precocious, strong by nature, and good-looking, able to support himself. Resembling the ideal child of someone else, he knows that he is not as perfect as he seems, especially since his sweet demeanor is an act, and his composure is forced. No one is perfect, and Yun Zheng does not have such a good personality. But when facing Qing Er, Yun Zheng is afraid to reveal his true nature too easily, fearing that he might scare her. After all, Qing Er looks like someone who is both outwardly charming and inwardly wise. She was very serene during their time at the academy. Yun Zheng feels that Qing Er would not be able to accept his lively nature. Indeed, with Yun Zheng's smoothness, if he wanted to act, he would be absolutely confident in winning over a little girl's affection. But Yun Zheng does not want to do that. Pretending to be what Qing Er likes in order to get closer to her feels too hypocritical. Friends in Yun Zheng's view should not be like this. Shouldn't friends meet each other in the most relaxed and genuine manner? Yun Zheng felt that if he really did that, then Qing Er's friend should be that person he disguised himself as, rather than himself, Yun Zheng. It was precisely because of this entanglement and helplessness that Yun Zheng felt so apprehensive. So when he heard that beautiful woman say he was friends with Qing Er today, he lost his composure. After a while, Yun Zheng sighed in despair and said, "Forget it. I won't think about it. Just go with the flow. I'll focus on my cultivation first." After saying that, Yun Zheng indeed sat cross-legged and began to cultivate. There was no other choice. Even if he wanted to come up with a brilliant plan, he couldn't think of anything, so he could only go with the flow. If he gained something, he would be lucky, and if he lost something, it would be his fate. Even if they couldn't be friends, Yun Zheng didn't want Qing Er to dislike him. It's worth mentioning that, strictly speaking, Yun Zheng's first spirit ring didn't necessarily have to be obtained through the outdoor training after 7 days. Don't forget, Yun Zheng still had a divine ring that was gifted to him that he hadn't used. That was Yun Zheng's first spirit ring. 3 months ago, when Yun Zheng had just awakened his martial soul, he eagerly contacted the bead that existed in his sea of consciousness. The bead, as usual, acted like a lord, ignoring Yun Zheng. But Yun Zheng discovered that this bead seemed to have the same function as a stored soul guide. Inside the bead, there was a space where the divine ring gifted to Yun Zheng when he was 6 years old was stored. The divine ring was indeed a spirit ring. Upon realizing this setup, Yun Zheng felt somewhat conflicted. He worried that the divine ring was similar to the God-given spirit ring, which could correspond to the absorption limit of the current absorber before level 20, meaning it would be a 100-year spirit ring. After level 40, it would be a 10,000-year spirit ring, and if the absorber was strong enough, it could even be a 100,000-year spirit ring. If this were the case, then Yun Zheng would have to think about it carefully. A 100-year spirit ring and a 10,000-year spirit ring were quite different. Absorbing a divine ring just for the first or second spirit ability felt like a waste. But soon, Yun Zheng's worries dissipated. The divine ring was more profound than the God-given spirit ring. It had everything the God-given spirit ring had, including matching the absorption limit of the current absorber and granting the most suitable spirit abilities. However, compared to the God-given spirit ring, the divine ring had an unparalleled ability to upgrade along with the host cultivation, and its age would automatically adapt to the maximum age of the spirit ring absorbed at that time. This meant that even if Yun Zheng absorbed the divine ring as his first spirit ring, once his cultivation broke through to title Douluo, it could also become a 100,000-year spirit ring or even a multi-100,000-year spirit ring. This ability not only strengthened the spirit abilities brought by the spirit ring, but also had many invisible benefits. Just the 2 points that Yun Zheng could think of were, first, he would have to worry about how many years of spirit rings he could absorb in the future. When he needed to absorb a spirit ring, he could directly summon his martial soul to check the age of his first spirit ring. As long as it didn't exceed the age of his first spirit ring, he could absorb it. Second, every time Yun Zheng's cultivation broke through and promoted the divine ring, there would be a power of feedback from the spirit ring. Although it might not be much, it would accumulate over time, and Yun Zheng could receive feedback each time he broke through a level, which would be quite considerable, especially for Yun Zheng, who had an ultimate martial soul. The feedback power brought by each promotion of the spirit ring could make his cultivation speed increase a bit. What was there to hesitate about? Of course, he should directly absorb the divine ring at level 10. However, before that, Yun Zheng still needed to raise his cultivation to level 10. Fortunately, after 6 months of hard cultivation, he was just a step away from the threshold of level 10, and with 7 days left until the outdoor training, there was plenty of time. As for why he still needed to participate in the outdoor training, Yun Zheng certainly had his own considerations. First, it could help him conceal his tracks. Through this outdoor training, he could conveniently cover up the origin of his first spirit ring. If he didn't do this, it would be easy for people to become suspicious if a helpless orphan like Yun Zheng suddenly had a 100-year spirit ring. Second, Yun Zheng was genuinely curious. Yun Zheng has been in this continent for 6 years and 3 months, yet he hasn't seen a single real soul beast, so of course he is curious. Just like the homeroom teacher said before, this time the Soul Sect's president is leading the group, and there are 3 soul master mentors providing protection. They're going to the soul hunting forest, a place with not much danger from soul beasts, so it's safe. Yun Zheng is just looking to experience living soul beasts. It's not that Yun Zheng is seeking death. Understanding soul beasts is necessary, and the sooner he encounters them, the better. Almost everyone has an innate fear of soul beasts. This is not an exaggeration. Many soul beasts are far more ferocious than wild animals like tigers and leopards. Just their roar can be soul-stirring. Ordinary people are already panicking and cold with fear in the face of tigers and leopards. How much more terrifying are the more brutal soul beasts? If he cannot break the innate fear of soul beasts in his heart, when Yun Zheng faces a soul beast alone in the future, he might end up tragically killed by a moment of cowardice. This is not a story, but a cautionary tale. Many talented young soul masters have fallen. Because of this, Yun Zheng did not want to become one of them. Chapter 9. First Soul Skill, Armament, Modification, S. New Book Seeking Everything. Heaven does not disappoint those who are determined. Yun Zheng finally broke through to level 10 on the 6th day of his holiday. There was still a whole day left. Enough for Yun Zheng to absorb the heavenly gift spirit ring. Yun Zheng let out a long breath, slowly opened his eyes, and did not immediately choose to absorb the spirit ring. Instead, he got up from the bed and adjusted his state. Although Yun Zheng had never absorbed any spirit ring before, he felt that it was best to maintain the optimal condition when absorbing a spirit ring, concentrating his energy and spirit as much as possible to increase the success rate of absorption. Even if these were just Yun Zheng's own conjectures. There was still a day left, and eating a meal and taking a shower wouldn't take too long. Half an hour later, Yun Zheng, feeling that he had adjusted himself, sat cross-legged again, connecting his consciousness to the pearl in his sea of consciousness. In the next moment, the so-called heavenly gift spirit ring appeared before Yun Zheng. The heavenly gift spirit ring was not much different from the ordinary spirit rings Yun Zheng usually saw. It was just a circle about 50 to 60 centimeters in diameter, with no exquisite patterns and a grayish color. At first glance, it even seemed somewhat inconspicuous. However, upon closer inspection, one could find that beneath that gray mist, various mysteries were faintly discernible. After staring at it for a few breaths, Yun Zheng felt a swelling in his head and even became a bit dizzy. Perhaps this is what they call the obscurity of divine objects. Yun Zheng didn't think too much about it. Whatever divine object it was, this heavenly bestowed divine ring now belonged to him, Yun Zheng. In the next moment, a delicate ice bowl, crafted like a work of art, appeared. The great divine ring didn't even require Yun Zheng's strength to guide it. Like a fledgling returning to its nest, it automatically settled upon the frost sky feather. The fluctuations of soul power spread out, and Yun Zheng instantly entered the process of absorbing the soul ring. Yun Zheng did not know what it felt like for others to absorb soul rings. And perhaps it was because the heavenly gifted divine ring was different. The sensation Yun Zheng experienced while absorbing the soul ring was completely different from what he had imagined. There was no chaotic and violent soul power rampaging, no intense burning sensation, and no remnants of the soul beasts while invading him. Yun Zheng only felt a gradual buildup of pressure, neither fast nor slow, but it was undeniably real. This bestowed divine ring seemed to be planning to slowly boil the frog. However, Yun Zheng soon discovered that the gray mist above the bestowed divine ring gradually retracted as the pressure increased bit by bit. After a stick of incense, the gray light completely vanished, replaced by a plain and unadorned white luster, exactly like an ordinary 10-year soul ring. Seeing this, Yun Zheng finally understood that the gradually increasing pressure was testing the upper limit of the years he could absorb the soul ring. In other words, the longer Yun Zheng persisted, the higher the age of the first soul ring. After realizing this, Yun Zheng cast aside distracting thoughts and focused entirely on resisting that pressure. Soon, an hour passed, and the color of the heavenly gift soul ring changed from white to yellow, which also meant that the base age of Yun Zheng's first soul ring started at 100 years. However, Yun Zheng had no intention of stopping. He vaguely remembered that when soul masters reached level 10, the upper limit for absorbing soul rings was around 400 years. Yun Zheng thought that even if he couldn't surpass this limit, he should at least get as close to that number as possible. Moreover, the pressure of just a little over 100 years for a soul ring was nothing to Yun Zheng. Thus, Yun Zheng persisted for another 3 hours. By this point, the age of the heavenly gift soul ring had reached 400 years, which was already the limit for many soul masters when absorbing their first soul ring. Even Yun Zheng couldn't help but grit his teeth, a twisted expression of pain covering his youthful face. Indeed, Yun Zheng possessed an ultimate martial soul, and even though he was only at level 10, the soul power cultivated by Shuang Tianyu was comparable to that of some soul elders. But Yun Zheng's physique was far from outstanding. Yun Zheng's strength is very formidable, so much so that even Yun Zheng himself does not dare to go all out, fearing that he might hurt himself with his own power. However, being strong does not necessarily mean that one's physique will be strong as well. Yun Zheng's strength and physique are completely at two different levels. Among his peers, Yun Zheng's physique can even be considered relatively weak. This is an unavoidable situation. In the first 4 years of coming to this world, Yun Zheng followed an old beggar who was himself skin and bones. The lack of food and drink is obvious. Sometimes he couldn't even get pickled vegetables and steamed buns, and going 3 days with only one meal was common. Where did he find enough nutrition to grow? Even though in the past 2 years, Yun Zheng has earned a little money and improved his diet somewhat, it couldn't compare to the lavish feasts of wealthy families. 2 short years were not enough for Yun Zheng to make up for the deficiencies in his body from before. When absorbing the soul ring, Yun Zheng's exaggerated strength became merely decorative. The powerful physical strength cannot interfere with the soul power level of the soul ring, at least not for Yun Zheng at this moment. For him, when absorbing the soul ring, he still had to rely more on his body's own endurance. However, Yun Zheng's physique is indeed unsatisfactory. Therefore, even though he possesses an ultimate martial soul and his soul power quality far exceeds that of his peers, extending the heavenly bestowed soul ring to around 400 years is about his limit. It should be said that if not for Yun Zheng having an ultimate martial soul, the heavenly bestowed soul ring would likely have stopped evolving around 300 years. Nevertheless, despite this, Yun Zheng has no intention of giving up now. He feels that he should still be able to push the limit of the heavenly bestowed soul ring a bit further. It might not be much, but Yun Zheng wants to know where his limits lie. Thus, he gritted his teeth and persisted for over half an hour. At this moment, Yun Zheng had already gone numb. He could feel the fatigue coursing through his entire body, even hearing the mournful cries of his flesh and bones. Cold sweat poured down like rain, but Yun Zheng continued to hold on. He had lost all sensation, relying solely on sheer will. If he let that will slip, he would immediately collapse. If that were the case, Yun Zheng felt he could still hold on for about half an hour. Although the gap between a 500-year soul ring and a 400-year soul ring isn't as large as one might imagine, the first step is crucial. However, what Yun Zheng didn't expect was that the heavenly bestowed soul ring seemed to have reached its limit and directly interrupted the accumulation of pressure. Immediately afterwards, a wave of refreshing comfort swept through his entire body, as if from despair came hope. A cool power radiated from within Yun Zheng, washing away all the fatigue and pressure, leaving only the ethereal and released feeling akin to a serene mountain after rain. Yun Zheng's first soul ring ultimately settled at 473 years. At the same time, the breath that Yun Zheng had been holding on to finally dissipated. He let out a long sigh, supporting his body with his arms and gasping for air. It seems that he needs to exercise more in the future. After successfully absorbing the first soul ring, Yun Zheng let out a bitter smile and muttered self-deprecatingly. This feeling of being eager but powerless is truly frustrating. However, Yun Zheng quickly cast these unpleasant thoughts aside and looked at Frost Sky Feather. Frost Sky Feather remained as exquisite and beautiful as ever. The chilling aura that pierced the heart felt to Yun Zheng more like a cold drink in summer. But at this moment, beside Frost Sky Feather, there was an additional yellow soul ring, which was the divine ring that Yun Zheng had painstakingly absorbed. Seeing this, Yun Zheng couldn't help but feel a surge of joy in his heart. He eagerly grabbed the bow of Shuang Tianyu and closed his eyes to sense the soul skill attached to the first soul ring. Soon, Yun Zheng opened his eyes, his gaze filled with uncontrollable ecstasy. Yun Zheng's first spirit ring is indeed 100 years old, but one must say that the God-given spirit ring truly lives up to its name, as it grants Yun Zheng a total of 3 spirit abilities. A solid template for a million-year spirit ring. Among the 3 spirit abilities, there are 2 passive abilities and 1 active ability. The passive abilities are an ice attribute damage boost and an armor-breaking effect. The ice attribute damage boost is easy to understand. It amplifies the frost effect. For Yun Zheng, who possesses an ultimate ice martial soul, This spirit ability seems to be specially designed for him. The armor-breaking effect, as the name suggests, ignores defense. To put simply, it deals true damage. Of course, a mere 100-year spirit ring cannot completely ignore defense. For the current Yun Zheng, it can only ignore up to 10% of defense. However, the exaggerated part is that it can ignore any level of enemy. Moreover, ignoring does not mean weakening. For example, if we quantify the battle data, if Yun Zheng fights a title Douluo, and the title Douluo stands still allowing Yun Zheng to attack, when Yun Zheng shoots an arrow, he naturally cannot break through the defense. Even if the title Douluo's defense is reduced to the minimum, he remains an unshakable giant for Yun Zheng. But with this armor-breaking effect, if Yun Zheng shoots an arrow dealing 10 points of damage, even if the enemy has absolute defense, they must still suffer at least 1 point of damage. The ice attribute damage boost works similarly, also providing a 10% damage increase. As long as Yun Zheng's attack is ice attribute damage, it will receive an absolute amplification. If Yun Zheng deals 10 points of ice attribute damage, it increases to 11 points. If he deals 100 points of ice attribute damage, it increases to 110 points. The battles of spirit masters, of course, do not have the precise data like Yun Zheng's previous life in an online game, but the principle is the same. While 10% may not seem like much, it is not their limit. Like the God-given spirit ring, these two spirit abilities can also improve with Yun Zheng's cultivation. For every level Yun Zheng's cultivation increases, the ice attribute damage boost will increase by 1%, and the armor-breaking effect will also increase by 1%. When Yun Zheng reaches level 100 and becomes a god, that will be 100%. In other words, once Yun Zheng's cultivation reaches level 100, every attack will be a critical hit dealing true damage. The third active spirit ability is quite interesting. This spirit ability is called Arm Modification, and its effect is to change the form of the frost sky feather from a bow into a great halberd. Yun Zheng does not yet understand much more about it, but this spirit ability does have a cooldown. Currently, Yun Zheng can only use this spirit ability for a maximum of 20 seconds at a time. After this duration, the spirit ability will enter a cooldown of 180 seconds, during which it cannot be used. Of course, like the first two passive spirit abilities, this spirit ability can also be upgraded. For every level Yun Zheng's spirit power cultivation increases, the cooldown time is reduced by 2 seconds, and the corresponding adaptation time will also increase by 2 seconds, until Yun Zheng reaches level 100, at which point it can truly achieve no cooldown. After realizing this, Yun Zheng blinked oddly. Has he turned into a cooldown warrior? Chapter 10. Soul Hunting Forest. The next day, Yun Zheng arrived at the academy as promised. Yun Zheng did not arrive early on purpose. Before him, for other students were already waiting. Besides Yun Zheng and Qing, there were 7 other students participating in this training session, all of whom were among the top students of the Aogu Junior Soul Master Academy. Although that was only relative to the academy, judging by their ages, apart from the first-year students Yun Zheng and Qing, the others were all older, at least 4th-year students with soul power generally around level 15. Among them was a 4th-year student who had just broken through level 10, intending to take this opportunity to hunt for his first soul ring. In Yun Zheng's view, among these 9 people, apart from himself and Qing, only one 6th-year student seemed particularly talented, being 11 years old and having a cultivation level of 17, which could be considered outstanding among ordinary people. However, in Yun Zheng's eyes, it was nothing special. It should be noted that after absorbing the Heavenly Gift Soul ring yesterday, Yun Zheng's cultivation level had already broken through to level 12. With his innate divine power combined with an ultimate martial soul, an ordinary level 17 soul master no longer posed a threat to Yun Zheng. Qing was also among the 4 students. She quietly stood to the side, and upon noticing Yun Zheng's arrival, seemed to recall the embarrassing scene from 7 days ago. Her pretty face turned red, and with a haughty snort, she turned her gaze away. Seeing this, Yun Zheng chuckled awkwardly. He had originally planned to take the initiative to greet her, but now it seemed that he could only give up. He could understand that the girl was shy. Soon, the 9 students gathered together, clustering in small groups. Next to Yun Zheng were 2 senior girls who, compared to Qing, were much more approachable. With his cute appearance and charming personality, it was easy for Yun Zheng to gain the attention of girls, and he didn't refuse, smiling and engaging with the 2 young ladies. As always, being cute was a low-cost endeavor. If he gained something, that was great, but if not, he wouldn't lose anything either. Once all the students were gathered, the dean and 3 soul master instructors also appeared. The 3 instructors consisted of 2 men and 1 woman, specializing in agility attack, strength attack, and control, respectively. The dean's appearance was quite similar to the old scholars from Yun Zheng's past life, with round glasses and sparse hair on his head, exuding a strong leadership aura. In the 6 months at the academy, Yun Zheng had not had the chance to see the dean in action, only knowing that he was a defense-type soul master. But the specifics of his martial soul and soul ring configuration remained unknown. After everyone was present, there was a lengthy mobilization speech. It seemed that no matter the world, leaders were all the same. Before doing anything, they felt the need to say something, as if they couldn't accomplish anything without it. After finally enduring the dean's tedious long-winded speech, the group of 13 finally boarded the carriage. Of course, the fare was out of their pockets. In a small town like Oga City, there was no dedicated soul-hunting forest, and this field training required traveling to the neighboring town, making the fare and food expenses quite expensive. Aside from the dean, the other 3 instructors carried large bags. In this era, soul-guiding devices were rare items, and only the dean, by chance, had obtained one, while the other 3 soul master instructors did not have that fortune. To Yun Zheng's surprise, among the 9 students, Qing'er also did not have a backpack, appearing light and unencumbered. It was impossible for Qing'er to be foolish enough to go to the soul-hunting forest without bringing anything. The only explanation for her being so unburdened was that she also had her own soul-guiding device. The other students seemed a bit puzzled by this, but the instructors were unfazed, showing neither greed nor surprise. Yun Zheng also thought about it, and then felt relieved. Yun Zheng has met Qing'er's mother. Although Yun Zheng is not clear about the strength of that beautiful woman, it is certain that Qing'er's mother possesses cultivation, and her abilities are even more unfathomable than those of Yun Zheng's soul master homeroom teacher. Coupled with Qing'er's capable and well-connected father, it is not surprising that Qing'er can have her own soul guide without fearing the covetousness of others. In fact, Yun Zheng could also go into battle lightly. Although he does not have a soul guide, the pearl in his sea of consciousness has the same function as a storage soul guide, and in fact, Yun Zheng has placed quite a few emergency supplies in that pearl space. However, Yun Zheng would not foolishly expose his ability to possess this capability. Not to mention whether Yun Zheng can explain the origin of that pearl. Even if he could, he does not intend to tell anyone about it for a long time. This is Yun Zheng's biggest secret. Before he has absolute strength, he does not want to reveal his identity as a time traveler. Moreover, with such a miraculous item, who knows if someone might want to scheme for wealth and harm him. Yun Zheng is an orphan without any support. Even if it were just an ordinary soul guide device, it might not be able to be kept safe, let alone a magical bead that can integrate into a soul master's sea of consciousness. To avoid drawing attention, Yun Zheng obediently picked up his backpack and, like the other students, cast a slightly envious glance at the relaxed Qing'er beside him. Noticing Yun Zheng's gaze, Qing'er fool hippos slightly parted her lips as if she wanted to say something, but soon shook her head in frustration and turned her attention to the scenery. Yun Zheng did not notice Qing'er's small movements. Because he was the youngest and had a petite figure, Yun Zheng was assigned to a horse carriage with the girls. Sitting next to him were some older girls from the previous grade. Yun Zheng was trying to handle them, and there were originally 13 people, 4 girls and 9 boys. It wouldn't have been a problem for Yun Zheng to be in a horse carriage with the boys, but unfortunately, one of the male instructors was rather plump. So the smallest Yun Zheng had to be squeezed in with the girls. Everything went smoothly afterward. The group arrived at a neighboring town, dropped off some luggage, and then entered the soul-hunting forest. Upon arriving at the soul-hunting forest, the instructors began imparting knowledge. Children, do you know how the strength of soul beasts compares to that of soul masters? One instructor asked the 9 children beside him. I know. As soon as the instructor finished asking, a boy with a top knot raised his hand and eagerly replied. A level 10 soul master corresponds to a soul beast of about 200 to 300 years. A level 20 great soul master corresponds to a soul beast of 700 to 800 years. A level 30 soul venerable corresponds to a soul beast of 1,000 to 2,000 years. And a level 40 soul sect corresponds to a 5,000-year-old soul beast. Instructor, am I right? That's all I know. The junior academy only teaches up to this point. The instructor smiled faintly, nodded, and said, what you said is correct. Hearing this, the boy showed a proud smile on his face. But soon, the instructor warned, simply comparing strengths is indeed correct, but considering factors like the size, species, and habits of soul beasts. Soul beasts of the same level are generally stronger than soul masters in the wild. Therefore, to be safe, soul masters will choose to adopt a strategy of fighting more with fewer when dealing with soul beasts. Any slackness or carelessness when facing soul beasts can lead to extremely painful consequences, especially for you. You bunch of inexperienced kids. You don't know the seriousness of the situation and underestimate soul beasts just because you think you've broken through in cultivation. This is absolutely unacceptable. Do you understand? It was previously mentioned that the purpose of this outdoor training was to let the students experience soul beasts and eliminate their inherent fear of ferocious soul beasts. However, everything has its limits. Soul masters cannot fear soul beasts, but they also cannot underestimate them too much. Going too far in either direction, whether being a coward or a reckless person, can lead to the same disastrous outcome when facing equally matched soul beasts. To prevent the students from becoming reckless fools who seek their own demise, the Academy's instructors must make the students understand the gravity of the situation. And this instructor was currently doing just that. After this, there were several more QA sessions between the instructor and the students, and Yun Zheng benefited greatly from them. One female student asked a very interesting question. Instructor, soul beasts cultivate so slowly. It takes a soul beast several hundred years to produce a 100-year soul ring. But we can take 2 or 3 years to need a 100-year soul ring. My brother Yun Zheng even needs to absorb a soul ring at 6 years old. And in the future, he will definitely need more and more powerful soul rings. Will soul beasts become extinct like this? This female student's question was beyond the scope of the Junior Soul Master Academy, and logically, the instructors were not obligated to answer. However, being a girl, she had some privileges. Upon hearing the student's question, the dean's face broke into a kind smile, and he cheerfully replied, "Child, your concern is unnecessary. Most ordinary people who have not been in contact with the world of soul masters have a misunderstanding, thinking that the years of a soul beast correspond to its age. In fact, age is age, and years are years. Years are like the cultivation level of a soul beast. A high year count does not necessarily mean the soul beast is old, and conversely, a soul beast with low years may actually be nearing its end. Just like me, with my current soul power cultivation at level 43. Does that mean I'm 43 years old? The dean is actually over 50 years old, but he humorously answered the female student's doubts, and that humorous analogy made it easier for the group of students, all under the age of 12, to understand. It can only be said that experience comes with age. Yun Zheng also smiled knowingly, but he knew that the dean's words were biased. Indeed, for thousands of years, the number of spirit beasts had been quite sufficient, but that would change in 10,000 years. By the time 2,000 years had passed, spirit beasts would be on the brink of extinction. Meanwhile, in the very center of the hunting soul forest, a burly violent bear, resembling a small hill, was snoring. It was the king of this forest, and for decades, no spirit beast had been able to shake its position. Here, it could do as it pleased. By the way, the Silverback Wolf clan seemed to have 3 head wolves with 800 years of cultivation. The violent bear thought it would find time to teach them a lesson. It would be best to eliminate the competition, as this small hunting soul forest clearly could not accommodate a second 1,000-year spirit beast besides itself, let alone 3. However, the violent bear was not in a hurry. It was currently enjoying the afternoon sun. As a king, one must carry oneself like a king. What kind of appearance would rushing around present? But what the violent bear did not know was that in the shadows, not far away, 3 pairs of suppressed and bloodthirsty beast eyes were fixated on it. They were waiting for the night to fall. The silverback wolves would be stronger under the moonlight. Chapter 11. A shocking change. Yun Zheng, what do you think of this spirit beast? In the hunting soul forest, the only female among the 3 mentors pointed to a 200-year-old frost moon toad not far away, patiently squatting in front of Yun Zheng, and asked gently. To be honest, Yun Zheng still found women attractive. Among the 13 people, besides Qing'er, his relationships with the other 3 women were not bad. The only female mentor, upon learning that Yun Zheng needed his first spirit ring, enthusiastically helped him find many suitable spirit beasts for it. It's still true that being cute is shameful, but it's useful. However, at this moment, Yun Zheng followed the female mentor's finger to look at the frost moon toad, chuckled awkwardly, and instinctively took 2 steps back, saying no need. Thank you, mentor, but I'm not really fond of toads. This statement was not just pretended, whether in his past life or this life. He had an instinctive aversion to creatures like toads. Even with wolves, tigers, and leopards, he only felt fear, not aversion. If they were in a zoo, he would be quite willing to observe them, but toads were different. wherever and whenever they appeared in Yun Zheng's line of sight. They would make him feel a complete rejection. They were slimy, sticky, and rather ugly. To ask Yun Zheng to kill that frost moon toad, to be honest, he wouldn't even want to touch it. Of course, if it were necessary, he would have to grit his teeth and do it, but wasn't it unnecessary? Moreover, Yun Zheng's first spirit ring was 470 years old. Although both 470-year rings and 200-year rings were considered century rings, there was still a subtle difference. If possible, Yun Zheng still hoped to avoid any flaws. Seeing Yun Zheng's uneasy steps, the female mentor smiled kindly and said nothing more, just stating, "All right then, let us keep looking." It was normal for children to have fickle likes and dislikes. The group only wandered around the outskirts of the hunting soul forest. Although they had the Soul Academy's dean leading them, and according to local management personnel, the strongest spirit beast in this hunting soul forest was merely a 2,000-year-old earth violent bear. With the dean's strength, he could completely roam the forest. However, since he was leading 9 children, caution was always a good thing. The other hunting teams did not dare to provoke them and chose to take a detour, which saved them a lot of trouble. However, because they were only lingering around the outskirts of the hunting soul forest, they hardly encountered any suitable spirit beasts. Even the strongest spirit beast was only 2,000 years old, so one could imagine what other spirit beasts were around. Most were only 100 or 200 years old, and many were 10-year-old spirit beasts, with those over 400 years old being nearly invisible. But the main purpose of this trip was not to find a spirit ring for Yun Zheng. It was to let the students experience spirit beasts, so that was sufficient. They just hadn't found a suitable spirit beast for Yun Zheng. Another 4th-year student did have some gains, absorbing a 200-year-old patterned wolf spirit ring. For a spirit master with average talent and family background, being able to find a 100-year spirit ring for the first one was extremely lucky, and that student appeared very excited. This was also because that student's martial spirit was only a dagger, which did not have any specific bias. But Yun Zheng was different. Comparatively speaking, ice attribute spirit beasts were quite rare. After searching for 2 hours, the only suitable one for Yun Zheng had been that 200-year frost moon toad, while the others were not satisfactory. In truth, Yun Zheng was not picky. After all, he already had his first spirit ring. As long as it was a spirit beast with a cultivation over 370 years, he could pretend to absorb it, even if it were a plant spirit beast. After all, it was just a means to deceive others, not actual absorption. However, it seemed that Yun Zheng had inadvertently raised the female mentor's favorability to the max. She insisted on finding a spirit beast that matched both in age and attribute for Yun Zheng. In the female mentor's words, with Yun Zheng's exceptional talent, if he did not lay a solid foundation for his first spirit ring, wouldn't that be a waste of talent? The others had no objections to this. The original plan for this outdoor training was to take the students around the outskirts. The hunting soul forest was quite large, and the mentors intentionally slowed their pace to allow the students to better observe spirit beasts. After 2 hours, they had covered less than a quarter of the distance, so there was still plenty of time, and everyone was not in a hurry. However, after 2 hours, the sky gradually darkened. The group had gathered at the academy in the morning, and after listening to the dean's lengthy speech, by the time they reached another town, it was already noon. After resting and adjusting for over an hour in the town, they finally entered the hunting soul forest. After wandering in the hunting soul forest for 2 hours, it was already close to the evening. Moving at night in the hunting soul forest was very dangerous, and the dean did not plan to proceed further. Indeed, the dean had absolute confidence that no danger would arise, but this outdoor training simulated the scenario of a hunting team going out to hunt spirit beasts. Everything had to be the same as a hunting team, ensuring that no danger would occur. For this reason, the dean did not lead the team back to the town. 4 spirit masters, spending the night in the forest was a trial they had to experience, just like spirit beasts. The earlier they encountered it, the better. Similarly, making a fire was impossible, washing up was also impossible, and food consisted of simple dry rations. A blanket was spread on the ground, and another layer was placed on top, which would count as a bed. For Yun Zheng, this was nothing. He had experienced worse. Just having a blanket back then was a luxury he couldn't have imagined, so what lay before him didn't even count as a trial. However, what Yun Zheng didn't expect was that although Qing'er found this environment a bit uncomfortable, she did not complain like other academies and quickly accepted reality, which surprised Yun Zheng. This little girl seemed different from what he had imagined. As for the night watch, it was not up to Yun Zheng and the others. The dean and 3 mentors took on that responsibility. Yun Zheng did not sleep deeply, and the surrounding environment still made him unable to completely relax. In the midst of it all, he felt the earth tremble and was instantly awakened. At the same time, the control system's sole master mentor said solemnly, "Dean, it's the Earth Fury Bear." The Earth Fury Bear? Hearing this name, Yun Zheng was immediately startled and hurriedly sat up, his heart racing. Could he really encounter such a stroke of bad luck? In contrast, the Dean's reaction was much calmer. He only pondered for a moment and muttered to himself, how could the Earth Fury Bear appear on the outskirts of the soul-hunting forest? Forget it. Unable to figure it out, the Dean frowned and said sternly to the other three mentors, "You protect the children. I'll go intercept it." Upon hearing this, Yun Zheng's heartbeat finally calmed down a bit. With the strength of the Dean's soul sect, it shouldn't be a problem to drive away a 2,000-year-old Earth Fury Bear. But the next words from the control system soul master mentor once again made Yun Zheng's heart leap to his throat. The mentor swallowed hard, his expression tense, and said, "Dean, behind the Earth Fury Bear, there are 3,000-year level silverback jackals." What? As soon as this was said, everyone present was shocked. In that instant, they all had countless questions in their minds. Why had 3,000-year level silverback jackals suddenly appeared in this soul-hunting forest? Why had these 4,000-year soul beasts come together? Why were they so unlucky? Roar! Reality did not allow them to think too much. The Earth Fury Bear had already charged in. Seeing this, the Dean did not hesitate and shouted, "8 treasure cauldron, go!" A large pot embedded with 8 gems appeared out of thin air, blocking the path of the Earth Fury Bear. For soul rings in yellow and purple appeared, and with a dull thud, the pot collided with the Earth Fury Bear, leaving the pot unscathed, but the Earth Fury Bear staggered back a few steps. At the same time, the 3,000-year silverback jackals that followed closely behind also caught up. The 3 silverback jackals saw the Earth Fury Bear, and a bloodthirsty killing intent flashed in their eyes. But they quickly noticed Yun Zheng and the others, and their killing intent shifted immediately. These 3 silverback jackals had only recently become 1,000-year soul beasts in the past 2 years, intending to kill the Earth Fury Bear and become the king of the mountain. Which is why these 4,000-year soul beasts had come together. However, even if these 3 silverback jackals lacked intelligence, they understood from living in the soul-hunting forest for a long time that only humans were their greatest enemies. The soul-hunting forest was originally a hunting ground for human soul masters, and countless soul beasts died at human hands every year. All of this was witnessed by the surviving soul beasts. At this moment, the 3 silverback jackals exchanged glances with the Earth Fury Bear, and both sides quickly reached a consensus. First drive away these humans, then discuss the rest. This was certainly not the best choice. But what more could they hope for as 4,000-year soul beasts? Unbeknownst to them, the 4 soul beasts had already formed a united front, but they did not dare to act rashly because their animal instincts warned them that the 4 larger humans in front of them were dangerous, especially the old man who had unleashed his soul power. Chapter 12. The unwavering golden light. The 4 soul beasts did not act recklessly, and the 4 from Adin's side also did not act hastily. If it were purely a matter of strength comparison, the Dean and the others would definitely be stronger than the 4 soul beasts. However, they had 9 children behind them, and for them, the top priority was to protect Yun Zheng and the others' safety, not to engage in a fierce battle. The 4 parties involved, as well as the 4 soul beasts, were mutually wary. The experienced Dean understood that when dealing with these soul beasts, it was not necessary to engage in a fight. As long as they demonstrated sufficient strength to threaten them, and then slowly retreated, it was highly likely that the 4 soul beasts would not pursue. After all, they were just a group of beasts. What drove them to unite was not racial hatred, but fear. Humans feared soul beasts, and did soul beasts not also fear humans? But the Dean clearly forgot that there were not just 4 of them present. At this moment, the other students who had been sleeping soundly began to wake up one by one. There was no way they could sleep through such a commotion, unless they were drugged. How could they possibly still be sleeping? Qing Er and Yun Zheng were the first 2 to wake up. They witnessed everything. To say they were not anxious would be a lie. Even though Yun Zheng had the mindset of a 20-year-old from his past life, his heart was racing. But reason told him that he must not attract the attention of the soul beasts at this moment. Qing Er was the same, desperately covering her mouth. Although her eyes were filled with terror, she ultimately made no sound. But the other students were not so restrained. A female student woke from her sleep and was met with the sight of a ferocious Earth Fury Bear like a small mountain. Behind it were 3 jackals with fierce eyes, their gazes piercing through her body like 3 sharp blades, and the rusty scent of blood filled the air. As a nearly tangible terror filled her heart. No. Noticing the female student's unusual reaction, Yun Zheng hurriedly shook his head, wanting to stop her, but at that moment, how could the female student see Yun Zheng? The next moment, a terrified scream pierced the night. The scream awakened an emotion called fear, which spread like a plague. Except for Qing'er and Yun Zheng, the other 7 students began to scream. Not good. Upon hearing the screams, the dean also realized that things were not looking good, but it was too late. These screams also alerted other soul beasts, soul masters, and the 3 silverback jackals within the soul-hunting forest. A mere 1,000-year-old beast could not empathize with humans. They could not understand the fear in those screams. According to their simple understanding, howling meant declaring war. Since the other side had declared war, the silverback jackals would not shy away from battle. Because in the world of soul beasts, shying away from battle meant death. Dean, they are calling for their companions. A mentor exclaimed anxiously. I know. The dean's brow furrowed deeply. Then he sternly commanded, Chun-Shi, you go protect the children. Yes. The control system soul master mentor nodded in response, abandoning the dean and the others, and directly returned to Yun Zheng and the others. At the same time, the 4 soul beasts launched an attack, engaging in a fierce battle with the dean and the others. Logically speaking, even if it was 3 against 4, the dean, as a soul sect, along with 2 soul masters, should have the upper hand. However, it was night, and the silverback jackal strength was enhanced under the moonlight. Coupled with the seamless cooperation of the 3 silverback jackals, it instead made the Earth Fury Bear, the one with the highest cultivation level among the 4 soul beasts. The least threatening one. Go. On the other side, the mentor named Chun-Shi saw this, and casually picked up 2 students, running towards the outside of the soul-hunting forest. Anyone with eyes could see that the dean and the others were just being held back. Not that they couldn't fight back. Now, it was actually Chun-Shi's situation that was more dangerous. The companions of the silverback jackals were about to catch up, and with 9 burdens, Chun-Shi's situation was truly not optimistic. Chun-Shi led the way, and Yun Zheng and the others naturally followed closely behind. At the same time, howls of wolves echoed from behind everyone. In the forest, shadows could be seen moving through, and this eerie and terrifying atmosphere intensified the fear among the group. A male student running beside Yun Zheng could not withstand the fear in his heart and began to scream incessantly. And this was simply guiding the soul beasts. A kind of emotion called malice fermented in Yun Zheng's heart under the catalysis of tension and fear until it completely erupted when this male student screamed again. Yun Zheng's eyes flashed with a fierce light as he grabbed the collar of the male student beside him. The terrifying strength made the male student unable to resist. Yun Zheng growled in a low voice, if you make that sound again, I'll throw you out to feed the wolves. Under Yun Zheng's intimidation, the male student really shut his mouth. However, due to Yun Zheng's actions, their pace noticeably slowed down. A dark shadow rushed out from the night, charging towards Yun Zheng and the male student. It was a 500-year-old silver-backed jackal. The male student screamed again, and Yun Zheng was also taken aback. Yun Zheng was not stunned by fear. He was hesitating. With so many people watching, he was unsure whether to expose his dubious first soul ring. If he didn't want to reveal it, with Yun Zheng's strength, he could still escape. As long as he threw the male student in his hand out. Yun Zheng's rationality was at war with his values in his mind. This choice was truly not simple for someone who had been educated in truth, goodness, and beauty for many years. At this moment, Chun-Shi also noticed the movement behind him. He turned back for a glance, and a flash of struggle crossed his eyes, but it was only a fleeting moment. After gritting his teeth, Chun-Shi left without looking back. Self-preservation is a human instinct. At this moment, there were at least 7 or 8 century-level silver-backed wolves chasing Chun-Shi. If he stayed behind, even as a soul master, he might not withstand the attack of so many silver-backed wolves. Chun-Shi could only comfort himself that he was doing this for the safety of more students. Is human nature. The other students were the same. Some didn't even look back, perhaps because they didn't notice, or maybe they did, but among them, they could only be considered classmates from the same academy, and they didn't know each other. Even the mentors were not prepared to save Yun Zheng and that male student. So why should they sacrifice themselves for righteousness? On the other side, Yun Zheng had been debating a lot in his mind, but in reality, only a moment had passed. After all, he was just an ordinary person, and he made a very selfish decision. First soul skill, giant spirit breath. But just at this critical moment, a voice that no one expected suddenly shouted, followed by a sharp golden light. The golden light slashed through the left eye of the silver-backed wolf, and bright blood spurted out. The silver-backed wolf let out a pained howl and fell to the side, whimpering. At this moment, Yun Zheng was truly stunned. Meanwhile, Qing appeared in front of Yun Zheng. Seeing his dazed expression, she anxiously shouted, "What are you dazing for? Run." Saying this, Qing grabbed Yun Zheng's hand, wanting to catch up with the group, but when she turned around, where were Chun Shi and the others? In a desperate run, the speed was certainly fast. Seeing this, a look of helplessness flashed across Qing youthful face. What was worse was that, at this moment, the silver-backed wolf that Qing had injured had also gotten up. The injuries completely triggered the ferocity of the silver-backed wolf. Its vicious fangs glinted with a chilling light under the moonlight, and its remaining beastly eye was filled with fierce bloodlust. Without giving Qing much time to think, she didn't care about the direction anymore and pulled Yun Zheng to run, as long as it wasn't in the direction of the principal and the others. That was fine. Yun Zheng almost instinctively let go of the male student. A 10-year-old boy, terrified out of his wits, was surrounded by a pack of wolves, and his fate was easily imagined. In the aftermath, Yun Zheng might feel guilty about this incident, but at that moment, he had no time to think about the male student. Qing felt the same. She was only focused on saving Yun Zheng, and to be honest, she hadn't even seen the male student just moments ago. At this moment, Yun Zheng's mind was filled with the unwavering golden light of righteousness. Meanwhile, Qing was thinking about how to escape the jaws of the wolves with her only two friends since childhood. Chapter 13. True Name, Liberation. Frost's Spear of Language. S. Seeking recommendation votes. Seeking collections. The injured silverback jackal was relentless in pursuit, clearly intent on revenge. Qing and Yun Zheng ran in front, seemingly worried that Yun Zheng would fall behind, as Qing held Yun Zheng's hand tightly. It must be said that this seemingly delicate girl had quite a strong grip. Stop. After running for a minute, Yun Zheng suddenly spoke up. What? Qing, who was running ahead, blinked in disbelief and gasped for breath as she asked. I said, let's stop. Continuing to run will only waste our energy. After a brief moment of distraction, perhaps finding some kind of conviction, Yun Zheng appeared very calm. He turned to stare at the silverback jackal and explained in a deep voice, our strides are too small and we are running too slowly. We can't outrun a four-legged silverbacked jackal. This old beast is very cunning. Your previous attack made it wary, so it doesn't dare to attack recklessly, and has been intentionally toying with us, chasing us from behind to waste our stamina. When we are exhausted, it will pounce. Indeed, while Qing had strong physical qualities and Yun Zheng had great strength, neither could change their physical shortcomings at that moment. A 6-year-old is still a 6-year-old. No matter how hard they tried with their short little legs, they couldn't go fast. Qing was very smart. After hearing Yun Zheng's explanation, she understood the situation and instinctively asked, so what do we do now? Counterattack, Yun Zheng said without any hesitation, directly uttering these two words. Afterward, Yun Zheng worried that Qing might lack confidence and added, this silverback jackal has only 500 years of cultivation. Even with the moonlight's blessing, it only has 600 years of strength. Your martial spirit has a deterrent effect on beasts. If we join forces, we can kill it. Can we really? Qing still had some doubts. Yun Zheng said with unwavering determination, if we continue to drag this out, our chances of winning will only decrease. Comparing physical strength with a soul beast living in the wild is inherently a foolish thing to do. All right, under Yun Zheng's persuasion, Qing also made up her mind, nodding her head heavily. A hint of heroism flashed between her brows as she said, your martial soul is the ice bow, good at long-range attacks. I will throw you out later. You find a place to hide, and I'll attract the silverback wolf's attention. You take the opportunity to attack it. It was clear that Qing regarded Yun Zheng as a weak person in need of protection. This was not because Qing looked down on Yun Zheng. After all, in her eyes, Yun Zheng didn't even have a first soul ring yet. After saying this, Qing directly threw Yun Zheng out without further ado. Yun Zheng wanted to explain something, but he saw that Qing had already summoned her giant spirit golden dragon martial soul. The high-pitched dragon roar echoed, and the faint dragon breath caused the century-old silverback wolf to freeze in place, even forgetting to attack. Dragon martial souls, especially top-tier dragon martial souls, often carry a natural intimidation towards soul beasts. Although Qing's giant spirit golden dragon was a mutated martial soul, it was still an extremely top-tier dragon martial soul. Naturally, The mere silverback wolf did not dare to act recklessly in its presence. Of course, this was only intimidation. It couldn't make the silverback wolf truly flee. After all, Qing'er was a dragon martial soul, not a dragon bloodline. After a brief moment of paralysis, the silver-white wolf realized it had been toyed with, and its ferocity surged. However, this had no effect on Qing'er. She had already completed her martial soul possession, with golden dragon scales covering her arms like armor. Her originally dark eyes turned golden, and despite her height being just over 1.3 meters, she exuded a heroic aura like a valkyrie. First soul skill, giant spirit breath. Qing'er didn't hesitate, repeating her previous technique. Her mouth opened, and golden light shot out like a blade. Qing'er was only at level 10, with just one soul ring. So she only had this one soul skill to rely on. Unfortunately, the silverback wolf was smart, having been injured by this soul skill before. It wouldn't let Qing'er succeed this time. Under the moonlight, the silverback wolf leaped and dodged this attack. It seemed to realize that Qing'er had exhausted her options, leaping high and directly pouncing toward her. As the wolf's claw came down, Qing'er crossed her arms to protect her heart. The wolf's claw scraped against the dragon scales, creating sparks in the night. Fortunately, in this critical moment, Qing'er pushed off with her legs, dissipating much of the force. Although she was sent flying, she wasn't seriously harmed. However, seeing that its first attack had failed, the silverback wolf intended to pursue. Its double-clawed arms were too hard, and this time, the wolf aimed to directly bite through Qing'er's neck. Facing the attacking silverback wolf again, Qing'er felt a sense of despair. That gaping maw was getting closer and closer. She had never felt death so near before. Whoosh! Just then, an ice blue line cut through the dark night, and an arrow made purely of ice crystal struck straight at the silverback wolf's mouth, which exuded a foul smell. Almost all living beings have two weaknesses, the eyes and the throat. Yun Zheng had only awakened his martial soul for 6 months and had practiced archery for just 6 months. No matter how exceptionally talented a genius might be, it is impossible to achieve the precise aim needed to hit a rapidly moving target in the dark after just 6 months of practice. There may indeed be such prodigies, but clearly, Yun Zheng is not one of them. Yun Zheng could only aim for the throat of the silver-backed jackal. However, this arrow did not kill the silver-backed jackal. It let out another mournful howl and lay on the ground whimpering. Yun Zheng had long anticipated this outcome. He had not used all his strength with this arrow, and it was within his expectations that it wouldn't be a one-hit kill. After all, wasn't there still a chance to deliver a finishing blow? Yun Zheng jumped down from the treetop and pounced on the silver-backed wolf, grabbing the arrow and stabbing it deep into its throat. The silver-backed wolf didn't even have time to howl again before the arrow pierced through its skull, blood gushing out as a bright yellow soul ring rose. The wolf was left with only the final twitches of its muscles and nerves. After seeing the soul ring, Qing'er and Yun Zheng both breathed a sigh of relief, with the exhausted Qing'er collapsing onto the ground without any regard for her image. However, just when they thought everything was over, a low growl from the darkness made their hair stand on end. One wave had not yet settled before another rose. Another silver-backed wolf was chasing them. This was a 400-year-old silver-backed wolf, empowered by the moonlight, boasting the strength of 500 years, stronger than most soul masters of over 10 levels. The figure of the silver-backed wolf emerged from the darkness, glancing at the dead wolf. A flicker of hatred and caution crossed its eyes. Having seen the fate of the previous wolf, this one would not easily expose its weaknesses. Yun Zheng, Qing'er called out softly, her voice trembling. After the earlier rush and using her first soul skill twice in a row, Qing'er had already exhausted most of her physical and soul power. Coupled with the claw strike from the previous wolf, her arms were still numb, and she truly did not have much fighting strength left. Yun Zheng certainly knew this, but he did not give up or despair. Instead, he revealed a helpless smile. In the night, Yun Zheng suddenly pondered. First soul skill, armament modification. Crack, crack, crack. In the next moment, the beautiful and exquisite frost sky feather bow reappeared, and the splendid ice bow once again amazed Qing'er. However, this time, Qing'er's gaze was more focused on the yellow soul ring of the frost sky feather. As this soul ring lit up, the frost sky feather bow in Yun Zheng's hand suddenly shattered into ice shards, which like butterflies swirled around Yun Zheng. At the same time, Yun Zheng turned to Qing'er and gently said, "Just to be clear, I'm not a monster. I just have naturally greater strength. Facing a beast, turning around is a major taboo, and the same goes for soul beasts. The silver-backed wolf pounced on Yun Zheng the moment he turned around, wanting to take his life. Yun Zheng seemed oblivious, murmuring in a chant-like voice, "True name release." Fraught speech. As Yun Zheng's words fell, the ice shards swirling around him reshaped in that instant, and a similarly exquisite halberd appeared in his hand. Yun Zheng doesn't know any spear techniques, staff techniques, or club techniques. He only has pure strength. Yun Zheng suddenly turned around, and the great spear in his hand fell like a thunderbolt, crashing heavily onto the head of the silver-backed wolf. A deafening roar erupted, and the wolf's eyes instantly rolled back, its skull shattered. A yellow soul ring rose, and the century-old silver-backed wolf was killed by Yun Zheng in one strike. This time, it was the first time Yun Zheng had given his all since his arrival in this world. Qing Er, who witnessed everything, was momentarily entranced. The boy's delicate and youthful face bore an intensity and fierceness that belied his appearance. Under the moonlight, he appeared as pure as jade. The great spear in his hand, though a weapon, was as beautiful as a divine artifact. His dark hair and icy fragments danced in the air, painting a breathtaking picture. The ultimate power and the ultimate beauty merged perfectly, leaving an indelible impression in Qing Er's mind. Chapter 14. The adorable boy time rewinds to half a day earlier. In the city of Ogu, at Qing Er's home, Qing Er's mother, the beautiful woman Yun Zheng had seen before, woke up early in the morning to find that Qing Er was missing. The woman was taken aback, but soon noticed a letter left by Qing Er on the pillow, with its crooked little handwriting unmistakably belonging to her. After reading the letter, the woman let out a helpless, bitter smile and gazed out the window, her eyes filled with a mix of longing and reproach, not knowing whom to blame. In the past, her daily routine was to take care of Qing Er's needs. But now that Qing Er had suddenly run away from home, the woman found herself at a loss for what to do. After an unknown amount of time, a pair of strong arms wrapped around her from behind, startling the woman. Instinctively, she channeled her soul power, but it was gently suppressed by the person behind her, who then spoke in a magnetic and affectionate voice. "Yun Er, it's me." Hearing this longed-for voice, the woman shivered, turning to see a mature, resolute, and handsome face. Tears welled up in her eyes as she weakly collapsed into her lover's embrace, her beautiful eyes shimmering with affection as she softly murmured, "Yu Lang." The man who suddenly appeared was none other than Qing Er's father. After a long separation, it felt like a new marriage. Although Qing Er was already 6 years old, it was evident that the couple's relationship was still very strong. Their eyes met, and they couldn't help but kiss. After a brief moment of tenderness, the man asked, "Where's Qing Er? Isn't she home?" When he inquired about Qing Er, the woman rolled her eyes and playfully scolded, "It's still your fault." "Huh?" The man was somewhat confused. "Knowing you were coming back, Qing Er deliberately signed up for the academy's outdoor training, even hiding it from me, and sneaked out early this morning." The woman shot the man a glare and said with annoyance. Then, sensing that the man might worry about Qing Er's safety, she added, "Don't worry, it's just a hunting soul forest with only 2,000-year-old beasts, led by the academy's principal, with 3 soul respecters accompanying them. It won't be dangerous." "I see." The man pondered for a moment. As a soul master, he certainly understood the significance of outdoor training, but he couldn't help but feel a bit guilty and melancholic. He felt guilty as a father, thinking that such matters should be handled by him, but due to various reasons, he couldn't accompany his daughter as she grew up. It was unavoidable to feel this way. He felt melancholic that Qing Er would rather hide from him to participate in outdoor training than face him. Seeing the unusual expression on the man's face, the woman knew exactly what he was thinking. She gently caressed his cheek and comforted him. "Don't overthink it. Qing Er is just being a bit stubborn. She still cares about you, her father." The man nodded absent-mindedly. Deep down, he made a silent resolution that this time, he would wait for Qing Er to come back, and he would spend quality time with his daughter. As for the sect, they could go to hell. Back then, he was just a rank 79 soul saint. No matter how good his talent was, he had to yield to protect Qing Er and her mother. Now, he was an 84 rank soul Douluo, and the doors of titles were wide open for him. Within the entire sect, apart from the old man, who else could force him to do anything? Returning to Yun Zheng and Qing Er, under Qing Er's astonished gaze, Yun Zheng annihilated the silver-backed wolf in the moonlit night. Perhaps in Qing Er's perception, everything felt slow, as if time had frozen, but in reality, it all happened in an instant. How strong is Yun Zheng? How much strength can a newborn baby have when they're just born? 1 pound? 2 pounds? How much strength should a normal 6-year-old child have? 30 pounds? 40 pounds? There's a difference of several times. For Yun Zheng, the day he arrived in this world, he possessed the strength he had at the age of 20 before his crossing. Yun Zheng is not a strong man, but at 20 years old, he had a strength of over 100 pounds. Now, after 6 years of growth, with a multiple increase, this full force strike is indeed a genuine 1,000-pound force. Because of this, even though wolves are said to have copper heads, iron bones, and tofu waists, Yun Zheng's strike is enough to crush the skull of a silver-backed wolf. However, at the same time, Yun Zheng also endured the corresponding recoil. Yun Zheng's physique was not strong. His 6-year-old body clearly could not withstand such immense force. After this strike, the frost language spear transformed into specks of light and dissipated, leaving only a few ice crystals condensed from the cold aura around Yun Zheng, reflecting a sparkling brilliance. Yun Zheng coughed up a mouthful of blood, his face turning pale as a sheet, and his arms emitted wisps of white smoke, swelling visibly. Seeing this scene, Qing'er rushed over, her eyes glistening with tears, anxiously asking, Yun Zheng, are you okay? Don't scare me. We must leave here quickly. Yun Zheng looked weak, his face ashen, but remained calm, gazing intently at Qing'er and firmly advising, the blood aura here is too heavy. The commotion just now might deter the surrounding soul beasts for a moment, but soon their thirst for flesh will attract more soul beasts. This place is not suitable for staying long. As soon as he finished speaking, Yun Zheng tilted his body and fell into Qing'er's arms. This was his body's self-protection. He had pushed himself too hard before, and his body could no longer allow him to act recklessly. Fortunately, Qing'er remembered Yun Zheng's instructions. Although she was also very tired, she still carried him and left that dangerous place. When Yun Zheng woke up again, it was already the afternoon of the next day. Opening his eyes slowly, Yun Zheng instinctively wanted to rub his still dizzy head, but before he could raise his arm, he felt a tearing pain in his arm, causing him to gasp in pain. Hiss. Hearing Yun Zheng's voice, Qing'er looked up in surprise, excitedly whispering, "You're awake." Yun Zheng did not pay attention to Qing'er at first, but instead looked at his own arms. Yun Zheng's arms were now tightly wrapped in white bandages, and through the rough bandaging, the reddened skin could be faintly seen. Yun Zheng knew that this must be the work of Qing. Yun Zheng roughly understood the situation with his arm. Qing'er's simple bandaging with a bandage was actually of little help, but Yun Zheng didn't blame Qing'er. It was already quite impressive for a 6-year-old to do this much, and the bandage Qing'er used was soaked in medicine. Although it couldn't treat Yun Zheng's torn muscles and dislocated bones, it could at least alleviate some pain and superficial injuries. However, no matter how you looked at it, the light blue princess dress and the pure white tights on him were quite eye-catching. Admittedly, the princess dress was exquisite and the tights were cute, but he was a boy. After imagining what he looked like at that moment, Yun Zheng's face instantly darkened. Noticing Yun Zheng's gaze, Qing'er's face first flushed, and then she confidently explained, "Your previous clothes were covered in the blood of silver-backed wolves, and the smell was too strong, which could attract soul beasts, so I help you change into this. This is my favorite dress." Hearing this, Yun Zheng's expression became even more peculiar, but he couldn't refute anything. As Qing'er said, in that situation, unless he wanted to run around naked, he could only wear Qing'er's clothes. Wait a minute. Suddenly, a thought appeared in Yun Zheng's mind. According to Qing'er's words, didn't that mean he had been seen naked? Thinking of this, Yun Zheng glanced at Qing, hesitated for a moment, but still did not ask, "What are you looking at me for?" Under Yun Zheng's gaze, Qing'er felt a bit guilty and snapped back with a mix of toughness and vulnerability. Yun Zheng chuckled twice, looked at the white stockings on his legs, and asked, "I understand the reasoning, but why do I still have to wear this?" "Because mother said that when wearing a skirt, you must wear this." Qing'er immediately responded in a rather mature manner. In fact, she wasn't completely clueless. She certainly knew that as a boy, Yun Zheng didn't have to wear stockings. But who could resist how cute he looked? Moreover, he didn't protest. Upon hearing this, Yun Zheng was momentarily taken aback, 1,000 words stuck in his throat. And in the end, he could only transform his feelings into a helpless smile. The reasoning was strong, and Yun Zheng felt powerless to refute it. What about my previous clothes? Yun Zheng decided not to dwell on the issue of women's clothing any longer, and instead asked about his previous clothes. In fact, Yun Zheng did have other clothing with him. He just didn't want to expose the beads in his sea of consciousness, which was why he tentatively inquired about his previous clothes. However, upon hearing Yun Zheng's question, Qing'er became shy, her beautiful eyes darting around, and her small feet fidgeting nervously, as if she found it a bit difficult to speak. Seeing this, Yun Zheng chuckled and said, "Did you get rid of it? That's fine. It's not something important anyway. Women's clothing is just women's clothing. After all, it's all just kids." However, what Yun Zheng did not expect was that Qing'er shook her head and said, "No. I didn't throw away your clothes." At this moment, Yun Zheng noticed that Qing'er had her hands behind her back, and then he heard her say, "I thought that when you woke up, you would definitely want to change your clothes, so I put them into the soul guiding device. But they had too much of a bloody smell, so I thought I would help you wash them, but they got torn while I was washing them." Saying this, Qing'er finally took out what she had been hiding behind her back. With that familiar color scheme, Yun Zheng could confirm that this was his clothing from yesterday. But now all that remained were a few rags that had been completely shredded and could no longer be worn. Yun Zheng blinked in astonishment, momentarily at a loss for words. All he could say was, "You have a strong grip, young lady." Chapter 15. Getting to know each other again. Throwing a tantrum to ask for everything. Forget it. After a brief daze, Yun Zheng shook his head helplessly and said, "It's no use. Just throw it away." "Oh." Hearing this, Qing'er timidly nodded. Her aggrieved expression made Yun Zheng want to ruffle her hair, but unfortunately, with his arms incapacitated, it was hard to turn that thought into reality. It was only at this moment that Yun Zheng had the opportunity to observe their current environment. It was certain that they were still in the soul-hunting forest. Aside from the soul-hunting forest, there were no other places that had such caves. This was a narrow and cramped cave, and due to the inability to start a fire, it felt somewhat damp inside. Besides having a strong grip, Qing'er still knew the basic common sense of a soul master. Starting a fire in the wild was a very dangerous thing. Although a significant portion of soul beasts had a natural fear of fire, there were also some that were attracted to the light and heat. And those soul beasts were generally quite ferocious. That said, the place where Yun Zheng was lying was dry, and it was clear that Qing'er had been very thoughtful while taking care of him. This small detail warmed Yun Zheng's heart. In addition, the cave entrance was covered with branches, making the cave appear somewhat dim. Perhaps from a normal person's perspective, this action seemed a bit counterproductive, like hiding silver without a trace. But in the soul-hunting forest, the main beings that Yun Zheng and Qing'er needed to avoid were not human soul masters, but those soul beasts. Those soul beasts had no concept of where there's an unusual situation. There must be a demon. To be honest, the cave wasn't a particularly good refuge. Caves had their advantages and disadvantages. The advantage was that they were concealed and could shelter from wind and rain, and under certain circumstances, could even serve as a home. The disadvantage was that there was only one exit. Once discovered or blocked by a soul beast at the entrance, there would be no way to escape. But still, Qing'er was just a 6-year-old child, and she was carrying Yun Zheng. Could one really expect her to dig out a bunker overnight? Moreover, this was the soul-hunting forest. Where was there an absolutely safe place? What surprised Yun Zheng was that Qing'er had not taken him to leave the soul-hunting forest directly. Yun Zheng remembered that they were not far from the exit of the soul-hunting forest. After all, they had only been wandering around the outskirts of the forest, and it would take at most a quarter of an hour to leave. Thinking of this, Yun Zheng's heart skipped a beat as he wondered if something had happened after he fainted last night. "Qing'er, we didn't encounter any danger after I passed out, did you?" Yun Zheng, worried about Qing'er getting hurt, quickly asked. However, Qing'er just looked at Yun Zheng in confusion and then replied, "No, I just carried you and ran. And then I found this cave and hid." Yun Zheng, hearing this, blinked in confusion. "What's wrong?" Qing'er also looked puzzled and asked. "It's nothing." Yun Zheng shook his head and then said, "I just thought we hadn't left the soul-hunting forest yet, and I wondered if you encountered some threat after that." But as soon as Yun Zheng finished speaking, he noticed that Qing'er's pretty face turned red again. After a moment of hesitation, she finally spoke in an extremely soft voice. "Because we got lost." "Ah." Yun Zheng was taken aback, looking at Qing'er in disbelief, instinctively expressing his surprise. "You can get lost even on the outskirts of the soul-hunting forest? What happened to being wise and capable? Now it seems like you're just a cute little scatterbrain." The entire soul-hunting forest had only 2 directions. Either go deeper or leave. How could you possibly go in circles? In reality, it was indeed possible. Seeing the unusual expression on Yun Zheng's face, Qing'er knew what he was thinking. Her small face turned awkward as she anxiously said, "I know I'm very foolish. Can you not dislike me?" "Huh." Hearing this, Yun Zheng was even more confused. When did he say he disliked Qing? No. When did I dislike you? Aren't we friends?" Yun Zheng knew there must be some misunderstanding, so he quickly shook his head, and his expression became anxious. To say something embarrassing, Yun Zheng had already considered Qing'er as his first and only friend in this world, and the most important person to him, since the old beggar died. No one had ever been able to enter Yun Zheng's heart, and Qing'er was the first after the old beggar, especially after last night, when Qing'er unhesitatingly turned around to help Yun Zheng fend off that silverbacked wolf. He valued her even more. Otherwise, with Yun Zheng's cunning and self-serving personality, how could he expose his mysterious first spirit ring in front of Qing'er without caring about anything, or even risk injury to kill his second silverbacked wolf? Really? Upon hearing Yun Zheng's denial, Qing'er blinked her beautiful eyes, her small face showing joy, but it quickly dimmed as she said softly, "But when you were at the academy, you could laugh and talk with other classmates, while you hardly spoke to me. Occasionally, it was just a few words, even though I wanted to share a lot with you." As she spoke, Qing'er's expression turned aggrieved. Yun Zheng was also taken aback. Upon careful reflection, during his time at the academy, Yun Zheng was indeed quite charming and smooth-talking. He could converse with anyone and sweetly called older brothers and sisters, which earned him quite a few conveniences, like cutting in line for meals. But that was all an act put on by Yun Zheng. When it came to Qing'er, perhaps it was because of her strong talent or her cute appearance, but Yun Zheng would subconsciously put away his acting skills in front of her. From Qing'er's perspective, it indeed seemed like Yun Zheng disliked her when he deliberately distanced himself. After all, it's hard for a 6-year-old to understand the complexities of human relationships. With this in mind, Qing'er's previous behavior could also be understood as an expression of external beauty and internal wisdom. She simply didn't dare to show herself in front of Yun Zheng. The reason she hurried to pull her mother away that day was probably for this reason. Thinking of this, Yun Zheng couldn't help but smile wryly, secretly thinking, what a huge misunderstanding. Meanwhile, seeing Yun Zheng remain silent, Qing'er was already on the verge of tears. Her misty eyes were heart-wrenching, and Yun Zheng felt a sudden panic, quickly saying, "It's not true. How could I dislike you? I like Qing'er the most. Otherwise, why would I sit next to you on the very first day of school?" When talking to children, one must use a child's way of speaking. Lengthy explanations are useless. Being straightforward is the way they can understand. In the eyes of children, like can easily be translated into various positive terms, such as admiration, importance, and care. So why? The word like successfully stopped the tears at the corners of Qing'er's eyes. But she was still very concerned about Yun Zheng's behavior at the academy. Yun Zheng, feeling helpless, could only explain, because they are all too stupid. I have to deal with them one by one. But Qing'er is not stupid at all, so I didn't need to handle her. I just want to interact with Qing'er in the most genuine way. Oh, you think they are too stupid too, right? Just after Yun Zheng finished explaining, Qing'er, as if she had found a kindred spirit, excitedly exclaimed, "I also think they are so stupid. Some of them are already 10 years old and still don't even have their first soul ring. Yet they all act like they're really impressive. It's so annoying. But why do we have to deal with them? Can't we just ignore them?" After that, Qing'er furrowed her delicate willow brows in confusion and muttered to herself. Yun Zheng was left speechless. He never expected that he and Qing'er could actually reach a consensus on this point. Perhaps this is the loneliness of geniuses? The saying dragons do not share a nest with snakes, and rats probably means this. However, Yun Zheng did not explain to Qing'er why he had to put up with it. He didn't want to appear pitiful in front of her, nor did he want her to feel sorry for him. Yun Zheng simply said, "Now, the misunderstanding is cleared up. Let's get to know each other again. My name is Yun Zheng. My name is Qing'er. From now on, we are good friends." Qing'er didn't mind Yun Zheng's unanswered question. Her smile blossomed like a flower. Looking very happy, Yun Zheng also smiled knowingly. "Hey, Yun Zheng, as a friend, can I make a request?" After Yun Zheng and Qing'er confirmed their friendship, Qing'er naturally wouldn't be as quiet as before. With her bright, sparkling eyes fixed on Yun Zheng, she sweetly asked, "Can I hug you?" Seeing Yun Zheng nod, Qing'er was overjoyed, her pretty face flushed with excitement, and Yun Zheng even saw heart shapes in her eyes. "What? Because you're just too cute. This dress seems like it was designed just for you." "I don't want to. I still have injuries." "I'll be careful. I won't touch your arms." "I don't want to. Don't come over. Don't mess around." "Hey, touching my head will make me not grow taller." Chapter 16. Father's wife is not my mother. After a full quarter of an hour, Qing'er finally let Yun Zheng go, satisfied. On the other hand, Yun Zheng looked at the wrinkled princess dress with a face full of despair. If he were a girl, he probably wouldn't be able to get married now, right? If only Yun Zheng's arms could still move, he wouldn't be in such a miserable state, but unfortunately, his arms were injured. Plus, with Yun Zheng's unfortunate height, he really seemed very small in front of Qing'er. At 1 meter 1, he was a whole half a head shorter than Qing'er, who was over 1 meter 3 tall, giving off a completely childlike appearance, which Qing'er naturally found adorable. leading to Yun Zheng being thoroughly tormented for a quarter of an hour. However, Qing Er was also very careful, not touching Yun Zheng's injured arms and not doing anything excessive, just squeezing his cheeks, patting his hair, and simple hugs. This was the result of Yun Zheng firmly refusing Qing Er's request to change clothes. Otherwise, Qing Er wouldn't know how to torment Yun Zheng. Yun Zheng felt that Qing Er probably regarded him as a toy like a doll, and there was no malice in it. It was just that this affection was a bit too much for Yun Zheng to bear. Indeed, if Yun Zheng wanted to, with the extreme cold of ice and his own strength, even if his arms couldn't move, he could still keep Qing Er at a distance. However, he didn't do that. On one hand, it could easily hurt Qing, and on the other hand, they were good friends after all. Anyway, Yun Zheng wouldn't be at a loss. He might as well treat it as playing with a child. Yun Zheng secretly vowed in his heart that this would be the only time, and from now on, he would never let Qing Er succeed again. Beside him, Qing Er giggled, as if fulfilling a long-held wish, and even sneakily glanced at Yun Zheng with lingering feelings. It wasn't until she saw Yun Zheng's silent eye roll that she stuck out her tongue and suppressed the impulse in her heart. Little girls have no resistance to cute things. It's in their nature, and Qing Er felt helpless about it too. After a while, Qing Er looked at Yun Zheng again and asked, "Yun Zheng, can I ask you a question?" "No way." Yun Zheng rolled his eyes and rejected her without even thinking. "Oh, it's not that kind of question." Seeing this, Qing Er became anxious, stamped her foot, and said, "Are you a 100,000-year-soul beast that is transformed and recultivated?" "What the heck?" Yun Zheng exclaimed in disbelief, his eyes wide open. Qing Er blinked her cute eyes and said seriously, "Look, clearly before the break, you didn't even have your first soul ring, and in just 7 days, excluding last night and today, not only have you obtained your first soul ring, but it's also of a 100-year level with a quality similar to my first soul ring. Besides that, your strength is terrifying. I've never seen anyone so strong. The books say that a 100,000-year soul beast that is transformed and recultivated can not only condense their own soul rings, but also has many extraordinary traits. And their cultivation talent is exceptional, just like what the books say." While saying this, Qing Er extended her jade-like hand to count. After speaking, Qing Er leaned closer, almost pressing against Yun Zheng, her eyes sparkling as she eagerly asked, "Is it true?" It was clear that Qing Er had no idea what it really meant to be a 100,000-year soul beast that had transformed and recultivated. She was purely curious and yearning. After all, a 100,000-year soul beast sounds really cool. Qing Er obviously didn't realize that her words revealed many hidden things. For instance, in the Douluo Continent, ordinary families do not have records of soul beasts, and books that document the content about a 100,000-year soul beast transformation and recultivation are considered treasures. Not to mention ordinary people, even soul kings and soul emperors with some status can access them. At just 6 years old, Qing Er not only possesses a soul guide, but also has read such books, giving a glimpse into her identity. However, Yun Zheng merely squinted his eyes and did not delve deeper into it. Yun Zheng didn't care about Qing Er's identity. She was his friend, and that was enough. Thinking of this, Yun Zheng bumped his forehead against Qing Er's in annoyance, and he heard her let out a low cry of ouch. She looked at Yun Zheng with a grievance and asked, "What are you doing?" Yun Zheng ignored Qing Er's questioning and rolled his eyes, retorting, "Did you learn all this from books?" "Yes." Qing Er confidently nodded, even placing her hands on her hips, full of conviction. "I learned this from books. How could it be false? Then when you read, you must not be paying attention." Yun Zheng did not back down, but instead looked directly into Qing Er's eyes and said firmly, "How do you know?" Qing Er was taken aback by his words and instinctively asked. Yun Zheng was not surprised, but rather sighed helplessly and said, "If it's a 100,000-year soul beast undergoing recultivation and transformation, its martial soul must be its soul beast body. This is mentioned in the book, right?" "I think so," Qing Er said somewhat uncertainly, murmuring in confusion. "Then what is my martial soul?" "The frost sky, feather bow." Yun Zheng rolled his eyes and continued, "Even if it's a 100,000-year soul beast undergoing recultivation and transformation, it must find something that can be cultivated, right? A soul beast should at least be a living creature, right? Do you think an ice bow looks like a living creature that can cultivate for 100,000 years? Do you think I turned into an ice bow?" Faced with Yun Zheng's series of questions, Qing Er's previous confidence had vanished, replaced by deep self-doubt. "Then what about your first soul ring?" At this moment, Qing Er had already come to believe that Yun Zheng was not a 100,000-year soul beast transformed, but she was still curious about the origin of his first soul ring. This question made it difficult for Yun Zheng to answer. In the end, Yun Zheng could only grit his teeth and say, If I said that I encountered a dying 400-year soul beast during one of my outings and killed it to obtain this, would you believe it? Even Yun Zheng himself did not believe this statement. However, it seemed that Qing'er saw through Yun Zheng's predicament. After thinking for a moment, she nodded and said sweetly, "All right, I'll tentatively believe you." Qing'er's mother had once advised her that everyone has their own secrets, and recklessly probing into others' unwillingly revealed secrets could easily provoke hostility. Qing'er did not want Yun Zheng to dislike her, and in the face of their friendship, her curiosity seemed less important. Upon hearing this, Yun Zheng looked at Qing'er in surprise. After a long while, he sincerely said, "Thank you. You're welcome." Qing'er replied with a sweet smile, looking very happy. She then asked, "Since you already have your first soul ring, why do you still want to participate in the outdoor training?" "To gain experience." Yun Zheng shook his head, not confirming or denying, "And I just didn't expect our luck to be this bad, encountering such unfortunate events. I don't think this is bad luck at all." Qing'er said seriously, blinking her eyes at Yun Zheng's complaint. Huh. Yun Zheng was somewhat puzzled. After all, if it weren't for his outburst last night, they might not have made it at all. Wasn't that considered bad luck? Seeing the confusion on Yun Zheng's face, Qing'er revealed a sweet smile and said, "It's precisely because of what happened yesterday that we became good friends." Yun Zheng was taken aback by her words. It felt somewhat incredible that he had been warmed by a 6-year-old girl time and again. Shaking his head, Yun Zheng felt he could no longer let Qing'er dominate the conversation. If this continued, he might end up crying from being moved by her. "What about you? Don't you already have your first soul ring? Why do you still want to participate in the outdoor training?" Yun Zheng asked logically. It was impossible for Qing'er to come for the experience. Her background was extraordinary. Yun Zheng suspected that if Qing'er wanted, she could probably even go to the Stardow Forest, rendering a visit to the small soul-hunting forest unnecessary for gaining experience. Perhaps the total number of soul beasts in the soul-hunting forest didn't even match the number of soul beasts recorded in one of the books Qing'er had read. However, Yun Zheng's question seemed to touch on a sore point for Qing'er. The sweet smile she wore a second ago was replaced by a lonely expression, and with a complex look that shouldn't have appeared on her face, she replied, "Because my father has returned." "Your father has returned?" Upon hearing this answer, Yun Zheng raised an eyebrow, completely unable to understand. He knew that Qing'er's father had come home, but shouldn't that be a cause for celebration? Did Qing'er not welcome her father? Perhaps sensing Yun Zheng's astonishment, Qing'er sighed deeply, biting her silver teeth slightly, and said in a resentful tone, "Because my father's wife is not my mother." "What the heck? No, what a scumbag." Yun Zheng instantly understood. So it turned out Qing'er's father was this kind of person? If that were the case, it made sense that Qing'er would not like her father. Chapta Zivintian, Yu Qing'e. While Yun Zheng and Qing'er were still hiding in a cave within the soul-hunting forest, the others from the Aogu Junior Soul Master Academy had already returned to Aogu City. Although the outdoor training had not yet been completed, with this incident occurring, who still had the mood to continue with outdoor training? This time, 13 people went for the outdoor training from the Aogu Junior Soul Master Academy, but only 10 came back. The dean and 3 mentors returned safely, but 3 students were missing: Yun Zheng, Qing'er, and the male student whom Yun Zheng had abandoned. Throughout the journey, the atmosphere in the group was heavy. The only female mentor kept staring at Chun, she with an extremely cold gaze, as if all the blame was being placed on him. The dean and the other chubby mentor did not step in to mediate. Since someone had already begun to accuse Chun Shi, they took the opportunity to let him take the fall and share some of the blame off their shoulders. Chun Shi endured the entire way until they reached outside Aogu City. After sending the 6 children into the city, he finally couldn't hold back. He certainly knew the tricks the dean and others had in mind, but if he took the blame, he could forget about living a peaceful life in Aogu City. Thinking of this, Chun Shi erupted, directly shouting at the female mentor, "Why are you looking at me like that? Are you saying this whole thing is my fault? Don't forget, if I hadn't sensed the approach of the earth-shattering bear and silverback jackals in advance, you all might have died in your sleep." Huh. In the face of Chun Shi's outburst, the female mentor only sneered coldly and said, "If it weren't for you, how could Yun Zheng, Qing, and that 4th-grade kid have been killed by the wolves?" Indeed, no one believed that Yun Zheng and the others were still alive. 2 6-year-old children and a 10-year-old child, among them, 2 had just obtained their first soul rings, and Yun Zheng hadn't even gotten his first soul ring yet. How could they possibly survive in the soul-hunting forest surrounded by wolves? The female mentor didn't care whose fault it was. She had been fixated on Chun Shi simply because she believed he was responsible for Yun Zheng's death. Once a woman sets her mind on something, she usually won't listen to reason. Can you blame me for that? Chen Shi, not wanting to hold back any longer, shouted in a frenzy. You three went off to deal with the 1,000-year soul beasts, leaving the wolf pack to me alone, along with 9 children. How am I supposed to fend off the wolves while ensuring the children's safety? At that time, those 3 kids were already targeted by a silverback jackal. If I turned back to save them, the 6 kids standing here now would also be dead. I'm just a soul grandmaster, not a soul king or soul emperor. What could I do when a pack of 100-year silverback jackals was chasing me? What could I choose? You, the female mentor, realizing she was in the wrong, shouted sharply, her face contorting as she was about to explode. But at that moment, the dean spoke up. All right, what's done is done. Now we should think about how to remedy the situation. The dean couldn't let the female mentor drive Chen Shi away. He still needed him to take the blame. What is there to remedy? Chen Shi sneered, knowing exactly what the dean was thinking. In any case, before the training, they had already signed a liability waiver. We have done our best to protect them, and if something unexpected happens, it's their own responsibility. They can only blame their own bad luck. To be fair, this incident could indeed be considered just bad luck. First, the presence of those 3 silverback jackals was something even the soul-hunting forest management didn't know about. Clearly, they had recently experienced some opportunity to suddenly advance to 1,000-year soul beasts. Second, it just happened to be night, and the strength of the silverback jackals was enhanced by the moonlight. Third, the 3,000-year silverback jackals were preparing to ambush the king of the soul-hunting forest, the earth-shattering bear, that very night, intending to usurp the throne. Fourth, these 4,000-year soul beasts just happened to run into the group from the Douluo Junior Soul Master Academy. Fifth, it had to be a pack of social soul beasts like the silverback jackals that had enough forces to chase Chen Shi. All 5 points were essential. If any one of them hadn't been met, the events of that night would never have occurred. If it all coincided perfectly, what else could it be but bad luck? The dean thought the same way. One's plans can't compare to the heavens. Being a soul master is inherently a dangerous profession, and there is never absolute safety. Any accident could happen. There are many soul masters who have died due to missteps in cultivation leading to madness, let alone dying at the jaws of soul beasts. However, that said, 3 children had died, and their parents would not see it that way. The parents' anger needed an outlet, and they couldn't go after the soul beasts. So the teachers leading this outdoor training and the entire Douluo Junior Soul Master Academy became a very good target for their anger. However, the parents of the children needed an explanation. With this in mind, the dean glanced subtly at Chen Shi and said softly, "What explanation is there to give?" Chen Shi mocked with a smile, that Yun Zheng is just a little beggar raised by an old beggar. He has no parents, no relatives, and nobody cares if he dies. Who should we explain it to? That 4th-grade kid also comes from an ordinary family. His parents are just common people. Why should they demand an explanation from us? Upon hearing this, a glint flashed in the dean's aged eyes. It seemed that this made sense. But Qing'er's mother is a soul sect. Qing'er's father is also a powerful soul master. The female mentor looked at Chen Shi, who was speaking confidently, especially the way he looked down on Yun Zheng, which made her feel extremely disgusted. Unable to hold back, she retorted. Hearing this, Chen Shi shot her a glare, inwardly cursing, and a fierce expression appeared on his face as he said word by word. So what if she is a soul master? Our dean is also a soul master. Qing'er's mother is just an auxiliary-type soul master. How much power can she have? Our prestigious Junior Soul Master Academy. Are we afraid of just one soul master? As for Qing'er's father, at this point, Chen Shi sneered and said, "Who has seen Qing'er's father?" Qing'er doesn't even want others to know her surname. If you ask me, does Qing'er even have a father? Just as Chen Shi was about to say something disrespectful, he suddenly found himself speechless. The word father was stuck in his mouth, and he couldn't utter another word. In that moment, it felt as if the atmospheric pressure in the world had dropped, and the sky seemed to press down, dark clouds surged, and flickering blue arcs of electricity spread across the heavens and the earth. A powerful aura, filled with rage, surged in, and a godlike figure descended from the sky, with 8 soul rings behind it that captivated the soul. Yellow, purple, black, 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 black. This figure was actually a soul Douluo with a perfect soul ring configuration. The blue dragon shadow circled around the figure, and terrifying thunder was hidden and unexpressed. Under this pressure, the group from the Douluo Junior Soul Master Academy could not utter a single word. "You just said my daughter has no father." The gaze of that figure fell on Chen Shi, and in that hoarse voice, he could even smell a faint hint of blood, with a killing intent so thick it enveloped Chun Shi, causing him to instantly wet his pants. Senior, Chun Shi couldn't even say a complete sentence, trembling as he knelt down, begging for mercy. The figure completely ignored Chun Shi's explanation, and a lightning dragon formed entirely of thunder descended from the dark clouds, crashing directly onto Chun Shi's head. In the next moment, apart from a charred spot on the ground, not a single drop of blood could be seen. It was truly reduced to ashes. Immediately after, the figure looked at the others, its eyes filled with rage, now filled with blue thunder, and the hoarse voice echoed again. If anything happens to my daughter, all of you will accompany her to the grave. After saying this, the figure flew directly towards the direction of the soul-hunting forest. He was not worried that these people would run away. With his power, it would be as easy as pie to kill a few background-less soul masters in the Douluo Continent. The dean on the spot looked at the departing figure, kneeling down in despair, muttering, "Blue lightning, tyrant dragon. So Qing'er's surname is you." Chapter 18. Crisis reappears. In the soul-hunting forest, seeing that Qing'er was in a bad mood, Yun Zheng, who felt he had said the wrong thing, tried to find a way to cheer her up. Fortunately, children's moods are relatively simple, and Yun Zheng didn't have to spend much effort to make Qing'er forget the previous unpleasantness. After chatting for a while, Yun Zheng said, "Chung, we should leave here. The cave is not safe. Waiting here is not a solution. I will lead the way later. The soul-hunting forest is not big, and there aren't many powerful soul beasts. Plus, after last night's turmoil, the soul beasts are probably in disarray. We should take advantage of the chaos to leave this place of trouble." Staying in this small cave was only disadvantageous for Yun Zheng. He didn't want to take a little girl on a survival adventure in a strange world. Moreover, Yun Zheng's arms urgently needed treatment, and there were no conditions in the forest. Only when they reach a town could they find a suitable healing soul master. This matter could not be delayed. Once Yun Zheng's dislocated bones healed, it would be difficult to recover. Previously, Qing'er had gotten lost and had no choice but to hide in the cave. But Yun Zheng knew how to find directions. He didn't want to stay here for another moment. Qing'er also understood the situation. After witnessing Yun Zheng's strength, she didn't underestimate him because of his injured arms. Instead, she nodded seriously and said, "Don't worry. There aren't any powerful soul beasts nearby. The strongest one is just over 100 years old. But beyond this place, I don't know." Yun Zheng was not surprised by these expected matters. He just nodded to show he understood. Even though they were leaving the soul-hunting forest, they couldn't act recklessly, at the very least. They needed to adjust their condition to the best. Qing'er was fine. Her physical strength and soul power had been replenished. But Yun Zheng was both soul power and physical strength depleted. When he just woke up, his head was also swollen. This state was clearly not suitable for traveling. After about half an hour, Yun Zheng ate some dry food and finally recovered. Everything was ready, and there was no reason to delay any longer. Yun Zheng and Qing'er cautiously made their way out of the cave. Yun Zheng's arms were incapacitated, but his legs were still functional. He could run, albeit a bit uncoordinated. Whether to say Qing'er was lucky or unlucky, this girl actually led Yun Zheng from the outskirts to the mixed area last night, and under those circumstances, they surprisingly didn't encounter any ferocious soul beasts. Yun Zheng felt very fortunate, thanks to the aftermath of last night's battle. Most soul beasts in the soul-hunting forest had hidden away, allowing Yun Zheng and Qing'er to escape the mixed area smoothly. When they reached the outskirts of the soul-hunting forest, Yun Zheng and Qing'er couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief and relaxed a bit. As the exit drew nearer, Yun Zheng and Qing'er became increasingly excited. It was like escaping from death. Two 6-year-old children had safely spent an entire day and night in the tumultuous soul-hunting forest and successfully escaped. It would be hard for anyone to believe if they told this story. This involved both luck and their own strength. If Yun Zheng and Qing'er weren't strong enough, those 200-year-old silverback jackals would have long since torn them apart. But just as Yun Zheng and Qing'er thought they were about to succeed, a tragic and massive figure appeared before them. The earth-shaking bear. At this moment, the earth-shaking bear had completely lost the posture of a king of the soul-hunting forest. Its entire left eye had been gouged out, deep claw marks were etched on its face, extending from its forehead to its chin. The corner of its mouth was torn, its fangs broken, and bright red blood continued to spill out. Its body had patches of fur missing, with numerous wounds all over. Some were cut by sharp weapons. Some were bitten by wolf teeth, and others had severe bruises. It was evident that yesterday had not been a good day for the earth-shaking bear. Although the earth-shaking bear was a 2,000-year-old beast, its cultivation was far superior to that of 3 silver-backed jackals combined. However, in reality, the difference in cultivation among soul beasts under 10,000 years was not as significant as imagined. 2,000-year and 1,000-year soul beasts, when compared to soul masters, both possess soul sovereign-level combat power. Perhaps the earth-shaking bear could unleash soul master-level power due to its racial advantage. But 3 soul sovereigns working together to besiege 1 soul master would yield an obvious outcome. Moreover, the silver-backed jackals had their strength enhanced under the moonlight. Originally, battles between soul beasts, especially territorial wars, were definitely to the death. However, last night, the earth-shattering bear had fought against 3 silver-backed jackals alongside human soul masters. Although the silver-backed jackals were bloodthirsty, they ultimately did not kill the earth-shattering bear completely. After inflicting severe injuries on it, they drove it away. There was no place for the earth-shattering bear to stay in this soul-hunting forest. It could only seek another place to live. If nothing unexpected happened, it would likely die on its migration journey. It might even be killed on the spot by the soul-hunting forest management as soon as it stepped out of the forest. Even if it were lucky enough not to encounter any human soul masters along the way and safely reach another gathering place for soul beasts, there would still be its own king there. Soul beasts have a strong awareness of territory and are never merciful to outsiders. The earth-shattering bear, which faced a bleak future, was driven to the exit of the soul-hunting forest. Its injuries made it unable to endure a long migration and forced it to stop and recover there. To prevent soul beasts from running around, such soul-hunting forests that can be raised by the Empire generally have only one exit, which has created the current situation. Just as Qing and Yun Zheng were trying to leave the soul-hunting forest, they coincidentally ran into the driven earth-shattering bear. Enemies meet with redoubled hatred. The earth-shattering bear remembered Yun Zheng and Qing, but its plight could not really be blamed on them. The challenge from the silverback jackals was inevitable, and it was even because of the appearance of the group from the Academy of Primary Soul Masters that the earth-shattering bear was able to survive at all. But facts are facts, and anger is anger. All the frustrations it had encountered from yesterday to today needed an outlet, and the earth-shattering bear, not being a particularly clever soul beast, thought that killing these 2 humans in front of it would make it feel much better. Roar! Without a second thought, the earth-shattering bear let out an angry roar, and its massive paw smashed down like a meteor. Yun Zheng and Qing jumped up, opening their soul power barriers to barely block the flying debris, both letting out muffled groans, even severely injured. The 2,000-year-old earth-shattering bear was not something 2 mere level 10 soul masters could contend with. To say it bluntly, if it weren't for the cunning of the silver-backed jackals, who chose to ambush the earth-shattering bear at night and fight 1 against 3, the outcome might still be uncertain. Fortunately, the earth-shattering bear's attack was affected by its injuries, and it did not follow up with a second strike, giving Yun Zheng and Qing time to react. The giant spirit, golden dragon, and frost eye featherbow appeared, and the 2 yellow soul rings seemed to have no deterrent effect on the earth-shattering bear. However, neither Qing nor Yun Zheng showed any signs of cowardice. Fight or die. Having experienced life and death last night, both of them had grown a lot. Yun Zheng's arms were unusable, but that did not prevent him from drawing the bow. He stood on one leg, the other leg firmly pressed against the frost sky featherbow, biting the bowstring and ice arrow with his teeth. The bow was like a full moon, and with a bang, the ice arrow shot out violently. Everyone has their own reasons for living, and Yun Zheng had his. He still wanted to let the old beggar return to his homeland. He wanted to experience the myriad wonders of the Douluo Continent. He wanted to protect the friends he had finally made in this foreign world. He wanted to go home. No one could stop him from living. What could a 2,000-year-old earth-violent bear do to hinder him? Kill without mercy. The ice arrow shot out from the blind spot of the earth-violent bear's vision. Unfortunately, although the earth-violent bear was blind, its instinctive warning against danger as a beast was still intact. Almost at the moment it heard the sound, it raised its paw to block in front of it. The ice arrow struck directly into the bear's palm, triggering the armor-piercing effect at that instant, ignoring 12% of its defense. Although the ice arrow did not draw blood, the extreme chill of ice successfully entered the earth-violent bear's body. After the 12% damage boost from the ice attribute, a stunning blood-colored ice flower exploded in the palm of the earth-violent bear. How could the chill of extreme ice be resisted by a mere mortal body? The earth-violent bear howled in pain, but at the same time, the intense pain stimulated its nerves, and the terrifying strength wildly struck the ground. The ground trembled and cracked, and Yun Zheng, standing on one leg, could not hold his ground. Fortunately, Qinger was quick and caught Yun Zheng. During this process, she inevitably brushed against Yun Zheng's arm. But Yun Zheng did not cry out in pain. Instead, he gritted his teeth and said, "You hold the bow. As long as you can hit its gouged left eye, we can win." The eye is closest to the brain. As long as Yun Zheng could hit the Earth Violent Bear's eye, the 12% armor-piercing effect would allow the chill to penetrate the bear's brain. With the power of extreme ice, it would be enough to instantly freeze the Earth Violent Bear's seldom-used head. But there was a prerequisite. The ice arrow had to be shot by Yun Zheng. Only then could the first soul skill be activated. All right, Qinger believed in Yun Zheng completely. After a soft shout, she directly hoisted Yun Zheng onto her shoulder, holding the bow with both arms, aiming at the Earth Violent Bear's eyeball. This girl was somewhat barbaric, but Yun Zheng couldn't care much at that moment. He bit the string again, and the ice arrow solidified and shot out. It missed. Qinger had never used a bow before, so it was a bit difficult for her to hold it. Qinger felt anxious, and Yun Zheng gritted his teeth secretly. After 2 consecutive attacks, the Earth Violent Bear had become alert, its remaining right eye fixed intently on Yun Zheng and Qinger. Chapter 19. The scumbag is found. I'm sorry. Qinger felt very guilty and quickly apologized. Yun Zheng did not blame Qinger, calmly saying, "It's not your fault. First, get away from here and hide to the left of the Earth Berserk Bear. It can't see out of its left eye." Yun Zheng also bore some responsibility for the previous arrow, having allowed another person to hold the bow. Sometimes, 1 plus 1 does not necessarily equal 2. Splitting the bow and arrow is like a sword not being drawn or a knife without a ring, greatly reducing their power. If Qinger and Yun Zheng were truly in sync, it wouldn't be impossible for them to shoot together, but at least for now, they were not on the same wavelength. All right, Qinger naturally had no objections and quickly jumped to the blind spot of the Earth Berserk Bear's vision. The Earth Berserk Bear did not immediately track them, giving Yun Zheng and Qinger a moment to prepare. Yun Zheng jumped down from Qinger's shoulder, using the same technique again, propping his foot against the bow body, biting the bowstring and ice arrow tightly, pulling it back to full moon, his gaze like lightning, aiming at the Earth Berserk Bear's eye socket. But at the same time, the Earth Berserk Bear found the missing Qinger and Yun Zheng. Upon seeing the ice bow, its beastly eyes narrowed sharply. These 2 humans were weak, but that ice bow possessed a threat to it. Under the sunlight, the ice arrow emitted a cold light, causing the Earth Berserk Bear to shudder as its primal instincts kicked in, raising its massive paw high to smash down. Seeing this, Yun Zheng was also startled, squeezing out a few words through gritted teeth. "Hold on tight. Steady." Qinger understood immediately, without a moment's hesitation, tightly embracing Yun Zheng. The immense strength of the giant spirit golden dragon erupted, and Qinger's seemingly delicate jade foot actually sank into the ground. Yun Zheng felt as if he was being pushed into the earth, but fortunately he had been holding his breath and concentrating, so he was not affected. Boom! At that moment, the Earth Berserk Bear's paw came crashing down. This strike, infused with soul power, was different from the previous cracking of the ground. Although the ground trembled again, this time a single crack, like a giant python, surged towards Yun Zheng and Qinger. Countless earth spikes shot out from the crack. If they hit Yun Zheng and Qinger, there would be no reason for them to survive. The Earth Berserk Bear, named for the Earth, would be nothing but a hollow title if it could not utilize the power of the Earth. Bang! A beam of ice blue light streaked through the air, so fast it left only an afterimage. Yun Zheng had no chance to hesitate. The only slim hope lay in assassinating the Earth Burst Bear before it struck the ground. But this arrow was destined to miss. Almost at the moment the arrow was released, a terrifying aura descended from the sky. Dark clouds gathered at the horizon, and fearsome thunder illuminated the overcast sky, but there was no warmth like sunlight, only the chill and murderous intent akin to ice and snow. Immediately after, a figure resembling a deity or demon appeared, surrounded by lightning, like the god of thunder descending to earth, proclaiming with authority, "You dare, vile beast." The speed of the lightning was beyond what Yun Zheng or the 2,000-year-old Earthburst Bear could comprehend. Before either could react, the blue thunder from the horizon had already manifested into a divine dragon, carrying immense power, and crashed down towards the Earthburst Bear. From a distance, it seemed like a majestic thunder dragon, but as the dragon drew closer, Yun Zheng suddenly realized that this thunder dragon was several meters thick. At the moment it descended, The thunder erupted, and countless arcs of electricity scattered, the dazzling white light engulfing Yun Zheng's vision, also drowning out the ice arrow he shot. And the Earthburst Bear's ground spike attack was equally doomed. Everything within sight vanished. After a loud bang, Yun Zheng instinctively squinted his eyes. When the thunder subsided and the white light receded, Yun Zheng finally reopened his eyes. At that moment, all that remained was a deep pit, and within the pit, there was nothing. The Earthburst Bear hadn't even left behind an inch of debris. Only a bright purple soul ring floated unsteadily at the edge of the pit. Seeing this scene, Yun Zheng couldn't help but gasp. What terrifying control! Yun Zheng and Qing'er were not very close to the earth-shattering bear, but they were definitely not far away either. Yun Zheng had witnessed the might of the Thunder Dragon with his own eyes. To say it was an exaggeration. When the Thunder Dragon descended, Yun Zheng truly thought he was going to die. However, when the Thunder Dragon actually landed, there wasn't even a hint of an electric arc around Yun Zheng and Qing. To be honest, Yun Zheng felt a bit envious. If he had that level of control, how could he have ended up injuring his own arms? Though Yun Zheng was strong enough now, he was like a child swinging a heavy hammer, lacking the calm composure to handle it effortlessly. At the same time, the sudden figure approached. By now, the thunder around him had dissipated, but his martial soul and spirit rings had yet to be retracted. Only then did Yun Zheng see the identity and strength of the newcomer. The blue lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex martial soul, with a full 8 rings. The visitor was actually a soul Douluo from the blue lightning tyrant dragon sect of the upper 3 sects. Indeed, Yun Zheng had never seen the blue lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex martial soul before, but on the continent. The dragon-type martial soul that controlled lightning should only belong to the blue lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex, right? Realizing this, Yun Zheng did not hesitate and respectfully said, "Junior Yun Zheng thanks you for your assistance, Senior." After all, it was a life-saving act, and expressing gratitude was the right thing to do. However, Yun Zheng did not expect that before he could bow, Qing'er beside him had already pulled him back, snorted, and said in a strange tone, "Humph. Don't pay attention to him." Yun Zheng was taken aback, staring blankly at Qing'er, momentarily at a loss for words. "Auntie, your background is extraordinary, but I, little Yunzi, am genuinely from a grassroots background. This person before us is the soul Douluo of the Blue Electric Tyrant sect, and my small frame can't withstand great storms, let alone a beating." However, the next scene left Yun Zheng speechless. Upon hearing Qing'er's deliberately distant words, the soul Douluo of the Blue Electric Tyrant sect not only did not get angry, but also displayed a flattering smile on his handsome and imposing face. He cautiously approached Qing'er, nervously and gratefully asking, "Qing'er, are you hurt? I finally found you. You really scared me." With this demeanor, how could he still be associated with the magnificent figure that commanded lightning before? Yun Zheng was dumbfounded. It turned out that Qing'er's father was the soul Douluo of the Blue Electric Tyrant sect. No wonder Qing'er dared to be so assertive. The scumbag has been found. Feeling the concern from her father, a hint of grievance and guilt flashed in Qing'er's eyes, but it quickly disappeared, replaced by a facade of coldness. The change in Qing'er's expression was extremely obvious. Even Yun Zheng noticed it, let alone the soul Douluo who had been paying attention to her all along. In fact, it makes sense, whether a boy or a girl, the father often becomes the first superhero in their lives, the first object of admiration for children. And it is only natural for them to seek their father's love, and Qing'er is no exception. However, Qing'er's family situation is quite complicated. The Sea King before them seems to have only resolved issues in his own backyard, but has not managed to gain his daughter's acceptance. Therefore, even though this father could sense the deep-seated reliance Qing'er had on him, his expression still darkened. However, he did not feel discouraged, as this was something he had anticipated. Qing'er completely ignored him, and knowing her well, he understood that he couldn't provoke her at this moment and could only change tactics. He turned to Yun Zheng, showing as much goodwill as possible, and gently asked, "Little girl, are you all right?" Hearing this, Yun Zheng's little face immediately stiffened. At this moment, Yun Zheng had a curse on the tip of his tongue, unsure whether to say it or not. Chapter 20, Finally Going Home. Who says that wearing a princess dress must mean you are a girl? Who says that looking a bit delicate must mean you are a girl? This is clearly a bias of the secular world. Unexpectedly, this dignified soul Douluo in front of me also fell into this trap. The world has changed, and people's hearts have become ungrateful. Yun Zheng had a million things he wanted to say, but considering the strength and identity of the person in front of him, he ultimately held back. Yun Zheng was definitely not a girl. Fortunately, at that moment, Chinger spoke up for Yun Zheng, which made the soul Douluo in front of them realize his mistake. Upon hearing Chinger's voice, he instinctively raised his eyebrows, blinked in confusion, and looked Yun Zheng up and down. After a moment, he still found it hard to believe, blaming it on Yun Zheng's appearance being too deceptive, and also noting that Yun Zheng was not very tall and was wearing Chinger's dress. Additionally, the battle earlier had left some dust on Yun Zheng, making it even harder for someone who didn't know Yun Zheng to distinguish gender upon close inspection. However, since it was Chinger who said it, the man was more than willing to believe her. Seeing the displeasure on Chinger's face and the strange look in Yun Zheng's eyes, the man quickly apologized, saying, sorry, I must have misjudged. Oof. Upon seeing this, Chinger let out a soft huff, revealing a somewhat cute and satisfied expression. After calming Chinger down, the man's gaze returned to Yun Zheng, and his expression became serious as he said earnestly to Yun Zheng, little friend, can you show me your arms? Yun Zheng's arms were wrapped in special bandages belonging to the Blue Electric Overlord sect, clearly tied by Chinger. Coupled with how Chinger had taken care of Yun Zheng earlier, the man was quite willing to help Yun Zheng in order to please his daughter. Upon hearing this, Yun Zheng thought for a moment and nodded slightly. Although Yun Zheng had secrets, especially the pearl in his sea of consciousness, he believed that such a miraculous pearl would not be discovered by his soul, Douluo. After receiving Yun Zheng's consent, the man gently held Yun Zheng's hands, and the sensation of torn muscles and swelling returned, causing Yun Zheng to frown slightly. Seeing this, Chinger did not stop her father. Although she publicly disliked him, she still recognized her father's abilities. In fact, even if the man hadn't spoken, she would have asked him to help Yun Zheng with his arm injury. Gentle soul power flowed into Yun Zheng's arm, and almost instantly, the man grasped the general condition of Yun Zheng, pondering in surprise. Is he born with divine strength? The Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Sect could not have become one of the top 3 sects solely based on the strength of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Martial Soul. The sect also excelled in body refinement, much like the Haotian sect's Chaotic Wind Hammer method and the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile sect's wealth. The members of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Sect had a natural martial soul advantage, and in terms of pure physical strength, even the Haotian sect was not their match. As a soul of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Sect, the man naturally had considerable achievements in body refinement, and he could see at a glance how Yun Zheng had injured his arms. The inability of the physique to keep up with the explosive power ultimately led to separation of bones and flesh, dislocation, and even fractures. This had happened many times in the history of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Sect. What surprised the man was that Yun Zheng possessed such immense strength while having a pitiful physique. In the terms of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Sect, he was no different from someone who couldn't lift a shoulder or raise a hand. However, this surprise was only momentary. As a soul of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Sect, he had seen many things in his travels. Although Yun Zheng was a bit special, it was not beyond reason. Just the thought of Yun Zheng being able to calmly contend with a 2,000-year-old earth-shattering bear in such a situation made the man feel some admiration. With this in mind, the man instinctively pushed his soul power a little deeper. At that moment, a chill emerged. Although it couldn't shake the man's soul power, it still made him feel a hint of coldness. This discovery piqued the man's interest. This chill surpassed even the natural ice and snow of the extreme northern lands, indicating the power of Yun Zheng's martial soul. But soon, the man revealed a strange and relieved expression. The woman soul master who awakened Yun Zheng's martial soul could see this, so there was no reason for him, a dignified soul Douluo, to miss it. The man did not find it surprising. On the Douluo Continent, geniuses have been monopolized by sects and noble families, and if parents lack good talent, their children could hardly change their fate. Occasionally, a few powerful mutated martial souls would appear, usually with side effects, which was the norm on the continent. Moreover, speaking of mutated martial souls, wasn't the man's little brother the most typical example? A true dragon turned into a pig. Not only was he unable to wield thunder, but he didn't even retain a hint of dragon form, becoming the laughingstock of the entire sect. Thinking of his little brother, the man instantly lost his mood, withdrew his soul power, and suppressed the negative emotions that had just arisen. He looked again at Yun Zheng and said, "Little friend, are you afraid of pain?" Hearing this, Yun Zheng immediately knew what the man was going to do. He took a deep breath, nodded heavily, and said with a serious face, "Thank you for your trouble, senior." The man, surprised by Yun Zheng's cleverness and appreciating his decisiveness, nodded in approval, then tightened his grip on Yun Zheng's hands and forcefully applied pressure. Blue arcs of electricity enveloped Yun Zheng's arms, causing them to bend an extremely exaggerated angle, and both upper arm bones completely broke. Ah! Yun Zheng did not know how Guanyin managed to remain calm when he underwent the bone scraping treatment back in the day. He had only heard it as a story before, but now he felt a genuine admiration. The sudden, intense pain twisted Yun Zheng's face into a grimace, and a piercing scream escaped his lips. Cold sweat poured down in large drops, and even just watching, one could feel the overwhelming pain pouring out of Yun Zheng. Seeing the scene, Qing'er was shocked and exclaimed, "Father, what are you doing?" In her moment of desperation, her call of father resonated deeply with the man. But at that moment, he could not afford to be distracted. He explained in a deep voice, "Qing, your friend was injured by his own power. His arm muscles are torn, and the arm bones are also severely damaged, especially the humerus, which is fractured and misaligned. I can only do this to help him recover his arms. I believe you wouldn't want your friend to have deformed arms in the future, right?" Qing'er had lived in the Blue Electric Tyrant Sect for a while and naturally understood what the man was saying. Upon learning the reason, she quickly stepped aside to avoid disturbing Yun Zheng and the man. "Yun Zheng, you must hold on." Qing'er anxiously watched Yun Zheng and prayed for him. That was all she could do at the moment. Perhaps in Yun Zheng's perception, this process felt long, but in reality, the man, being a respected figure and skilled in body refinement, was quite capable of handling Yun Zheng's condition. In just a few moments, he had already helped Yun Zheng realign his arm bones. But that was not the end. The man took out a jade box from the soul guide device, retrieved a balm that resembled congealed fat, and evenly applied it to Yun Zheng's arms. He then bandaged Yun Zheng with special bandages from the Blue Electric Tyrant Sect. Yun Zheng felt a coolness in his arms, and the previous fiery tearing sensation was instantly suppressed. Although it still hurt, it was somewhat more comfortable. After completing all this, the man finally withdrew his hands and reminded Yun Zheng, "For the next month, it's best not to exert force on your arms. You also need to keep up with your diet, eat more meat, and make bone soup. It will be beneficial for your recovery." "Thank you, Senior." Yun Zheng sincerely expressed his gratitude to the man, disregarding the cold sweat on his face. Not to mention anything else, just that balm alone was probably worth a lot. And Yun Zheng felt he must remember this kindness. "No need." The man waved his hand, signaling Yun Zheng not to take it to heart. Indeed, the man had no ties to Yun Zheng and could have chosen not to help him so diligently. He wouldn't have said anything if it were just for show. But who let Yun Zheng be a good friend that Qing'er valued? To make his daughter happy, a mere box of balm was nothing to the man. After resolving Yun Zheng's arm issues, the man asked about the events of the past couple of days. Qing'er, being proud, did not speak to the man. So Yun Zheng had to act as the narrator, roughly recounting what had happened over the last 2 days. Of course, in Yun Zheng's narration, he and Qing'er did not encounter any dangers, which made the story less bizarre and also prevented the man from becoming overly anxious. However, Yun Zheng clearly underestimated a father's heart. Upon learning that the silverback wolves had put Qing'er in danger, the man swiftly made his way deep into the soul-hunting forest. From a distance, Yun Zheng and Qing'er watched as the once lush greenery transformed into a sea of lightning, with blue lightning dragons roaring angrily, almost sinking the entire soul-hunting forest. If nothing unexpected happened, the silverback wolves in this forest would likely be wiped out. In the lair of the silverback wolves, the man discovered a spirit plant, but its spiritual fruit had already been eaten by the wolves. It seemed they had relied on this spirit plant to break through their 1,000-year cultivation. Unfortunately, the silverback wolves did not understand sustainable development and had drained the spirit plant dry. Otherwise, the man would have been willing to cultivate a pot of spirit plants for Qing'er. After resolving everything, the man prepared to take Qing'er and Yun Zheng back to the ancient city. At first, Qing'er was a bit reluctant, but when the man mentioned that her mother was still in the ancient city worrying, she could only half-heartedly yield. Yun Zheng also hitched a ride on the wind, and in just under 15 minutes, he returned to the gate of the Aogu city. At this time, the principal of the Aogu Junior Soul Master Academy and 2 Soul Respect mentors were still in a state of shock, waiting in place. Seeing these 3 people, the man cursed inwardly for his bad luck. Not wanting Qing'er to see his fierce side, he had to put down Qing'er and Yun Zheng first, and go deal with these 3 individuals. If anything happened to Qing'er, these 3 would undoubtedly die, and the entire Aogu Junior Soul Master Academy would be implicated. But now that Qing'er was unharmed, the man was not so inclined to kill. He didn't plan to kill these 3 after all, as it wouldn't be good for the child if Qing'er found out. The man also didn't want Qing'er to be exposed to the dark and primitive side of the Soul Master world too early. Chapter 21. Don't leave. Please. I want collections and tickets. Qing Er expressed her grievances about her father's sudden departure once again, huffing and looking quite unhappy. If the man were to leave without saying a word again, perhaps the little image he had finally established in Qing Er's heart would come crashing down. Yun Zheng actually knew what the man was going to do. When he saw the dean and others from a distance, he had already guessed the whole situation. However, since the man didn't want Qing Er to get involved, Yun Zheng naturally didn't want to say too much. He found an excuse to leave first, thinking that the next would definitely be family time for Qing Er, so he shouldn't meddle. But when Qing Er realized that Yun Zheng wanted to leave, she suddenly grabbed him. Yun Zheng blinked and looked at Qing Er in confusion. Under Yun Zheng's gaze, a shy crimson color spread across Qing Er's delicate face at a visibly rapid pace. Instead of making eye contact with Yun Zheng, she stammered and said, the skirt. Yun Zheng was taken aback for a moment upon hearing this. But then he understood. Although he instinctively felt it was a bit strange, he still nodded and said, I'll give it to you after I wash it clean. Only then did Qing Er let out a soft sound and stopped holding on to Yun Zheng. Yun Zheng left first, and this experience in the soul-hunting forest made him realize the weakness of his physique. Just as the man said, if he boiled the big bones in his soup, he could turn into light as a joke. However, after several setbacks due to his physical condition, Yun Zheng felt that strengthening his physique must be prioritized. After Yun Zheng left, the man returned. Seeing her father come back, Qing Er couldn't help but show a joyful expression. But she quickly hid it away and walked away with her small, delicate legs, holding her head high. The man, seeing this, had no choice but to follow behind. The father and daughter remained in this stalemate until, in the end, it was Qing Er who couldn't hold back any longer. Pretending to be indifferent, she asked, trying to cover up her feelings. How long do you plan to stay this time? Qing Er hoped her father would stay for a long time. This time, her father would listen to her. The man smiled slightly and gently said, Really? Hearing this, Qing Er was instantly overjoyed, forgetting her pretense. She turned around in surprise to look at the man, but quickly realized her loss of composure. Her pretty face turned red, and after giving the man an angry glare, she coldly snorted, feigning indifference, and said with a hint of resentment, Anyway, it's only about 10 days at most. You'll have to go back to accompany that woman. The man, upon hearing this, smiled helplessly but still said, That is your father's legitimate wife, and also your aunt. I have to respect her. In response, Qing Er merely huffed lightly, neither agreeing nor denying. Seeing that Qing Er was a bit unhappy again, the man sighed inwardly and had to say, How about I accompany you and your mother for 20 days this time? Who cares? Qing Er shot the man a glare, sneered coldly, and walked away without looking back. Although Qing Er appeared indifferent on the surface, her brisk steps betrayed her inner thoughts. The man also let out a sigh of relief. Even his father, the only titled Douluo of the Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus sect, the leader of one of the top 3 sects, could not make him so humble. It could be said that in the entire Douluo Continent, only Qing Er could make him willingly endure. After this brief exchange, the father and daughter fell into silence again. The man originally thought this silence would last until they returned home and saw Qing Er's mother. But unexpectedly, Qing Er took the initiative to speak to him again. Suddenly, Qing Er stretched out her small, tender hand toward the man, which left him somewhat puzzled. What does this mean? Hold hands? Not quite like that. Give me the body refining technique of the Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus sect. Qing Er looked at the man, demanding with confidence. Last night, before the explosion, Yun Zheng had told Qing Er that he was not a monster, just someone with naturally greater strength. Qing Er felt that Yun Zheng should care about her extraordinary strength. She could understand the feeling of being treated as an outlier. Having finally made a friend, she didn't want Yun Zheng to feel like she was different. So even though she didn't like the Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus sect, she wanted to increase her strength. Qing Er comforted herself that she was asking her father for it. Unrelated to the Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus sect, the man, being an experienced soul, and knowing that Qing Er was his own daughter, saw through her thoughts at a glance. To be honest, the man was very pleased that Qing Er was willing to practice body refining. Although her martial soul, the giant spirit golden dragon, did not have the violent thunder of the Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus, in terms of pure strength, the giant spirit golden dragon was even more advantageous. Therefore, if Qing Er practiced body refining, it would definitely be efficient and highly beneficial. However, before this, Qing Er had always been unwilling to touch anything related to the Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus sect. Even those bandages, spiritual medicines, or soul-guided devices that belonged to the Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus sect in Qing Er's hands were secretly given to her by the man through her mother. It could be said that as a father, the man had put in a lot of effort, now that Qing'er could actively propose body refining. How could the man not be moved? However, as Qing'er's father, how could he not know that she was willing to practice body refining for Yun Zheng? Honestly, the fact that his daughter valued another man more than himself made the man feel a bit sour, even if Yun Zheng was just a 6-year-old child. But since this was something Qing'er had worked hard to ask for, how could the man refuse? Let alone the body refining technique. As long as it was something Qing'er wanted and he had, what couldn't he give? The man readily agreed to Qing. Of course, he would not just give her the technique and let her figure out on her own. Such a body refining technique that involved moving qi and blood was not like cultivating soul power. Any mistake could lead to unimaginable consequences, especially at the beginning when no one was there to protect her. It was very easy to end up with serious injuries. It just so happened that the man was going to accompany Qing'er for 20 days, which was enough time for her to get on the right track with body refining. When they returned home, Qing'er's mother naturally couldn't help but scold her, and Qing'er could only endure it. In the end, it was still the man who couldn't bear to see Qing'er looking wronged, so he spoke up to persuade her, and only then did Qing'er's mother let her go. In Qing'er's home, the food chain was clear and obvious. When it was time for dinner a little later, Qing'er's family gathered around the dining table. The man noticed Qing'er's distracted demeanor and, after thinking for a moment, spoke to Qing'er's mother. Yun'er, let's leave here tomorrow. This Aogu city is still too remote. I can't take care of you. The man felt a bit scared. This time, Qing'er was lucky, and he happened to arrive just in time. If not for that, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Moreover, the man had no good feelings about the Aogu Primary Soul Master Academy, especially since Chen Shi, whom he had killed, dared to arrange things for Qing'er like that. The principal was also a slippery character, only coming forward when there were benefits and retreating when there weren't. He was definitely not a responsible principal. The man was actually planning to take Qing'er and her mother back to the Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus sect. But he also knew that this was impossible, so he could only settle for the next best thing. If they couldn't return to the Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus sect, at least he should let them stay within his sight. Places like Aogu City, while far from the Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus sect, were also beyond his reach. Qing'er's mother naturally understood her lover's intentions and gently nodded. She also felt that Aogu City was not beneficial for Qing'er's growth. Coupled with the shadow of this incident, leaving was inevitable. But they did not expect that Qing'er suddenly shouted, "No, I don't want to leave Aogu City." Nonsense. Upon hearing this, Qing'er's mother immediately scolded her, about to say something, but was interrupted by the man. Is it because of Yun Zheng? The man asked Qing'er with certainty. Qing'er was willing to practice body refining for Yun Zheng, which showed her importance to him. Now, not wanting to leave Aogu City for Yun Zheng was something the man had anticipated. I don't care. I just want to leave. Qing'er threw a small tantrum, looking stubborn. Seeing this, the man smiled slightly and said, "What if Yun Zheng also wants to leave Aogu City?" Upon hearing this, Qing'er immediately froze. Experience matters. Although Qing'er could always make the man yield, if he really wanted to take control of her, it was quite simple. Chapter 22, Apprenticeship Later. Yun Zheng was home alone. The ointment applied by Qing'er's father was very effective, even miraculous. In just half a day, Yun Zheng's arm was already able to bear weight. Although it is not possible to be as carefree as before, and there is still some pain when exerting a bit of effort, at least Yun Zheng can manage his daily life with some care, such as getting a water cup or having a meal, so he is not reduced to being unable to take care of himself. However, he cannot manage the skirt and tights that Qing'er put on him. Although Qing'er's father did not specifically tell Yun Zheng to avoid water, based on his memories from his previous life, he believes it is best not to get his injured hand wet to avoid infection and inflammation. Yun Zheng had no choice but to take them off, carefully organize them, and set them aside, thinking about when he could wash them clean and return them to Qing'er. After all, he couldn't present them in such a dirty state. Back to the main topic, Yun Zheng was still quite tired after these past couple of days. Even though he had slept for more than 10 hours from last night to noon today, the fatigue of both body and mind couldn't be restored by mere forced sleep. Now that he was back in his little dog den, Yun Zheng could finally feel at ease. After simply dealing with dinner, he collapsed into bed and fell asleep. In a hazy state, Yun Zheng seemed to hear some noise. He groggily opened his eyes and saw a figure flickering in his line of sight. In that moment of being half asleep and half awake, Yun Zheng instantly became alert, feeling a jolt run through him as if he had been electrocuted. He instinctively leaped out of bed, retreating a few steps before he could see the identity of the visitor in the moonlight. "Senior?" Yun Zheng tilted his head, confused. The visitor was none other than Qing'er's father. Someone Yun Zheng recognized, but he completely didn't understand why this soul Douluo was looking for him in the middle of the night. In an instant, a scene from a movie he had seen in his past life flashed through Yun Zheng's mind. A country girl and the heir of a big corporation fall in love at first sight, and when the heir's parents find out, they come with a large sum of money to persuade the girl to leave their son, saying the classic line, "As long as you leave my son, name your price." To be honest, just thinking about this made him feel a sense of DJVU. If it weren't for the gender being wrong, this scenario alone would be enough to remake a melodramatic ethical drama. However, this thought only flashed through Yun Zheng's mind. He couldn't forget that the person in front of him was an old sea king, supporting one at home and keeping another outside. How could such a person be tied down by a woman? Even if he really was here to break up a couple, it didn't matter to Yun Zheng. At worst, he could just adapt to the policy and find a way around it. Once the man left, with the vastness of the sky and the emperor far away, Yun Zheng and Qing could still enjoy their time together. On the other side, the man saw that Yun Zheng hadn't noticed him and was not surprised. He hadn't intentionally concealed his presence and had walked in openly. It was no wonder Yun Zheng discovered him. If he had wanted to, with his soul Douluo strength, he could have made Yun Zheng notice nothing at all. Seeing Yun Zheng's bewildered expression, the man smiled kindly, looking around with a hint of pity flashing in his eyes. When he first met Yun Zheng, the man could only see Yun Zheng's extraordinary qualities. Apart from knowing that Yun Zheng had innate divine strength and possessed a powerful, mutated martial soul, he knew almost nothing about him. The man thought that a child with such an extraordinary demeanor must have an exceptional upbringing, so he didn't think much of it. But after a whole afternoon and the evening, he learned quite a bit about Yun Zheng from Qing. Qing was willing to share information about Yun Zheng, and the man also wanted to take the opportunity to learn more about his daughter's good friend. The two hit it off, and most of their conversation during that time revolved around Yun Zheng. After learning about Yun Zheng's background, the man was left with nothing but incredulity and pity. An orphan child living alone in the city of Aogu, relying only on an old beggar for companionship in the first 4 years, and then surviving completely on his own for the next 2 years. The hardships he faced were unimaginable. Moreover, the man saw even more. From Qing, he learned that Yun Zheng was disturbingly shrewd, almost making it hard for anyone to find fault with him. Yet Yun Zheng was still just a 6-year-old child. At an age when he should be playing and laughing under his parents' protection, he understood many social intricacies that even adults did not grasp. This was certainly not luck, but rather a tragedy. In addition, the man learned that Yun Zheng maintained a distant attitude towards everyone in Aogu City. On the surface, he seemed able to joke with anyone, and with his outward appearance, he received affection from many older girls. However, in reality, Yun Zheng had never truly integrated into the group. He always floated on the periphery. According to Qing, besides her, Yun Zheng was just putting up with everyone. The man was not overly sentimental, but after hearing Qing finish, her mother couldn't help but start feeling sorry for Yun Zheng. In her view, these experiences were simply too cruel for a child. However, this did ease the man's mind. At least he didn't have to worry that Yun Zheng was trying to get close to his daughter for some unknown purpose. Sighing at this thought, the man suddenly spoke in a deep voice under Yun Zheng's bewildered gaze. "Let's not beat around the bush. Yun Zheng, do you wish to be my disciple?" Huh? The man's sudden question was like thunder striking from a clear sky. Yun Zheng felt his mind go blank, completely unprepared for the plot to take this turn. Someone coming in the middle of the night to take on a disciple? Perhaps sensing that his actions were a bit abrupt, the man didn't mind Yun Zheng's shock and patiently waited for him to process the situation. After a while, Yun Zheng finally reacted but did not immediately bow in reverence. Instead, he looked at the man with a mix of hesitation and suspicion, cautiously asking, "Senior, you want to take me as a disciple?" It wasn't that Yun Zheng did not recognize the opportunity, nor did he look down on the soul Douluo. Yun Zheng just felt that heaven, earth, the ruler, parents, and teachers were all important. He was someone who did not respect the divine. He could ignore heaven and earth, and the ruler was just a nonsensical figure. But teachers were an existence that must be respected. Perhaps it was somewhat old-fashioned, but Yun Zheng always believed that once a teacher, always a father. Bowing to a teacher was like recognizing a father, and how could one easily utter the word master? Yun Zheng's hesitation was expected by the man. In response to Yun Zheng's question, the man did not evade or conceal anything, and said openly, "That's right. First, you have exceptional talent and are qualified to be my disciple. Second, your relationship with Qing is very close, and she is unwilling to leave the ancient city for you. Therefore, I plan to take you with me to give Qing a companion. To be honest, The man's honesty made Yun Zheng very satisfied. At least the man was sincerely wanting to take him as a disciple, rather than trying to use him for something. However, despite this, Yun Zheng still subtly refused the man. I'm sorry, Senior, I have no intention of joining the Blue Electric Tyrant sect at this time. As always, Yun Zheng had no intention of working for anyone. In the original story, Oscar from the Seven Monsters had once joined the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect for Ning Rongrong. But what happened afterward? Didn't he leave anyway? The sect is not a place of kindness. The man had never considered that Yun Zheng would refuse him. After all, there were at least 8,000 people on the continent who wanted to take him as their master. Now that he had specifically come to find him, he was actually rejected? The man looked at Yun Zheng in astonishment and suddenly felt a headache. To be fair, the man indeed wanted to take Yun Zheng as a disciple, with the intention of bringing him into the Blue Electric Tyrant sect. This was a common issue among the direct descendants of all families and sects. Whenever they saw any genius wandering outside, they thought of bringing them in to strengthen their own family and sect. But the man knew that this trip was a must for him. Before setting off, he had promised his wife and daughter that he would make Yun Zheng his disciple. Just thinking about the two disappointed faces he would face at home after Yun Zheng's rejection made the man shiver involuntarily. With this in mind, the man gritted his teeth and thought, forget it. Qing'er has never had a good impression of the Blue Electric Tyrant sect. So let Yun Zheng accompany her as she grows up. Having figured this out, the man felt a sense of relief throughout his body. It doesn't matter. Taking you as a disciple is just a personal matter for me and has nothing to do with the sect. The man's eyes brightened, and he let out a spirited long howl. With this, what reason did Yun Zheng have to refuse? Yun Zheng took a deep breath and sincerely asked, May I ask for your esteemed name, Senior? Yu Zhongbai. Yun Zheng saluted his master. Chapter 23, Princess by Shui Yu Qing'er. After Yun Zheng met Yu Zhongbai, Qing'er naturally could no longer hide her true identity, and she transformed into Yu Qing'er. Since she had already become a disciple of Yu Zhongbai, Yun Zheng naturally left Aogu City with Yu Qing'er. For Yun Zheng, this had no impact. After all, he would leave sooner or later. It was precisely because he had known this for a long time that he had been so reclusive before meeting Yu Qing. In Yun Zheng's eyes, the most valuable thing left was probably just the ashes left by the old beggar. Taking them along was not considered a real estate. As for the small mud house he had lived in for 2 years, Yun Zheng was not someone who clung to the past. Yun Zheng followed Yu Qing'er and her family to the more prosperous Tianding city. Of course, this prosperity was only relative to the ancient city. Compared to imperial cities like Tiando and Xingluo, it still fell quite short. In Tianding city, Yun Zheng spent the most relaxed and enjoyable 3 years of his life on the Douluo Continent. Here, he no longer had to deal with anyone, completely deciding his attitude based on his own feelings, without the need for any pretense or social niceties, and he could feel the warmth of home. Yu Zhongbai was still the same, spending most of his time at the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect. However, compared to before, the frequency of Yu Zhongbai visiting Yu Qing'er had noticeably increased. Firstly, Tianding City was a city that Yu Zhongbai had deliberately chosen, not too far from the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect's main family, allowing him, as a sole Douluo, to travel back and forth easily. Secondly, having taken Yun Zheng as his direct disciple, and likely his only disciple, he had to pay attention to him. On the Douluo Continent for a master, taking on a disciple means taking on responsibility. A disciple is like half a child. If you don't educate them well, not only do you betray their trust, but your own reputation will also be affected. This is no laughing matter. That said, Yu Zhongbai was very satisfied with his disciple, Yun Zheng. Although Yun Zheng's martial soul hindered his cultivation speed, the quality of his martial soul and innate soul power were exceptional, coupled with Yun Zheng's diligent training. So his soul power level was not far behind that of his peers. What pleased Yu Zhongbai even more was that Yun Zheng's diligence also inspired Yu Qing, allowing her cultivation speed to even surpass all her peers in the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect. In addition, both Yu Qing'er and Yun Zheng practiced body refinement. Their body refinement had a unique flair. One had innate divine strength, and as long as his physique kept up, his blood energy surged like a flood, while the other had a domineering physique, as if the giant spirit golden dragon was born for body refinement, making his blood energy cultivation astonishingly rapid. Sometimes, even Yu Zhongbai couldn't help but admire the body refinement talent of Yun Zheng and Yu Qing'er. But there's nothing to be done. Talent is something that cannot be envied. It's worth mentioning that since Yun Zheng had no relatives on the Douluo Continent, the only family he could count on was Yu Zhongbai's family. So, at the invitation of Yu Qing'er and her mother, Yun Zheng naturally ended up living under the same roof as Yu Qing'er, living a simple life together. Yun Zheng had no special preferences. In his eyes, Yu Qing'er was not only a good friend, but also like a younger sister. Although Yu Qing'er was actually 3 months older than Yun Zheng in bone age, Yun Zheng's mental maturity was much greater than hers. While this was true, whether Yu Qing'er thought the same way was unknown. One day, Yun Zheng and Yu Qing'er were at home. Yu Qing'er leaned against Yun Zheng, shaking his arm with both hands, and sweetly pleaded, "Good Yun Zheng, obedient Yun Zheng, will you teach me, please?" Her voice was so sweet, it could turn steel into silk, and anyone who heard it would likely agree without a moment's hesitation, no matter what Yu Qing'er asked for. But Yun Zheng was not an ordinary person. After living together for 3 years, he had long figured out Yu Qing'er's tricks, so he wouldn't fall for it. He frowned and said, "I've already taught you 13 times, and you still haven't remembered. I'm seriously starting to suspect that you're just playing with me." "No, I'm not." Yu Qing'er quickly protested, her big watery eyes full of grievance. Looking pitiful as she said, "I swear, I really was listening carefully, but this knowledge just won't stick in my head." Upon hearing this, Yun Zheng looked at Yu Qing'er and, after a few breaths, let out a helpless and powerless sigh. As for what Yu Qing'er said, Yun Zheng believed it. After all, in his past life, he was also a diligent student. Throughout his more than 10 years of studying, there were always a few classmates who listened attentively in class, took meticulous notes, kept their books tidy, and were quiet in demeanor. Everything about them screamed good student. Yet, their exam results were consistently disappointing. Yun Zheng generally referred to such students as white study princesses or white study princes. Unfortunately, Yu Qing'er was one such white study princess. This was an attribute Yun Zheng only discovered in Yu Qing'er over the past 2 years. Indeed, with Yu Zhongbai's personal guidance, there was no need for Yu Qing'er and Yun Zheng to attend a Soul Master Academy. However, Yu Qing'er's mother believed that being too unconventional would hinder their growth. To provide them with a more complete childhood, they still enrolled in a junior Soul Master Academy at her mother's request. After the 2nd grade, there would be written exams. Although for Soul Masters, personal strength is the most important, not all Soul Masters can become strong. At this time, various kinds of knowledge would show their value. Moreover, for many children of noble families, the written exam scores were a measure for comparison. Yu Qing'er certainly had no need to compare herself with anyone, but she didn't want others to know that she was actually clueless. Therefore, before each written exam, Yu Qing'er would ask Yun Zheng for extra lessons. This made things difficult for Yun Zheng. During this tutoring period, Yun Zheng discovered that Yu Qing'er didn't actually forget everything. Rather, many common-sense knowledge concepts simply didn't exist in her mind. The simplest example was that Yu Qing'er believed in brute force to conquer all. According to the common sense of the Soul Master world, strong attack-type Soul Masters found themselves in a relatively awkward position. When facing other 4 types of Soul Masters, agility and defense each had their own strengths compared to strong attack types, and no clear superiority could be established. It all depended on the individual Soul Master's abilities. However, compared to the circular food chain relationship where agility counters control, control counters defense, and defense counters agility, the strong attack type was unilaterally restrained by control types, often left powerless and frustrated. As for the remaining support type, they certainly couldn't match a strong attack type on their own, unless they were idiots or monsters, unless they were high-level Soul Masters above Soul Sage, who could easily overpower their opponents. In most cases, strong attack-type Soul Masters usually needed to cooperate with several teammates of other types to maximize their strength. But Yu Qing'er didn't think so. She believed that a strong attack Soul Master shouldn't need to bother with all that. In her own words, what control type? Get lost. As a strong attack-type Soul Master, looking down on control-type Soul Masters typically leads to significant losses, yet absurdly, no control-type Soul Master of the same rank could make Yu Qing'er suffer. Yu Qing'er's second soul skill, Konglong Lin, came from a rare soul beast, the golden armored dragon lizard, which was 670 years old. This soul skill did not provide any attribute enhancement, nor did it possess any offensive or defensive capabilities. Its only effect was immunity to control effects. When Yu Qing'er activated this soul skill, a golden dragon manifestation would appear, guarding her and shielding her from control soul skills. Unless someone could deplete all of Yu Qing'er's soul power in one hit, it was impossible to control her. This meant that before Yu Qing'er's soul power was exhausted, she could completely ignore all control soul skills from Soul Masters of the same rank. How could anyone reason with that? If Yun Zheng were a control-type Soul Master, just the thought of facing Yu Qing'er would likely sap his fighting spirit. The greatest advantage for control soul masters against strong attack soul masters was their seemingly endless array of control techniques, which could render the strong attack master's power useless, leading them to exhaustion. But what about Yu Qing'er? Once her second soul skill was activated, she would recklessly charge towards her opponent and unleash an exaggerated punch. Ending the battle, she couldn't be beaten, nor could she be controlled. It could be said that the future Yu Qing'er would undoubtedly become a nightmare for countless control soul masters. Back to the main point, Yu Qing'er, who believed in brute force conquering all, naturally could not accept the knowledge offered by the Junior Soul Master Academy, which was aimed at the majority of ordinary soul masters. The instructors at Tianding Junior Soul Master Academy also wouldn't tailor their teaching. They simply copied and lectured, which turned Yu Qing'er into a proud white study princess. Unfortunately, Yu Qing'er didn't want anyone else to know about this shortcoming, especially not Yu Zhongbai. Thus, the daunting task of tutoring Yu Qing'er naturally fell to Yun Zheng. Seeing Yu Qing'er's eyes almost brimming with tears, Yun Zheng's heart softened, and he feigned sternness as he said, "Last billion times, okay?" I knew Yun Zheng was the best. Yu Qing'er cheered upon hearing this, rubbing her cheek against his. It was unclear whether she was happy about the prospect of the written exam tomorrow, or because of Yun Zheng's indulgence once again. Chapter 24. The strange switch 2 hours later. Yun Zheng finally explained the content of tomorrow's written exam to Yu Qing'er. It wasn't easy. As for why Yun Zheng and Yu Qing'er had the exam questions for tomorrow, it was naturally provided by the instructor. If it weren't for this, Yu Qing'er's identity as a white study princess would have been exposed long ago. Yun Zheng was the one who always asked for the questions, and the instructor wouldn't refuse, as Yun Zheng and Yu Qing'er were the top students in the entire academy, smart, clever, and talented. Tianding Junior Soul Master Academy still hoped to gain some rewards from the higher-level academies through them. It was just like the system of the Spirit Hall. As long as lower-level institutions could cultivate and transport geniuses to higher-level academies, they would receive generous rewards. This could be seen as a kind of buyout. You give me talented students, and I'll give you resources. From then on, any achievements of that student would have nothing to do with you. Moreover, the instructor also felt that, given Yun Zheng and Yu Qing'er's usual attitudes toward learning, they would achieve good results whether or not they had the questions. Rather than let these two geniuses waste time on reviews, it was better to have them spend more time on cultivation. A perfect misunderstanding. Yun Zheng let out a long breath. He felt that every time there was a written exam, it wasn't testing Yu Qing'er's comprehension and memory, but rather testing his teaching abilities. Thanks to Yu Qing'er, Yun Zheng could now definitely be considered an excellent teacher of the people. Yun Zheng thinks that if he were to become a mentor at the academy now, he would probably be very popular, right? Of course, this is limited to the Junior Soul Master Academy. Yun Zheng lay limply on the bed, feeling exhausted. He never realized it before, but now he knew that teaching was much more tiring than studying. Grateful. Teacher. Yu Qing'er saw Yun Zheng's tired appearance and knew he must be worn out. She playfully stuck out her tongue, nudged Yun Zheng, and said with a pout, all right. I know Yun Zheng is the best. Yun Zheng remained unmoved, lazily lying on the bed, stretching and saying nothing. Yu Qing'er knew what Yun Zheng meant. He just wanted her to massage his shoulders. Yu Qing'er had no intention of refusing, whether to thank Yun Zheng, play around as usual, or simply because it was her own desire. However, just as Yu Qing'er was about to start, she suddenly seemed to think of something, and a mischievous smile appeared on her delicate face. She retracted her outstretched hands and instead sat down on Yun Zheng's waist, her petite jade foot extending out to press on Yun Zheng's back, applying pressure lightly, feeling the unusual sensation on his back. Yun Zheng immediately realized what Yu Qing'er was doing. He stiffened all over, seemingly wanting to say something, but ultimately remained silent, wrapping his arms around his head and burying his face in the crook of his arm. After carefully stepping a few times and noticing that Yun Zheng did not reject her, Yu Qing'er felt a surge of delight in her heart. After giggling to herself, she became bolder. To be honest, Yu Qing'er was a bit shy herself, but who could blame her when Yun Zheng liked this kind of thing? Over the past 3 years, not only had Yun Zheng been getting to know Yu Qing'er, but Yu Qing'er had also been getting to know Yun Zheng. Based on her observations over these 3 years, Yu Qing'er concluded that Yun Zheng was a somewhat repressed pervert. He was not only a foot fetishist, but also had a thing for legs. Compared to a pretty face, he preferred long, rounded thighs and delicate, exquisite feet. So what could Yu Qing'er do? She could only cater to his tastes. In any case, even if Yun Zheng was a pervert, he could only be a pervert towards her. Don't underestimate the children of Douluo Continent. perhaps due to developmental reasons. Children on this continent mature significantly faster than those from Yun Zheng's previous life. Consequently, the children of Douluo Continent are also more precocious. Without mentioning others, just look at a few well-known characters. Oscar's parents had already had children at a young age. Ma Hongjuan's martial soul brought with it evil fire, and since he started cultivating, he had already become a notorious figure. Therefore, it is not surprising that Yu Qing'er could have such advanced thoughts at this time in Douluo Continent. It's just that Yun Zheng probably had not realized it yet. He thought perhaps Yu Qing'er was just being playful for a moment. A quarter of an hour later, while Yu Qing'er was lost in thought, she suddenly remembered something. She patted Yun Zheng's hidden head and said, "To celebrate your birthday, Mother specially prepared a gift for you." Mother's gift? Upon hearing this, Yun Zheng was taken aback for a moment before he realized. A long time ago, Yu Qing'er had asked him when his birthday was. Yun Zheng did not intend to reveal his previous birthday, so he simply took the day he arrived in Douluo Continent as his birthday. And today happened to mark his 9th year in this world. This meant that tonight, he would receive his 3rd external aid. Thinking of this, Yun Zheng couldn't help but feel a bit excited. On the other side, seeing that Yun Zheng was ignoring her, Yu Qing'er huffed and placed a foot on Yun Zheng's head, scolding him unhappily. "Open your mouth." Being lightly tapped by Yu Qing'er's foot, Yun Zheng's face turned awkward, and he had no choice but to turn his head and obediently open his mouth. Pouting in frustration, Yu Qing'er retaliated by shoving the pill in her hand into Yun Zheng's mouth. Yun Zheng instinctively bit into the pill in his mouth, and the sweet taste, like that of candied fruit, spread in his mouth. He blinked in confusion and looked at Yu Qing'er. To be honest, the taste was indeed quite sweet. But wasn't it a bit childish for his master to give him a candy pill for his birthday, considering she was a soul master? Noticing Yun Zheng's expression, Yu Qing'er proudly said, "Delicious, right? This is the Longyang pill that my mother specially refined for you. You know, your constitution is too weak. So my mother prepared a Longyang grass for you to enhance your physique. But she said the taste of Longyang grass is too bitter. So she used it as a material to refine this Longyang pill. How is it sweet, right? I don't even get this kind of treatment." Upon hearing this, Yun Zheng first felt a warmth in his heart, and a warm smile appeared on his lips. His teacher's wife still cared for him, but the next moment, Yun Zheng's eyes widened as he anxiously asked Yu Qing'er, "Longyang grass?" "Yes." Yu Qing'er nodded as a matter of course, then countered, "What else could it be?" In an instant, the medicinal properties of Longyang grass flashed through Yun Zheng's mind. Longyang grass is hot in nature, has internal strengthening effects, and can enhance the physique of the user, nourishing vital essence. Nourishing vital essence, to put it simply, is a way to enhance virility. As soon as the properties of Longyang grass crossed his mind, Yun Zheng felt a surge of heat throughout his body. His breathing became rapid, and it felt as if a fire had ignited in his lower abdomen. Suddenly, Yu Qing'er in front of him exuded a deadly allure. The charming innocence on her delicate face made Yun Zheng's heart race. Coupled with the ambiguous atmosphere that Yu Qing'er had deliberately created earlier, Yun Zheng felt his head spin, and the primal impulse caused him to lose all rationality in an instant. He rolled over, pinning Yu Qing'er beneath him, grasping her wrists tightly, and stared intently at her. To be fair, Yun Zheng was very strong, but even in his loss of reason, he couldn't unleash all of his power. Yu Qing'er, after all, had undergone body refinement. Her vitality was not weak, and with the inherent advantages of the giant spirit golden dragon, if she truly wanted to resist, she could have broken free. However, in the chaos, she forgot to struggle. A flush of crimson appeared on her pretty face, and Yun Zheng's gaze left her feeling utterly powerless. Yun Zheng's heavy breathing hit Yu Qing'er's face, and Yu Qing'er seemed to guess what would happen next, whether it was out of fear or anticipation. She shyly closed her eyes. At that moment, Yun Zheng suddenly jumped up as if he had been electrocuted and awkwardly said, I'm going to cultivate." After saying that, Yun Zheng rushed out the door as if he were afraid he wouldn't be able to escape. Meanwhile, Yu Qing'er saw Yun Zheng's flustered back, and a hint of disappointment flashed in her beautiful eyes, followed by confusion. After a while, Yu Qing'er finally revealed a smile, as if she had come to a realization, and mischievously murmured, "So, as long as I take the Longyang pill, I can become honest?" Yun Zheng clearly didn't realize that today's events seemed to have triggered some strange switch in Yu Qing'er. Chapter 25, External Spirit Bone. Evil Spirit Bone Tale. S. I seek everything. It was only close to the hour of high that Yun Zheng finally returned to his room, still feeling a lingering fear. After finally exhausting his excess energy through cultivation, Yun Zheng was utterly exhausted, but he was still very grateful that at the last moment, the chains of reason firmly restrained the beast called desire. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. Not to mention whether Yu Zhongbai would devour him alive. Even Yun Zheng himself would not forgive himself. Yun Zheng has always believed that as a man, being a little lecherous is completely normal. To be fair, at least 90 of men in this world are lecherous. The remaining 10 are either eunuchs in the palace or have some issues with their orientation. There is no doubt that Yun Zheng is one of the majority. He never denies his lecherous heart. What's wrong with a man being a bit lecherous? However, Yun Zheng has his limits. A fundamental principle is that lechery and indulgence are two completely different things. Lechery is nature, while indulgence is something that should not happen. To put it mildly, the little thoughts men have about women are something everyone understands. It's just about love and affection. Every man has his own type he is more attracted to. For example, Yun Zheng himself is an absolute leg and foot man. He loves black stockings, white stockings, plump figures, graceful forms, and even those from other families. Regarding these personal preferences, Yun Zheng has no intention of commenting as long as it's consensual. He might say it's indecent or unfaithful. After all, it's impossible to expect everyone to be loyal forever. In matters of mutual affection, Yun Zheng has never been overly involved. But no matter what, one shouldn't fall in love with someone who is underage. This is something that deserves universal condemnation. As a person, he cannot and should not test this taboo. It is this rational persistence that has prevented Yun Zheng from doing something he would regret for life. However, thinking about this, Yun Zheng couldn't help but feel a headache and thought, but that girl Qing really has no defenses against me at all. But then he thought to himself, fortunately, it's me. If it were someone else, damn it, I would break their legs. Yun Zheng obviously has not yet realized where his double standards come from. He just feels that in the future, whenever Yu Qing'er offers him something to eat, he must ask clearly before eating, lest this girl unknowingly feeds him something he shouldn't have, and then he would truly be at a loss for tears. Forget it. No more thinking about it. This girl is always so carefree. She probably doesn't even know what she did. Yun Zheng shook his head and chuckled, sitting by the bed, secretly pondering. I wonder if this third external tool can help my cultivation rise. This year marks the 9th year since Yun Zheng arrived in this continent. According to the frequency of the beads, providing an external tool every 3 years, Yun Zheng should receive his third external tool tonight. Currently, Yun Zheng lacks nothing in talent, resources, supporters, or a comfortable environment. What he lacks the most now is soul power cultivation. Not to mention his past life, Yun Zheng is now already 9 years old, but he has barely reached level 18 and hasn't even obtained his second soul ring. Indeed, being able to break through level 18 at this age is considered a genius on the continent, even among the major clans of the top 3 sects. Not many can reach such a level at 9 years old. In fact, the one who feels this most intuitively is Yu Zhongbai. Traveling back and forth between the Blue Electric Tyrant sect and Tianding City, Yu Zhongbai has seen Yun Zheng's efforts and talents. Even the current twin stars of the Blue Electric Tyrant sect, Yu Qianxin and Yu Qianheng, were only around level 18 or 19 at 9 years old. The fact that Yun Zheng can stand alongside the twin stars with such heavy and solid soul power as Extreme Ice is already enough to prove his talent and hard work. However, compared to Yu Tianxin and Yu Qianheng, Yun Zheng still falls short when compared to the truly top-tier prodigies on the continent. Take Yu Qing'er, for example. Her talent is already top-notch, and with Yun Zheng's encouragement, she, who is only 3 months older than him, is now a level 22 Great Soul Master, just a step away from level 23. When it comes to soul power cultivation, Yun Zheng is very strict with himself in terms of both quantity and quality. His goal is Shrek Academy, and he is only 3 years away from turning 12. Within these 3 years, achieving the minimum admission requirements for Shrek Academy is naturally not a problem, but Yun Zheng's ambitions lie beyond that. Yun Zheng remembered that there was a saying at Shrek Academy. Applicants who reached level 25 by the age of 12 could skip the assessments for the second and third rounds. In the original story, Tang Sect and the others were all above level 25, and Yun Zheng did not want to be inferior to them. However, while this was true in theory, reality was not as simple as Yun Zheng wished it to be. The fact was that Yun Zheng was still a full 7 levels away from level 25. Even if he could use the second spirit ring to increase his level by 1 or 2, it was still a considerable challenge for someone with an ultimate martial soul. Therefore, Yun Zheng was thinking about whether the third external aid could directly boost his cultivation level. Yun Zheng felt that the bead elder in his sea of consciousness definitely had this ability. Since he could produce divine objects like the heavenly gift divine ring and ultimate ice, enhancing soul power should be an easy task, right? It all depended on whether Yun Zheng had the luck. With an excited heart, Yun Zheng quietly sat cross-legged at the head of the bed, practicing while waiting for the arrival of the external enhancement. The bead elder did not make Yun Zheng wait too long. By the time Yun Zheng returned, it was nearly midnight. In just a few moments, a wave of mist spread through Yun Zheng's sea of consciousness. The familiar feeling came over him, and Yun Zheng immediately opened his eyes. As usual, the bead elder was aloof. After a brief disturbance, he returned to calmness as if nothing had happened. However, in the depths of his mind, Yun Zheng heard a voice that told him his third external enhancement was an external soul bone named Evil Spirit Bone Tail. Yun Zheng was overjoyed. The external soul bone, a treasure ranked second on the Soul Master's wish list, is only second to the 100,000-year soul ring. The external soul bone is completely independent of the 6 basic soul bones and can fully become the 7th or even the 8th soul bone for a soul master. For ordinary soul masters, the effect of the external soul bone may not be that significant, as most people do not possess many soul bones. Having one more external soul bone is not much different from having one more arm or leg bone. However, for 2 titled Douluo with full soul bones, an external soul bone can completely become the key to tipping the balance of victory. Moreover, the most magical aspect of the external soul bone is that it can grow and upgrade along with the soul master. When the external soul bone is first obtained, it may only have 1,000 or even 100-year limit, but once the soul master breaks through to a titled Douluo, the quality of the external soul bone could even surpass that of a 100,000-year soul bone. This is also why the external soul bone can surpass the 100,000-year soul bone and rank second on the soul master's wish list. Of course, all of this is still a bit too far away for Yun Zheng at the moment. Yun Zheng doesn't have a single soul bone, and his cultivation level is only a pitiful level 18. It's useless to think too much about it. He cannot immediately tap into the maximum value of the external soul bone. For Yun Zheng at this moment, the most attractive aspect of the external soul bone is undoubtedly its nurturing power. Yun Zheng estimated that this external soul bone should be similar in nature to the heavenly gift divine ring from back then. Initially, it definitely had no time limit. Everything needed to be deduced by Yun Zheng himself, and then it would gradually upgrade as he grew little by little. Yun Zheng is self-aware. Although the difficulty of absorbing a soul bone is much lower than that of absorbing a soul ring, his desire to directly absorb a 10,000-year level external soul bone is nothing but a pipe dream. It is estimated that a few thousand years is probably his limit, regardless of whether it is a few thousand years of external soul bone. Even just a 1,000-year external soul bone has enough restorative power to allow Yun Zheng to break through. If he could have a cultivation level of over 3,000 years, its restorative power could even allow Yun Zheng to directly reach level 20. Just thinking about this made Yun Zheng involuntarily excited. How could he still sleep? Yun Zheng directly took out this external soul bone named Evil Spirit Bone Tail from Grandpa Zhuzi's space. True to its name, this is an external soul bone resembling a cow's tail, but unlike a cow's tail, this external soul bone is entirely pitch black, with the tip of the tail sharp like an arrowhead, instantly reminding Yun Zheng of the image of demons from his past life. Just in front of that tip, there are several layers of jade-like exoskeleton, with a surface as smooth as inked jade and adorned with several mysterious patterns. Like the previous divine ring of heaven's gift, they are shrouded in a layer of gray mist, concealing all their divine aura and making them appear as ordinary objects. Yun Zheng took a deep breath and cautiously infused his soul power into it. With a buzzing sound, a tingling sensation like an electric shock enveloped Yun Zheng's entire body, and in the next moment, a sharp pain radiated from his tailbone. It felt as if his bones were about to melt. Yun Zheng did not howl, but instead calmed down, closed his eyes, and directed his soul power to fully suppress the external spirit bone. This time, however, Yun Zheng miscalculated. He thought the external spirit bone would exert pressure gradually, like the heavenly gift divine ring before, but the reality was clearly different compared to the heavenly gift divine ring. The test of the external spirit bone was much more brutal and caught him off guard. Chapter 26. Yu Qing'er's passed early the next morning, Yu Zhongbai returned. It had been nearly half a year since Yu Zhongbai last visited Tianding City, But even Yu Qing'er did not have too many complaints about his prolonged absence this time. If Yu Zhongbai had been lost in the gentle embrace of the blue lightning tyrant dragon sect and forgotten about the mother-daughter pair in Tianding City, then today, Yu Zhongbai might not even be able to enter the door. However, this time, Yu Zhongbai was indeed here for serious business. 6 months ago, Yu Zhongbai was already in 89th level Soul Douluo, and during that time, he was breaking through to the 90th level. Now that he returned, he was a titled Douluo. It must be said that cultivation is truly a matter of mindset. Especially as one's rank increases, the requirements for a cultivator's state of mind become increasingly severe, especially for soul masters above the soul sage rank. If their thoughts are not clear, even with extraordinary talent, their cultivation often yields little progress. And it is common to not advance even an inch in 1 or 2 years. Conversely, if one's thoughts are clear, cultivation can advance by leaps and bounds. Just like Yu Zhongbai, 3 years ago he was merely an 84th level Soul Da, yet he managed to break through 6 small ranks in 3 years. Besides Yu Zhongbai's own talent, both Yu Qing'er and Yun Zheng had contributed significantly. It is worth mentioning that the youngest title Douluo recognized on the continent today is Tang Hao, who has been missing for 9 years and broke through at the age of 44, a feat unmatched in history. Yu Zhongbai was not far behind either. This year he turned 50, only 6 years later than Tang Hao's achievement of title Douluo, making him one of the most extraordinary figures on the continent. At least in this era, the only ones comparable to Yu Zhongbai are probably Bibi Dong and a handful of others like Tang Hao. The breakthrough in his cultivation naturally elevated Yu Zhongbai's status within the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect. A few years ago, Yu Zhongbai's influence in the clan was not significant. After all, it was a clan, and even as a Soul Douluo, he had little freedom in front of the clan elders. They relied on the principles of filial piety and their seniority to justify many actions that angered the heavens and people alike. Yu Zhongbai was no exception back then. Yu Zhongbai rarely talked to Yun Zheng about matters concerning the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect, and Yu Qing'er kept silent about her life in the sect. However, over 3 years, Yun Zheng learned bits and pieces about Yu Qing'er and Yu Zhongbai's past. Contrary to Yun Zheng's initial assumptions, Yu Zhongbai was not a scoundrel, but rather a deeply infatuated person. About a decade ago, Yu Zhongbai met and fell in love with Yu Qing'er's mother, and 9 years ago they had Yu Qing'er. This could have been a beautiful story, but unfortunately, Yu Zhongbai was the son of the sect leader of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect, while Yu Qing'er's mother was just an ordinary auxiliary-type soul emperor, lacking both strength and status. Their love, being mismatched in social standing, was destined to be a tragedy. After Yu Qing'er was born, Yu Zhongbai naturally took the mother and daughter to meet his father, which marked the beginning of the tragedy. The arrogance ingrained in the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect made it impossible for them to accept a woman who was almost entirely without merit as their daughter-in-law. The disdain from the upper echelon naturally led to imitation from the lower ranks, causing the entire Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect to develop a negative view of Yu Qing'er and her mother, especially among the children of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect. Their behavior often mirrored that of their elders, and they expressed it in even more exaggerated forms. Those ignorant children did not understand why they should dislike Yu Qing'er. They only knew that their parents did not like her, so they followed suit, deliberately isolating Yu Qing'er and treating her as an outcast, even directly calling her a bastard. However, at that time, Yu Zhongbai was still the most renowned genius of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect, and his strength was already approaching that of Soul Douluo. The clan members could only vent their frustrations verbally, but none dared to take real action. But when Yu Qing'er turned 4, the sky ultimately fell. The movements of the Spirit Hall and the retreat of the Haotian sect brought a sense of unusual danger to the 7 Treasure Glazed-Tile sect and the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect. In the face of the threat from the Spirit Hall, both the 7 Treasure Glazed-Tile sect and the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect chose to draw closer to each other, hoping to form an alliance. Wise individuals would choose this course of action. 2 major clans with thousands of years of heritage naturally understood the principle of when the lips are gone, the teeth feel cold. For both sects, the most convincing and least costly way to form an alliance was naturally through marriage. Sacrificing the happiness of 2 people in exchange for the benefits of 2 sects. Who could refuse such a profitable deal? The 7 Treasure Glazed-Tile sect needed to marry off a daughter, while the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect needed to take a bride. The bride was the sister of the current sect leader of the 7 Treasure Glazed-Tile sect, a true member of the Ning family, with unquestionable status and position. The Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect naturally had to show sincerity, since they were marrying off the sect leader's sister. They had to arrange for someone worthy on their side to marry. And that person was Yun Zheng. Others were either too young, lacked strength, or did not have the right status. Only Yun Zheng, being in his 40s, was not considered old for his cultivation level and was the son of the sect leader, perfectly fitting all three criteria. Indeed, the sect leader of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect had 3 sons, and Yun Zheng had an elder brother and a younger brother. However, Yun Zhengbai's elder brother was the acting sect leader, making his identity sensitive. The Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect wanted to ally with the 7-treasure glazed tile sect, but did not want the latter to influence the core of their clan. As for Yun Zhengbai's younger brother, he was the one who had been expelled from the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect, named Yun Zheng. Bringing back the master to marry the sister of the sect leader would be somewhat disrespectful. Thus, the groom could only be Yun Zheng. As for the love between Yun Zheng and Yu Qing'er's mother, who would care about it? She was treated like a servant, and being a concubine was already a step up. Of course, Yun Zheng had resisted, and his father did not want to sacrifice his son's happiness. But the vast Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect was not solely their decision. There were still 4 or 5 older members who were even older than Yun Zhengbai's father. As a result, the outcome was predictable. Fortunately, the legitimate wife Yun Zhengbei married from the Ning family was gentle and virtuous, had no objections to Yu Qing'er and her mother, and even due to her own inability to bear children, cared for Yu Qing'er greatly. Thus, while the mother and daughter faced disdain from the outside, they were still able to feel warmth at home. However, when Yu Qing'er awakened her martial soul at the age of 6, the emergence of the giant spirit golden dragon martial soul became the last straw that broke the camel's back. The giant spirit golden dragon was not the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon, and without the power of thunder. Yu Qing'er's identity as an outcast within the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect was further solidified. It must be said that the giant spirit golden dragon is not weaker than the Blue Electric Tyrant Dragon at all, and may even surpass it slightly. Yu Qing'er has a strong talent, with innate soul power at the 9th level. Even Yu Tianxin and Yu Tianheng are not much better. But because Yu Qing'er's talent is too strong, the Blue Electric Tyrant sect cannot accommodate her. I know in my heart that the Blue Electric Tyrant sect treats Yu Qing'er poorly. They are clear about this. Out of fear, envy, and even jealousy, they began to intensify their rejection of Yu Qing'er. The dark side of human nature is truly disgusting. Yu Qing'er is utterly disgusted with the arrogant, self-important, and dark sect of the Blue Electric Tyrant. After the awakening of the giant spirit golden dragon, all the negative emotions accumulated over 6 years erupted, and in a fit of anger, she took her mother to the ancient city. Yun Zheng couldn't stop her, and he also understood that the Blue Electric Tyrant sect was not suitable for Yu Qing'er. It was better for them to leave, perhaps in a different environment. Yu Qing'er could grow better. Sometimes, Yun Zheng also thinks that Yun Zhengbai's choice at that time might not have been the right one. There was a time when Yun Zheng wondered why a person like Yun Zhengbei was never mentioned in the original work. Later, Yun Zheng understood that if it weren't for his arrival, Yu Qing'er might have died during her outdoor training at the age of 6. You have to know that at that time, without Yun Zheng, the closest to the silver-backed wolf would have been Yu Qing'er and that male student who was constantly shouting. Yu Qing'er's little short legs at 6 years old obviously couldn't outrun the silver-backed wolf. Yu Qing'er struggled against a silver-backed wolf, let alone a pack of wolves surrounding her. As the saying goes, cultivation is very idealistic. If Yu Qing'er had died, Yu Zhengbei would probably have remained stuck at level 84 for the rest of his life. A soul Douluo, also from the Blue Electric Tyrant sect and the son of the sect leader, would probably have died during the soul-hunting operation of the Spirit Hall before he even had a chance to appear in the original work, right? Of course, all of this is just a hypothesis. The current situation is that Yun Zheng's appearance allowed Yu Qing'er to survive, no longer having to face the cold words within the Blue Electric Tyrant sect and being able to grow up carefree in Tianding City. Everything is developing in a positive direction, and Yun Zhengbei has successfully broken through to become the second titled Douluo of the Blue Electric Tyrant sect. After becoming a titled Douluo, Yun Zhengbei's voice in the Blue Electric Tyrant sect carries much more weight, coupled with his father's endorsement. The 2 titled Douluo can completely intimidate those old parasites within the sect. It is not an exaggeration to say that now, as long as Yun Zhengbei is willing, he can take Yu Qing'er and her mother back to the Blue Electric Tyrant sect. Even those who previously forced Yu Qing'er and her mother away through underhanded means would have to accept it begrudgingly. But Yun Zhengbei did not do so. He knows that the time is not right yet. Now it is not about whether the Blue Electric Tyrant Sect can accommodate Yu Qing'er, but whether Yu Qing'er can forgive the Blue Electric Tyrant Sect. The choice is in Yu Qing'er's hands. But it is obvious that Yu Qing'er has no good feelings towards the Blue Electric Tyrant Sect. Chapter 27. Yu Qing'er, I want to change Yun Zheng's clothes. This time, Yu Zhongbai did not come alone. He also brought his legally wedded wife, who is the sister of Ning Fengji, the sect master of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile Sect. Ning Fengji's sister is named Ning Fengqian. Although she was pushed forward by the sect for a marriage alliance, her innate talent is actually not bad. However, due to the innate limitations of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile Pagoda Martial Soul, after breaking through to the Soul King, Ning Fengqian gave up on cultivation. This is also the choice of most people from the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile Sect. After all, the highest they can reach is level 79, and their family does not lack money, so why be so demanding of themselves? As for her marriage with Yu Zhongbai, Ning Fengqian is actually quite satisfied. This is the fate of aristocratic families. Very few can have control over their own destiny. Ning Fengqian saw through this a long time ago. The clan provided her with endless resources, a luxurious life, and an extraordinary status, so it is only natural for her to contribute to the clan. At least her husband is also a dragon among men, a genius of the Blue Electric Tyrant Sect, and exceptionally handsome, so Ning Fengqian has nothing to complain about. Perhaps it is precisely because of Ning Fengqian's non-contentious and gentle nature that Yu Zhongbai gradually fell in love with her. Yu Zhongbai is indeed a romantic man, but he is also a normal man. With a beautiful and charming wife at home, how many people can remain indifferent? Yu Qing'er's mother can understand this as well. Yu Qing'er's mother is named Lu Yun, coming from a very ordinary background with ordinary cultivation talent, and she is only a support-type soul master. The only thing that can be considered unusual about Lu Yun is probably her identity as an alchemist. Alchemists are not rare on the Douluo Continent. Many sects have alchemists. The two most famous alchemists on the continent today are Yang Wudi, the leader of the Pa family, and Duge Bo, a worshipper of the Tiando Empire. Of course, it cannot be ruled out that the Spirit Hall and the top three sects have even more skilled alchemists hidden among them. Lu Yun is just an ordinary alchemist. The Dragon Yang pill that Yun Zheng took yesterday was refined by Lu Yun. But it is evident that an ordinary alchemist cannot gain the recognition of the Blue Electric Tyrant Sect. Therefore, Lu Yun has always harbored a sense of inferiority in her heart, even though she has never doubted Yu Zhongbai's love for her. She feels unworthy of someone like Yu Zhongbai. Lu Yun even thinks that Yu Zhongbai should be with Ning Fengqian. They are a match made in heaven, and she should naturally step aside. Of course, this kind of thought is only held by Lu Yun. Neither Yu Zhongbai, Ning Fengqian, nor Yu Qing'er has ever had such an idea. It must be said that Yu Zhongbai is indeed a fortunate man. He has a gentle and virtuous wife at home, and outside, an obedient lover. His only daughter, although she seems to dislike him on the surface, is just a little girl's pride. He has also taken a disciple who is a dragon among men, and now he has even broken through to the titled Douluo realm. He is indeed thriving and successful. Returning to the main topic, after Yu Zhongbai and Ning Fengqian arrived at Tianding City, although Yu Qing'er intended to blame Yu Zhongbai for missing Yun Zheng's birthday, when she saw Ning Fengqian, she could only sulkily hide behind her mother, feeling a bit at a loss. Yu Qing'er has very complicated feelings towards Ning Fengqian. On one hand, she resents Ning Fengqian for taking away her mother's husband and is unwilling to call her mother. On the other hand, Ning Fengqian is genuinely good to her and her mother, and Lu Yun and Ning Fengqian seem to be good sisters, which makes Yu Qing'er not know how to face Ning Fengqian. As mentioned before, Ning Fengqian cannot have children due to her own reasons. So she's extremely tolerant of Yu Zhongbai and treats Yu Qing'er as her own. Even in the Blue Electric Tyrant Sect, whenever other children bullied Yu Qing'er, it was Ning Fengqian who stood up for her in Yu Zhongbai's absence. This pure concern and care are the hardest to refuse. And Yu Qing'er cannot treat Ning Fengqian with cold eyes. Lu Yun saw Yu Qing'er being so shy and shot her an annoyed glance. Yu Qing'er frowned and then reluctantly stepped out, softly calling mother, father. When Yu Qing'er refers to Lu Yun, she calls her mother, while she addresses Ning Fengqian as mother too, for easier distinction. As for calling Yu Zhongbai, it's more casual. When she is in a good mood, she calls him father, and when she is not, she simply says dad. If Yu Zhongbai angers her, she has even called out hey before. Interestingly, among the 4 members of the Yu Zhongbai family, Yu Zhongbai is very accommodating to Yu Qing'er due to his sense of debt towards her. Ning Fengqian's care for Yu Qing'er is almost to the point of spoiling her. So to prevent Yu Qing'er from developing a spoiled princess syndrome, Lu Yun, the gentle mother, has to put on a stern face and play the role of a strict parent. Because of this, sometimes even Yun Zheng can't persuade Yu Qing. But Lu Yun only needs a glance to make Yu Qing'er obedient. Qing'er is so well-behaved. Hearing her mother's praise, Ning Fengxian smiled knowingly and took out a bracelet from her bosom, personally putting it on Yu Qing'er. The bracelet is adorned with emerald green gems, magnificent yet not ostentatious. And the gems emit a faint, pleasant fragrance that is refreshing. One must say that the Seven Treasures glazed sect is indeed generous. Such rare treasures are offered without hesitation. Others might not notice, but Yu Zhongbai sees it clearly. The gems on this bracelet are the priceless emerald green crystals, which not only nourish the meridians but also reduce the chances of going berserk, making it an invaluable treasure for soul masters who refine their bodies. Initially, when an elder in the clan wanted to request a couple for his grandson, Ning Fengxian didn't give any. But now she directly strung them into a bracelet for Yu Qing. Ning Fengxian is quite double standard. Of course, Yu Zhongbai knows this but would never voice it. Instead, he pretends not to know and looks around, asking, "Where's Zheng?" Upon hearing Yu Zhongbai mention Yun Zheng, a hint of unusual color flashed across Yu Qing'er's pretty face, and she said uncertainly in a soft voice, "He practiced pretty late yesterday. He might still be resting now." Lu Yun, standing by, smiled silently. Yu Zhongbai didn't suspect anything and just jokingly scolded, "I specially prepared a surprise for him. And this kid is actually sleeping." After saying that, Yu Zhongbai headed towards Yun Zheng's room. Ning Fengxian followed closely behind, curious about her husband's disciple, whom she had heard Yu Zhongbai praise so much. She was excited to finally meet him. Yu Qing'er and Lu Yun also followed. Yu Zhongbai wouldn't bother with any formalities. Upon reaching Yun Zheng's door, he pushed it open. Just as Yu Qing'er said, Yun Zheng was still resting. He was extremely tired last night. First, he was drugged by Yu Qing'er and practiced from the afternoon until midnight. Then he began absorbing an external soul bone, working until the early hours of the morning. He was utterly exhausted, and in the end, he simply relaxed and fell asleep without even having time to take off his clothes. Yun Zheng slept very peacefully, lying on his side in bed, holding a pillow in his arms and the blanket tucked between his legs, looking somewhat endearing. However, at this moment, Yu Zhongbai and the others clearly did not notice Yun Zheng's sleeping posture. Their attention was drawn to the pitch-black tail that had grown behind him. It was a tail over a meter long, entirely black with only a few layers of jade-like armor for decoration. Its appearance was unpretentious, even inconspicuous, but it exuded a kind of ambiguous, magical allure. At this moment, the tail was lazily waving in the air, occasionally wiping away the drool that was about to drip from the corner of Yun Zheng's mouth, as if it had already merged with him. Seeing this scene, Yu Zhongbai couldn't help but be taken aback. His disciple had mutated? Not only Yu Zhongbai, but the three girls were also wide-eyed, clearly not thinking about the external soul bone yet. At the same time, Yun Zheng was also awakened by the commotion, rubbing his eyes, and in a daze, saw Yu Zhongbai's figure, shaking off most of his sleepiness. He quickly sat up and bowed, saying, "Master." At this moment, Yun Zheng also noticed the beautiful woman beside Yu Zhongbai, whom he did not recognize and felt a bit confused. Seeing Yun Zheng's expression, Yu Zhongbai introduced, "This is your master's wife." Master's wife is Lu Yun, and the other is Ning Fengxian, just like Yu Qing'er, to distinguish them. Yun Zheng suddenly realized and respectfully said, "Yun Zheng greets you, Master Mother." Before Ning Fengxian could react, she heard Yu Zhongbai say, "There's no need to be in a hurry to pay your respects. Yun Zheng, can you explain what that thing behind you is?" Yun Zheng was taken aback for a moment upon hearing this, and then he realized that his external soul bone had been exposed. Yun Zheng's body stiffened instantly, and even the evil spirit bone tail behind him twitched nervously. After a few breaths, Yun Zheng finally revealed an awkward smile and explained with a forced tone, "Master, if I say this is an external soul bone I recently obtained, would you believe me?" External soul bone. Upon hearing this name, Yu Zhongbai raised his eyebrows. Indeed, the tail behind Yun Zheng did align with the concept of an external soul bone. However, Yu Zhongbai was puzzled about where Yun Zheng had obtained this external soul bone. Just then, a sharp voice rang out as Yu Qing'er stood up, confidently saying, "It's an external soul bone. I found it together with Yun Zheng." Seeing Yu Qing'er defend him, Yun Zheng felt a mix of emotions. Although he was touched by her defense, he couldn't agree with her flawed lie. It seemed that Yu Qing'er noticed Yu Zhongbai's skepticism, and she became a bit anxious. She knew it was best to get Yu Zhongbai and the others to leave. allowing her and Yun Zheng to discuss a strategy. They say that people can often unleash their potential in critical moments, and Yu Qing'er was no exception. Suddenly, her muddled mind sparked with an idea, and she excitedly exclaimed, "You all go out first. I need to change Yun Zheng's clothes." In the past, when Yu Zhongbai came to Tianding City, Lu Yun often said this to Yu Qing'er, then naturally drove her out of the room. Yu Qing'er felt that this phrase must have some special magic that made people willingly leave. However, as soon as Yu Qing'er finished speaking, everyone present was left stunned. Yun Zheng held his forehead with his hand, looking utterly pained. Ning Fengxian revealed a teasing expression, playfully glancing back and forth between Yu Zhongbai and Lu Yun. Yu Zhongbai coughed awkwardly a couple of times to cover his embarrassment. Lu Yun was similarly affected. Her beautiful face flushed bright red as she glared at Yu Qing'er with indignation, leaving Yu Qing'er somewhat at a loss. Chapter 28. Are you still saying you're not a transformed soul beast? The excuse Yu Qing'er offered clearly failed to convince the three of them that this girl didn't understand the meaning behind those words. She was just imitating others. This left Yu Zhongbai feeling quite embarrassed, and although Lu Yun was irritated and wanted to reprimand her, she was stopped by Ning Fengxian. All right, Ning Fengxian tuklet. Pulling Yu Zhongbai and Lu Yun aside, the childhood friends have some private words to share. Let us not obstruct Qing'er. In fact, Ning Fengxian also had things to discuss with the two of them. After all, such matters should be somewhat avoided in front of the children. Yu Zhongbai and Lu Yun, being impatient, clearly hadn't been cautious enough in this regard, or perhaps hadn't considered that Yu Qing'er and Yun Zheng would understand such profound matters. Ning Fengxian felt it was necessary to teach Yu Zhongbai and Lu Yun a lesson. Don't underestimate a 9-year-old child. Ning Fengxian's niece is also 9 years old, and she is a little witch. After hearing Ning Fengxian's words, Yu Zhongbai thought for a moment and decided to leave with her. Indeed, he was very curious about where Yun Zheng's external soul bone came from. But as a soul master, who didn't have their own secrets? Among all soul masters, those with secrets are not necessarily strong. But any soul master who could be called strong must have unknown secrets. Upon introspection, Yu Zhongbai himself had many secrets that he couldn't explain to outsiders. Even his father or Ning Fengxian and Lu Yun might not know them. A soul master who can be seen through at a glance signifies mediocrity. Yu Zhongbai certainly didn't want his only disciple to become mediocre. Instead, he was more interested in what kind of reasoning Yun Zheng and Yu Qing'er, these two little kids, could come up with together. Lying is also an art. Sometimes, as long as the lie is convincing enough, it can become reality. Yu Zhongbai didn't have high expectations for Yu Qing. This girl had been protected too well and had no cunning at all. What he anticipated was Yun Zheng. He wanted to know if this little fellow, who was wise beyond his years and well-versed in human affairs, could provide him with a satisfactory answer. It didn't necessarily have to be the truth, but must be self-consistent. Thinking of this, Yu Zhongbai smiled slightly, and, holding Lu Yun's hand, left with Ning Fengxian. Yun Zheng and Yu Qing'er watched as Yu Zhongbai and the other two left. After seeing Yu Zhongbai close the door, Yu Qing'er suddenly rushed towards Yun Zheng, grabbing his tail as if she had caught some evidence. Suppressing her excitement, she whispered playfully, "Bad Yun Zheng, you still say you're not transformed from a soul beast? Normal soul masters wouldn't have tails." Yun Zheng's face darkened instantly upon hearing this. This girl still remembered that. Yun Zheng felt a bit of a headache as he wanted to snatch back his own tail, but this was a solid piece of evidence in Yu Qing'er's hands. So how could she easily let Yun Zheng take it back? Yu Qing'er tightly clenched the bony tail in her hand, even holding it close to her chest. Those who didn't know might think it was her external soul bone. Seeing this, Yun Zheng smiled wryly and had no choice but to let Yu Qing'er hold him. In fact, just like a rabbit's ears and a cat's whiskers, Yun Zheng's tail was very sensitive and should not be casually touched by others. Otherwise, he would feel an unusual sensation as if being tickled. But looking at Yu Qing'er's current state, if she knew that Yun Zheng would feel this way, she would not only refuse to let go, but might actually become even more excited. With this in mind, Yun Zheng sighed helplessly and said, "If I were to turn into a soul beast, the first thing I would do is eat you." I'm not afraid." Faced with Yun Zheng's threat, which posed no real threat, Yu Qing'er was completely unafraid and proudly said, "Mother said that with father around, you wouldn't dare to eat me." What the heck? What did the teacher's wife say? At first glance, this statement seemed harmless, but upon closer reflection, it gave one a feeling of wild imagination. However, looking at Yu Qing'er's pure eyes, Yun Zheng felt that he was overthinking it. Perhaps, in a way that even he was unaware of. Liu Yan also regarded him as a soul beast undergoing recultivation. But this only made Yun Zheng's headache worse. The key was that he really couldn't explain it clearly. Don't be afraid. I will protect you. Seeing Yun Zheng's troubled expression, Yu Qing'er immediately patted her chest and vowed confidently. Clearly, this girl had firmly believed that Yun Zheng was a soul beast undergoing recultivation. Yu Qing'er grew up in the Blue Lightning Overlord sect. Although she was not favored by those around her, her backing was the strongest. Her grandfather was the sect leader and the only title Doa of the Blue Lightning Overlord sect. Her uncle was the acting sect leader, and her father was a genius of the Blue Lightning Overlord sect. Even though she couldn't find playmates among her peers, she was still allowed to browse the sect's library. In the Blue Lightning Overlord sect's library, there were detailed records regarding soul beasts undergoing recultivation. Although Yu Qing'er had not read carefully at the time, skimming through it, she knew that a soul beast wanting to undergo recultivation had to have at least 100,000 years of cultivation, and a 100,000-year soul beast was a treasure for soul masters. The 100,000-year soul ring of the number 1 soul master on the rankings, and the 100,000-year soul bone that must be produced were temptations that almost no soul master could refuse. Therefore, Yu Qing'er clearly understood Yun Zheng's desire to conceal his identity and was aware of the dangerous situation he was in, which was why she said such words. Yun Zheng, in that moment, didn't know whether to feel moved or to smile bitterly. He really wasn't a soul beast undergoing recultivation. However, what he needed now was a plan. A meticulous plan. After speaking, Yu Qing'er showed a serious demeanor, deep in thought, while also muttering to herself, "It's not easy to deceive my father and the others." Yun Zheng saw this and couldn't help but sigh inwardly, thinking, "Forget it. If it's a misunderstanding, then let it be. This girl is so confused anyway, and I can't clarify things, so I'll just let it be." Yun Zheng was not worried that Yu Qing'er would harm him. After all, this girl had been suspicious that he was a soul beast for the past 3 years. But even so, she showed no signs of distance or greed, which was enough to prove Yun Zheng's importance in her heart. Thinking this way, Yun Zheng suddenly felt enlightened. "Qing'er, listen to me. I will explain to the master. And when the time comes, remember to act accordingly." Yun Zheng said seriously as he looked at Yu Qing'er. Yu Qing'er blinked, stared at Yun Zheng in a daze, and then smiled. "I knew you had a lot of tricks up your sleeve." Yun Zheng was somewhat amused. That didn't sound like a compliment. In any case, after reviewing the script, Yun Zheng and Yu Qing'er left the room. Seeing them come out, Yu Zhongbai smiled non-committally and asked, "Have you thought about how to explain it?" Under Yu Zhongbai's profound gaze, Yun Zheng felt somewhat lacking in confidence, but he still mustered the courage to show his hand, saying, "As the master has seen, this is my external soul bone, obtained 3 years ago when I hunted the first soul ring in the soul hunting forest. However, at that time, I was unable to tame it, and it remained hidden within me, unable to be summoned until recently when I finally gained the ability to control it." Yun Zheng became Yu Zhongbai's disciple, and it was only in the soul hunting forest 3 years ago that Yu Zhongbai was unaware of the details. Moreover, Yun Zheng possessed the ability to absorb an external soul bone, so Yun Zheng could only claim to have obtained it 3 years ago. As for anything else, Yun Zheng remained completely silent, summarizing it in just 3 words. "I don't know." After all, Yun Zheng was only 9 years old. How could he possibly understand so much? "That's right. I can vouch for him." At this moment, Yu Qing'er also stepped forward, speaking with righteous conviction. Yu Zhongbai and the other 2 watched Yun Zheng and Yu Qing'er with interest, nodding noncommittally. After a long pause, Yu Zhongbai finally said in a deep voice, "Passable." Yu Zhongbai was relatively satisfied with Yun Zheng's explanation. The flaws were minor, and it was coherent enough. For a 9-year-old child, it was already quite impressive. As for the truth, Yu Zhongbai didn't really care. After all, his disciple possessing an external soul bone was a good thing. Why dig deeper unnecessarily? However, as a master, Yu Zhongbai still subtly remarked, "But Zheng, your cultivation has progressed a bit too quickly recently. When I last saw you, you were barely at level 17, but now you've already reached level 20. The surprise I prepared for you is now useless." Yu Zhongbai's words carried 2 meanings. The first was the literal one. The birthday gift he had prepared for Yun Zheng was no longer needed. The second was a reminder to Yun Zheng that there was a flaw in his fabricated story. If he had truly obtained the external soul bone 3 years ago, why hadn't Yun Zheng's cultivation improved significantly back then, only to surge forward now? Chapter 29. A soul master can only trust their own martial soul. P.S. Seeking all forms of support. Yun Zheng certainly picked up on the implied meaning in Yu Zhongbai's words, and immediately felt a bit awkward. Yun Zheng subconsciously believes that deceiving his master is wrong, but the secret of Grandpa Zhu cannot be exposed either. For a moment, Yun Zheng feels quite conflicted. Seeing the troubled expression on Yun Zheng's face, Yu Zhongbai laughed heartily, patted Yun Zheng on the shoulder, and said loudly, "It's no problem, since you have your own opportunities. That is also your blessing. However, you must not be negligent with this external soul bone. For soul masters, an external soul bone is not only a means of combat, but can also protect you from a fatal injury once. In the future, you cannot hide it like before." Yu Zhongbai's words reveal the origin of the external soul bone. Moreover, Yu Zhongbai implies that Yun Zheng need not conceal the fact that he possesses an external soul bone. The rarity of the external soul bone is an undeniable fact. Although external soul bones cannot be stripped away like ordinary soul bones for some dark-hearted individuals, the mentality is that if I don't have it, you shouldn't have it either. If I don't have an external soul bone, and you do, I will kill you. In summary, the saying goes, a common man is innocent, but bearing a precious gem brings trouble. However, the old saying also states that only a common man bears the burden of a precious gem, and Yun Zheng is certainly not an ordinary man. Yun Zheng is the direct disciple of Yu Zhongbai, a prominent title Douluo of the Blue Electric Tyrant Sect. How could he possibly fail to protect a piece of external soul bone belonging to his disciple? Since there is an external soul bone, it must be used properly, lest it comes to a situation where one desperately needs it but doesn't know how to use it, which would be a tragic waste. Imagine a soul master without wings, a tail, or spider legs suddenly gaining an extra limb. It will be normal for them to be unable to control it perfectly, right? Only by training the external soul bone to become an extension of oneself can its strongest potential be realized. At this moment, Yun Zheng had not thought that far. He was simply relieved that Yu Zhongbai did not inquire about the origins of the external soul bone. Just as he was about to agree, he suddenly heard Yu Qinger exclaim, "No, why should it be taken away just because it can't be used? Father, you promised a surprise. How can you go back on your word?" Yu Qinger would not forget about Yun Zheng when it came to benefits. Although Yu Zhongbai had already celebrated Yun Zheng's birthday twice, this time was different. It was also a celebration for Yu Zhongbai's breakthrough to title Douluo, so it couldn't be treated lightly. Yun Zheng initially planned to go along with the flow, but with Yu Qinger stirring things up, he was at a loss for what to do. Yu Zhongbai also smiled wryly and explained, "But what I prepared for Zheng is a Dragon Roar Ascension pill. And now that Zheng has already broken through level 20, it is truly useless. The Dragon Roar Ascension pill is a unique pill of the Blue Electric Tyrant Sect, and its effect is simple. It raises the cultivation of soul masters below the Great Soul Master level by up to 2 levels, or at least 1 level. And it can only be used by soul masters below the Great Soul Master level. Moreover, each soul master can only take one throughout their life. Currently, the alchemist system in Douluo Continent is not well developed, and the pills that can be refined are mostly toxic pills, detoxifying pills, explosive pills, or healing pills, supportive pills. There are very few pills that can directly enhance a soul master's cultivation, and even if there are, they come with numerous restrictions. And there are no effective pills for high-level soul masters at all, due to this accumulation of factors. Although the Dragon Roar Ascension pill is only effective for soul masters below the Great Soul Master level, is still quite precious within the Blue Electric Tyrant Sect. Among the younger generation of the Blue Electric Tyrant Sect, only Yu Qianheng, Yu Qianxin, and a few other talented descendants are qualified to use it. As a gift, it is indeed a surprise. But who would have thought that Yun Zheng, by an unfortunate twist of fate, had just fused with the external soul bone yesterday, and had his soul power break through level 20? Taking the Dragon Roar Ascension pill after reaching level 20 would be harmful rather than beneficial. Yu Zhongbai would not allow Yun Zheng to do something that would ruin his foundation. Upon hearing the name of the Dragon Roar Ascension pill, Yu Qinger understood that Yu Zhongbai did not mean it, but she still feigned displeasure and huffed, "Well, I don't care. It's your fault anyway. You must compensate." Yu Qinger was indeed being a bit unreasonable, but Yu Zhongbai was more than happy to oblige. He would not foolishly refuse such a great opportunity to bond with his daughter. All right. Yu Zhongbai quickly smiled and said, "How about this? I really didn't bring any suitable gifts, so why don't we let Zheng choose for himself? Whatever Zheng likes, I will give him. How does that sound?" Upon hearing this, Yu Qinger's clever eyes flashed with satisfaction, but she still looked at Yun Zheng, seeking his opinion. Yun Zheng certainly wouldn't embarrass Yu Zhongbai, so he nodded and said, "Thank you, master. Since that's the case, Zheng, have you thought about what you want?" Yu Zhongbai asked gently with a smile. At that moment, Yu Qing'er ran to Yun Zheng's side and quietly whispered in his ear, "Don't be polite with my father. He's very wealthy." Ah! Yun Zheng's face stiffened at her words. "Miss, if you can't use sound transmission, please don't mumble, okay? Your father is a titled Douluo. What are you thinking? Do you think he can't hear?" Thinking of this, Yun Zheng couldn't help but glance toward Yu Zhongbai, and sure enough, Yu Zhongbai's expression was somewhat unnatural at that moment. Yu Zhongbai always felt that his precious daughter, who was so vibrant and lively, seemed to be about to be taken away by his own disciple, and it felt like she was running away on her own legs. As this thought arose, Yu Zhongbai's fatherly heart ached faintly, and his gaze toward Yun Zheng began to deepen. Perhaps sensing the scrutiny from Yu Zhongbai, Yun Zheng involuntarily shivered and quickly spoke up. "Master, I want to learn the spear." Learn the spear? Upon hearing Yun Zheng's request, Yu Zhongbai couldn't help but furrow his brow, seemingly wanting to refuse instinctively. Yu Zhongbai was aware of Yun Zheng's first soul skill and clearly understood why Yun Zheng wanted to learn the spear. If it weren't for that, if Yun Zheng dared to want to learn the spear, Yu Zhongbai would have been more than willing to give him a good beating to uphold the teacher's discipline. Yu Zhongbai had a theory that as a soul master, one must and can only trust their own martial soul. Any external force beyond the martial soul is not something a soul master pursuing the path of a strong person should aspire to. For example, in the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect, any younger generation with a Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon martial soul would be gladly taught if they wanted to refine their body, learn the Dragon Transformation secret method, or learn the Thunder Control technique. But if anyone dared to say they wanted to learn the Haotian sect's Chaotic Wind Hammer technique or the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect distraction technique, they would immediately get a slap and be scolded. Is this something you should learn? Indeed, if conditions allow, other soul masters wielding hammers can also use the Chaotic Wind Hammer technique. In a low cultivation state, it might even lead to unexpected victories. However, as cultivation rises, without the Haotian Hammer martial soul, the power of the Chaotic Wind Hammer technique will always be unable to reach its peak, and in the end, it might not even be as effective as a casual strike from one's own martial soul. Wouldn't it be better to use that time and energy to refine the power of one's own martial soul? Furthermore, once one masters powers outside their own martial soul, they will unconsciously think they have a fallback option. With more means, they will become lax in developing their own martial soul. For example, in the original story, Tang San had Tang Sect hidden weapons, Xiantian Kung Fu, Control Crane and Capture Dragon, Ghost Shadow Misty Steps, and a series of supreme skills. But it was precisely these supreme skills that led to Tang San's incomplete development of his own martial soul. There has always been a saying that fallen leaves and flying flowers can all be used as hidden weapons. Tang San possessed the blue-silver grass martial soul, and with the various throwing techniques from the hidden weapons, he could have taken the route of a sensitive attack soul master. If he were to achieve great success, he could unleash a rain of pear blossoms with a flick of his hand, which would also be powerful. But Tang San did not choose this path, partly because the master arranged for him to follow the control system soul master route, and partly because Tang San already had a better choice. He was already capable of crafting numerous powerful hidden weapons, so why should he turn his martial soul into hidden weapons? Therefore, while Yu Zhongbai could understand Yun Zheng wanting to learn the spear and archery, if Yun Zheng dared to learn any sword or hammer techniques, Yu Zhongbai would definitely let him experience the grandness of being a disciple. To get back on track, Yun Zheng wanting to learn the spear was actually something Yu Zhongbai had anticipated. 3 years ago, Yun Zheng had already mentioned it to Yu Zhongbai, but at that time, Yu Zhongbai felt that Yun Zheng's active usage time for his first soul skill was still too short, and his usual means were still the Frost Sky Featherbow. Moreover, the spear was a heavy weapon, and without enough strength to support it, one couldn't use the spear effectively in battle. From these two perspectives, Yu Zhongbai rejected Yun Zheng's idea of learning the spear 3 years ago, telling him to focus on tempering his physique. He said to consider learning the spear when his first soul skill's active usage time increased and his physique could support the energy. Originally, Yu Zhongbai wanted to use the same reasoning to refuse Yun Zheng again, but thinking about it, Yun Zheng was already at level 20 now, and the active usage time of his first soul skill was already 40 seconds. Moreover, he had made some progress in body tempering, so he could fully use the Frost Spear as an explosive means. Learning the spear seemed to have become an inevitable thing, but this left Yu Zhongbai with a headache. The key was that he didn't know how to use a spear. Yu Zhongbai a titled Douluo with the blue lightning tyrant dragon martial soul, had always taken pride in his lightning techniques and had never used a weapon since he started cultivating. He was a pure spellcaster. When had he ever learned the spear? Although, as Yun Zheng's master, Yun Zheng had indeed prepared to study in advance so he could guide Yun Zheng later. But who would have thought Yun Zheng would progress so rapidly? At the time, Yun Zheng was only at levels 15 or 16, and Yun Zheng wasn't in a hurry. Even 6 months ago, when Yun Zheng was preparing to enter seclusion to advance, Yun Zheng had only just reached level 17. But who could have imagined that Yun Zheng somehow obtained an external soul bone and broke through to level 20 in just 6 months? Even the Dragon Roar Ascension pill that Yun Zheng had prepared became a mere decoration, which was something he never expected. Clearly, it was said that soul power was solid and heavy, and that cultivation was slow. Chapter 30. Thunder Prison Douluo Yun Zheng. Ahem. To cover up his embarrassment, Yun Zheng pretended to cough a couple of times, feigning a contemplative expression, as if weighing the pros and cons of Yun Zheng learning the spear now. Yun Zheng also became a little nervous. Although he believed he was ready to learn the spear techniques, he still valued Yun Zheng's opinion. Yun Zheng didn't think he could have a broader perspective than a titled Douluo like Yun Zheng. If Yun Zheng thought it wasn't the right time, Yun Zheng might not give up, but he would definitely reconsider. After a few breaths, a flash of inspiration struck Yun Zheng, and, after nodding in agreement, he solemnly said to Yun Zheng, "There's no rush on this matter." He then explained, "Zheng, you should indeed learn some spear techniques now, but you don't even have a second soul ring yet. If you learn recklessly without determining the direction of your soul skills, it could be counterproductive. It's better to wait until you obtain your second soul skill, and then study systematically in conjunction with the effects of the soul skills." Yun Zheng's initial refusal made Yun Zheng's heart tighten, but after Yun Zheng finished speaking, Yun Zheng felt it made sense and nodded thoughtfully. Just as Yun Zheng said, Yun Zheng only had one soul skill, and that first soul skill really couldn't determine his future direction. Unlike Yu Qing'er, whose first soul skill, Giant Spirit Breath, unleashed a devastating beam of golden light, making it clear she was suited for a strong attack type. Yun Zheng was different. Although his first soul ring had 3 attached soul skills, neither the Frost Sky, Feather Bow, nor the Frost Language Spear could determine his path. Combining the 2 passive soul skills, Yun Zheng felt he would likely lean toward either a strong attack type or a swift attack type, which was also the route Yun Zheng had prepared for him. But whether it would be a strong attack type or a swift attack type would depend on what kind of soul skills the second soul ring would bring. There's a significant difference between swift attack and strong attack types, and the learning directions are different as well. Yun Zheng's explanation was reasonable. In fact, Yun Zheng harbored a lavish wish in his heart. He wanted the Frost Sky, Feather Bow to go the swift attack route, and the Frost Language Spear to take the strong attack route. But this was ultimately just a wish, and Yun Zheng wasn't sure what kind of changes the Heavenly Gift Soul Ring would bring to his martial soul. The Frost Sky, Feather Bow, and the Frost Language Spear were originally the same martial soul, but now they had become 2 forms of one soul. Yun Zheng didn't know if the second soul ring would give both forms of soul skill, or if only the true form of the martial soul. The Frost Sky, Feather Bow would have one. If it were the former, that would be great, but if it were the latter, it would be somewhat disappointing. However, regardless, it was definitely correct to first hunt for the second soul ring. Whether it was for the swift attack type or the strong attack type, it had to be determined first. If it was a strong attack type, then it would focus on heavy hits from a distance. If it was a swift attack type, then it would focus on speed and precision. With this in mind, Yun Zheng said, "I'll leave it all to you, master." Upon hearing this, Yun Zheng nodded with satisfaction. "There's no rush on this, and it's useless, father. I think you just want to procrastinate." Just as both of them were in high spirits, Yu Qing suddenly huffed unhappily, clearly dissatisfied with this outcome. The Dragon Roar Ascension pill was ineffective, and it wasn't the right time for the spear techniques. Ultimately, Yun Zheng hadn't gained any benefits, so Yu Qing naturally wanted to stand up for him. However, this time, Yun Zheng did not show any signs of embarrassment. Instead, he calmly reassured. Who said that? Yu Qing'er's complaint was exactly what Yun Zheng had been waiting for. He then said, "Since I have said that we will wait until Zheng has the second soul ring before teaching the spear techniques, I will naturally arrange the most suitable soul ring for him. Zheng's martial soul is extraordinary, and the first soul ring is even more unique. I must carefully select it for him. The ice attribute must stand out. It must be fast. It must have strong attacks, and it must have sufficient age. Regardless of whether Zheng will be a swift attack type or a strong attack type soul master in the future, The second soul ring is of utmost importance and cannot be taken lightly. Yun Zheng's first soul ring's extraordinary nature couldn't be hidden. As Yun Zheng's cultivation gradually improved, its age also advanced little by little. The only regret was that even though Yun Zheng had already broken through to level 20, the limit for absorbing soul ring years had not exceeded the 1,000-year mark, likely stuck at over 900 years. If Yun Zheng were willing to endure, it would merely be a matter of time before the limit for absorbing soul ring years could be pushed to over 1,000 years through physical enhancement. However, Yun Zheng felt that since he could absorb it, there was no need to deliberately pursue a 1,000-year soul ring. The difference between a 900-year soul ring and a 1,000-year soul ring was not as great as imagined. Nevertheless, there was still a distinction between a 400-year soul ring and a 900-year soul ring. Although Yun Zheng's first soul ring was still yellow, it had a faint purple hue, which naturally couldn't escape Yu Zhongbai's keen eyes. In response, Yun Zheng's explanation remained vague. He merely answered ambiguously that he was also unclear about the changes. Coupled with Yu Qing'er's firm statement that she had personally witnessed Yun Zheng absorb his first soul ring, Yu Zhongbai did not pursue the matter further. As the saying goes, since it's a good thing, why dig deeper into it? Of course, Yu Zhongbai still kept the difference in Yun Zheng's first soul ring in mind. He purposely visited the master, not to mention this matter, as the master's research on martial souls was indeed top-notch in the continent. If even a master didn't know, then it might truly be an unsolved mystery. What Yu Zhongbai did not expect was that the master actually provided an explanation. In the history of Douluo Continent, there had indeed been cases like Yun Zheng's, where during the mutation of the martial soul, not all talents were converted into innate soul power, resulting in excess potential being infused into the first soul ring, allowing it to gradually advance with the growth of the soul master. As for how far it could advance, that would depend on how much residual potential remained during the martial soul mutation. The soul master in the continent's history had only managed to elevate the first soul ring to the 1,000-year level before it abruptly stopped. Nevertheless, in any case, the divine ring had an authoritative explanation now. It was probably the complete opposite of the master's situation regarding martial soul mutation. The master had his talent unable to support the mutation, leading to its cessation and being reduced to a pig with only half of innate soul power. In the master's explanation, Yun Zheng's talent was too strong, and the mutation of the martial soul could not exhaust it, resulting in the excess potential being transformed into an increase in the age of the first soul ring. Returning to the main point, after hearing Yu Zhongbai's response, Yun Zheng felt a bit moved. This is the benefit of having connections. If Yun Zheng had not met Yu Qing'er and had not taken Yu Zhongbai as his master, he likely would still be studying at a junior soul master academy, unable to easily expose his external soul bone, and there would be no one to meticulously select his second soul ring. He would probably have been given a random 600- or 700-year soul beast. Noticing the respectful look in Yun Zheng's eyes, Yu Zhongbai couldn't help but feel a bit ashamed. Those close to home know their own business. He purely wanted to take advantage of this so-called time to find a soul beast to catch up on some spear techniques. It didn't need to be mastered, but he couldn't be completely clueless. In any case, Yu Zhongbai's journey to find a soul beast would likely take at least 3 to 2 months. However, under Yun Zheng's gaze, Yu Zhongbai also firmly resolved to find the most suitable soul beast for Yun Zheng. Yun Zheng and Yu Qing'er, the two little ones, did not notice the unusual expression in Yu Zhongbai's eyes, but Lu Yun and Ning Fengxian keenly caught the displeasure in the eyes of their beloved, instantly knowing what Yu Zhongbai was thinking, and they both rolled their eyes at him. Yu Zhongbai gave a sheepish smile, pleading with his two wives not to expose his shortcomings. Of course, Lu Yun and Ning Fengxian would not let Yu Zhongbai save face in front of Yun Zheng and Yu Qing'er. Ning Fengxian approached Yun Zheng, lovingly ruffling his hair, and took out a bracelet, personally putting it on Yun Zheng's wrist, saying, "This is our first meeting, and I didn't prepare anything special. So let this soul guide device serve as my meeting gift and birthday present." With the 7-treasure glazed tile school making a move, you could tell whether it was genuine or not. Ning Fengxian only mentioned it was a soul guide device, but didn't specify its spatial geometry. However, it was clear that what she presented as a meeting gift was definitely not trivial. Receiving such a grand gift from Ning Fengxian before their first meeting made Yun Zheng somewhat overwhelmed, and he couldn't help but glance at Yu Zhongbai, who chuckled and said, "This is a gift from an elder. You cannot refuse. Since it's given by your teacher's mother, just accept it." Yu Zhongbai knew very well that Ning Fengxian had put in a lot of effort to ensure Yun Zheng wouldn't refuse. This soul guide device might not seem like much, perhaps considered a treasure in the eyes of ordinary people, but in the view of the seven treasure, glazed tile school, it clearly didn't reach the standard of a meeting gift. The real gift from Ning Fengqian to Yun Zheng was what was inside the soul guide device. After getting Yu Zhongbai's approval, Yun Zheng finally accepted the soul guide device and bowed formally, saying, "Thank you, teacher's mother. You child, there's no need to be so polite with me." Ning Fengqian pretended to be displeased and shot Yun Zheng a glare, complaining. It must be said that Yun Zheng's appearance was indeed likable, and coupled with his identity as Yu Zhongbai's disciple, Ning Fengqian almost instantly took a liking to him. Fortunately, Yun Zheng was much easier to get along with than Ning Fengqian had imagined, which saved her a lot of effort. All right. Isn't today the day to celebrate Yu Lang's title? What are we doing standing here? Come with me. At this moment, Lu Yin also spoke up, taking Yun Zheng's left hand and pulling Yu Qing'er with her right hand, heading towards the living room. Today, Yu Zhongbai and Ning Fengqian came to Tianding City not just to celebrate Yun Zheng's birthday, but also to celebrate Yu Zhongbai's breakthrough to a title de law. For this, Lu Yin had been preparing for several days, putting in a lot of effort. Indeed, Yu Zhongbai's breakthrough would certainly be celebrated on a larger scale within the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect, intending to take the opportunity to promote the strength of the sect. But Yu Zhongbai was not interested in that. He casually dealt with a few matters and directly brought Ning Fengqian to Tianding City. In contrast, Tianding City was much more relaxing for Yu Zhongbai. But just as Yu Zhongbai was enjoying a hearty laugh with his family, the high-ranking officials of several top powers on the Douluo Continent were gathering together. Their discussions varied, but they all had a common focus. The newly titled Douluo of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect, Yu Zhongbai, titled Thunder Prison. Chapter 31. 3 years later, outside Suatawa City, a young boy and girl walked along the road, resembling a pair of golden boy and jade girl. The boy was handsome and elegant, while the girl was strikingly cute. As they walked, they attracted the attention of many passers-by, but they remained completely indifferent, as if they had long been accustomed to such attention. It may be somewhat inaccurate to call them a boy and girl. They were more like a young boy and a young girl, as the boy only appeared to be about 1.45 meters tall, looking like he was around 8 or 9 years old. In contrast, the girl was quite tall, especially her long, slender legs wrapped in black stockings, which were particularly eye-catching, attracting the attention of many young men. However, if anyone's gaze lingered for more than 5 seconds, a bone-chilling coldness would sweep over them, silently reminding them that this boy and girl were not beings they could aspire to reach. This made many passers-by who had inappropriate thoughts about the siblings drop their intentions. It was clear that this pair of siblings must be high-ranking soul masters, and they looked like young masters or young ladies from a prominent family. Only those ordinary people who were tired of living would dare to provoke them. However, what was puzzling was that the girl, who looked more like an older sister, had a face full of affection, tightly holding her brother's hand, sometimes even not looking at the road, using a spoiled tone to ask him to carry her. In contrast, the shorter brother had a helpless expression, accommodating her while occasionally glancing around, trying to identify the direction and see which bold person couldn't control their eyes. This boy and girl were, of course, Yun Zheng and Yu Qing'er. As for why 12-year-old Yun Zheng was still mistaken for an 8 or 9-year-old child, to be fair, is a height of 1.45 meters considered short at 12 years old on Earth. Yun Zheng is growing normally, but unfortunately, his peers in Douluo Continent are developing much faster, with many reaching heights of 1.7 to 1.8 meters by the age of 12. In contrast, Yun Zheng's height of 1.45 meters is really just the height of an 8 or 9-year-old child in Douluo Continent. However, Yun Zheng has noticed that the indigenous people of Douluo Continent develop earlier, and their height limits aren't too exaggerated either. Ordinary commoners are usually around 1.7 to 1.8 meters tall, while nobles and clan descendants are a bit taller, but still within the range of normal people. Most indigenous people in Douluo Continent stop growing around the ages of 14 or 15, so Yun Zheng can definitely catch up slowly. In summary, the future looks promising. For now, though, Yun Zheng can only bear the title of a little boy. Getting back to the point, walking on the road, with Yun Zheng leading the way, Yu Qing'er is not worried at all and happily follows behind him, carefree. Why not let Yu Qing'er lead? Yun Zheng can't trust her to lead the way when she got lost even at the outskirts of the soul-hunting forest and ended up running into the mixed area. Yun Zheng, why do you have to go to Shrek Academy? Although he heard from his father that this academy is a bit special, it doesn't even have qualifications to participate in the Continental Soul Master Competition. Why go all the way to sign up? Maybe it's because she's bored. Yu Qing'er playfully shakes Yun Zheng's arm and asks languidly, Yun Zheng smiled slightly and said, "Then let me ask you, if one day you wake up and find yourself in the world of Snow White, what would you want to do?" Over the past 6 years, whenever he got annoyed by Yuqing, Yun Zheng would tell her stories from his past life. Of course, since Tang Sect was also a person who traveled through time, Yun Zheng couldn't be sure if Tang Sect was from Earth or which era he belonged to avoid exposing his identity. The stories Yun Zheng told Yuqing were mostly foreign fairy tales or tales like Halua, while he never mentioned Journey to the West. The story of Snow White was the first story he told Yuqing and also her favorite. Actually, there was a misunderstanding here. Yun Zheng initially didn't want to tell such stories. It just happened that once while tutoring Yuqing, he accidentally mentioned the words by Shui Gongzhu, White Learning Princess. Although Yuqing didn't understand what those 4 words meant, her intuition told her that it was definitely not something good. To find out what by Shui Gongzhu meant, Yuqing used all sorts of methods, including threats and temptations, and even tried drugging him. In the end, Yun Zheng had no choice but to explain it with the story of Snow White. This also led to Yuqing's misunderstanding, as Yun Zheng had once referred to her as by Shui Gongzhu, and naturally, she identified herself with the character of Snow White. Thinking that she was the most beautiful girl in Yun Zheng's eyes made Yuqing feel sweet inside. This is also why Yuqing loved the story of Snow White the most. At that time, when Yun Zheng learned of Yuqing's misunderstanding, he found it quite amusing. But of course, he wouldn't foolishly reveal the truth. He would keep the truth to himself. Anyway, ever since Yuqing misunderstood in Yun Zheng's heart, she had already become Snow White. "I don't want to." Yun Zheng did not expect that. Facing his question, Yuqing not only did not answer, but also shook her head firmly. "Why? Don't you like Snow White the most?" Yun Zheng blinked, asking with some confusion. Yuqing looked straight into Yun Zheng's eyes and said seriously, "Because you're not here. I don't want to be apart from you. Without you, it's meaningless to go anywhere." As soon as Yuqing finished speaking, Yun Zheng was stunned. Yuqing always had this way of gently stirring the soft spots in Yun Zheng's heart, and after infusing her own warmth, she acted as if she was completely unaware. After a few breaths, Yun Zheng came back to his senses, and the corners of his mouth unconsciously lifted as he continued softly. "Then if I go with you, what would you want to do? Need I say? Of course, we would defeat the evil queen, smash the magic mirror, and let Snow White live happily ever after." This time, Yuqing shouted excitedly without any hesitation. But the world of Snow White is quite large. There is not just one kingdom, but also dwarfs in the deep mountains and many others who need help in different places. Why must we be so fixated on Snow White? Yun Zheng continued to question. This question seemed to stump Yuqing. She furrowed her brows and hesitantly said, "But if we go to Snow White's world and don't meet Snow White, then why should we go?" "Exactly. That's how it is." Yun Zheng laughed heartily, teasingly. Yun Zheng's laughter left Yuqing even more confused. She moved her beautiful eyes and asked in puzzlement, "But what does this have to do with our arrival at Shrek Academy?" "I can't explain it clearly, but the situation is roughly like this." Just as Yun Zheng was about to say something, his gaze suddenly turned icy, and he let out a cold snort. Without any visible movement, 2 soul rings, one yellow and one purple, flashed behind him, and a beam of ice-blue light streaked through the air, quickly vanishing. In the next moment, a piercing scream echoed, and the passers-by turned to look in the direction of the sound, only to see a man with an ice-blue ice arrow lodged in his right leg, blood gushing uncontrollably. The onlookers were all stunned. Among these passers-by were not just ordinary people, but also many soul masters. However, even they couldn't see what had exactly happened. They knew that Yun Zheng had released a soul skill, but they only saw the flash of ice-blue light before the man was struck by the arrow. They had no idea what transpired in between. The ice arrow seemed to have traversed space directly, hitting the man's right leg. For a moment, everyone instinctively averted their gazes. They clearly remembered that earlier, the man had cast a lewd glance at Yuqing, and now he had been shot in the thigh by Yun Zheng's arrow. They certainly didn't want to end up like him. Yuqing also heard the scream and instinctively turned to look, but Yun Zheng suddenly pulled her forward and walked quickly, not wanting her to see what had happened. Yun Zheng's arrow was indeed quite ruthless. Not only did it injure the man's right leg, but it also allowed cold energy to invade, meaning that even if he didn't end up with a disability, he would still have to spend a considerable amount of money hiring a healing soul master. For an ordinary person, this is definitely a heavy punishment. But that's Yun Zheng. He focuses on the results and ignores the reasons. If you play dirty, you must pay the price. The current Yun Zheng is not the same as the Yun Zheng from 6 years ago. He no longer needs to be worldly or cunning. especially when it comes to an ordinary person who isn't worth his time and attention. Just like that little thief who tried to steal Yun Zheng's leather wallet back then. However, Yun Zheng didn't completely eliminate the threat. He wasn't that ruthless yet. As for revenge, Yun Zheng really wasn't worried. This is Douluo Continent, where everyone's status is already determined by the age of 6, and ordinary people have no chance of rising up. They say the king of hell is easy to deal with, but little ghosts are hard to handle. Yet on Douluo Continent, ordinary people without innate soul power don't even get the chance to be little ghosts. Yun Zheng was not afraid of Yu Qing'er, seeing him take action. After all, Yu Qing'er was also a soul master, and such a small scene wouldn't scare her. The reason Yun Zheng pulled Yu Qing'er away was simply that he didn't want her to discover the unusual feelings of his heart. Unfortunately, things didn't go as he wished. Yu Qing'er's eyesight was sharp, and the ice arrow that belonged to Yun Zheng was particularly eye-catching. Combined with Yun Zheng's unnatural behavior, Yu Qing'er immediately felt a rush of delight in her heart. She proactively ran up to him, leaned close to his ear, and playfully teased, "You're jealous." "I'm not." Yun Zheng's face turned red, and without looking back, he stubbornly denied it. Hearing this, Yu Qing'er let out a series of bell-like laughter and giggled. "But your tail is showing." Upon hearing this, Yun Zheng's entire body stiffened, and he quickly turned his head to look. Or is there a shadow of the malevolent spirit's bone tail? Seeing this, Yun Zheng knew he had been played by Yu Qing'er. He shot her an annoyed glance. But Yu Qing'er remained unfazed, giggling and appearing even happier. Chapter 32. He Dares. Amidst Yu Qing'er's half-amused, half-teasing laughter, the embarrassed Yun Zheng finally brought her into the city. The soul coins needed to enter the city were paid by Yun Zheng. In fact, throughout their journey, Yu Qing'er had not used any soul coins. It was all Yun Zheng who paid. 3 years ago, Yun Zheng only received 1 gold soul coin from the Spirit Hall each month. For an ordinary person, that was more than enough, but for soul masters, it certainly wasn't considered wealthy. However, after Yun Zheng's 9th birthday, he was no longer short on soul coins. At that time, Ning Fengxian gifted Yun Zheng a soul guide as a meeting gift. Initially, Yun Zheng thought it was merely a soul guide. Although he already had the storage space from Lord Bede, he was still very pleased to have a soul guide of his own to conceal Lord Bede's existence. What Yun Zheng never expected was that what Ning Fengxian referred to as a meeting gift was not just any soul guide, but a treasure trove of wealth within soul guides. Literally, a mountain of gold and silver. It was no surprise that Ning Fengxian, coming from the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, provided Yun Zheng not only with a spacious storage space, but also with boxes upon boxes of gold soul coins and a black gold card from the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School. With this wealth, Yun Zheng could easily establish a small sect. In addition, there were numerous bottles of elixirs, including detoxifying, healing, energy nurturing, and blood coagulating potions, with a wide variety available. Ning Fengxian also prepared a lot of clothing for Yun Zheng, from age 9 to 20. Even spiritual herbs were plentiful, with many dragon yang herbs, which are used for body refinement, piled up in large quantities. One could say that Ning Fengxian had fully prepared all the basic resources Yun Zheng would need for his cultivation journey. Not to mention, after acquiring this soul guide, even the entire Min family, which was still in a state of poverty, might not be as wealthy as Yun Zheng. Only after opening the soul guide did Yun Zheng truly feel the depth of the phrase wealth that rivals a nation. Of course, receiving such a generous gift left Yun Zheng somewhat at a loss. He did consider returning it to Ning Fengxian, but was stopped by Yu Zhongbai. Since Ning Fengxian had given it to Yun Zheng, she surely had no intention of taking it back. Moreover, these items were not solely for Yun Zheng, but were shared with Yu Qing'er. Yu Zhongbai thought Yu Qing'er was impulsive and might waste it, which is why he entrusted the more stable Yun Zheng with the financial authority. After Yu Zhongbai explained this, Yun Zheng felt justified in accepting Ning Fengxian's soul guide. Otherwise, it would have felt a bit burdensome. Once they entered Suatawa City, both Yun Zheng and Yu Qing'er remained calm. Suatawa City was not a particularly famous large city. It was certainly more developed than Aogu City, but it was roughly on par with Tianding City. Yu Qing'er had seen her share of grand scenes, so she naturally did not feel anything novel, while Yun Zheng, with his memories from his past life, felt even more indifferent. "Aren't we supposed to go to Shrek Academy? Why are we entering the city?" Yu Qing'er asked, holding Yun Zheng's hand, puzzled as she looked at the buildings around the town. Yun Zheng glanced at the evening glow on the horizon and explained helplessly, "Shrek Academy is still at least an hour's journey from Soto City. With night approaching, if we don't enter the city, we'll have to sleep outdoors." Upon hearing this, Yu Qing'er nodded thoughtfully. Just as Yun Zheng said, Although it's not uncommon for soul masters to spend the night in the wilderness, Yun Zheng and Yu Qing'er had experienced it once when they were 6. However, this wasn't an outing to hunt for spirit rings, nor was there anything urgent that required them to rush. So why make things difficult for themselves? So where are we going to stay tonight? Yu Qing'er asked, looking around in confusion. Yun Zheng shrugged his shoulders and said matter-of-factly, we can only find a motel or hotel to stay for one night, since we're going to Shrek Academy tomorrow anyway. Motel? Hotel? Upon hearing these two terms, Yu Qing'er blinked in confusion, seemingly unable to believe it. After taking a few breaths to confirm repeatedly, her expression suddenly became playful and ambiguous as she hugged Yun Zheng tightly, sweetly exclaiming, Yun Zheng, you finally come to your senses. Yun Zheng was initially taken aback, but when he noticed the blush on Yu Qing'er's pretty face, he immediately understood that the girl was thinking inappropriately. Realizing this, Yun Zheng's expression darkened, and he poured a bucket of cold water over Yu Qing'er's head, saying, 2 rooms. No way. Upon hearing this, Yu Qing'er frowned and insisted, 1 room. We need to save on expenses. You said so. Hearing this, Yun Zheng couldn't help but roll his eyes and instinctively retorted, then why don't we just take showers together in the future? That way we can save water resources too. All right. Yun Zheng's thoughtless words clearly hit the mark for Yu Qing'er, as a glimmer of brilliance flashed in her beautiful eyes, showing a rather intrigued expression. Seeing this, Yun Zheng helplessly tugged at the corners of his mouth and awkwardly said, forget I said anything. When he saw that Yun Zheng was about to back down again, the smile on Yu Qing'er's face was replaced by a lingering sadness, and she playfully questioned, don't you like me? How could that be? Faced with such a life-threatening question, Yun Zheng didn't have to think and immediately gave his answer. But then Heian explained, it's just that if Master finds out, he'll chop me up. He dares. As soon as Yu Zhongbai was mentioned, Yu Qing'er widened her beautiful eyes, showing no fear at all. After all, they were in Suodo City, far from authority. Yu Qing'er wasn't afraid. By then, the deed would be done, and Yu Zhongbai would have to accept it. He dares. Unfortunately, Yun Zheng did not possess such fearless spirit. He nodded seriously and gave a definite answer. Over the past 6 years, the barrier between Yu Qing'er and Yun Zheng had long been shattered. Yu Qing'er had already fallen for Yun Zheng, and Yun Zheng, after a long time, had developed feelings for this girl who was always thinking of him. Logically speaking, with mutual affection and Yu Qing'er being bold, once she set her sights on Yun Zheng, she would think of making him hers. She had even done things like drugging before. It should have already been a thunderous affair. However, Yun Zheng never dared to take a step beyond the line. One of the reasons was Yu Zhongbai. Yu Zhongbai was a doting father. In fact, he could accept his daughter liking Yun Zheng. As the saying goes, the water from the well should not flow to outsiders. After all, Yun Zheng was someone he had watched grow up, his own disciple, and he trusted Yun Zheng's character. Yu Zhongbai believed that Yun Zheng would be a good match for Yu Qing'er. But just thinking about the fact that his daughter was only 12 years old made Yu Zhongbai's fatherly heartache. This was also a hurdle that Yun Zheng couldn't get over. In Yun Zheng's view, anyone under 14 could only be considered a little girl. As the saying goes, heaven punishes the earth. To take a step back, as a native of the Douluo Continent, Yu Qing'er did indeed develop faster than Yun Zheng. At 12 years old, she was already close to the age of 17 or 18 of a young girl in Yun Zheng's previous life. However, Yun Zheng was a genuine earthling, with normal development for a 12-year-old boy, a toothpick stirring a big vat, a drop of water entering a great river. Yun Zheng couldn't afford to lose that face. Yun Zheng would rather wait a few more years. It's quite ironic. Yun Zheng is hesitant, while Yu Qing'er is very proactive. If it weren't for Yun Zheng's relatively firm will, he would have been completely taken advantage of. The 3 elders at home feel the same way. Even Yu Zhongbai's attitude isn't too resolute. Lu Yun and Ning Fengxian secretly support Yu Qing'er, especially Lu Yun. Looking back, when Yun Zheng was 9 years old, the dragon yang herb that Yu Qing'er made him consume was no ordinary thing. Yu Qing'er might not be aware of the medicinal properties of the dragon herb, but as a Dan master, how could Lu Yun not know? Yet even so, Lu Yun didn't say anything to Yu Qing'er. She simply handed the dragon yang pill to Yun Zheng through Yu Qing'er. It's quite chilling to think about. In Lu Yun and Ning Fengxian's words, with someone as outstanding in appearance, possessing exceptional talent, and being a childhood sweetheart that one likes, if they can't be held close early on, it's very easy for them to be taken away. Whether Yun Zheng will be abducted is still up for debate. But it is true that Yu Qing'er has indeed been corrupted by them. It is important to note that it was because of that Longyang Dan that Yu Qing'er activated a strange switch. Since then, Yu Qing'er has been particularly keen on drugging Yun Zheng, seemingly believing that this way, Yun Zheng would become more honest. During the 3 years from age 9 to 12, just based on what Yun Zheng knows, there have been 11 instances, 8 of which Yun Zheng saw through, and 3 times he accidentally fell for it. Fortunately, the potency of the drugs Yu Qing'er used was not strong, and with the extreme coldness of the ice and his own will, Yun Zheng managed to suppress the evil fire. Yu Qing'er has also realized this, and now she is no longer satisfied with just Longyang grass. Last time, Yun Zheng personally witnessed Lu Yun handing a packet of strong aphrodisiac to Yu Qing'er. Yun Zheng no longer dares to eat what Yu Qing'er gives him, fearing that he might end up in trouble one day. Chapter 33. Rest. Yun Zheng has his own concerns, but Yu Qing'er doesn't care about that. Anyway, Yun Zheng has rejected her, and she is unhappy. Seeing Yu Qing'er with her pitiful, tearful look, even though he knows it's all an act, Yun Zheng can't help but feel soft-hearted. He sighs lightly and says helplessly, "Fine. Aside from things that are inappropriate for children, whatever you want, I will agree to it." This is exactly what Yu Qing'er was waiting for. Like a change of face, the grievance on her face visibly disappeared, replaced by uncontrollable joy. Seeing the scene, Yun Zheng sighed again, realizing that he is probably completely under Yu Qing'er's control in this lifetime. "Where are we staying tonight? Let me decide." Yu Qing'er fixed her gaze on Yun Zheng as if she had planned this all along, as if she would cry if he shook his head. After 6 years, how could Yu Qing'er not understand Yun Zheng? If Yun Zheng were really that kind of eager person, Yu Qing'er would have succeeded long ago, so why wait until now? In all honesty, Yu Qing'er still respects Yun Zheng's thoughts, and the reason she wants to give him some medicine is more for the thrill of teasing. And what if it succeeds? The reason Yu Qing'er is putting on this act is actually to decide where they will stay tonight. She has already planned it out. It doesn't matter what the environment of the hotel or inn is like, or how the service attitude is. The key points are only 2. First, there must be only 1 room left, and second, the soundproofing must be good. When the time comes, even if she knows nothing inappropriate will happen. Yu Qing'er wants to make Yun Zheng blush. With Yun Zheng's little quirks, Yu Qing'er has long figured him out. She wants to make Yun Zheng's blood rush, but at the same time, she wants him to suppress it. In fact, Yu Qing'er enjoys this process herself, playing the ambiguous little games, feeling the pink atmosphere, and looking forward to Yun Zheng breaking his own bottom line, experiencing a thrill of tasting forbidden fruit. For this reason, Yu Qing'er has always found it entertaining. As for a girl's decorum and restraint, Yu Qing'er does not think that seducing her boyfriend is an inappropriate or unrestrained behavior. Indeed, Yun Zheng and Yu Qing'er have already privately committed themselves for life. They have been childhood sweethearts and are in love with each other. Yu Qing'er is straightforward, and Yun Zheng's maturity is not that of a young boy. He does not have that freshness and naivety, so it naturally comes to fruition. Yun Zheng doesn't like to play sibling games. In fact, Yun Zheng is 3 months younger than Yu Qing'er. In summary, although Yu Zhongbai and the others are unaware, Yun Zheng and Yu Qing'er are already fated to be together. Regarding this, Yun Zheng doesn't have any psychological burden. After all, who says you can't fall in love at 12? To get back to the point, upon hearing Yu Qing'er's words, Yun Zheng immediately understood her little thoughts. His nose felt warm, and his gaze unintentionally drifted towards her straight black stockings, but he quickly pulled it back and said nonchalantly, "I agree." Oomph. Upon hearing this, Yu Qing'er blushed, let out a soft hum, and secretly thought, "Your tail is much more honest than your eyes." At some point, Yun Zheng's evil spirit bonetail had already emerged. Compared to Yun Zheng's pretentiousness, the evil spirit bonetail was much more straightforward. Wrapping around Yu Qing'er's thigh a few times, almost wanting to stick to her. However, this time, Yu Qing'er didn't tease Yun Zheng, but instead proactively rubbed against the evil spirit bonetail, feeling secretly pleased. She really liked the feeling of Yun Zheng being infatuated with her. It is worth mentioning that since Yun Zheng obtained the evil spirit bonetail, the window to his soul has shifted from his eyes to the evil spirit bonetail. The evil spirit bonetail is always able to express what Yun Zheng is thinking in various forms. For example, when Yun Zheng is nervous, the evil spirit bonetail will hesitate. When he is deep in thought, the evil spirit bonetail will spin in a regular pattern. And when he is feeling down, the evil spirit bonetail will droop weakly. There are countless such situations. Originally, Yun Zheng planned to be someone whose emotions were not easily visible, but the emergence of the evil spirit bonetail made it difficult for him to stick to that path. At one point, Yun Zheng even suspected whether there was an independent soul within the evil spirit Bonetail that was purposely going against him, but later realized there wasn't. It was purely his subconscious actions. After all, if there were truly an independent soul, it wouldn't be covering him with a blanket or wiping drool at night. The reason for this situation is also due to Yun Zheng's insufficient control over the evil spirit Bonetail. After all, even hands and feet can sometimes be influenced by subconsciousness, leading to many unconscious small movements, let alone an external soul bone. In summary, the body has yet to adapt to the presence of the external soul bone, which is why this situation arises. Once Yun Zheng can fully control the evil spirit Bonetail, perhaps he will be able to wield it as if it were part of him. Fortunately, only Yun Zheng, Yu Qing'er, Yu Zhongbai, Lu Yun, and Ning Fengxian know about this matter. If a few more people found out, Yun Zheng would truly be troubled. He doesn't want to be someone whose thoughts can be easily seen through. Although they have decided to let Yu Qing'er choose the hotel for the night, Yun Zheng and Yu Qing'er are not in a hurry. There is still some time before sunset, and aside from familiarizing themselves with the customs of Sodo City, eating is also an urgent matter to address. Having been eating dry rations all the way, both Yun Zheng and Yu Qing'er are already tired of it. The two found a restaurant that looked quite nice and had a meal. Although it couldn't compare to Lu Yun's cooking, it was much better than dry rations. By the time they exited the restaurant, the sun was already setting behind the mountains, casting a golden light over the entire Sodo City, making one involuntarily want to stretch. That said, Sodo City showed no signs of a curfew. On the contrary, at this time, Sodo City seemed to come alive, with the Grand Soul fighting arena in the city center glowing in a dazzling array of colors, making people unable to resist the urge to take a peek. Vendors began to pop up as ordinary people worked from dawn to dusk. Next, it was the world of soul masters. Unfortunately, neither Yu Qing'er nor Yun Zheng are particularly combative, and they aren't curious about the so-called Grand Soul fighting arena. All the Grand Soul fighting arenas in different cities are largely similar, and there's nothing particularly interesting to see. In comparison, they need a place to rest more. After a day of travel, even though both Yun Zheng and Yu Qing'er have achieved physical refinement, they still feel a sense of fatigue. Moreover, both Yun Zheng and Yu Qing'er are harboring their own little thoughts, naturally understanding each other without needing to say it. Among the many hotels and inns in Sodo City, Yu Qing'er almost immediately set her sights on the Rose Inn. There's no helping it. The Rose Inn is essentially a couple's hotel designed specifically for those young people with restless hearts, and its unique pink rose decor makes it hard for any girl to refuse. Additionally, such couples hotels generally have more complete facilities and more playful activities. Unfortunately, Yun Zheng and the others arrived too late. The last room at the Rose Inn was rented out half an hour ago. This was within Yun Zheng's expectations, as this segment was specifically described in the original work. Yun Zheng also knew that the person who rented the last room half an hour ago was Tang Sect and Xiaowu. However, Yun Zheng had no intention of deliberately making connections. He simply left the Rose Inn with a reluctant Yu Qing'er. After exiting the Rose Inn, Yun Zheng and Yu Qing'er could only look for another place. Yun Zheng and Yu Qing'er didn't take much effort and quickly found a suitable place to stay. After all, it is well known that when a man and a woman go to book a room, there is usually only one room left. It's just a matter of a glance. And who at the front desk of a hotel isn't sharp? Moreover, because Yun Zheng's appearance is indeed deceptive, standing next to Yu Qing'er, they look more like siblings than a couple, and the front desk had no suspicions at all, not even asking for a tip. Chapter 34. Shrek the next day. Yun Zheng rarely overslept, and it was only when the sun was high in the sky that he left his residence with Yu Qing'er. Shrek Academy was not located in Sodo City, but in a village on the other side, which was not very close to Sodo City. At Yun Zheng and Yu Qing'er's speed, it would take them about another hour to arrive. Yun Zheng held the map in both hands, while Yu Qing'er grabbed Yun Zheng's evil spirit Bonetail, occasionally chuckling foolishly, not knowing what she was thinking. Yun Zheng couldn't be bothered to pay attention to this girl lost in her own world. He looked at the lush yellow flower fields on both sides of the road, the rich but not overpowering floral fragrance wafting through his nose, and couldn't help but smile. Yun Zheng didn't even know what this plant should be called in Douluo, but it looked no different from the daylilies of his previous life, so he might as well consider it daylilies. People are always like this. After staying in the countryside for a long time, they yearn for the prosperity and hustle of the city, but after being in the city for too long, they long for the tranquility and freshness of the countryside. Perhaps sensing Yun Zheng's peaceful state of mind, Yu Qing'er also seemed quiet along the way, quietly following behind Yun Zheng, enjoying the harmony of the moment. And once a person gets caught up in a certain emotion, time always flies by quickly. By the time Yun Zheng and Yu Qing'er came back to their senses, they had already arrived at the village where Shrek Academy was located. Yun Zheng, are you sure there's really an academy in a place like this? Yu Qing'er talked a Yun Zheng, looking at the village at the end of the horizon with a somewhat naive expression as she asked. Yun Zheng followed Yu Qing'er's gaze and immediately chuckled in surprise. It was no wonder that Yu Qing'er would react this way. The village where Shrek Academy was located was indeed too dilapidated, looking nothing like a place that would have a good teaching environment. To be honest, it was Yu Qing'er's first time witnessing such a place. In fact, the decay of Shrek Academy was expected. The faculty of Shrek Academy was not weak, aside from Flander, Zhao Waoqi, and Xiao Exant, who were 3 soul saints. The remaining teachers were also soul emperors. With this group of people, regardless of where they were on the Douluo Continent, making money would be an easy task. With just a word from them, many would rush to deliver money to their door, especially Xiao Xin. It should be noted that he is currently the only food-type soul saint on the Douluo Continent. Things that are rare are valuable, as long as he is willing. The position of elder in the Spear Hall would be offered to him. This is not an exaggeration, compared to the ambitious Pope Don. The role of a food-type soul saint in warfare is unparalleled, as long as Xiao Xin is truly loyal. Don would definitely give him a position that is no less than that of ghostly moons. However, Flander and the others are noble in spirit. They are unwilling to collude with the Spirit Hall and look down on the nobles who are all show and no substance. Having grown accustomed to being free and unrestrained, they do not like being bound by clans, and they cannot bring themselves to plunder the weak. As a result, they can only remain poor. This is true in any world. If one cannot stand the ugliness of the secular world, one must endure the poverty of the outside world. In summary, this is why Shrek Academy has fallen to such a state. However, Yun Zheng was not surprised at all. Instead, he chuckled lightly and said, "It's a bit better than I imagined." Yu Qing'er, upon hearing this, looked at Yun Zheng in surprise, her eyebrows slightly furrowed, and asked, "Did you know about this all along?" Yun Zheng shrugged mysteriously and teased, "I just happen to know." This was Yun Zheng's first time at Shrek Academy, and no one had ever explained the situation of Shrek Academy to him in detail. In the original work, it repeatedly emphasized the Academy's initial state of decline. Yun Zheng had already prepared himself mentally, and after considering the worst-case scenario, everything didn't seem so bad. Without hope, there is no disappointment. Without expectations, there won't be a gap. It's probably this reasoning. TCH, so pretentious. Yu Qing'er stuck out her tongue at Yun Zheng, playfully pouting. Yun Zheng chuckled ambiguously, seeing the lingering hesitation on Yu Qing'er's face, and gently asked, "What's wrong? Don't you want to go? Since we're here, there might be some surprises waiting for us." Yu Qing'er wrinkled her delicate nose, pinched Yun Zheng's tail, and said, "Didn't you say that we shouldn't be deceived by appearances? You might be disappointed then." Yun Zheng mercilessly shattered Yu Qing'er's fantasy, his mischievous expression looking quite wicked. "Hey," Yu Qing'er pouted and complained, "I finally gave myself a reason. Do you have to be so cruel? If you could be nice to my tail, I wouldn't say that." "No way, you've already said it." Amid their playful banter, Yun Zheng and Yu Qing'er found Shrek Academy. It must be said that Shrek Academy has some reputation in the surrounding areas. Not to mention that graduating can lead to becoming a viscount in the Empire, which is enough to attract many people. Because of this, even though Shrek Academy struggles to enroll students every year, sometimes even ending up with nothing, many people still come to join the excitement during the enrollment period. A large crowd gathered, making it easy for Yun Zheng and Yu Qing'er to quickly locate Shrek Academy. "Cheater, pay up." As Yun Zheng and Yu Qing'er approached the crowd, they heard a rough and furious voice rise up among the people. Yun Zheng smiled slightly upon hearing this, not expecting to catch up with such a famous scene. It had been previously stated that the registration fee was 10 gold soul coins, and once registered, it would not be refunded. Immediately after, a lazy yet disdainful voice rang out, clearly not taking the snarling man seriously. The truth was, anyone who could teach at Shrek Academy was at least a soul emperor, which made them stand out even on the entire Douluo Continent. In the 2 great empires, they were at least a marquee. For a soul emperor to let an ordinary low-ranking soul master shout at them without getting angry was already a sign of good temper. Were they supposed to expect him to provide a smile service as a soul emperor? That was simply absurd. However, this voice evidently enraged the man, who angrily shouted back, "No, you must refund the money. This is robbery. This is a full 10 gold soul coins. What you're doing is no different from mountain bandits. TSK. The teacher in charge of registration at Shrek Academy was somewhat annoyed and clicked his tongue, saying in a deep voice, "Dai Mu Bai, handle this." Roar. In the next moment, a roar of a tiger echoed, and a figure leaped down from the treetops like a fierce tiger descending a mountain. Dai Mu Bai summoned his evil, white tiger martial soul, with 3 soul rings, 2 yellow and 1 purple, surrounding him. His chilling heterochromatic eyes coldly staring at the man demanding a refund. He said softly, "If you can defeat me, the registration fee will be returned in full." Under the roar, the man immediately wilted, no longer daring to mention the money. At the same time, the teacher from Shrek Academy stood up and loudly declared, "I'll say it again. Even among soul beasts, Shrek is an extremely special monster. The meaning of our Shrek Academy is Monster Academy. We only accept monsters, not ordinary people. The entrance examination has a total of 4 rounds. If you're over 13 years old or have a soul power level below 21, don't waste your efforts and money." As soon as these words were spoken, the crowd instantly dispersed by more than half. Such requirements were enough to keep countless people out. Seeing this, the teacher from Shrek Academy nodded in satisfaction. He wasn't like that old miser Flander. With so many people, having him check them one by one was treating him like a donkey. Now with this shout, dozens of pretenders had been driven away, making his job much easier. He just wondered how Flander would react if he saw this scene. Would he be furious? This shout not only chased away those pretenders, but also cost at least hundreds of gold soul coins in income. This shout made the already financially strained Shrek Academy even worse off. Dai Mu Bai, witnessing the entire process and watching the departing figures, wanted to say something but thought better of it and wisely kept his mouth shut. Both sides were big shots. He couldn't afford to offend anyone. It was best to mind his own business and treat it as if nothing had happened to avoid being caught in the crossfire. Chapter 35. Yu Qing'er's first friend in the blink of an eye. The registration area of Shrek Academy went from bustling with activity to almost deserted. However, there were still people around. Although geniuses who could break through to the Great Soul Master before the age of 13 were rare, they were not entirely absent in this area. Along with Yun Zheng and a few others, there were at least a dozen, plus the accompanying parents, making the number still quite reasonable. Most of them were just barely meeting the requirements, being around level 20 or 22. But at least it didn't put too much pressure on Dai Mu Bai. Dai Mu Bai still remembered that last year. The teacher in charge of the first round was Xiao Xian, and because Xiao Xian found it troublesome, he directly revealed the contents of the subsequent 3 rounds, causing nearly 90% of the applicants to back off, leaving only a pitiful 30 gold soul coins in registration fees. The most ridiculous part came afterward. After registration, Flander asked Dai Mu Bai for the fees, and Dai Mu Bai had to cough up his own money with tears in his eyes. Fortunately, this time the situation was much better. Although there were still only a dozen or so applicants, it was at least enough to satisfy Flander. Moreover, Dai Mu Bai knew that among these applicants, at least 2 could pass all 4 assessments, so it wouldn't be like last year when they ended up with nothing. As Dai Mu Bai was thinking this, a clear and gentle voice sounded. "Grandpa, our registration fee totals 20 gold soul coins." At the same time, a pair of young man and woman stepped out from the crowd, confidently taking out 20 gold soul coins. This man and woman were, of course, Tang San and Xiao Wu. Seeing Tang San, Dai Mu Bai smiled knowingly and secretly gave him a thumbs up, to which Tang San responded with a faint smile. Although their first meeting yesterday hadn't been friendly and they had even fought, they had at least gotten acquainted, and Dai Mu Bai appreciated Tang San, considering them to be somewhat like-minded. The Shrek teacher responsible for the first round of assessments noticed this and couldn't help but feel happy. As Dai Mu Bai's teacher, he knew him quite well. Although Dai Mu Bai was a bit flirtatious, he was still very proud. He would never give ordinary people a second glance. Only those who could earn his recognition would catch his interest. Since this young man and woman could gain Dai Mu Bai's approval, they were likely to pass the 4 assessments for admission to Shrek Academy. Thinking of this, the Shrek teacher felt delighted, and his expression became warm as he smiled. "Good. Stretch out your hands." Upon hearing this, Yun Zheng couldn't help but stretch his neck to look ahead. He was also very curious about Tang San and Xiao Wu. Fortunately, there were fewer people now. Otherwise, given Yun Zheng's limited height, he might not have been able to see at all. Yun Zheng couldn't see her face directly. Only 2 side profiles. Xiao Wu was indeed stunningly beautiful, with a head full of jet black braids cascading down her waist, and her tiny waist, accentuated by a pink outfit, appeared even more slender. Her side profile was charming, with a hint of pink and although she hadn't smiled yet, one could catch a glimpse of her extraordinary beauty. In contrast, Tang Sect seemed much more ordinary. Before the blue-silver grass awakened into the blue-silver emperor, Tang Sect's appearance was really just average. He wasn't ugly by any means, but to say he was particularly good-looking would be somewhat dishonest. However, it must be said that perhaps due to cultivating the purple extreme magic eye, or perhaps because of his innate wisdom, Tang Sect's eyes appeared bright and spirited, carrying a calm and deep intensity. Yun Zheng admitted that in this regard, he couldn't compare to Tang Sect. This was actually quite normal. A gaze like Tang Sect's, deep yet not worn, couldn't be faked. Such depth and clarity of vision could only come from experience. Yun Zheng's past and present spanned 30 years. In his previous life, everything went smoothly without any significant setbacks. And in this life, only the 6 years since his arrival can be considered a test of his character. The remaining 6 years have also been smooth sailing. Compared to Tang Sect, Yun Zheng's resume is quite thin. However, Yun Zheng thinks the most absurd thing is Tang Sect's height. At 12 years old, he's almost 1.7 meters tall. Even if he eats feed, he shouldn't grow that tall. What are you thinking? Just as Yun Zheng was lost in thought, he suddenly heard Yu Qing's voice beside him, snapping him back to reality. He noticed Yu Qing was almost right up against him, gave a dry laugh, and perfunctorily replied, "I wasn't thinking about anything. Just daydreaming." But Yu Qing clearly didn't believe Yun Zheng's nonsense. With a roll of her eyes, she playfully scolded, "Then what is this?" Saying that, Yu Qing raised both hands, revealing the evil spirit bone tail she was holding, which was swaying and spinning in circles. The moment the evil spirit bone tail entered Yun Zheng's line of sight, it suddenly stiffened, twitched unnaturally a couple of times, and then awkwardly turned away. Seeing the scene, Yu Qing couldn't help but burst into laughter, her silvery, bell-like giggles echoing in the crowd and attracting the attention of many. Noticing the gaze of those around her, Yu Qing's face turned red, and she quickly stopped laughing, giving Yun Zheng a reproachful glare, clearly blaming him for the whole situation. Seeing this, Yun Zheng couldn't help but give a somewhat innocent smile. At the same time, Yu Qing's laughter also drew the attention of Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing from the crowd. Zhu Zhuqing merely cast a faint glance and lost interest. But Ning Rongrong furrowed her brows in confusion and stared fixedly at Yu Qing, as if trying to confirm something, even giving up her place in line. After a few breaths, Ning Rongrong still couldn't determine her suspicion, but being a bold person, she directly abandoned the queue and walked over to stand behind Yun Zheng and Yu Qing, tentatively calling out, "Qing Qing?" Ning Rongrong's voice was not loud, and Yun Zheng didn't pay much attention, but Yu Qing instinctively turned around upon hearing that familiar, yet unfamiliar name. Yu Qing was still holding onto the evil spirit bone tail, and as she suddenly turned around, Yun Zheng also turned around with her. At that moment, Yu Qing and Yun Zheng finally saw Ning Rongrong. As expected of the little princess of the seven-treasure glazed tile school, Ning Rongrong's hair, chest, bracelets, and waist all had accessories that reflected her noble status and her family's prominence. The accessories were not complicated, and the scattered embellishments were just right. Her smooth, long hair and the lace edges of her clothes gave Ning Rongrong an air of a pampered little princess. Yet she still retained the playful cuteness of her peers. However, at that moment, there was still a hint of anticipation and a touch of nervousness on Ning Rongrong's face. Of course, this anticipation and nervousness were not directed at Yun Zheng, but at Yu Qing. Upon seeing Ning Rongrong, Yu Qing was initially a bit bewildered, but then her expression began to mirror Ning Rongrong's, cautiously calling out, "Rongrong?" As soon as the words fell, Ning Rongrong let out a sigh of relief, jumped over, and hugged Yu Qing, exclaiming, "Qing Qing, it really is you. I thought I had mistaken you." Yu Qing also released her grip on Yun Zheng's tail and joyfully hugged Ning Rongrong, giggling, "It's me. Ever since I left that place, you haven't contacted me much. I thought you had forgotten me, and it's not Uncle's fault." Hearing Yu Qing's complaint, Ning Rongrong wrinkled her delicate nose and replied, "Ever since you left the Blue Lightning Tyrant School, Uncle blocked all news about you and Aunt Lu for your protection. I barely found out you went to the ancient city, but by the time I got there, you had already moved. What about you? Why didn't you write to me? Didn't you know I was at the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School? You only let Annie bring back a couple of sentences each time, but Annie hardly returns to the sect." Upon hearing this, Yu Qing's pretty face stiffened. In fact, Yu Qing hadn't forgotten Ning Rongrong. She had thought about writing to her a few times, but the words she wrote were difficult to express. Moreover, the things she wanted to say to Ning Rongrong were all little girl whispers that naturally couldn't let Yun Zheng help her write. so she could only have Ning Fengqian deliver a few sentences. Thinking of this, Yu Qing'er couldn't help but feel a bit ashamed. But the truth was certainly hard to say, and she blurted out, "It's all my father's fault." Yun Zheng, who was standing aside, couldn't help but feel wronged for his master upon hearing Yu Qing'er's accusation. To be fair, Yu Zhongbai had never stopped Yu Qing'er from writing letters. However, Yun Zheng wasn't foolish. If he exposed Yu Qing'er at this moment, he would surely be torn apart by her. Out of survival instinct, he could only let Yu Zhongbai take the blame. Chapter 36. Is this seriously 12 years old? Actually, when Yun Zheng first saw how close Yu Qing'er and Ning Rongrong were, looking like good friends, he was a bit confused since Yu Qing'er had never mentioned anything about Ning Rongrong to him. However, after a moment of thought, Yun Zheng realized it wasn't that strange. Upon closer inspection, Yu Qing'er was Yu Zhongbai's daughter, and Ning Rongrong's aunt was Ning Fengqian. Furthermore, Ning Fengqian and Yu Zhongbai were married, making them a connection between the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School and the Blue Lightning Tyrant School. Whether through family ties or mutual benefits, Ning Fengqian should maintain a good relationship with Yu Zhongbai, and it was inevitable for her to occasionally take her daughter to visit relatives. With this back and forth, it made sense that Ning Rongrong could become familiar with Yu Qing'er. Strictly speaking, even Yun Zheng could count as a fellow disciple of Ning Rongrong. Looking back, it was also normal for Yu Qing'er, and not to mention Ning Rongrong, to Yun Zheng since he didn't know her. And what girl would casually talk about her best friend in front of her crush? Yun Zheng, let me introduce you. This is my only and first friend I met at the Blue Lightning Tyrant School, Ning Rongrong. At this moment, Yu Qing'er pulled Ning Rongrong in front of Yun Zheng, enthusiastically introducing her. Yun Zheng? Once Yu Qing'er finished speaking, before Yun Zheng could react, Ning Rongrong frowned first. Initially, Ning Rongrong thought Yun Zheng was Yu Qing'er's younger brother, but now it seemed she had guessed wrong. Yun Zheng did not share the Yu surname. Yun Zheng didn't notice the subtle change in Ning Rongrong's expression. He simply greeted her politely. "Hello." Then, Yu Qing'er began to introduce Yun Zheng to Ning Rongrong, saying, "Rongrong, this is Yun Zheng, he is." As Yu Qing'er spoke, she suddenly got stuck. Ning Rongrong looked at Yu Qing'er in confusion, and Yun Zheng raised an eyebrow. In contrast, Yu Qing'er's face turned red, and after gathering her thoughts, she finally spoke again. "He is my father's direct disciple, and he is also my boyfriend." After saying this, Yu Qing'er took the initiative to hug Yun Zheng's arm, as if to prove that her words were not false. This was the first time Yu Qing'er admitted their relationship in front of others, and it was even more embarrassing than she had imagined. Yun Zheng, feeling awkward, scratched his face while looking at Yu Qing'er's blushing and shy appearance, and he felt a bit embarrassed too. However, seeing this scene, Ning Rongrong was taken aback. After blinking in surprise, she carefully examined Yun Zheng a few times before revealing a meaningful smile. She pulled Yu Qing'er aside and giggled. "Qing, so you like this type? Huh, a young boy growing up, you really know how to play." Ning Rongrong, being the little witch of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, had a vast knowledge that far exceeded Yu Qing'er's understanding. Yu Qing'er didn't even react at first, but after noticing the teasing smirk at the corner of Ning Rongrong's mouth, she finally understood, and her face instantly turned crimson. "What are you talking about?" Yu Qing'er shot Ning Rongrong an annoyed glance and retorted. "Yun Zheng is not a young boy. He just develops a bit slower. He is the same age as me. Not what you call a young boy." As it turned out, when girlfriends gathered together, the topics they discussed could be even more explosive than outsiders imagined. Yu Qing'er's words successfully shattered Ning Rongrong's first impression of Yun Zheng. Ning Rongrong also revealed a strange expression, her gaze crossing over Yu Qing'er's shoulder as she examined Yun Zheng once more. Her pair of lively eyes filled with a string of thoughts. This guy is 12 years old. After a long while, Ning Rongrong finally asked in a doubtful tone, "Same age?" "Yes." Yu Qing'er old here as a Ning Rongrong, responding irritably. 12 years old? Yes. Under Yu Qing'er's repeated confirmations, Ning Rongrong finally accepted this fact. Coming from the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, Ning Rongrong had seen many people, and it wasn't too uncommon to see someone like Yun Zheng, who was shorter. In Ning Rongrong's view, Yun Zheng's height was indeed somewhat disappointing, but both his looks and temperament were top-notch. In the noble circles of the Heaven Do Empire, quite a few wealthy women had a preference for such types. If Yun Zheng were to be placed in Heaven Do City, who knows how many deep-seated wives would be infatuated with him. Moreover, Yun Zheng was also recognized as a direct disciple by Yu Zhongbai, proving that his talent was not lacking. In summary, Ning Rongrong reluctantly acknowledged Yun Zheng's qualifications as Yu Qing'er's boyfriend. If Yun Zheng were merely a brocade pillow, Miss Yu might really create some difficulties for him. After all, Ning Rongrong valued Yu Qing'er highly. Yu Qing'er and Ning Rongrong had known each other since before they were 6 years old. Back then, Yu Qing'er was still at the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Sect, suffering from exclusion, while Ning Rongrong was the young lady of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. If Yu Qing'er was isolated due to her identity not being accepted, then Ning Rongrong was inaccessible due to her high status and domineering personality. Strictly speaking, Yu Qing'er and Ning Rongrong were each other's first true friends in life. On the other side, Yu Qing'er noticed the change in Ning Rongrong's expression and naturally knew that Ning Rongrong had misunderstood, but Yu Qing'er had no intention of explaining. In fact, Yun Zheng's height issue had already caught Yu Zhongbai's attention years ago. However, despite Yu Zhongbai's efforts, he found nothing unusual about Yun Zheng's body. Everything was normal, just developing a bit slower than others. Therefore, Yu Qing'er knew that Yun Zheng was just growing slowly, not short. And she wasn't worried at all about his height. As for why she didn't explain to Ning Rongrong, the principle of guarding against fire, theft, and even best friends was something Yu Qing'er understood from a young age. Don't you see that Lu Yun had once treated Ning Fengxian as a good friend? But what happened in the end? Well, let us not talk about that. How did you end up here? Shaking her head, Yu Qing'er didn't let her thoughts continue to spiral and change the subject, asking Ning Rongrong. Speaking of which, Ning Rongrong sighed and said, "It's too boring in the sect, so I thought I'd come out to play. What about you? How did you end up here with your little boyfriend? It's not me bringing him. It's him bringing me." Yu Qing'er seriously shook her head, correcting Ning Rongrong's mistake, then sighed, saying there was nowhere to go. And Yun Zheng seemed curious about Shrek Academy, so we came over. Yu Qing'er wasn't lying. She and Yun Zheng truly had no place to go. Ordinary Soul Master Academies were looked down upon not just by Yun Zheng and Yu Qing'er, but also by Yu Zhongbai. The two royal academies were not to Yun Zheng's liking due to their arrogant demeanor. And don't even get started on the Spear Hall, since Yu Zhongbai was on the opposing side. As for the four elemental academies, Yun Zheng and Yu Qing'er's attributes didn't match. Yu Zhongbai wanted to take Yun Zheng and Yu Qing'er back to the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Sect, but Yu Qing'er didn't want to go back. In the end, after considering everything, Yun Zheng and Yu Qing'er came to Shrek Academy, while Yu Zhongbai took Lu Yun and Ning Fengxian back to the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Sect. Each flower blooms in its own way. Yu Qing'er was pulled away by Ning Rongrong, leaving Yun Zheng feeling relaxed. In fact, if Yun Zheng wanted to, he could still hear what Yu Qing'er and Ning Rongrong were saying, but he didn't have the habit of eavesdropping on girls' whispers, so he simply looked around idly. Among the original 7, Yun Zheng had now seen 4 of them. Oscar should be selling sausages in the academy, and Ma Hongjun might be listening to music somewhere. For a while, he couldn't see them, leaving only Zhu Zhuqing. Yun Zheng remembered that she should have come later during the registration. Thinking of this, Yun Zheng instinctively turned around to take a look. Just that glance, Yun Zheng didn't even need to search or confirm anything extra. He instantly found where Zhu Zhuqing was. At that moment, Yun Zheng's heart was filled with doubt. This guy is 12 years old? It was not an exaggeration to say that her face was even bigger than Yun Zheng's. Yun Zheng is amazed. It turns out there are really such fierce young girls in this world. The key is the girl is only 12 years old. Chapter 37. Ning Rongrong's envy. The appearance of Zhu Zhuqing opened Yun Zheng's eyes, leaving him momentarily stunned. At this moment, Ning Rongrong, who had been chatting and reminiscing with Yu Qing'er, also noticed Yun Zheng's unusual behavior. Following Yun Zheng's line of sight, a hint of barely visible coldness flashed at her eyes. A man who is so infatuated with beauty must be shown his true colors by Yu Qing'er. Thinking of this, Ning Rongrong immediately said to Yu Qing'er, "Qing'er, what is your little boyfriend staring at so intently?" In any case, Ning Rongrong felt that Yu Qing'er should see this scene. Hearing Ning Rongrong's voice, Yu Qing'er instinctively looked in the direction where Yun Zheng was and saw his dazed expression, which fell entirely into Yu Qing'er's eyes. Following Yun Zheng's gaze, when she saw Zhu Zhuqing, Yu Qing'er's face flushed with embarrassment, as if she felt Yun Zheng was too shameful, and she stomped her delicate foot in annoyance. Of course, what Ning Rongrong didn't expect was that Yu Qing'er didn't feel jealous or resentful at all. "Aren't you angry?" Ning Rongrong stared at Yu Qing'er in disbelief and asked. Every time Yun Zheng was mentioned, the sweetness in Yu Qing'er's eyes nearly overflowed. Ning Rongrong couldn't believe that Yu Qing'er didn't like Yun Zheng. But why wasn't she jealous? Or did Yu Qing'e not care at all that Yun Zheng liked other girls? For a moment, Ning Rongrong felt completely confused, experiencing for the first time in her life a sense of being out of touch with the times. Not at all. Seeing this, Yu Qing'e realized she was misunderstood by Ning Rongrong. The flush on her face deepened as she quickly defended Yun Zheng. He is probably just surprised, after all. As she said this, Yu Qing'e found it hard to continue. What a disgrace. It was difficult to speak of. Really? After hearing Yu Qing'e's explanation, Ning Rongrong still found it hard to believe. She looked at Zhu Zhuqing again and had to admit that a normal person's first impression of Zhu Zhuqing would be nothing but amazement and surprise. However, Ning Rongrong still didn't believe that Yun Zheng was surprised rather than amazed. Of course it is. Yu Qing'e nodded earnestly. She didn't want Yun Zheng to have too good a relationship with Ning Rongrong, but correspondingly, she also didn't want Ning Rongrong to have any prejudice against Yun Zheng. Honestly, Yu Qing'e didn't completely trust Yun Zheng either. On ordinary days, when Yun Zheng joked with other girls, she would also feel jealous. Sometimes, the things Yun Zheng said would make Yu Qing'e skeptical. But while Yu Qing'e might doubt Yun Zheng's words, she wouldn't doubt his character. At this moment, Yun Zheng's demeanor didn't convey any dreamy lost feeling, only a state of bewildered surprise and stiffness. Inside, Yun Zheng was also completely astonished. Moreover, regarding Yun Zheng's little quirks, Yu Qing'e had already figured out that Zhu Zhuqing was obviously not Yun Zheng's type. However, while saying she wasn't jealous, Yu Qing'e didn't allow Yun Zheng to continue staring. She angrily walked behind him, unceremoniously grabbed his tail, and pulled hard, softly scolding. Don't you know that staring at girls like that is very rude? So embarrassing. A sharp pain surged through Yun Zheng, and he didn't even catch what Yu Qing'e said. His first reaction was to plead for mercy. Ouch, ouch, ouch. Okay, Qing'e, let me go. Oomph. Yu Qing'e huffed softly, but her grip didn't relent, and she dragged Yun Zheng away. Seeing this scene, Ning Rongrong couldn't help but smirk, unsure whether to say their relationship was really good or that Yu Qing'e had such a strong grip. When the two returned to Ning Rongrong's side, Yun Zheng was grinning and rubbing his backside. Although Yu Qing'e felt sorry for him, she still forced a look of embarrassment and anger. Upon seeing this, Ning Rongrong laughed out loud, but at the same time, an emotion called envy arose in her heart. What girl doesn't yearn for such blatant favoritism? But upon reflection, as a member of a clan, where is there any freedom in love and marriage? Even Ning Fengji's older sister had to make sacrifices in the face of clan interests. When you think about it, how different was Ning Fengji back then? If the clan leader was like this, Ning Rongrong will be no exception. Thinking of this, a hint of dimness flashed in Ning Rongrong's eyes, but she didn't let it show. Instead, she rallied herself and smiled at Yu Qing. All right, stop messing around. We'll be up soon. I think Miss Ning is right. Yun Zheng quickly echoed. Yu Qing'e shot Yun Zheng an annoyed glare, but still softened her heart and let go of his tail. Yun Zheng quickly put away the evil spirit bone tail. It was a flaw in front of Yu Qing'e, so it was better to keep it hidden. As Ning Rongrong had said, the candidate ahead of Yun Zheng and the others was quickly eliminated. This candidate had just turned 12 yesterday and was stuck at level 20, without even a soul ring. If his martial soul had been a bit stronger, he might have been given a chance, but unfortunately, his martial soul was very mediocre, and the teachers from Shrek Academy clearly did not want him to waste any more time. After this, there were still 3 more assessments to go. After this candidate left, it was Yun Zheng's turn. Ning Rongrong generously threw out 30 gold soul coins and said, "This is our registration fee." Yun Zheng and Yu Qing'e didn't act pretentiously with Ning Rongrong. After all, as the young lady of the 7-treasure glazed tile school, there was really no need to be overly calculating. The Shrek teacher cheerfully accepted the golden soul coins and said, "Extend your hand." When dealing with Yun Zheng and the other two, the teacher's attitude was obviously much better. It wasn't that he favored the rich over the poor. He valued their demeanor. Yun Zheng and the 3 of them carried confidence and composure, clearly well-prepared and evidently knowledgeable about Shrek Academy, making it highly likely that they would successfully enroll. For such prospective students, the teachers at Shrek are always a bit more patient. Yun Zheng remembered that this teacher should be called Li Yusong. His martial soul, the Panlong stick, is a well-known martial soul. In 20,000 years, this martial soul had risen to the pinnacle of the continent. Even in this era, the Panlong stick has its representatives, such as the Qianjun Duo and the Jiangma Duo from the Spear Hall. However, Li Yusong did not have such high achievements. He was just an ordinary soul emperor, with his first soul ring still being white. While thinking this, Yun Zheng extended his arm. After Li Yusong examined the bones of the three one by one, he nodded in satisfaction. Although Yun Zheng looked relatively short, bone age does not lie. All right, let me see your cultivation. Li Yuzong Shuklat. Buzz. Ning Rongrong was the first to summon her martial soul. The exquisite seven-treasure glazed tile tower appeared, and two yellow soul rings emerged amidst the brilliant light. Upon seeing this, Li Yusong's calm demeanor vanished, and cold sweat dripped down as he nervously asked, "Does your family know you are here?" "ISNT at the same. Anyway, I have satisfied the requirement for passing, right?" Ning Rongrong replied with a sweet smile. "True." Li Yusong chuckled awkwardly, not denying it. After all, if the sky were to fall, there were still Flinder and Zhao Wujia to support him. He was just an employee, and the seven-treasure glazed tile sect couldn't hold him accountable. Next up were Yun Zheng and Yu Qing'er, with another two buzzing sounds. The frost sky, feather bow, and the giant spirit golden dragon appeared. Li Yusong's heart, which had just calmed down, suddenly raced again. This was definitely two martial souls that were not inferior to the Haotian hammer or the blue lightning tyrant dragon. Even more astonishing to Li Yusong was that among Yun Zheng's two soul rings, there was actually a purple thousand-year soul ring, while the other was yellow with a hint of purple, nearing the thousand-year mark. Li Yusong had seen many great soul masters with two differently colored soul rings, one white and one yellow. He had been like that when he was a great soul master, but what about one yellow and one purple? Honestly speaking, Li Yusong had never seen a level 20 great soul master possessing a thousand-year soul ring in his life. Chapter 38, the fourth challenge, a thousand-year soul ring. Not only Li Yusong, but even Ning Rongrong beside him widened her eyes in shock. It is well known that the first and second soul rings of a soul master are both of 100-year cultivation, which has almost been acknowledged by all soul masters. Yet Yun Zheng silently broke this norm. Perhaps there are even more outstanding soul ring combinations than Yun Zheng's on the continent. But at least none of the people present had seen any, which is why they were so shocked when Yun Zheng released the thousand-year soul ring. As a soul emperor, Li Yusong remained calm, quickly regaining his composure, staring intently at Yun Zheng, his brows deeply furrowed. He thought to himself, "I've never seen such a martial soul before. This bone-chilling coldness is unprecedented, even in the extremely cold northern regions. The soul power is incredibly solid, and although he is only in his 20s, the quality of his soul power has already surpassed that of Mu Bai. When he was examining the bones earlier, he could also tell that this kid had an extraordinary physique with abundant vitality, not an ordinary person. Perhaps it is precisely because of his far superior physique and soul power that he is able to absorb a thousand-year soul ring." Li Yusong seemed to have found a somewhat acceptable reason for himself, and the shock in his heart faded considerably. He could only convince himself like this. After all, the facts were right in front of him, and no matter how exaggerated the situation was, he could only try to explain it with the theories he already knew. As the person involved, Yun Zheng didn't care much about the astonished gazes around him. He simply asked Li Yusong calmly, "Old sir, can we pass?" It was only when Yun Zheng spoke that Li Yusong snapped out of his daze, nodded, and said, "Yes, of course." As he spoke, Li Yusong happened to see Dai Mu Bai returning and called out, "Mu Bai, come here for a moment and take these three directly to the fourth challenge." Dai Mu Bai, who had just returned, was taken aback by Li Yusong's words and instinctively exclaimed, "There are more? Less nonsense." Li Yusong skulda impatiently. "Hurry up." At this time, Yun Zheng and Yu Qing'er had already put away their martial souls, so Dai Mu Bai did not see the purple thousand-year soul ring. "Here they come." Dai Mu Bai smiled wryly and approached to take Yun Zheng and the others away. There was no other choice. After all, he was the only student in the entire Shrek Academy who could hold down the situation. Oscar, as a support-type soul master, clearly lacked the intimidation factor in Ma Hongjun. Even though he was a powerful assault soul master with an excellent phoenix martial soul, had his own evil fire, which made him a terrible choice for managing the scene. However, returning to the point, who told the entire Shrek Academy that it only had these three students? Dai Mu Bai could only comfort himself with the idea that those who could do more work should do more. After Dai Mu Bai left, Li Yusong couldn't help but let out a long sigh, murmuring softly, "There really are many little monsters this year." Unlike the previous Tang San, Dai Mu Bai and the three of them had not known each other beforehand, and there was nothing to talk about. The matters related to the academy would have to wait until Yun Zheng and the others passed the fourth challenge before discussing them. Dai Mu Bai also wanted to wait until everyone was gathered before introducing the content of the fourth challenge to avoid unnecessary explanations. As they walked along, Yun Zheng and the others had also encountered Oscar, but what surprised Yun Zheng was that Oscar did not come forward to promote his sausages upon seeing them. In fact, Oscar wanted to, but after being scolded by Dai Mubai earlier, he was now feeling somewhat resentful. Seeing that Yun Zheng and the others were accompanied by Dai Mubai, he naturally did not want to create trouble for himself. Moreover, for some reason, when Oscar saw Ning Rongrong, he felt as if spring flowers were blooming for him again. To avoid being abrupt with the beauty, Oscar wisely chose to avoid them, as his current appearance was indeed a bit shabby. Without Oscar's interruption, Dai Mubai quickly brought Yun Zheng and the others to meet Tang Sect and the others. After that, Dai Mubai hurriedly rushed back. He had just seen Zhu Zhuqing in the crowd, and no matter what, he felt he should meet his nominal fiancée, Tang Sect and Xiao Wu did not expect that there would be 3 applicants who could break level 25 before the age of 12. They were both surprised, but out of politeness, Tang Sect still nodded at Yun Zheng and the others with Xiao Wu. Yun Zheng and the others nodded in response. After that, there was no further communication. Regardless of what kind of relationship they might have in the future, they were just strangers now. Shallow interactions often lead to awkward situations. Tang Sect and Xiao Wu stood together, while Yun Zheng and the others stood apart, clearly delineated and not disturbing each other. However, even so, the atmosphere did not fall into an awkward silence. Xiao Wu always had endless things to share with Tang Sect, and Ning Rongrong was still preoccupied with Yun Zheng's 1,000-year spirit ring, constantly asking questions. Rongrong, it's not as exaggerated as you think. Yu Qing'er, who was beside them, interrupted Ning Rongrong with a smile and explained, actually, Yun Zheng's first spirit ring was only 400 years at the beginning, and it gradually upgraded to a 1,000-year spirit ring later. The spirit ring can upgrade? Ning Rongrong exclaimed in surprise, asking in disbelief. Yes, according to my father's explanation, during the mutation process of Yun Zheng's martial soul, not all of his talents were activated. The excess potential manifested in the form of the spirit ring's age increase after Yun Zheng absorbed the first spirit ring. As she spoke, Yu Qing'er showed a proud expression and said, like a little swan. Simply put, Yun Zheng's martial soul cannot accommodate all of his talents. To be fair, Yu Qing'er was also a genuine talented woman, but standing next to Yun Zheng, her brilliance was often overshadowed, leading people to unconsciously overlook her. Just like during the first round, whether it was Ning Rongrong or Li Yusong, they only noticed Yun Zheng's solid spirit power and his 1,000-year spirit ring, but did not realize that Yu Qing'er's spirit power cultivation was actually even higher than Yun Zheng's. However, Yu Qing'er had no resentment about this and even found joy in it. As long as someone praised Yun Zheng, it made her happier than being praised directly herself. Is there really such a thing? After hearing Yu Qing'er's explanation, Ning Rongrong suddenly felt herself to be quite ignorant. Of course, Yu Qing'er nodded earnestly at Epsilon. Meanwhile, in the Shrek Academy's principal's office, although it was called the principal's office, it was actually just a small tiled house, making it hard to imagine this was where a soul sage lived, but that was the reality. After reading the letter in his hand, Flinder chuckled and said to the towering man in front of him, Old Zhao. This year, there are 6 little monsters who jumped directly from the first round to the 4th round. It seems we need you to take action personally. Hearing Flinder's words, Zhao Wujing snorted, his eyes not quite right, and said, Do you think I'm stupid, Old Zhao? Don't think I don't know, among these 6 little monsters, there's the only daughter of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School's leader. She's the precious pearl cherished by the Bone Douluo and Sword Douluo, the treasure of the entire 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School. If anything happens to her under my watch, won't I be hung up and beaten by 2 titled Douluos? TSK. Flinder clicked his tongue, scolding with exasperation. You are the vice principal of the academy. You are the principal, after all. Zhao Wujing was unyielding, firmly stating, in terms of title, You're higher than me. Why don't you go yourself? Old Zhao, what are you afraid of? You are the unmoved king. Even the 16 soul emperors of the Spirit Hall couldn't do anything to you. Now a few little kids have scared you into not showing up? Flinder feigned contempt and sneered. Besides, I'm asking you to be the examiner, not to be an assassin. Are you really going to fight with a few little kids? Flinder's provocation worked well. Upon hearing this, Zhao Wujing's expression softened a bit. Seeing this, Flinder was delighted and quickly pressed on. And didn't you also say that she is the young lady of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School? Do you think I would dare to take the future young master of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School as a student without the permission of sect leader Ning? What do you mean? Zhao Wujing exclaimed, momentarily stunned, half surprised and half doubtful. Flinders smiled confidently, taking out a letter from his sleeve. The material of the letter was extraordinary, resembling brocade and jade, with golden edges and the emblem of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, all showcasing its owner's noble status. Zhao Wujing's eyes sparkled. He no longer refused, but his attitude was still somewhat hesitant. This month's bonus, I'll double it for you, Flinders said with narrowed eyes. In a deep tone, smack. Just as Flinders finished speaking, Zhao Wujing slapped his thigh hard and laughed heartily. What, money or not? Am I the kind of person who likes money? Mainly, I want to relieve the principal's worries and bring fresh blood to the students. After saying that, Zhao Wujing directly rushed out the door, as if afraid Flinders would change his mind. Zhao Wujing really didn't care about money. What he cared about was making Flinders, that ironclad miser, part with some. Little did he know, after Zhao Wujing left, Flinders also revealed his merchant's face. Zhao Wujing clearly misunderstood the phrase wealth that could rival a country. That little bonus of his was just a hair compared to the scholarship fund provided by the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. Chapter 39, The Unmoved King After a While. Dai Mubai brought Zhu Zhuqing over. Zhu Zhuqing's expression remained as cold as ever, her icy demeanor contrasting sharply with her fiery figure, which highlighted a beauty reminiscent of an iceberg. In contrast, Dai Mubai wore a faintly grim expression, as if he had just gone through something unpleasant. It was evident that the reunion between Dai Mubai and Zhu Zhuqing was not a happy one. Fortunately, Dai Mubai still managed to control his emotions and did not vent his frustrations. Upon seeing Yun Zheng and the others, he smiled and walked over, bypassing everyone, and announced loudly, "All right, now that everyone is here, we can begin the assessment for the 4th round. What about the others?" Tang Sect furrowed his brow and instinctively asked. Tang San remembered there were still many people waiting in line for the 2nd and 3rd rounds. They've all been eliminated. Dai Mubai, in a bad mood, didn't he want to elaborate and simply brushed it off without looking back. Dai Mubai wasn't really being unfair. After all, having stayed at Shrek Academy for so many years, it was already apparent by the 2nd round who could pass and who couldn't. When Dai Mubai glanced over earlier, it was evident that only these 6 individuals had the chance to join Shrek Academy. Tang San was quite observant and noticed Dai Mubai's mood was off, so he stopped pressing further. However, Ning Rongrong had no such concerns. She didn't know Dai Mubai, and, as the princess of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, she didn't need to consider Dai Mubai's current feelings. She directly asked, "May I ask what the assessment for the 4th round entails?" Simple. Dai Mubai laughed, artidi. Seemingly having moved past his earlier displeasure, he deliberately avoided Zhu Zhuqing's gaze, looked at Ning Rongrong, and said solemnly, "The 1st round tests talent, the 2nd test potential, the 3rd test temperament, and aside from the 1st round, you have all been assumed to have passed the remaining 2 rounds. The 4th round tests your combat power as Soul Masters. As Soul Masters, you will inevitably face all kinds of battles, and I believe you can all understand this, right?" Upon hearing this, Yun Zheng and the others nodded in agreement. "So who will be our examiner for this round?" Ning Rongrong asked another practical question. "Me," Dai Mubai replied, revealing a charming smile, his face brimming with confidence. "You?" Ning Rongrong was taken aback, instinctively covering her mouth and letting out a gasp. "You are a teacher from Shrek Academy? So young?" As the future vice master of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, Ning Rongrong had long been preparing for her journey to Shrek Academy. Before leaving the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, she had done plenty of research on Shrek Academy. While she couldn't find overly detailed information, she did know that the most attractive aspect of Shrek Academy, aside from its unique motto, was its strong faculty. The weakest teachers at Shrek Academy were Soul Emperors, and even the newer teachers should at least be starting from the Soul King level. Looking at Dai Mubai again, although he had a heroic presence, he only looked about 15 or 16 years old. A 15 or 16-year-old Soul King was enough to astonish Ning Rongrong. This was much more impressive than Yun Zheng, who was supposed to have an extraordinary first soul ring. Just then, before Ning Rongrong could be surprised for too long, she heard Xiao Wu scoff disdainfully, curling her little finger while sticking out her tongue and looking at Dai Mubai with feigned contempt, saying, "You're just bragging without any preparation. You're only at level 30-something. What are you pretending for?" It was clear that Xiao Wu was still upset about the conflict between Dai Mubai and them yesterday. Dai Mubai, however, was amused by her anger and retorted, looking at Xiao Wu, "Who says students can't be examiners? I don't believe that, unless you provide evidence." Xiao Wu, with her hands on her hips, stared defiantly at Dai Mubai. Meanwhile, Yun Zheng found himself in an awkward situation. He had been staring intently at Zhu Zhuqing, and although Zhu Zhuqing said nothing, she surely noticed Yun Zheng's infatuated gaze. At that moment, Yu Qing'er was unsure how to face Zhu Zhuqing, but fortunately, they quickly passed the first round. Originally, Yu Qing'er hoped she wouldn't have to see Zhu Zhuqing again, but now, Zhu Zhuqing had also reached the fourth round. Thinking about having to be classmates with Zhu Zhuqing while her boyfriend had been staring at her like a fool made Yu Qing'er's face turn beet red with embarrassment. Wishing she could dig a hole with her toes and shove Yun Zheng inside. With that thought, Yu Qing'er shot Yun Zheng an annoyed glance. Although she didn't say anything, her eyes seemed to speak, reproaching him in a resentful tone. It's all your fault. How will they look at us in the future? After years of being together, Yun Zheng understood the meaning behind Yu Qing'er's gaze and immediately displayed an innocent expression, silently responding. I didn't want to either, but she was just too big. What do you mean by too big? Yu Qing'er's expression was like she wanted to eat him alive, secretly stepping on Yun Zheng's foot and putting her full weight on it. Hiss! Yun Zheng pretended to take a sharp breath, but Yu Qing'er was not fooled. So he had to admit his fault and plead for mercy. Only then did Yu Qing let him go, finally warning him with her eyes. If you dare to look at other girls again, I'll give you the strongest medicine and tell my father that you deceived me. And you won't be able to handle the consequences. Yu Qing'er could understand Yun Zheng's actions and knew he didn't really like Zhu Zhuqing. But situations and emotions are different. She still had to feel jealous. If every girl could be completely rational in front of the person they liked, there wouldn't be so many lovesick men and women driven crazy by love in the world. The reason Yu Qing'er hadn't spoken up before was to save face for Yun Zheng and not to seem unreasonable. Otherwise, she would care much about how Zhu Zhuqing viewed them. But what surprised Yu Qing'er was that Yun Zheng looked completely bewildered, his big eyes filled with confusion. In Yun Zheng's eyes, Yu Qing'er seemed to be reading a message. Your expression is too complicated. I can't understand it. Oof. Yu Qing'er felt a bit embarrassed and annoyed, letting out a huff and stepping hard on Yun Zheng's foot again, her pretty face showing her displeasure. Yun Zheng was even more confused. He was just speaking the truth. Who could have so many emotions change with just a glance? Yun Zheng truly couldn't understand. All he could say was, a woman's heart is as deep as the ocean. However, Yun Zheng couldn't ignore Yu Qing'er's little emotional outbursts. So he had to step forward. Just as he was about to comfort Yu Qing'er, a rough voice, like a drum, suddenly rang out. No need to argue. I'll join you for some fun. That should be fair enough, right? Everyone turned towards the source of the voice and saw a figure as robust as a small mountain standing in front of them. His muscles gleamed like steel under the sun, and his crew stood upright, making him look even more capable. Teacher Zhao. Upon seeing the newcomer, Dai Mubai exclaimed in shock, his previous charming demeanor vanishing instantly. He said nervously, Teacher Zhao, weren't you supposed to be the examiner for the fourth round? Is it too harsh for you to come in person? I want to. Zhao Wujia didn't even look at Dai Mubai, grunted, and said stubbornly. Hearing this, Dai Mubai's expression turned dark. This was something he couldn't refute. Seeing that Zhao Wujia had made up his mind, Dai Mubai sighed lightly and said seriously to Tang San and the others, this is troublesome. What level of soul master is this Teacher Zhao? Tang San felt a sinking feeling in his heart upon hearing this and quickly asked. Dai Mubai gave Tang San a deep look and, after a moment of silence, he said softly, let's put it this way. Teacher Zhao is a level 76 assault system soul saint, with the martial soul of the strong bear. It is said that when the 16 soul emperors of the Spirit Hall teamed up to besiege Teacher Zhao, he still managed to break through the siege and became famous from that battle. At that time, Teacher Zhao was only at the soul emperor level, and now he has been promoted to soul saint. As for his strength, even I am not sure. Just the title of soul saint was enough to make Tang San tremble. Born in Holy Soul Village, he had heard the village chief talk about the power of soul saints since he was young. Now that he saw Zhao Wujia in person, it was inevitable for him to compare Zhao Wujia with the village chief's descriptions. The strong bear, Zhao Wujia, Ning Rongrong, who had the broadest knowledge, showed no reaction to the title of soul saint, but Zhao Wujia's name reminded her of a figure. Her eyes trembled slightly, and she whispered, is he the unmovable king? Dai Mubai glanced at Ning Rongrong and nodded, affirming Teacher Zhao indeed has the nickname of the unmovable king. Rongrong, what does that mean? Watching the exchange between Ning Rongrong and Dai Mubai, Yu Qing'er was confused, frowning, and unable to help but ask Ning Rongrong. Not just Yu Qing'er. But Xiao Wu and the others also looked at Ning Rongrong and Dai Mubai with puzzled expressions. Under everyone's gaze, Ning Rongrong did not hide it and looked solemnly at Zhao Wujia, who was walking not far away. She said slowly and deliberately, "If he really is the unmovable king, then we are in big trouble today. My father once tried to recruit the unmovable king. Although he was rejected, my father still admired him greatly. According to my father, even though the unmovable king is a soul saint, even an ordinary soul might not be his opponent. If he had the resources from a sect to assist in his cultivation, it would even be possible for him to reach the title Douluo level. I can't believe he is actually a teacher at Shrek Academy. Is it really that exaggerated?" After hearing Ning Rongrong, Yu Qing'er was somewhat skeptical and unconsciously questioned. After all, in Yu Qing'er's mind, Yu Zhongbai's strength was unparalleled, and since Yu Zhongbai was a title Douluo, Yu Qing'er clearly did not think Zhao Wujia could compare to him. But in response to Yu Qing'er's skepticism, Ning Rongrong could only shake her head helplessly. To be fair, if Zhao Wujia did not have the qualifications of a title Douluo, he really wouldn't be able to attract Ning Fengji's attention. On the other side, Tang San and the others' expressions grew increasingly serious. Indeed, from Ning Rongrong's words, Tang San picked up on many other things, such as Ning Rongrong's background and the power of the sect behind her. However, for Tang San, the most valuable and direct information was that Zhao Wujia possessed the combat power of a soul Douluo. A soul saint was already difficult enough. He never even thought about facing a soul Douluo level assessment. If he could defeat a soul Douluo, why would he come to Shrek Academy? At this moment, Zhao Wujia had already arrived in front of the group. Noticing the serious expressions on their faces, he laughed heartily and said, "Don't be nervous. I won't bully you with my cultivation. You can all come at me together, as long as you can withstand me for the duration of a stick of incense. You pass. Rest assured, as long as one person lasts until the end, you all pass." Upon hearing this, the expressions of the group did not show any signs of relief. This was not a matter of numbers. In the face of absolute power, quantity was meaningless. It's up to us. No matter what, we've come this far. We can't just give up without a fight. At this moment, Yun Zheng stepped forward, chuckling lightly, his eyes burning with fighting spirit as he looked toward Zhao Wujia and said calmly, "Besides, I don't believe that the unmovable king would really fight seriously against a group of half-grown students like us. Assessments are assessments. There's always a way to pass." "That's right." Tang San nodded seriously in response, looking at Yun Zheng, and said, this little brother is right. But even if we're going to fight, we can't act blindly. Before that, let's get to know each other first." Upon hearing Tang San's words, Yun Zheng couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. He was certain that Tang San had only changed his wording after noticing his height. After Tang San finished speaking, he directly revealed his martial soul. A blue-silver grass extended from his palm, wrapping around his arm, with 2 yellow soul rings floating behind him, making everyone feel a surge of soul power. At the same time, Tang San spoke, "I'm Tang San. My martial soul is blue silvergrass, and I'm a 29th level control system Great Soul Master." Following him was Xiao Wu, whose pink soul power emerged, and a cute little rabbit jumped out of her arms. She also had 2 yellow soul rings swirling around her, and her fluffy rabbit ears made her look even more playful and cute. "I am Xiao Wu. My martial soul is Softbone Rabbit, and I'm a 29th level agility attack system Great Soul Master. Zhu Qing. My martial soul is the Ghost Shadow Cat, and I'm a 27th level agility attack system Great Soul Master." With a flash of ghostly light, Zhu Qing summoned her martial soul, her cold and beautiful face becoming even more fierce, also with 200-year soul rings. Originally, Yun Zheng planned to summon his martial soul together with Yu Qing'er, but Yu Qing'er was clearly still sulking over Yun Zheng's earlier behavior. She huffed lightly and stepped forward first, a loud dragon roar resonating and attracting everyone's attention. "I am Yu Qing'er. My martial soul is the giant spirit Golden Dragon, and I'm a 29th level assault system Great Soul Master." The Golden Dragon shadow flashed by, and under everyone's astonished gazes, Yu Qing'er completed her introduction. Dragon-shaped martial souls and soul bees had always been synonymous with power. Those associated with dragons were rarely weak. That dragon roar made the beast martial soul users present feel a chill in their hearts, showcasing the strength of Yu Qing'er's martial soul. Even Zhao Wujia, not far away, narrowed his pupils and looked deeply at Yu Qing'er, silently thinking. The surname Yu, dragon-shaped martial soul. Is it another branch of the Blue Lightning Overlord sect? It is often said that dragons have inherently lustful natures, and this phrase is vividly exemplified in the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Sect. On the continent, there is only one Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Sect, but there are many dragon-shaped martial souls, such as fire dragons, water dragons, and toads, which are almost all bloodline branches of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Sect's clan. As for how these branches came to be, it's not for outsiders to discuss. However, the inherent arrogance of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Sect makes them unwilling to acknowledge the identities of these non-Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon martial soul bloodlines. In simple terms, it's like putting on pants and refusing to acknowledge one's origins, caring for the birth but not the upbringing. This has led to the emergence of many soul masters with dragon-shaped martial souls of a Yu surname on the continent, but in reality, their connection to the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Sect is minimal or even non-existent. Only if they break through to the Spirit King realm can they barely gain some recognition from the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Sect. And only by breaking through to the Spirit Saint realm can they be recognized as direct descendants of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Sect. If we really talk about it, doesn't Flanders know a branch of the Blue Lightning that has broken through to the Spirit Saint realm? This is not a strange thing. In Zhao Wuji's eyes, Yu Qing'er is such a branch of the Blue Lightning. Following this, Ning Rongrong also released her martial soul, and a magnificent glass light illuminated the area, with a blue, noble glass tower emerging amidst the radiance. The moment the seven treasures glazed tower appeared, it instantly captured everyone's attention. Ning Rongrong. Martial soul, seven treasures glazed tower. Level 26 auxiliary system, soul master. As Ning Rongrong spoke, she playfully winked and smiled at everyone, saying, "Please take care of me." At that moment, even the most serious Zhu Zhuqing couldn't help but glance sideways, and Zhao Wujie squinted his eyes, a strange light flashing in his gaze. In Zhao Wujie's view, Yu Qing'er's identity is indeed impressive, even having a background related to the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Sect. But after all, she is an unrecognized branch. To put it nicely, she is a branch outside the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Sect. To put it bluntly, she is like an illegitimate child, nothing significant. Apart from Yu Qing'er's biological parents, it would be hard to find someone within the vast Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Sect to support her. But Ning Rongrong is different. She is the genuine young lady of the Seven Treasures Glazed Sect, the daughter of the sect master, and the cherished one of two titled Douluos. To be honest, Zhao Wujie really doesn't dare to offend this young lady. Don't be fooled by Ning Rongrong's casual mention of how impressive Zhao Wujie is, even daring to refuse Ning Fengji's invitation. That is relying on Ning Fengji's gentle demeanor. A gentleman can be deceived by reason, but if Gu Rong or Chan Xian had personally come to recruit him, Zhao Wujie might have truly agreed. It turns out to be the Seven Treasures Glazed Tower. It seems this will be quite a spectacle. After seeing the Seven Treasures Glazed Tower, Tang Sect couldn't help but smile slightly. The auxiliary effects of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tower are well known, and with Ning Rongrong's addition, Tang Sec's confidence has greatly increased. Brother, her martial soul is so beautiful. Xiao Wu also moved closer to Tang Sect, whispering her admiration in his ear. This martial soul is not just beautiful. It's much more than that. Tang Sect chuckled lightly and said ambiguously. After Ning Rongrong, only Yun Zheng remained. Yun Zheng did not drag his feet in putting on a mysterious air. He confidently summoned the frost sky feather bow. An extreme chill spread out, and an ice blue light illuminated the surroundings as a finely crafted ice bow, exquisite as a piece of art, appeared in Yun Zheng's hands. The bow's body, transparent as crystal, refracted colorful light onto the sunlight, while two soul rings, one yellow and one purple, floated behind him, captivating everyone's attention. Yun Zheng, martial soul, frost sky feather bow. A 27th level dual attribute agility attack soul master. Yun Zheng smiled faintly, leisurely introducing himself, while everyone's gaze was already fixed on him. The crowd could be roughly divided into three factions. One faction consisted of Xiao Wu and Ning Rongrong, who were only captivated by the exquisite and transparent nature of Yun Zheng's martial soul, while the remaining few focused their attention on Yun Zheng's thousand-year soul ring. The last faction had only Yu Qing'er, although she found the frost sky feather bow beautiful, had grown accustomed to it over the past 6 years. She also knew the details of Yun Zheng's thousand-year soul ring, and her admiration was purely infatuation. Brother, I think I spoke too soon just now. Xiao Wu, looking at Yun Zheng's frost sky feather bow, tugged at Tang San's sleeve absent-mindedly and murmured. Xiao Wu's voice was not deliberately lowered, and Ning Rongrong, who was beside her, heard it clearly. However, this time, the usually proud Ning Rongrong did not retort. Even for Ning Rongrong herself, she was filled with awe at this moment. Previously focused solely on Yun Zheng's 1,000-year soul ring, she now realized that Yun Zheng's martial soul was so extraordinary. The Fraught Sky Feather Bow was completely different from the seven-treasure glazed tile pagoda. The latter embodied the magnificence of heaven and earth, exuding luxury and nobility, while the Fraught Sky Feather Bow was exquisitely crafted, understated yet beautiful. The two completely different aesthetics successfully captivated Ning Rongrong, a young lady from a noble background. Tang San, on the other hand, seemed to ignore Xiao Wu's words, staring intently at the purple soul ring behind Yun Zheng, whispering in disbelief. 1,000-year soul ring. He has actually surpassed the limits of soul masters by so much. Not only Tang San, but Dai Mu Bai and Zhu Zhuqing felt the same way. Interesting. A hint of intrigue flashed across Zhao Wuji's face as he gazed at Yun Zheng, murmuring softly. After a while, everyone finally regained their senses. Dual attribute, agility, and attack. Dai Mu Bai pondered, his unusual eyes staring blankly at Yun Zheng, unable to help but ask, "What is a dual attribute soul master?" As soon as Dai Mu Bai's words fell, everyone's gaze unconsciously turned to Yun Zheng. Clearly, it wasn't just Dai Mu Bai who was curious about what a dual attribute soul master was. Agility attack is agility attack, and strong attack is strong attack. Even some top-tier martial souls, while possessing powerful offensive capabilities, also have decent speed, such as the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon and the Evil Eye White Tiger, will be classified as strong attack martial souls. This is something even children who have just been introduced to the knowledge of soul masters would know, but Yun Zheng still claimed to be a dual attribute soul master, indicating that there must be some explanation. Of course, it could also be that Yun Zheng was simply a show-off, deliberately using the term dual attribute soul master to flaunt the strength of his martial soul. If that were the case, the others would inevitably feel a bit disappointed. However, Tang San appeared to be contemplating, treating Yun Zheng as a dual martial soul owner. After all, if we were to talk about it, Tang San was also a control-type dual attribute soul master. But in response, Yun Zheng did not provide an explanation. He merely laughed it off and casually said, "It's a bit complicated to explain, but in short, just consider me a soul master who possesses both agility and strong attack capabilities." Seeing that Yun Zheng was unwilling to elaborate, everyone had no choice but to let it go. Just as Yun Zheng said, it was enough to regard him as an outstanding strong attack soul master. After everyone finished their self-introductions, it was naturally time to discuss tactics. There is an unspoken rule among soul masters that when meeting for the first time, if cooperation is needed, the highest-ranked soul master should take the lead. If their ranks are similar, the priority is usually given to support or control-type soul masters, as the commander needs to oversee the entire situation. Strong attack and agility attack soul masters typically charge into enemy lines, often overlooking the bigger picture. In contrast, control-type and support-type soul masters usually stand at the back of the team, able to see the overall battle situation, making them the best choice. Thus, Tang San unreservedly assumed the position of commander. Yun Zheng, seeing this, did not say much. In fact, Yun Zheng could also act as the brain of the team. Over the past 6 years, Yu Zhongbai had taught him a lot about team command. However, Yun Zheng didn't want to overshadow Tang San, and he also wanted to see Tang San's capabilities, so he chose to remain silent. There will be plenty of opportunities for command in the future. There's no need to rush. Instead, Yu Qing'er wanted to stand up for Yun Zheng, but upon second thought, she realized she was still feeling jealous of him. It is certain that Tang San has real talent. The tactics he proposed are clear and coherent, considering both the beginning and the end. Making such judgments under limited conditions is quite remarkable. At least from Yun Zheng's perspective, even if he were to take the lead, it wouldn't be much different. "Looks like you are all ready." Zhao Wuji saw this and stepped forward, standing with his arms crossed, sneering coldly. Tang San was neither surprised nor afraid. He smiled modestly and replied, "Of course." In the next moment, everyone dispersed. Except for Dai Mu Bai, the other 6 stood in their respective positions in an orderly manner. As a powerful assault-type soul master, Yu Qing'er stood at the front, with Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing 2 steps behind her, splitting to the left and right. Tang San stood in the middle, followed by Yun Zheng and Ning Rongrong. Although Yun Zheng is a dual-type soul master specializing in attack and agility, His martial soul is an ice bow, which clearly shows that he is a long-range attacker. How could he rush in a battle? Having Yun Zheng stand at the back not only allows him to leverage his advantages, but also protects the support soul Master Ning Rongrong. It's a win-win situation. Zhao Wujia noticed the positioning of the group, and a hint of appreciation flashed in his tiger-like eyes. Soon after, the six summoned their martial souls, and brilliant and fantastical lights illuminated the area. A total of 12 soul rings rose, with one particularly eye-catching purple thousand-year soul ring. The overwhelming wave of soul power made Dai Mubai, who was watching from the side, feel a sense of trepidation. However, Zhao Wujia, who possessed the soul saint level, would not be intimidated by a few great soul masters. He merely snorted coldly, showing no intention of summoning his martial soul. As the assessment began, Dai Mubai, watching from the side, swallowed slightly and then shouted, "Start." Boom! Almost the moment Dai Mubai's voice fell, Zhao Wujia stomped his foot, and a terrifying force surged across the ground towards Ning Rongrong, causing the already soft ground to visibly crack. Soul Masters all knew that if the enemy had a Soul Master with the 7-treasure glazed tile martial soul, they must be the primary target of attack. Zhao Wujia was indeed wary of Chun Xian and Gu Rong, but in the end, an assessment is an assessment. Since Chun Xian and Gu Rong weren't here, Zhao Wujia was still very serious. Seeing this, Tang Sect released the blue silver grass, intending to pull Ning Rongrong up, but suddenly heard a delicate shout, "Drink." Boom! Another loud noise erupted. Yu Qing'er, standing at the front, flashed to the cracked ground and slammed her right arm, covered in golden dragon scales, down. Everyone felt the ground shake violently. The force Zhao Wujia had stomped down was actually reduced by more than half. Damn! Seeing this scene, Dai Mubai's eyes widened in shock, almost instinctively exclaiming. Indeed, Zhao Wujia's strike was not at full strength, but he was, after all, a soul saint. Moreover, Zhao Wujia was known as the immovable king, and his martial soul was the powerful golden giant bear, so the extent of his strength can be imagined, even if he was just testing the waters. It was not something an ordinary great soul master could shake. This girl is a bit reckless, Zhao Wujia thought to himself, feeling a bit embarrassed, and sighed silently. However, Yu Qing'er ultimately couldn't stop Zhao Wujia's attack. Feeling the overwhelming force that was almost uncontainable, she didn't force it, but instead, with a cold grunt, she leaped up and called out, "Yun Zheng." "Understood," Yun Zheng responded. Hearing this, he let out a clear shout, and before anyone could react, he also stomped his foot. The ground cracked in the direction of his foot, and in the next moment, the two fissures collided, resulting in a muffled sound and a cloud of dust. When the dust settled, Yun Zheng and Ning Rongrong were unscathed, with only the two opposing cracks on the ground proving that everything had just happened. Yun Zheng, good job. The first to react was, of course, Yu Qing'er, who had been cooperating with Yun Zheng for 6 years. She seemed to forget their previous unpleasantness and smiled, ready to praise Yun Zheng, only to see Ning Rongrong, Zhu Zhuqing, and Xiao Wu looking at Yun Zheng with sparkling eyes. Her expression instantly drooped, and she could only let out a cold snort. "Humph. Miss you." The second to react was Tang Sect. Now Zhao Wujia seemed to be lost in his previous surprise and had not launched a second attack. So Tang Sect naturally would not miss this excellent opportunity and shouted sharply. Yu Qing'er was already feeling frustrated, so even without Tang Sect's reminder, she would rush out. At Tang Sect's command, Ning Rongrong and the others also seemed to awaken from a dream, and a flash of light flew out, landing precisely on Yu Qing'er. 7 treasures are famous. The first is strength. In the blink of an eye, Yu Qing'er had arrived in front of Zhao Wujia. A faint dragon roar echoed, and Yu Qing'er threw a punch which, under a 30 amplification from the 7-treasure glazed tile, even made Zhao Wujia turn his head in surprise. Boom! A chest-constricting loud sound resonated as Zhao Wujia and Yu Qing'er's fists collided. Yu Qing'er bit her silver teeth tightly, while Zhao Wujia remained expressionless, not even changing his stance, standing calmly in front of Yu Qing'er, and teasingly said, "Not bad, but it's just a bit short of forcing out my martial soul. Foolish bear, you should worry about yourself." Just after Zhao Wujia finished speaking, Xiao Wu, who didn't know when she had arrived at Zhao Wujia's shoulder, activated her first soul ring. But Zhao Wujia did not take off into the air as Xiao Wu had imagined. He could only barely limit some movements. Zhao Wujia stood like an unmoving mountain. No matter how much force Xiao Wu applied, she could not shake him. Noticing Xiao Wu's intentions, Zhao Wujia chuckled and mocked, "Little bunny, Your strength is far from enough. First soul skill, bind. At this moment, dense blue-silver grass wrapped around Zhao Wujia's legs like ropes. Zhao Wujia's brow furrowed, and with a cold grunt. He was about to use his strength to break free when he saw Tang Sect's lips curl up, fingers clawed, and he murmured, "Control the crane and capture the dragon." Using force to counterforce rise. Immediately, Zhao Wujia felt his whole body stiffen, and he felt as if his feet were floating, and he was truly thrown away. Seeing this scene, Zhu Zhuqing, Yu Qing'er, and Yun Zheng's eyes lit up. First soul skill, Giant Spirit's Breath. Second soul skill, Air Leap Killing Arrow. First soul skill, Underworld Stab. 7 treasures are famous. The first is Strength. The second is Speed, for shouts rang out simultaneously, and 5 soul rings lit up, with 3 beams of light flying towards Zhao Wujia. Chapter 42, Zhao Wujia. I really don't want this. 3 beams of glazed light flew out, precisely landing on Yun Zheng, Yu Qing'er, and Zhu Zhuqing. Yun Zheng and Yu Qing'er received power boosts, while Zhu Zhuqing received a speed boost. Zhu Zhuqing transformed into a shadow and launched an attack, while Yu Qing'er unleashed a golden thread. Yun Zheng finally made his move, drawing the frost sky feather bow to its full moon, and with a sound, the ice arrow shot out, immediately disappearing into the air, leaving Dai Mu Bai stunned. To be honest, even with his body suspended in the air, facing 6 opponents, and 3 attacks coming at him, Zhao Wuji was completely unflustered. He was not joking when he said he was completely calm. After all, Zhao Wuji was a formidable, immovable king, and even among soul saints, he was a well-known figure. The 13 soul emperors from the Spear Hall back then couldn't do anything to him. So how could he possibly be defeated by 6 great soul masters today? Ultimately, this was just an assessment, a deliberate show of restraint. If he really engaged, Yun Zheng and the others wouldn't even have the opportunity to make a move. This was not an exaggeration, but a fact. In that moment, Zhao Wuji even had the leisure to comment on everyone. In his view, Zhu Zhuqing could only be considered average. Her speed was good, but as an agility-type soul master, she was just decent at best. Xiao didn't have any standout performances either, but her control over her soul power and soul skills was absolutely top-notch among everyone, with no unnecessary movements. Just quick and decisive. Ning Rongrong was a support-type soul master, the wielder of the 7-treasure glazed tile pagoda, and her background was destined to be extraordinary. So he chose not to comment. The remaining 3, Tang Sect and Yu Qing'er, were in the same tier. Honestly, Tang Sect's martial soul was quite underwhelming. Blue silver grass was a common martial soul, synonymous with weakness, but Tang Sect's cultivation was impressive, proving his exceptional talent, and he also had a leadership quality, calm and composed. Moreover, his previous control over the crane and dragon indeed left Zhao Wuji with a better impression of him. Yu Qing'er lacked Tang Sect's calmness and leadership qualities, but her martial soul was comparable to Ning Rongrong's 7-treasure glazed tile pagoda. With her level 29 cultivation, she was on par with Tang Sect and Xiao Wu, and her previous ability to stop ground cracks and unleash a powerful punch greatly pleased Zhao Wuji. Lastly, Yun Zheng stood out on his own. Indeed, Yun Zheng's cultivation wasn't the highest among them, but that chilling aura and the heavy, solid soul power were not to be ignored. Furthermore, Yun Zheng possessed both Tang Sect's steadiness and Yu Qing'er's strength, and with his 1,000-year soul ring, he certainly earned the highest impression points in Zhao Wuji's mind. Thinking of this, Zhao Wuji subconsciously looked in Yun Zheng's direction and, seeing the glowing yellow soul ring, blinked in confusion and muttered, "This kid's 1,000-year soul ring is actually the first soul ring?" As for the attack from Yun Zheng and the others, Zhao Wuji didn't even glance at them. What interested Zhao Wuji the most was Yun Zheng's second soul skill, named Air Leap Killing Arrow. The ability to disappear into the air and not even be detected by Zhao Wuji. This alone made Yun Zheng worthy of the agility-type title. Agility-type soul masters are not just defined by their speed. In a team of soul masters, they are like assassins, tasked with cutting through the backline and decapitating targets. They don't necessarily need to be fast. Being able to execute attacks without detection is also effective, and Yun Zheng's second soul skill was simply a divine technique for ambushes. The suddenly disappearing ice arrow would be completely undetectable to anyone unfamiliar with Yun Zheng. But then again, that was just it. Zhao Wuji was a soul saint, the immovable king, and he had his confidence. Even if he didn't dodge or evade, standing there while Yun Zheng and the other great soul masters bombarded him, he wouldn't be harmed in the slightest. To put it bluntly, Even a bathhouse scrub master could scrub 3 layers of mud off him, while Yun Zheng and the others might not even be able to break through his defenses. Perhaps sensing Zhao Wuji's disdain, Yun Zheng in the distance curled his lips into a silent, wicked smile. Yun Zheng is now at level 27, and his first soul ring can provide him with a 27% ice attribute damage bonus and a 27% armor breaking effect. When he releases this arrow, whether it's a human or a ghost, they'll bleed a little. Not to mention Zhao Wujia. Even if Qian Daolu were standing here today, he'd be affected by the cold. As Yun Zheng thought this, the fastest Zhu Zhuqing had already reached Zhao Wujia, and the black, ghostly light flashed by, but it felt like it struck steel. Zhu Zhuqing only felt that her ghostly cat claw, after being enhanced by her martial soul, became numb and could no longer advance. However, Zhu Zhuqing was strong-willed and silently activated her second soul skill, Ghostly 100 Claws, continuously attacking Zhao Wujia. At this moment, Yu Qing's giant spirit breath also arrived, a golden ribbon transforming into a magnificent little dragon, but was caught by Zhao Wujia, who then crushed it with his bare hands. Huh! Zhao Wujia roared, and the first century-old soul ring lit up amidst the dust, activating the unmoving king body. Seeing this scene, everyone present had their pupils shrink. Dai Mubai couldn't help but laugh bitterly, feeling helpless and powerless as he thought. Teacher Zhao is really getting serious now. But at that moment, an ice arrow shot down from the sky, just an arm's length away from Zhao Wujia. At such a short distance, Zhao Wujia, with his robust physique and not known for speed, really couldn't dodge. But Zhao Wujia had no intention of dodging. He snorted coldly and, in his martial soul manifestation state, struck out with his enormous bare paw, intending to crush Yun Zheng's ice arrow, just like before. As it turned out, Zhao Wujia succeeded. Yun Zheng's ice arrow didn't escape Zhao Wujia's grasp and was shattered by him. But at the moment the ice arrow broke, Zhao Wujia also let out a muffled grunt as cold air entered his body. Zhao Wujia immediately frowned, looking suspiciously in Yun Zheng's direction, only to see Yun Zheng smiling lightly at him. Good kid. Zhao Wujia also grinned, his tiger-like eyes half filled with anger and half with appreciation. With another roar, the soul power of a soul sage burst forth, directly sending Zhu Zhuqing, who was closest to Zhao Wujia, flying, and forcing Yu Qing'er and the others back a few steps. At the same time, knowing he couldn't let Zhao Wujia take advantage of the situation, Yun Zheng's expression became serious, and he shot 3 more arrows. Having already been calculated by Yun Zheng once, Zhao Wujia certainly wouldn't fall for it a second time. He glared at Yun Zheng, ready to make a move, but Tang San repeated his old trick, using control the crane and catch the dragon again to try to control Zhao Wujia. Tang San also realized that the only threat to Zhao Wujia came from Yun Zheng's attacks. They had to protect Yun Zheng. However, this time, Zhao Wujia didn't let Tang San have his way. Previously, it was because Zhao Wujia was unprepared, combined with Tang San's unexpected strategy that allowed Tang San to succeed. But this time, Zhao Wujia was in a martial soul manifestation state, simultaneously utilizing his first soul skill, and his power boost was entirely incomparable. Not only did Tang San fail to control Zhao Wujia, but he was also sent flying by the rebound force. Feeling the sudden control force, Zhao Wujia turned to look at Tang San, momentarily unsure whether to praise Tang San's courage or to criticize his overestimation of himself. But this glance from Zhao Wujia was misunderstood by Xiao Wu. Concern leads to chaos. Xiao Wu thought Zhao Wujia was enraged and preparing to attack Tang San. In a moment of panic, she flashed to Tang San's side, activated her second soul skill, and pink light sparkled in her eyes. Zhao Wujia froze for a moment. But the next second, he broke free from the dazed state. The charm soul skill has always been a double-edged sword. Used well, it's a divine skill. But used poorly, it harms both the user and the target. Just like now, no matter how strong Xiao Wu was before, she was now just a 29-level Great Soul Master, and whether in terms of soul power or mental strength, she couldn't compare to Zhao Wujia at all. The huge gap in cultivation led to the failure of the charm, and Xiao Wu naturally suffered the backlash of her soul skill. She coughed lightly. An enchanting blood mist sprayed out, coincidentally dripping onto Tang San's palm. Seeing the blood foam in his palm, Tang San's eyes suddenly narrowed, and his expression gradually became fierce. However, Zhao Wujia didn't notice this. He was somewhat at a loss for words. Zhao Wujia truly had no malice towards Tang San and Xiao Wu. But who made them attack him? Because of the huge gap in cultivation, they suffered backlash, and that couldn't be blamed on him. Forget it. He still needed to deal with that kid first. Shaking his head, Zhao Wujie ignored Tang San and Xiao Wu. Yun Zheng's ice arrow had already shot out. Even Zhao Wujie himself didn't know when the ice arrow would strike from midair. To avoid further embarrassment, Zhao Wujie simply pushed his hand towards Yun Zheng and directly activated his fifth soul skill. Fifth soul skill, gravity compression. This soul skill was Zhao Wujie's only control soul skill. Indeed, using a fifth soul skill against a great soul master was somewhat bullying. But Zhao Wujie didn't intend to use it on Yun Zheng. He just wanted to use the fifth soul skill to crush the ice arrow hidden in the air. As for why he aimed at Yun Zheng's direction, Zhao Wujie simply thought that no matter how well Yun Zheng's ice arrow could hide, it couldn't possibly turn. Second soul skill, the dragon descends. But what Zhao Wujie never expected was that as soon as he activated his fifth soul skill, the gravitational waves hadn't even spread out when a sharp shout suddenly rang out. Yu Qing'er had already blocked in front of Yun Zheng. Zhao Wujie's heart jolted, and wanting to retract his soul skill was already impossible. Zhao Wujie had always followed a straightforward approach, and such delicate maneuvers had never been his forte. What surprised Zhao Wujie even more was that under his fifth soul skill, Yu Qing'er remained completely unmoved. The gravitational waves didn't affect her at all, but were instead countered by a suddenly appearing little golden dragon. However, Yu Qing'er also suffered from soul power exhaustion after resisting the control soul skill of a soul sage. Her delicate face turning pale, and she collapsed to one knee with a thud. Upon seeing this, Zhao Wujie was somewhat speechless. By heaven's conscience, Zhao Wujie truly did nothing at all, but Tang San and the others had somehow made themselves half-crippled. Zhu Zhuqing was paralyzed when attacking Zhao Wujie. Tang San was injured by the rebound while trying to control Zhao Wujie. Xiao Wu, due to a misunderstanding, used her charm soul skill and suffered backlash. And Yu Qing, wanting to protect Yun Zheng, exhausted her soul power and lost her combat ability. But the problem was that Zhao Wujie initially wanted to attack those 3 ice arrows that had gone missing. Chapter 43. Yun Zheng's full power. Please, I want everything. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Just as Yu Qing'er fell, 3 ice arrows shot out, and Zhao Wujie couldn't dodge in time, having to take them head on. The second soul ring lit up, and his golden, palm-like hands pushed out like a city wall, easily crushing Yun Zheng's ice arrows. Clearly, Yun Zheng's ice arrows were no match for Zhao Wujie's gigantic palms and shattered into ice shards with just a single encounter. However, despite this, the armor-breaking effect of Yun Zheng's first soul skill still gave Zhao Wujie a headache. Zhao Wujie let out a muffled grunt, a hint of helplessness flashing across his heavily muscled face. Yun Zheng's ice arrows were incredibly unpredictable. Due to the effect of the Sky Leap killing arrow, they were already hard to defend against. Coupled with their inherent armor-piercing effect and damage bonus, even if one managed to block them by chance, they would still suffer damage. Moreover, Yun Zheng's ice arrows were formed from the purest ice, exuding a chilling aura. Once they entered the body, even Zhao Wujie would be helpless for a moment and could only rely on his soul power advantage to temporarily control it. The damage caused was not significant. Even the extreme cold could be suppressed by Zhao Wujie's vast soul power, but it was somewhat embarrassing for him. After all, Yun Zheng was just a great soul master. The situation on the battlefield took a sharp turn. Although Zhao Wujie was indeed restrained by the 4 ice arrows shot by Yun Zheng, it was not a major issue, and he remained unstoppable. On the other hand, Yun Zheng's side was in dire straits. Zhu Zhuqing's hands were numb, and her combat power had diminished significantly. Xiao Wu was fainted from backlash, and Yu Qing'er had exhausted her soul power and could no longer fight. Strictly speaking, only 3 people on Yun Zheng's side could continue to battle. The assessment required them to withstand Zhao Wujie's attacks for the duration of an incense stick. But now less than half the time had passed, and the situation was extremely unfavorable for Yun Zheng and his team. Meanwhile, seeing Yu Qing'er's pale face, Yun Zheng rushed to her side and helped her up. After confirming that Yu Qing'er had merely exhausted her soul power and had no other injuries, he let out a long sigh of relief and said, half concerned and half reproachfully, "You silly girl, it's an assessment. How could Elder Zhao not know the gravity of the situation? Why would you throw yourself into the line of fire like this?" Hearing this, Zhao Wujie, not far away, felt incredibly relieved. Finally, there was someone who understood. Yu Qing'er, who had originally felt a bit pleased to receive Yun Zheng's concern, suddenly felt wronged when she heard him scold her. She glared at Yun Zheng angrily and huffed, "You don't need to worry about me. Go find your big-chested sister." Upon hearing this, Yun Zheng was first stunned, then burst into laughter. All right. I admit my mistake. There won't be a next time. He had no choice but to plead for mercy. At this moment, apologizing was the way to go. Reasoning would be useless. You only know how to coax me. Yu Qing'er responded, and her mood indeed improved significantly, but she still maintained a haughty demeanor. Zhao Wujie, who had been watching this entire scene, rolled his eyes and shouted, "Kid, you haven't forgotten that you're still in assessment, have you? Or are you planning to drag this out like this?" Yun Zheng smiled indifferently upon hearing this, and then said to Yu Qing'er, "Go to Miss Ning's side." Yu Qing'er noticed the indifference in Yun Zheng's eyes, nodded foolishly, and obediently ran to Ning Rongrong's side. On the other side, Yun Zheng also stepped forward to Zhao Wujie's front, cupped his fists, and said solemnly, "Senior Zhao, please give me guidance." Upon hearing this, Zhao Wujie was taken aback, incredulously pointing at himself and asking, "You want to spar with me?" "Yes." Yun Zheng stood with his head lowered, neither affirming nor denying. "Huh." Zhao Wujie reacted. After giving Yun Zheng a deep glance, he asked loudly, "What's wrong? Do you have a temper?" Facing Zhao Wujie's slightly mocking question, Yun Zheng did not retreat an inch, staring directly at Zhao Wujie, his gaze burning hot, and said word by word, "In everything, seeing the result without asking the cause, whether you meant it or not, Senior, you have hurt Qing'er. That is a fact. You hurt Qing'er, so I will hurt you." Upon hearing this, everyone present was shocked, and Zhao Wujie narrowed his eyes, his voice gradually turning cold as he asked, "Can you do it? Try it." Yun Zheng took a stance, with a yellow and purple soul ring floating uncertainly in midair. At the same time, the evil spirit bone tail emerged, its tail as dark as black jade. Everyone frowned, confused in their hearts, but they also knew it was not the time to ask questions, so they had to suppress their doubts and wait for Yun Zheng's action. You're just asking for trouble," Zhao Wujie shouted sharply, regardless of what Yun Zheng wanted to do, and suddenly swung a powerful punch, breaking through myriad techniques. Thinking that Yun Zheng, a great soul master, wouldn't be able to withstand a punch from a soul sage. But the next moment, the protrusion on Yun Zheng's tail, resembling black jade, suddenly lit up with a mesmerizing crimson color, and as the tail swept in front of Zhao Wujie, an astonishing scene occurred. Zhao Wujie seemed to be under a freezing spell, frozen in place, his raised fist showing no intention of coming down. This moment was very short, just a fleeting instant, but when Zhao Wujie's gaze returned to Yun Zheng's position, he found that Yun Zheng had vanished, as if he had disappeared into thin air. First soul skill, arm modification. Immediately afterward, Yun Zheng's voice rang out from above Zhao Wujie's head as the frost heaven feather bow disassembled in midair, with pieces of ice and snow flowers reflecting brilliant light under the sun. And with a buzzing sound, a similarly exquisite frost great halberd gradually appeared, accompanied by Yun Zheng's soft chant. True name release. Frost language halberd. When did he go up there? Zhao Wujie's pupils shrank sharply, unable to help but exclaim. Not only Zhao Wujie, but Dai Mubai and the others also wanted to know when Yun Zheng had run up into the sky. Yu Qing'er felt the same way. 7 treasures are famous. First, strength. Second, speed. Fortunately, at this moment, Ning Rongrong, with her background as a support family, did not lag behind. Seeing Yun Zheng make his move, she decisively released her first and second soul skills, 2 beams of enhancement light falling onto Yun Zheng, elevating his burst to a whole new level. TSK. Zhao Wujie clicked his tongue lightly, not dodging or evading, and struck out with a palm, though not a soul skill. It carried boundless power. Zhao Wujie was indeed an examiner, but he also had a temper. Being provoked by a great soul master right in front of him ignited some anger in his heart. Zhao Wujie did not intend to do anything to Yun Zheng, but merely wanted Yun Zheng to understand what it meant to respect teachers and the way of learning. Boom! The halberd and palm collided, producing a deafening sound, causing the ground beneath Zhao Wujie to crack. As surprise flickered in his eyes, all the mockery and disdain in his heart vanished at that moment, replaced only by shock. Yun Zheng was born with immense strength, and at one point, he was hesitant to exert himself fully due to his physique not keeping up with his power. Now, following Yu Zhongbai in body refinement, Yun Zheng has made some progress in his vitality and blood energy, although he still cannot unleash his power recklessly. A single swing of his arm carries a tremendous force of thousands of pounds. With both arms combined, it reaches 2,000 to 3,000 pounds. And when enhanced by the power of the 7-treasure glazed tile pagoda, this strike from Yun Zheng could leave many high-ranking soul masters regretting their decisions on the spot. Moreover, with the ice attribute bonus and armor-piercing effect granted by Yun Zheng's first soul ring, under the enhancement of his ultimate ice martial spirit, even Zhao Wujia's martial spirit was manifested, and while in the state of the immovable king, he could only feel his internal organs tremble, with his blood energy stagnating. Zhao Wujia even felt a sweetness in his throat. Had he not swallowed it down, his illustrious name as the immovable king would have been ruined right then and there. It is worth noting that even many soul emperors would struggle to withstand such injuries as Zhao Wujia was experiencing. The power was impressive. It just needed a bit more refinement. Although he was shocked internally, Zhao Wujia would not show it on the surface. He bellowed deeply, seizing the opportunity while Yun Zheng's old strength had not yet faded and his new strength had not yet fully formed, and struck out with another palm. After witnessing Yun Zheng's power, Zhao Wujia applied a bit more force to this palm strike, no longer daring to be overly arrogant. However, just as Zhao Wujia's palm was about to hit Yun Zheng's tail flashed with an eerie light once again. Zhao Wujia felt a blur before his eyes, and this palm strike missed its target. Interesting. Zhao Wujia's eyes flashed as he quickly regained his focus and found Yun Zheng, looking in his direction with admiration, saying, "Illusions combined with high-speed movement, a very nice connection of soul skills." At this moment, Yun Zheng's left arm trembled slightly as he forced a smile and said, "Senior, you flatter me, but you were still a bit slow." Zhao Wujia's gaze also fell on Yun Zheng's left arm, and he lamented, "The younger generation lacks skill," making the senior laugh. Upon hearing this, Yun Zheng let out a bitter laugh and did not deny his mistake. Just as Zhao Wujia said, in that brief moment, Yun Zheng was indeed a bit slow, causing the pressure wave Zhao Wujia unleashed to hit his left arm, which had already dislocated. However, this couldn't be blamed on Yun Zheng. The illusion soul skill was granted to him by an external soul bone, while the high-speed movement soul skill, named Instant Step, was the fourth external skill given to Yun Zheng by Uncle Zhu when he was 12 years old. He had only acquired this soul skill a few months prior, so it was somewhat unreasonable to expect him to perfectly integrate it into his tactics in such a short time. It is worth mentioning that when Yun Zheng was 12, Uncle Zhu provided not just the Instant Step soul skill, but also an unnamed technique that could accelerate Yun Zheng's cultivation speed, which will not be discussed here for now. What's there to laugh about? You're quite impressive. When Xiaobai was your age, he was chased and beaten by me, and at the Great Soul Master level, he could withstand a strike from a soul sage. You're one of a kind. Zhao Wujia waved his hand dismissively at Yun Zheng's humble words and generously praised him. Chapter 44. About you're quite good, but have you considered that if you fight so eagerly, your soul power will deplete too quickly? How will you last through this incense stick's worth of time? Zhao Wujia narrowed his eyes and asked, "Or do you really plan to defeat me?" That last strike made Zhao Wujia appreciate Yun Zheng, and he wanted to know what Yun Zheng was really aiming for. Hearing Zhao Wujia's words, Yun Zheng could only let out a wry smile in his heart. He also wanted to stall for time, but the conditions just wouldn't allow it. The active duration of the first soul skill was only 54 seconds in total. If he didn't seize the time before Yun Zheng could unleash a few attacks, he might revert back to the state of the Frost Sky Featherbow. To be honest, the Frost Sky Featherbow wasn't incapable of outputting damage. Combined with the effects of the Sky Leap, Killing Arrow, and Instant Step, Yun Zheng could definitely make Zhao Wujia quite annoyed. But that would only be scratching the surface and not the effect Yun Zheng wanted. Of course, in the current situation, Yun Zheng certainly wouldn't expose his weaknesses. Faced with Zhao Wujia's question, Yun Zheng simply shrugged and said nonchalantly, "If the senior is willing, you could eliminate all of us." Upon hearing this, Zhao Wujia was momentarily taken aback. But soon Yun Zheng spoke with a playful tone. "Of course, the premise is that you can pass the test from Dean Flander." As soon as these words left his mouth, Zhao Wujia's expression stiffened, and after a few breaths, he shot Yun Zheng a fierce glare and scolded, "Kid, do you know that sometimes being too clever can lead to a lack of friends?" Looking beyond the surface. When Zhao Wujia came to be the examiner for the 4th round, Yun Zheng and the others had already passed the entrance examination of Shrek Academy. The reason Flander asked Zhao Wujia to come was, firstly, to go through the motions, fearing that Dai Mu Bai might not be able to handle this group of prodigies and embarrass Shrek Academy. Secondly, to showcase the strength of Shrek Academy, so Yun Zheng and the others could feel reassured. Both points were clear to Zhao Wujia as well, but now that Yun Zheng had pointed it out, He felt somewhat embarrassed. Hearing Zhao Wujia's teasing, Yun Zheng simply smiled without commenting, not providing an answer. Seeing Yun Zheng's carefree demeanor, Zhao Wujia became even more irritated and snorted, saying, "Originally, based on your good talents, I was planning to let you pass the 4th round directly. But now that you dare to mock me, I'm not pleased, so I've changed my mind." As he spoke, Zhao Wujia's 7 rings appeared simultaneously, and he said ominously, "Aren't you quite fast? Didn't you say you wanted to take revenge for that girl? I want to see what you'll do now." Immediately after, the 3rd, 4th, and 5th soul rings behind Zhao Wujia all lit up. Gravity enhancement, tracking positioning combined with gravity compression. Yun Zheng only felt a heaviness all over his body. His legs felt as heavy as if they were filled with lead. Centered around Zhao Wuji, the ground within a radius of several dozen meters sank down. An irresistible force enveloped Yun Zheng, pulling him toward Zhao Wuji without any hesitation. Yun Zheng instinctively used instant step to leave, but found that Zhao Wujia seemed to have anticipated his movement, instantly changing direction. The oppressive gravity descended once again, leaving no way to evade. Seeing the scene, Zhao Wujia let out a hearty laugh and said, "Ha, to make me use 5 soul skills in a row? You can be proud." Second soul skill, Mighty Vajra Palm. As soon as Zhao Wujia finished speaking, a gigantic bear paw struck out, crashing towards Yun Zheng like an unstoppable force. Enhanced by the gravity compression and tracking abilities of the 2 soul skills, Yun Zheng simply could not avoid it. The Mighty Vajra bear is specialized in dealing with flashy techniques. Of course, Zhao Wujia was also measured in his approach. This strike was roughly at the level of Soul King, and he did not use his full strength. Based on Yun Zheng's previous performance, it was expected that he would not be able to block it, but he would not suffer any serious injuries. At most, he would just spit out some blood. Yun Zheng's eyes narrowed at the sight. Since he couldn't dodge, he simply decided not to. He secretly steeled his resolve and directly reconnected his dislocated left arm. Holding the spear with both hands, the 2nd soul ring behind him lit up as he shouted, "Second soul skill. Strike from above." With a buzzing sound, the blade of the frost language spear expanded in the wind, quickly growing to 10 times its previous size. The spear blade, 3 meters away, gleamed coldly under the sunlight. Yun Zheng leaped high, using the force of gravity to propel himself toward Zhao Wujia. Not only did the martial soul have 2 forms, but even the soul skills had corresponding transformations. Seeing this scene, Zhao Wujia was secretly shocked and marveled inwardly, just as Zhao Wujia was astonished. The frost language spear collided with the great strength diamond palm. Boom! Like a sudden clap of thunder, a terrifying explosion erupted, sending shockwaves that forced Ning Rongrong and the others to cover their faces and retreat. Dust filled the air as icy blue and golden lasers intertwined and collided within the dust, ultimately fading into silence. In the next moment, Yun Zheng's disheveled figure was sent flying out from the dust. Seeing this, Yu Qing'er quickly broke free from Ning Rongrong's support and, disregarding her weak body, used the strength of her vitality to catch Yun Zheng. At this time, Yun Zheng had blood at the corner of his mouth, but he didn't appear too tragic. After coughing twice and spitting out blood, he barely stood up from Yu Qing'er's embrace and said loudly, "Thank you for your mercy, senior." Damn! At that moment, Zhao Wujia's frustrated voice came from the dust. "You brat are not a good person, taking advantage and then pretending to be innocent." Only then did everyone see Zhao Wujia's figure. And what was shocking was that there were 5 clearly visible footprints under his feet. Yun Zheng actually forced Zhao Wujia back several steps. Moreover, upon closer inspection, there seemed to be dried blood stains at the corner of Zhao Wujia's mouth. Dai Mubai and the others looked at Yun Zheng in shock, but Yun Zheng remained unperturbed, only smiling enigmatically. Zhao Wujia, emerging from the dust, shot Yun Zheng a glance, scratched the back of his head in annoyance, and cursed inwardly. "Damn it, so strong. As long as you soften your mouth a bit, I could still prevent you from passing." So we? Upon hearing this, Ning Rongrong understood and excitedly asked, "All right, wait." Zhao Wujia grunted in annoyance, about to say they passed, when he suddenly heard Tang Sect call out to him. Zhao Wujia furrowed his brows, looking at Tang Sect in confusion, only to see Tang Sect making the same gesture as Yun Zheng did earlier, staring intently at Zhao Wujia and saying word by word, "Please enlighten me, senior." Huh? Zhao Wujia was a bit stunned, blinking in confusion. "But you already passed, right? This matter is unrelated to the assessment. It's just a personal matter. Please enlighten me, senior," Tang Sect said solemnly. Upon hearing this, Zhao Wujie was first taken aback, then noticed Xiao Wu collapsed in Zhu Zhuqing's arms and suddenly understood. He slapped his forehead in realization and helplessly scolded Dai Mu Bai. Damn it. Xiao Bai, are you young people so mature nowadays? Zhao Wujie himself is still single. Teacher Zhao, you can't say that randomly. How would I know about such things? Faced with Zhao Wujie's question, Dai Mu Bai, who usually prided himself on being a charming young master, became unusually nervous, his gaze wandering, his speech stammering, almost instinctively denying it. Zhao Wujie didn't care what Dai Mu Bai was up to and coldly snorted, turning back to look at Tang San. Seeing the coldness and stubbornness on Tang San's face, Zhao Wujie was both angry and amused, shouting, Good, I'll let you have your way. But if you don't have some real skills, you'd better leave Shrek on your own. It's a deal. Tang San had been waiting for this sentence, a purple glint appearing in his eyes, as countless hidden weapons flew out from the 24 bridges on a moonlit night, flying towards Zhao Wujie like a dragon. The battle between Tang San and Zhao Wujie was completely at two extremes. Yun Zheng relied purely on brute strength to confront Zhao Wujie, embodying the essence of a strong attack, while Tang San took a more unconventional approach with an endless array of cunning hidden weapons, combined with his unique skills like Ghost Shadow Perplexing Track and controlling the crane and capturing the dragon. Though not as shocking as Yun Zheng, it was equally heart-pounding. If one were to say, Tang San was even more terrifying than Yun Zheng. After all, someone who plays with hidden weapons and poison is enough to send shivers down one's spine. Ultimately, the battle between Tang San and Zhao Wujie didn't change much. Tang San used the dragon beard needle, catching Zhao Wujie off guard and leaving him with a head full of lumps, truly embarrassing him. When Zhao Wujie left, Yun Zheng bowed deeply to Zhao Wujie's departing figure, and Tang San and the others thought this was Yun Zheng showing respect to Zhao Wujie, and they all followed suit, including Dai Mu Bai and the later arriving Oscar, a total of 8 people, bowing deeply to Zhao Wujie. But in reality, only Yun Zheng knew the true reason behind his bow. Chapter 45, Two Old Fathers. Please, I want everything. Yun Zheng and the others had just enrolled, and suddenly, Flander in the dean's office stood up, his eyes filled with grave astonishment behind his glasses. Just now, he had sensed a strong, killing intent. An extremely terrifying killing intent that was deeply hidden, definitely not something Zhao Wujie or Xiao Xin could manage. Flander understood that someone had infiltrated Shrek Academy, not only possessing immense strength, but also with ill intentions. Thinking of this, Flander took a deep breath, a pair of black wings unfolded behind him, and with a flash of his figure, he disappeared without a trace. As the dean of Shrek Academy, regardless of who this hidden visitor was, whether good or evil, whether an accidental encounter or intentional, he had to investigate. Shrek Academy was Flander's dream, and he could not afford to lose it. Meanwhile, on the back mountain of Shrek Academy, hidden in the woods, Yu Zhongbai also sensed that fleeting, intense, killing intent. His brows furrowed deeply, and surging soul power built up within him, revealing his figure as he said softly, Are you not going to show yourself? From that killing intent, Yu Zhongbai discerned more. The most important point was that the other party was also a titled Douluo. Continuing to hide was meaningless. And since his daughter and disciple were about to enter Shrek Academy, Yu Zhongbai had to find out who else was paying attention to Shrek Academy. This sudden killing intent did not belong to Chun Xin of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, or Gurong, which meant that there was a fourth title Douluo watching this place. The hidden title Douluo was momentarily taken aback upon hearing Yu Zhongbai's voice, seemingly not expecting that there was a second title Douluo here. However, knowing he had already been exposed, he had no intention of hiding, walking out openly. Dressed in a gray robe that enveloped his robust figure, his weathered face bore the marks of time. This was Hao Qian Da Tang Hao. Yu Zhongbai saw Tang Hao immediately, and, like Tang Hao, was stunned at first. Yu Zhongbai knew Tang Hao, but did not expect him to appear here. After a few breaths, Yu Zhongbai took a deep breath and looked at Tang Hao with great interest, smiling. I didn't expect that the Hao Qian Da, who has been missing for 12 years, would appear here. I also didn't expect that the renowned Lei Yu Douluo would show up in a small mountain village. Tang Hao stared at Yu Zhongbai, his arms under the gray robe bulging with veins, his soul power surging, ready to act at any moment. Despite their seemingly cordial meeting, both had already become vigilant in secret. This was the most dangerous part. If there was even a slight hint of something amiss, a great battle would erupt. In response to Tang Hao's inquiry, Yu Zhongbai had no intention of hiding, directly stating, "There's nothing I can do. After all, there's a shameless guy bullying my precious daughter and even hitting my disciple, perhaps even my niece." This statement from Yun Zheng was quite interesting. It seemed to expose his relationship with Yun Zheng and the others, but in reality, he was also warning Tang Hao. Yun Zheng wanted to tell Tang Hao that no matter what he intended to do, he should stay away from Shrek Academy. Otherwise, he and even the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Sect and the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School would not mind being his enemies. Moreover, Tang Hao was currently a wanted criminal of the Spirit Hall, and Yun Zheng had many cards that could threaten him. In adult conversations, the implications run deep. Tang Hao certainly understood Yun Zheng's meaning, but what Yun Zheng did not expect was that after hearing this, Tang Hao was first taken aback. Then, as if he understood Yun Zheng, he let go of the almost bursting hostility and said in a deep voice, "Someone is bullying my son." "Your son?" Upon hearing this, Yun Zheng's first reaction was confusion. However, Yun Zheng quickly realized, looking at Tang Hao meaningfully and smiled. Tang Sect. "Tang Hao, blue silvergrass. I see now. So it seems we have come here with the same purpose." Tang Hao did not deny or affirm this. He did not ask Yun Zheng to help hide his whereabouts, as it was unnecessary. Smart people knew what to do. From Yun Zheng's standpoint, he would definitely not expose Tang Hao's whereabouts to the Spirit Hall. This would bring no benefit to Yun Zheng. The Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Sect was already at odds with the Spirit Hall. The enemy of my enemy is my friend, and Yun Zheng could not be unaware of this. Moreover, it seemed that Tang San and Yun Zheng would be classmates for several years. And even for the sake of his disciple and daughter, Yun Zheng would not actively seek trouble with Tang Hao. Both Tang Hao and Yun Zheng understood this unspoken agreement, so there was no need for further words. However, upon learning that Tang San was Tang Hao's son, a strange smile appeared on Yun Zheng's lips as he playfully said, "I am very curious about what His Excellency Haotian thinks of that little rabbit by his son's side." Boom! As Yun Zheng's words fell, so did the Haotian hammer. The Haotian hammer, weighing over 1,000 genes, struck the ground, causing the entire back mountain of Shrek Academy to tremble violently, creating a bottomless pit, and even Tang Hao's aura changed. The red light flickered in Tang Hao's eyes beneath his gray robe. An overwhelming killing intent surged forth, the sound of a ghostly howl echoing in Yun Zheng's ears, while a tangible bloody red mist spread out. At this moment, Tang Hao seemed like a Shura returning from hell, ready to devour. It is widely said that Tang Hao passed the trials of the City of Slaughter, and it seems to be true. Yun Zheng's pupils constricted, and he sighed inwardly. "I can kill Qian Xuanji, so I can kill you." Tang Hao glared fiercely, warning Yun Zheng word for word, "Don't test my bottom line." Yun Zheng's body crackled with arcs of electricity, his eyes turning into silver-white lightning, equally staring fiercely at Tang Hao, slowly saying, "Relax. I have no prejudice against your Tang family's choice of partners, but you must know that is a 100,000-year soul beast. If her existence threatens my daughter or disciple, then I won't be so easy to talk to. Heroes do not speak of past bravery. You know how you escaped the Spirit Hall's pursuit, and I won't expose your scars. But you must understand that my Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Sect rose to the top 3 sects by fighting our way up. Do not say I did not warn you." Boom. Roar. As soon as Yun Zheng's words fell, the 2 titled Douluos summoned their martial spirits. The majestic Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon flew out from the thunder, roaring to the sky, while the Haotian hammer, enveloped in boundless might, descended. The 2 forces collided, silver-white lightning intertwined with crimson killing intent, splitting the skies apart, and the entire back mountain began to shake, as if it were about to collapse. In an instant, 18 soul rings hung in the sky. The crimson 10,000-year soul rings shining like stars surrounding the moon. Of course, both of them were very restrained, only competing within their respective domains, without affecting the Shrek Academy. Tang Hao's figure was hidden beneath a gray robe, making it hard to discern his expression, while Yun Zheng felt a sense of gravity in his heart. After all, Yun Zheng had only achieved the rank of Title Douluo for 3 years, and even with the nurturing of his spirit rings, he was only at level 90. In contrast, Tang Hao had already ascended to the level of Super Douluo. Both were owners of top martial spirits on the continent, and if a fight truly broke out, it was clear that Yun Zheng would not fare well. However, Yun Zheng wasn't overly worried. Even if he couldn't win, he could still leave. After all, he had the entire Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Sect and half of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile Sect backing him. Tang Hao wouldn't dare let the Haotian Sect know his whereabouts. Both Yu Zhongbai and Tang Hao were proud individuals, and they were at a standstill where either one would have to take a step back or would lead to a major battle. But reality didn't give them the opportunity to determine a victor. Just as Tang Hao and Yu Zhongbai were about to take action, a figure suddenly burst in. Upon seeing Yu Zhongbai and Tang Hao, especially the 18 spirit rings, the figure was instantly horrified, hurriedly clasping his fists and cautiously saying, "Flander greets both your excellencies. May I ask what brings you to Shrek? If it is within my capabilities, I will do my utmost to assist." Flander's sudden appearance interrupted the confrontation between Yu Zhongbai and Tang Hao. The two exchanged a glance and tacitly retracted their released powers, simultaneously turning to look at Flander. In that moment, Flander felt as if boundless thunder struck him, and it was as though countless sharp blades were at his back. A silvery gaze and a crimson gaze fell upon him, causing cold sweat to pour down, soaking his back in an instant. Flander had seen only a handful of titled Douluos in his life, and had never faced them directly before. Now, he was confronted with two titled Douluos, one a blue lightning tyrant dragon and the other a Haotian hammer, especially one of them possessing a 100,000-year spirit ring. Flander didn't even dare to breathe. In fact, Flander had probably already guessed the identities of Yu Zhongbai and Tang Hao, but he didn't dare to say it. Fortunately, neither Yu Zhongbai nor Tang Hao intended to intimidate Flander. Tang Hao straightforwardly said, "The unmoved king bullies the weak and has harmed my disciple. I'm here to seek justice. What do you think?" Yu Zhongbai also smiled, saying, "Zhao Wujie has bullied my daughter and harmed my disciple. What do you think I came here for?" This. Upon hearing this, Flander immediately understood. Damn it. He originally thought the most cautious one among this group of students would be Ning Rongrong. But now he realized that a bunch of princes had come. Even Zhu Zhuqing was a noble from the star Luo Empire. "Your Excellencies, old Zhao is just performing his duties, and there is absolutely no intention to bully. Your Excellencies are of noble status, 2 against 1. Isn't that too much to think of old Zhao? After all, Zhao Wujie was a friend of Flander's, and Flander had sent Zhao Wujie to be an examiner." In front of Yu Zhongbai and Tang Hao, Flander still took the risk to intercede for Zhao Wujie. The gist was that he did not recommend a 2 against 1 fight. 2 against 1? Tang Hao sneered and said, "Isn't Zhao Wujie fond of fighting multiple opponents? Today I will give him a chance to make a name for himself." This statement was quite straightforward. Defeating both Tang Hao and Yu Zhongbai would certainly make Zhao Wujie famous. But the problem was that Zhao Wujie couldn't win. However, being able to face both Yu Zhongbai and Tang Hao at the same time was indeed a unique opportunity, right? With a sigh in his heart, Flander turned to look at Yu Zhongbai, hoping he would spare Zhao Wujie. But he saw Yu Zhongbai raise an eyebrow playfully and tease, "Don't you like 2 against 1? Old Zhao really isn't blessed enough to receive guidance from both your excellencies." Flander chuckled awkwardly and nodded quickly. "All right then." Yu Zhongbai smiled and said, "If you don't like 2 against 1, then let's make it 2 against 2. You can join in as well, lest others say we are bullying the few." As soon as Yu Zhongbai finished the first half of his sentence, Flander already showed a smile. But when the second half was completed, Flander's face turned green. Chapter 46. Breakthrough. The first thing to do after entering school was, of course, to assign dormitories. Just like in the original work, Tang Sect shared a room with Oscar, while Yun Zheng naturally had to share a room with Dai Mubai. Ma Hongjun was rather independent and generally did not stay overnight in the academy dormitory. However, even if Ma Hongjun did stay overnight in the academy, no one would dare to share a room with him. Who knows when this guy would go berserk? In fact, if you think about it, before Yun Zheng and the others enrolled, there were only 3 students in the entire academy. Dai Mubai was strong, and if Ma Hongjun truly lost control, he wouldn't be a match for Dai Mubai. On the other hand, Oscar was utterly defenseless and clearly couldn't defeat Ma Hongjun, not to mention Oscar's stunning looks. In summary, the reason Oscar kept a big beard might not just be due to laziness. Of course, this is just a joke. If Ma Hongjun really went berserk in Shrek Academy, the first to know would definitely not be Dai Mubai or Oscar, but Flander. Ma Hongjun was Flander's direct disciple. Akin to the relationship between Yun Zheng and Yu Zhongbai, more like a father-son bond than a typical father-son relationship. The effort Flander invested in Ma Hongjun was undoubtedly greater than that in others. To get back on track, the girls had a new addition in Yu Qinger, making it a bit cramped for 4 people in one room, so they could only, like Yun Zheng and the others, pair up into 2 rooms. Yu Qinger and Ning Rongrong had known each other for a long time and naturally lived together, while Zhu Zhuqing shared a room with Xiao Wu. By the end of the day, everyone was quite tired, and after the assessment of the 4th round, it was also getting late. The few of them hastily finished their dinner and returned to their rooms to rest. The liveliest room was naturally that of Ning Rongrong and Yu Qing'er. The two girls were good friends, and now that they had reunited after a long time, they had a lot to talk about, filling the air with cheerful chatter. The other rooms felt much quieter. Everyone was meeting for the first time, and no matter how sociable they were, it was impossible to become familiar with each other immediately. After all, as the saying goes, shallow friendships and deep conversations can lead to awkward situations. Yun Zheng and Dai Mu Bai did not have any extra communication. After a simple greeting, they each went to bed. Yun Zheng certainly did not go to sleep. Strictly speaking, he had not slept for almost 6 years. Since the awakening of his martial soul, Yun Zheng had started to replace sleep with cultivation. At first, he was indeed a bit unaccustomed, but after getting used to it, he actually preferred cultivation. After all, burdened with an ultimate martial soul, Yun Zheng did not have innate full soul power. So he had to rely on diligence to make up for his shortcomings. It is worth mentioning that when he turned 12, Lord Juzi sent him the fourth external skill, Instant Step, along with an unnamed cultivation method as promised. In fact, Instant Step did not have a name at first. Lord Juzi only provided him with a method for self-created soul skills and a technique for cultivating soul power. The name Instant Step was given by Yun Zheng himself. As the name suggests, Instant Step is a high-speed movement technique, almost like teleportation. Unfortunately, Yun Zheng had only recently obtained it and was not yet very proficient, let alone reaching a state of perfection. However, in comparison, the unnamed cultivation method was even more beneficial for Yun Zheng. The effects of Instant Step were indeed powerful, compensating for Yun Zheng's greatest lack of mobility, but the unnamed cultivation method significantly improved his cultivation speed. Before this, Yun Zheng lacked almost nothing: talent, strength, and resources. He excelled in all aspects. The only drawback was his cultivation speed. Looking at his cultivation level, Yu Qing'er was already at the 29th level, just a step away from the 30th level, while Yun Zheng was only at the 27th level. It is worth noting that during these 6 years, Yun Zheng had been even more diligent than Yu Qing'er, and with the blessing of the bestowed soul rings and external soul bones, it was evident how slow Yun Zheng's cultivation speed was. This was unavoidable. Back then, Lord Juzi only granted Yun Zheng an ultimate martial soul, but did not provide him with the corresponding innate talent. Cultivating an ultimate martial soul with an innate soul power of 8.5 was still somewhat challenging. Yun Zheng can only try his best to keep his cultivation from falling behind. However, even so, he knows that in the long run, he will ultimately be unable to keep up with Yu Qing'er's cultivation. Perhaps in a few years, Yu Qing'er will have already become a soul emperor, while he is still struggling at the level of a soul king in the soul clan. Fortunately, Lord Zhu did not let Yun Zheng down. When Yun Zheng was 12 years old, he gave him an unnamed cultivation method. With this method, and combined with the nurturing power of the heavenly soul ring, Yun Zheng's cultivation speed may not be comparable to that of Xiao Wu, Tang San, and others who possess innate full soul power, but at least it is worthy of his innate soul power level of 8.5. Yun Zheng estimated that his cultivation speed should be about the same as Dai Mu Bai's now, much better than before. Unfortunately, whether it was the Instant Step or the Nameless technique, Yun Zheng only knew how to use them but not how to teach them. In short, he could use them but couldn't explain them. He originally planned to teach Yu Qing'er. Back to the point, today's battle with Zhao Wujie was quite rewarding for Yun Zheng. Coupled with the fact that Yun Zheng's cultivation level was already close to level 28, he planned to make a final push and break through to level 28 today. The breakthrough process went smoothly as Yun Zheng's foundation was solid, and the breakthrough was just a natural progression. After the breakthrough, Yun Zheng exhaled a breath of turbid air, regulated his breath, and slowly opened his eyes. What the hell were you doing? As soon as Yun Zheng opened his eyes, he saw Dai Mu Bai, with his golden hair, staring intently at him, almost close enough to touch, which startled him, and he almost instinctively shouted out. Yun Zheng's sudden shout startled Dai Mu Bai, who also shivered and realized his inappropriate behavior. After awkwardly chuckling a couple of times and stepping back a few paces, he finally said, "It's nothing. I just noticed that you seem to be on the verge of a breakthrough, and I was curious. Do you know that just now, I almost slapped you in the face?" Yun Zheng rolled his eyes and dryly replied, "What's so interesting about a breakthrough? You've had breakthroughs yourself." Hearing Yun Zheng's words and recalling his performance during the day, Dai Mu Bai couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. After all, Yun Zheng's strength could match Zhao Wujie's. Although Dai Mu Bai was confident in himself, getting slapped by Yun Zheng would still hurt. "I've had breakthroughs before, but I've never seen anyone break through like you." After calming himself, Dai Mubai straightened his expression and seriously looked at Yun Zheng, saying earnestly, "Did you not notice? Just now when you were cultivating, I felt like you were completely isolated and your soul power was flowing extremely fast. If it weren't for your unchanged expression, I would have thought you were possessed, especially when you broke through. That feeling was particularly strong." Seeing that Dai Mubai didn't seem to be joking, Yun Zheng furrowed his brows and asked, "Really? Can I still be lying to you?" Dai Mubai replied with conviction. Yun Zheng narrowed his eyes when he heard what Dai Mubai said. He really wasn't clear about the situation. After all, when he was cultivating, it was impossible for him to see what he looked like. Perhaps it was due to the cultivation method I practice? Yun Zheng was also unsure of the situation and could only answer ambiguously. "Is that so?" Upon hearing the term cultivation method, Dai Mubai immediately fell silent. As a member of the Star Luo royal family, Dai Mubai understood many opportunities among soul masters. Although cultivation methods are not common in Douluo Continent, almost all soul masters with a cultivation method treat it as a taboo, even more secretive than their own martial soul skills, as rarity adds value. Asking directly about the details of a cultivation method is not only extremely impolite in Douluo Continent, but can also easily lead to misunderstandings from others. Dai Mubai clearly did not want Yun Zheng to misunderstand, which is why he chose to remain silent. "By the way, what about the tail on your back during the day?" Unable to contain his curiosity, Dai Mubai asked about Yun Zheng's tail. "Are you talking about this?" Yun Zheng generously revealed his evil spirit bone tail, since it had already been exposed. And considering that he and Dai Mubai would at least be sharing a dormitory for more than half a year, it was inevitable that Dai Mubai would find out sooner or later. Moreover, Yun Zheng had no intention of hiding it. "Yes, what exactly is this?" The moment Dai Mubai saw the evil spirit bone tail, his unusual eyes slightly narrowed as he pressed for an answer. "It's an external soul bone." Yun Zheng shrugged and admitted. Although Dai Mubai had his suspicions, hearing confirmation from Yun Zheng still made him gasp in surprise. After all, Dai Mubai was the prince of the Star Luo Empire. Even if he was not particularly favored, he still knew about external soul bones. "Aren't you afraid I would become jealous?" Dai Mubai took a deep breath and asked Yun Zheng meaningfully. Dai Mubai didn't understand whether Yun Zheng was truly innocent or simply trusted him. Although Yun Zheng looked like a harmless little boy, based on his performance during the day, he was certainly not a naive fool. But to say that Yun Zheng trusted him, they had only just met on the first day, right? In response to Dai Mubai's question, Yun Zheng chuckled lightly and retorted, "If you would be jealous, then why ask in the first place?" The reason Yun Zheng trusted Dai Mubai was twofold. One, he was confident, and two, he had read the original work. Of course, Dai Mubai was definitely unaware of what Yun Zheng was thinking. Upon hearing Yun Zheng's answer, Dai Mubai was momentarily stunned. After a few breaths, he came back to his senses, let out a helpless wry smile, and sighed. There's a saying that Zhao Laosher didn't get wrong. Sometimes being too smart really makes it hard to find friends. To this, Yun Zheng simply smiled non-committally. Perhaps it was Yun Zheng's trust in himself, or perhaps it was a sense of familiarity at first sight, but Dai Mubai still reminded Yun Zheng, "You should be careful. External soul bones can easily attract disaster. Then let them come." Yun Zheng did not take Dai Mubai's warning to heart, stretching lazily and saying casually. He certainly understood the principle of having a jewel brings guilt, but the problem was he had Yu Zhongbai backing him, the renowned Lei Yu Delaw. How could he be afraid of trouble? As for those with insufficient strength, Yun Zheng regarded them as experience points for himself. Those who were much stronger than Yun Zheng would also have to weigh carefully whether they could withstand the wrath of the Lei Yu Delaw before making a move against him. Chapter 47. Yun Zheng's Quirk S1. Seeking Everything. PS2. Since a large part of the next chapter is based on the original work, I will add an extra chapter today. Yun Zheng answered lightly, yet it stirred up a storm in Dai Mubai's heart. Dai Mubai saw in Yun Zheng a belief of who else but me and composure. He didn't know where Yun Zheng's confidence came from. He only knew that these were things he had once lost, forced to leave the Star Luo Empire by Davis. Dai Mubai called it avoiding the limelight to wait for the future, but in reality, he knew he was afraid. He had lost all confidence after being struck down by Davis, unable to hold his head high in front of him, and didn't dare to face Davis directly, which was why he left the Star Luo Empire. Although the two were not comparable, Dai Mubai was indeed intimidated by Yun Zheng's spirited demeanor at that moment. Dai Mubai opened his mouth, intending to say something, but suddenly heard Yu Qing'er's energetic voice from outside. "Yun Zheng, it's time to get up. The sun is shining on your backside." Hearing Yu Qing's voice, Yun Zheng was taken aback, looked out the window, and upon seeing the bright sunlight, couldn't he help but mutter, "Is it already this time?" Thinking of Yu Qing still waiting for him outside, Yun Zheng quickly called out, "Coming." After saying that, Yun Zheng tidied up a bit and hurriedly ran out. Yu Qing and Ning Rongrong were waiting for Yun Zheng outside, while Dai Mubai, watching Yun Zheng's departing figure inside a room, couldn't help but wonder what choices Yun Zheng would make if he were to take his place back then. A clever guy who seemed to see through people's hearts, a seemingly indifferent person with a domineering inner self. For a moment, Dai Mubai was lost in thought. After a long while, he finally reacted, as if he thought of something, and suddenly shouted, "Damn it, fatty!" As soon as he finished speaking, Dai Mubai dashed toward the cafeteria. Passing by Yun Zheng, he reminded him, "If you don't want to go hungry in the morning, you'd better hurry to the cafeteria." Ning Rongrong and Yu Qing exchanged confused glances, clearly not understanding what Dai Mubai meant, while Yun Zheng paid no attention and continued to leisurely enjoy his morning. A quarter of an hour later, the three of them finally appeared in the cafeteria, which could have been quicker, but most of the time was spent with Yun Zheng washing up. "Damn it, how many times have I said it? You can't enter the cafeteria before everyone has eaten. Who told you to come so late?" Before Yun Zheng and the others approached the cafeteria, they heard Dai Mubai's frantic shout in a completely unfamiliar yet very assertive voice. At that moment, Tang San, Xiao Wu, and Zhu Zhuqing also arrived, and the six of them, all confused, blinked at the commotion coming from the cafeteria. It wasn't until they entered the cafeteria that they understood what was going on. It turned out that before they arrived, the breakfast prepared by the academy had already been consumed by one person. That person was, of course, Ma Hongjun. Tang San and the others looked at the mess on the floor, amazed, realizing it had been eaten by someone. Those who didn't know would have thought a soul beast had invaded the academy. What insatiable appetite. It was understandable, though. Due to the side effects of his martial soul, Ma Hongjun would have an abundance of evil fire whenever he practiced, leading to significant physical exertion. If he didn't get enough nourishment, even with the strong foundation of his evil fire phoenix martial soul, he would be drained. However, it must be said that although Ma Hongjun ate a lot, he truly wasted nothing. Each white porcelain bowl was licked clean, shining brightly. If one didn't mind it being a bit off-putting, there was no need for any further washing. At that moment, Tang San and the others couldn't help but marvel at how true it was that Shrek Academy lived up to its name. There really wasn't a normal person among those attending Shrek Academy. A 15-year-old playboy, a 14-year-old bearded uncle, and an insatiable stomach. Initially, Tang San thought Dai Mubai would be the most outrageous one in the academy, but now it seemed that before the six of them enrolled, Dai Mubai might have been the most normal one. Yun Zheng has read the original work, so he is not surprised at all by Ma Hongjun's ability to eat. His attention is more focused on Ma Hongjun himself. Yun Zheng was very curious about what made this extraordinary man, who had completed his transformation from a boy to a man at the age of 6, so different. To be honest, there is nothing wrong with the nickname. Ma Hongjun is indeed very fat. What is more commendable is that Ma Hongjun's fatness is extremely round, with no signs of sagging whatsoever. If this were in Yun Zheng's previous school, there would definitely be a large group of boys surrounding Ma Hongjun, not for anything else, but just to rub that rare belly. It is said that the feel of it is fantastic, and there is no worry about being called a pervert. However, Yun Zheng couldn't understand this. To put it bluntly, Yun Zheng is a leg man. For this guy, it's obviously black stockings and white stockings that are more enticing, and fishnet stockings, and pantyhose, and Yun Zheng. While Yun Zheng was lost in thought, Dai Mubai had already introduced Ma Hongjun to everyone and was preparing to gather them, only to find Yun Zheng still standing there in a daze. He frowned, walked up to Yun Zheng, waved his hand in front of him, and when he saw that Yun Zheng still didn't respond, he simply patted Yun Zheng on the shoulder. What's wrong? After being patted by Dai Mubai, Yun Zheng finally came to his senses, instinctively wiped the corner of his mouth, and discovered that there was no drool, which made him breathe a sigh of relief. Dai Mubai didn't suspect anything, and seeing Yun Zheng come back to reality, he had to explain again. Class is about to start, and the first class of the semester is taught by the dean, so we'd better hurry over. Oh, okay, let us go quickly. Yun Zheng nodded dazedly and turned to walk towards the cafeteria. Dai Mubai followed behind Yun Zheng, observing his somewhat stiff gait and remembering Yun Zheng's earlier motion of wiping his mouth. He thought Yun Zheng was just hungry, so he explained, "Don't worry. The first class usually doesn't have much content. Given the dean's character, it's likely just to collect our tuition fees. If you really are hungry, We can go eat in Soto City after class, and the fat guy will cook. Huh? Yun Zheng clearly didn't understand why Dai Mubai suddenly brought this up, but seeing Dai Mubai's kind expression, he nodded and said, I got it. Thank you. Dai Mubai nodded in response, and no longer paid attention to Yun Zheng. Running over to flatter Zhu Zhuqing. Although Zhu Zhuqing was currently giving Dai Mubai the cold shoulder, Dai Mubai firmly believed that good women fear persistent suitors. As long as he adhered to the 3 principles of persistence, shamelessness, and the persistence of shamelessness, one day Zhu Zhuqing would be moved by him. Meanwhile, beside Ning Rongrong, Yu Qing'er was secretly annoyed and let out a soft snort. While Dai Mubai had no idea what Yun Zheng was thinking, Yu Qing'er was fully aware. Just by looking at the evil spirit bone tail behind Yun Zheng, one could tell it was all floaty and soft, clearly indicating that Yun Zheng was thinking about something inappropriate. At this moment, Yun Zheng also approached Yu Qing'er. Big pervert, put your tail away. As soon as Yun Zheng got close, Yu Qing'er blushed and playfully scolded him. Hearing Yu Qing'er's scolding, Yun Zheng was startled and quickly turned around to look. Seeing the state of the evil spirit bone tail at that moment, his face turned red as well. He pretended to cough, nonchalantly retracting the evil spirit bone tail as if nothing had happened. Seeing this, Yu Qing'er at least gave Yun Zheng some face in front of others, glaring at him fiercely and pretending to warn him. I'll settle this with you later. Yu Qing'er didn't mind Yun Zheng's inappropriate thoughts. After all, she herself wasn't any better. The reason Yu Qing'er wanted to settle accounts with Yun Zheng was why he would have such strange thoughts in a place like the cafeteria. Cough. Hearing this, Yun Zheng coughed violently and didn't bother to defend himself. The dialogue between Yun Zheng and Yu Qing'er left Ning Rongrong, who was watching from the side, completely confused. Ning Rongrong couldn't understand what this couple was up to. Looking at Tang San and Xiao Wu not far away, who clearly had mutual feelings but still refer to each other as siblings, Ning Rongrong felt that she must be out of touch. Chapter 48. The true nature of the demonist. Just as Dai Mubai had said, the first class of the semester indeed had no content. Flander just asked Yun Zheng and the others to pay their tuition, left a note to gather in the afternoon, and then directly dismissed them. The class time was so casual that even Tang San couldn't help but want to complain. However, before the dismissal, Flanders still had Oscar take Ning Rongrong for a run. It was only at this point that Yun Zheng noticed that Oscar had already shaved off his beard. It must be said that Oscar truly deserved to be called the most handsome man in Douluo. His features were so exquisite that it didn't even provoke jealousy in others. Even Yun Zheng had to admit it, especially those peach blossom eyes. If he met any deep-seated resentful woman, the effect would probably be no less than that of a charmed soul skill. Of course, no matter how handsome Oscar was, it had nothing to do with Yun Zheng. A man should focus his attention on women. What kind of situation was it to pay attention to what another man looked like? Not to mention that Yun Zheng was a leg man. He didn't care much about faces and was even somewhat face-blind. Back to the main topic. After Yun Zheng and Yu Qing'er paid their tuition, they planned to go to Soto City to find something to eat. Although Ma Hongjun offered to prepare breakfast again for everyone, he was declined by Yun Zheng and Yu Qing'er. They didn't distrust Ma Hongjun. After all, with Dai Mubai's endorsement, Ma Hongjun's cooking skills were guaranteed. Yun Zheng and Yu Qing'er simply didn't want to trouble Ma Hongjun. To put it bluntly, if they wanted to make Yun Zheng and Yu Qing'er full, Ma Hongjun would have to spend the entire morning just doing that. Yun Zheng and Yu Qing'er are both body refiners, which means their consumption is enormous. Even without cultivating, one person can eat as much as 4 people, and together they can consume the equivalent of 8 people's meals. Excluding Ma Hongjun, the amount of food they need combined is even more than the rest of the few people together. After bidding farewell to everyone, Yun Zheng and Yu Qing'er headed towards Soto City. However, before they could leave the village, they spotted an unexpected figure. Hey, Qing, Yun Zheng, what are you doing here? Ning Rongrong, who had just sneaked out, saw Yun Zheng and Yu Qing'er, her pretty face lighting up with surprise as she waved her hand and ran towards them. When Yun Zheng saw this, his eyes darkened, clearly understanding what Ning Rongrong intended to do. However, Yun Zheng did not say a word. To be fair, he did not think there was anything wrong with Ning Rongrong's princess syndrome. After all, she truly was a princess, the direct daughter of the 7-treasure glazed tile school's leader, cherished by 2 super Douluos, the young master of the entire 7-treasure glazed tile school. With top-notch talent herself, there were very few people in the Douluo Continent whose status could surpass Ning Rongrong's. That said, being in the same team, Ning Rongrong's arrogance and capriciousness were indeed unacceptable. In a team, the most important thing is not necessarily unity, but equality. Only under the premise of equality can unity be achieved. If one person is high above and looks down on others in the team, that team can never be united. It would be one thing if it were another team, but Yun Zheng and the others were soul masters. The soul master profession is not only the noblest on the Douluo Continent, but also the most dangerous. Saying it's like licking blood off a knife is not an exaggeration. With Ning Rongrong's current mindset, she clearly couldn't integrate into the team. Dai Mubai and the others couldn't accommodate Ning Rongrong entirely. She had to change herself. Thinking of this, Yun Zheng couldn't help but sigh. What was about to happen was something Ning Rongrong had to face, no matter how embarrassing it might be. If she wanted to integrate into Shrek Academy, she had to make changes, which was also what her father, Ning Fengji, wanted to see. However, as the old saying goes, it's better to have a short pain than a long one. Rather than having conflicts with her teammates in the future, it would be better for her to be awakened by Flander first. Yu Qing'er and Ning Rongrong clearly had no idea what Yun Zheng was thinking. After seeing Ning Rongrong, Yu Qing'er was first taken aback, then smiled and said, "Shouldn't that question be for us to ask you? Didn't the dean ask you to run laps? How come you're here? Don't mention it." Ning Rongrong clearly did not want to talk about this topic, wrinkling her nose, grabbing Yu Qing'er's hand, and eagerly saying, "Are you going to Soto City? Great. I want to go too. Let's go together. This is not too good, right?" Yu Qing'er hesitated, unsure whether to refuse. "Qing, are you going to refuse me too?" Seeing Yu Qing'er's hesitant expression, Ning Rongrong immediately showed a pitiful look, making it hard for anyone to refuse her. Yu Qing'er felt the same way, and with a helpless sigh, said, "All right then, but when you come back, you must make up the remaining laps. I can accompany you." Got it. Ning Rongrong clearly did not listen, only linking her arm with Yu Qing'er's and happily running towards the academy. As they ran, Ning Rongrong even turned back to Yun Zheng and stuck out her tongue, laughing. "Sorry, Yun Zheng, this morning, you have to deal with me being a third wheel." Yun Zheng smiled faintly at the words and didn't say anything. By the time Yun Zheng and the other two returned to the village, it was already afternoon. At this moment, Ning Rongrong looked at Yun Zheng and Yu Qing'er with a hint of suspicion. She couldn't figure out how these two managed to fit so many things inside them, with their stomachs soul-guiding devices. And why could they eat so much without gaining weight? Under Ning Rongrong's gaze, Yu Qing'er shyly nudged her and said, "Hey, Rongrong, you've been staring the whole way. If you keep this up, I'm going to get angry. I was just curious." Ning Rongrong smiled and said ambiguously, "What's there to be curious about?" Yu Qing'er rolled her eyes at Ning Rongrong and then added, "Don't forget, you still owe the dean several laps." Mentioning this, Ning Rongrong's pretty face immediately fell, and her fair face turned slightly red, filled with reluctance. It might be too late. At that moment, Yun Zheng's indifferent voice came from ahead. Yu Qing'er and Ning Rongrong instinctively looked in Yun Zheng's direction, where he chuckled lightly and stepped aside. They saw Dai Mubai and the others had already gathered. Seeing this, Yu Qing'er and Ning Rongrong awkwardly stuck out their tongues and had no choice but to walk toward the group. Dai Mubai and the others nodded at Yun Zheng, but Flanders only glanced at them. Meanwhile, Oscar ran over from outside the village, looking exhausted, drenched in sweat, creating a stark contrast with the relaxed Ning Rongrong next to Yu Qing'er. "Oscar, did you finish running?" Upon seeing Oscar, Flanders' eyes flickered, and he asked in a neutral tone. Oscar, just back, was momentarily stunned by the question, then instinctively glanced at Ning Rongrong, gritted his teeth, slightly lowered his head, and said firmly, "Yes, I finished running. I was asking about you all, not just you." Flanders seemed to have anticipated Oscar's response, placing a hand on Oscar's shoulder. After sealing Oscar's soul power, he asked again, "I'll ask you one more time. Did you all finish running?" This time, Flanders' tone clearly changed, and even Dai Mubai and the others unconsciously straightened their postures and lowered their breathing. Oscar wasn't stupid and clearly guessed Flanders' intent, but even so, he stubbornly replied, "Yes, we finished running." Such team spirit. Upon hearing Oscar's answer, for some reason, Flanders' lips curled slightly, and after meaningfully patting Oscar's shoulder, he said indifferently, "Regardless, lying is lying, especially such a poor lie. I sealed your soul power. Now run 20 more laps, and you can't rest until you finish." Oscar wasn't surprised by Flanders' punishment. He just glanced at Ning Rongrong and ran out without saying a word. Flanders ignored Oscar and turned to Ning Rongrong, asking lightly, "Tell me, did you complete today's lesson?" Facing Flanders' inquiry, Ning Rongrong skillfully displayed a timid look and said softly, "The distance was too long, I didn't have breakfast, so I couldn't hold on. So you followed Yun Zheng and Yu Qing to Soto City for a big meal, and just came back, right? Flanders didn't buy Ning Rongrong's act at all, his expression suddenly turning stern as he glared at her and shouted loudly, "You were spying on me?" Ning Rongrong frowned, her anger rising, dropping the pretense and retorting fiercely, "I was just fulfilling my duty as a teacher, supervising my students to complete their tasks." Flanders narrowed his eyes, an invisible pressure bearing down, and beside him, Ma Hongjun was so quiet he didn't dare to breathe. To Ma Hongjun, Flanders was like a master surpassing a father. When a father gets angry, how dare the son speak out? Dean, Rongrong didn't mean it. She told me she would make up the remaining laps. At this moment, Yu Qing as Ning Rongrong's good friend, couldn't stand it anymore and nervously said, "If the dean wants to punish her, I am willing to take her punishment." "Shut up." As soon as Yu Qing finished speaking, Flanders shouted sharply, even releasing some of his soul sage-level pressure. Yu Qing felt her whole body stiffen, vaguely sensing a pair of sharp eyes watching her, sending chills down her spine. Flanders was about to say something to Yu Qing when he suddenly noticed Yun Zheng's gaze behind her. Seeing Yun Zheng's expression, Flanders was sure that this kid already understood his intentions, and judging by his demeanor, he seemed to approve. However, this kid was unreasonable. Flanders vividly remembered what Yun Zheng had said to Zhao Wuji yesterday about not asking for reasons when seeing results. Flanders wasn't afraid of Yun Zheng, but Zhao Wuji still hadn't gotten out of bed. With that thought, Flanders merely glared at Yu Qing and chose not to continue. Seeing the scene, Yun Zheng understood Flanders' meaning and subtly nodded at him, pulling Yu Qing back. Chapter 49. Heart like a clear mirror. Yun Xiaozheng. Yes, there's an additional chapter. I'm adding even without being on shelves. After Yun Zheng pulled Yu Qing back, Flanders turned his attention to Ning Rongrong, snorted coldly, and said, "Oscar's mistake in defending you is understandable, but your unauthorized departure from the Academy and disregard for the Academy's arrangements is unforgivable." "Exaggerated," Ning Rongrong screamed, showing no fear of the soul sage aura emanating from Flanders. "It's just an academy." "That's right. This is Shrek Academy. If you don't like it, you can leave." Before this, Flanders may have had some intentional elements in his tone, but when Ning Rongrong spoke words of disdain toward Shrek Academy, Flanders was genuinely angry. His voice became suppressed, and the concealed fury flickered in his eyes, as if it was about to explode at any moment. "Do you dare to drive me away?" Ning Rongrong looked at Flanders in disbelief, questioning sharply. "Humph." Flanders narrowed his eyes and did not answer Ning Rongrong, instead turning to Dai Mubai and shouting, "Mubai, go pack Miss Ning's luggage." Flanders gave his answer through his actions. Dai Mubai was taken aback, unsure of what to do. On one hand, he couldn't disobey his teacher's orders, but on the other hand, he felt that Flanders wouldn't be so heartless. However, the anger on Flanders' face didn't seem fake. Dai Mubai was caught in a dilemma. Frozen in place, his expression conflicted, neither agreeing nor disagreeing. If he really wanted to pack her luggage, that would leave Ning Rongrong with no chance at all. Fortunately, just as Dai Mubai was struggling, Yun Zheng suddenly tugged at his sleeve. Out of the corner of his eye, Dai Mubai saw Yun Zheng shake his head. Dai Mubai immediately understood and respectfully responded to Flanders' command, but he didn't move a muscle. "Flanders, you're just a mere soul sage." Ning Rongrong bit her lip tightly and shouted fiercely, "Do you believe I can have someone tear down your academy?" "Yes, I am a soul sage." Flanders looked down at Ning Rongrong and then said with a hint of sarcasm, "But in my opinion, all the students in this academy are far more outstanding than you. I am the only direct descendant of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, the future vice master of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, a genius who broke level 20 before the age of 12, a once-in-a-century talent in the sect. Do you dare to look down on me?" Ning Rongrong's expression twisted as she shouted defiantly. "Humph." Flanders snorted coldly, pointing at Dai Mubai, a 37th level assault soul master at 15, who broke through the soul master realm at 13, the youngest student in the history of this school to break level 30. As he spoke, Flanders pointed out the others one by one. Xiao Wu and Tang San were already at the 29th level, fully capable of breaking the record left by Mubai. Yu Qing was also a 29th level Great Soul Master, additionally practicing body secret techniques. Ma Hongjun, despite his martial soul having a flaw, possessed a top-tier beast martial soul. In terms of martial souls, there are no more than a handful of people on the entire continent who could surpass him. Yun Zheng, as a Great Soul Master, could contend with Zhao Wuji, and with his solidified soul power, his cultivation was even higher than yours. plus he possessed a 1,000-year level first soul ring. Pushing with one palm could unleash a force of 1,000 pounds. After pointing out these people, Flander turned to Zhu Zhuqing and asked, Zhu Zhuqing, what is your purpose in coming to the academy? To become stronger. Zhu Zhuqing replied succinctly, her gaze firm. Hearing this answer, Flander nodded in satisfaction and then looked at Ning Rongrong, saying mercilessly, Zhu Zhuqing is at a similar level to you, but she has a determined and persistent heart, while you do not. As for Oscar, when Flander mentioned Oscar, a clear pride appeared on his face, with a hint of mockery in his eyes as he looked at Ning Rongrong and asked, have you ever seen a food-type support soul master with innate full soul power? Impossible. Ning Rongrong almost instinctively retorted, how could a support soul master have innate full soul power? Not only Ning Rongrong, but Tang Sect and the others also showed astonishment, appearing incredulous. Oscar is unprecedented. His achievements are limitless. If you're the strongest of the future 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, then he will replace the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School and become the strongest support soul master on the continent. Flander understood the principle of moderation, slightly reining in his tone, shifting his gaze away and looking up at the distant floating clouds as he spoke. After a few breaths, once Ning Rongrong accepted this fact, Flander looked back at her. This time, he was neither angry nor scolding. Instead, he used a serious tone to teach. A support soul master without the protection of partners is just cannon fodder on the battlefield. Even your father wouldn't dare to claim supremacy, let alone you. A little girl who hasn't even matured. Wow. As soon as Flander's words fell, Ning Rongrong's defenses completely crumbled. Tears streamed down uncontrollably as she cried out and ran away without looking back. Seeing this, Yu Qing'er wanted to chase after her to comfort Ning Rongrong. But Ning Rongrong's previous performance was so different from her memories that she didn't know how to face her. Flander, seeing this, also felt relieved. His dark wings spread out, and he flew away to tell Oscar that he didn't need to run and should go comfort Ning Rongrong first. Before leaving, Flander took a deep look at Yun Zheng. If it weren't for Yun Zheng's cooperation, Flander feared he would have messed things up today. After Flander and Ning Rongrong left, everyone finally breathed a sigh of relief. Xiao Wu muttered softly, I didn't expect Rongrong to be so fierce. Yun Zheng, why did you stop me just now? Dai Mubai finally asked Yun Zheng about his confusion. Yun Zheng shot a glare at Dai Mubai and said, you're just a foolish head. If the dean really wanted to drive Miss Ning away, why would he need to say so much? He could just kick her out directly? Do you mean to say that the dean actually doesn't want to drive Ning Rongrong away? Dai Mubai raised an eyebrow and asked skeptically, otherwise, what could it be? Yun Zheng shrugged and said matter-of-factly, Ma Hongjun, who was nearby, also heard the conversation between Yun Zheng and Dai Mubai. A look of frustration flashed across his chubby face, and he couldn't help but say, then what should we do? This time it's that shameless person, and if it happens again next time, won't the dean skin me alive? After Ma Hongjun finished speaking, the others didn't know how to respond and could only laugh awkwardly. Don't worry. What do you think the dean was doing just now? He was just correcting Miss Ning. Yun Zheng spoke again. First, he deliberately tempted her. Then he made a big deal out of it. And finally, he shattered Miss Ning's pride, only to rebuild friendship in her heart after she was broken. It's infuriating how skilled he is at this. It seems the dean has done this kind of thing more than once. So, will Rongrong change? Xiao Wu asked, stunned and in a daze. Most likely. At least Miss Ning definitely won't be willing to leave the academy just like that. Yun Zheng spoke confidently, as if he had everything figured out. Yu Qing'er looked at Yun Zheng like this, feeling a surge of emotion. She understood Yun Zheng. He had never been a talkative person, but now he was tirelessly explaining things to Dai Mubai and the others, probably just to salvage some of Ning Rongrong's image in everyone's mind. After all, if Ning Rongrong were to fall out with everyone, it would be difficult for Yu Qing'er as a friend. In fact, Rongrong wasn't like this before. With this thought, Yu Qing'er also stood up to defend Ning Rongrong. People can change, right? Ma Hongjun, unaware of the relationship between Yu Qing'er and Ning Rongrong, blurted out without thinking much. This left Yu Qing'er a bit at a loss. She wanted to explain for Ning Rongrong, but unfortunately, she was not good with words. In her moment of nervousness, she completely didn't know how to organize her thoughts and could only look towards Yun Zheng for help. Sigh. Under Yu Qing'er's pleading gaze, Yun Zheng sighed and had no choice but to speak again. It can't be said like that. Miss Ning just has a bit of a spoiled temperament. Yun Zheng's words clearly failed to convince everyone, and even Tang Sect's expression became strange. After all, Ning Rongrong's earlier scene of pointing at Flinder's nose and shouting was too deeply ingrained in everyone's minds. Yun Zheng certainly knew this and continued. A favorable family environment, unlimited tolerance, and pampering from elders, and inherent talent. All three of these combined make achievements that seem unattainable to others feel within reach for Miss Ning. In this context, it's understandable that one might develop a sense of arrogance. Moreover, Miss Ning is also a pitiable person. Pitiable person? As soon as Yun Zheng said this, several people around widened their eyes in disbelief, looking at Yun Zheng as if they couldn't believe he would say something so absurd. If Ning Rongrong is also a pitiable person, then wouldn't that mean the world is left with only the disabled and beggars? Yun Zheng chuckled and explained leisurely. In terms of identity, status, and wealth, Miss Ning is indeed rare in the world, but precisely because of this, she has borne many burdens since birth. The interests of the sect, the expectations of elders, the competition of power, and so on. The most straightforward point is that with Miss Ning's background, her future husband will most likely be someone she cannot choose. Just imagine, the one you end up with is not the person you love. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone present, except for Ma Hongjun, was frozen in place. Following that, Yun Zheng concluded, to be fair, if I were Miss Ning, I would be even more extreme. At this moment, Xiao Wu and the others couldn't help but start nodding, as if they could already understand Ning Rongrong. Yu Qing'er also smiled sweetly and happily kissed Yun Zheng on the forehead. Yun Zheng, why do I feel like you know everything? Dai Mubai recalled Yun Zheng's various performances before, and combined with his current words, which were as clear as a mirror, he couldn't help but complain. Yes, it's as if he can read minds. Ma Hongjun also nodded in agreement. Yun Zheng smiled wryly and said, what heart-to-heart communication? It's just observing and interpreting from an objective perspective. This was not just a casual remark from Yun Zheng. The reason he could remain calm and make clear judgments about everything happening in front of him boiled down to 2 points. First, he had read the original work and understood the characters' personalities. Second, his ability to read people's expressions, honed since childhood, indeed helped him. That was quite terrifying. Yet even so, Ma Hongjun still shrank behind Dai Mubai, murmuring softly, it feels like you even know the color of my underwear today. Even if I really had heart-to-heart communication, I wouldn't have the slightest interest in your underwear. Yun Zheng twitched his eye and scolded him with a smile. Chapter 50, The Great Soul Arena. Today, reading the comments, what kind of people are you all? How come you're all around 11 or 12 years old and already 1 meter 60 or 70 tall? After all, he was a sensitivity attack type soul saint. And Flinder quickly returned. After Flinder came back, he noticed that Dai Mubai and the others had lost their previous awkwardness. Glancing again at Yun Zheng, who was surrounded at the center by everyone, Flinder immediately understood, chuckling inwardly, recalling Zhao Wuji's comment on Yun Zheng. This kid is too smart to find friends. Since Yun Zheng had already explained everything, Flinder didn't bother to say more and directly stated, today's class will not be held at the academy. We will gather in Soto City in an hour. Upon hearing the words Soto City, Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun seemed to sense something, their eyes widening, wanting to say something, but found that Flinder had already taken off. Sigh. Dai Mubai sighed, and when he looked back at Yun Zheng and the others, his eyes inevitably held a hint of pity. What's wrong? Tang Sect asked curiously upon seeing Dai Mubai sigh. The dean is ruthless. Dai Mubai was about to explain when he was suddenly interrupted by Ma Hongjun. Wait a minute. Ma Hongjun covered Dai Mubai's mouth with one hand, squinting his small eyes and pretending to be deep as he looked at Yun Zheng, saying, I don't believe you really know everything. Unless you tell me right now why the dean wants us to go to Soto City. As soon as he said this, Dai Mubai and Xiao Wu looked over with great interest. Even the usually quiet Zhu Zhuqing cast a curious glance at Yun Zheng. Only Tang Sect could only smile wryly, offering an apologetic smile to Yun Zheng for Xiao Wu's indiscretion. Yun Zheng was not inclined to say much, but when he noticed the expectant look from Yu Qing'er beside him, he could only let out a sigh and say, the simplest logical reasoning. Since it's a class, it definitely won't be about eating, drinking, and having fun. And since we have to go to Soto City, it must be something that isn't available in the academy. And it has to be related to Soul Masters training. If nothing goes wrong, it should be the Soto City Great Soul Arena, right? Wow, Yun Zheng, it's a pity you're not a detective. As soon as Yun Zheng finished speaking, Ma Hongjun and Dai Mubai both exclaimed in surprise, looking at Yun Zheng with doubt. From their reactions, everyone already got the answer and looked at Yun Zheng in disbelief. Tang Sect steadied his mind and asked Dai Mubai, so The dean really wants us to go to the Soul Arena in Soto City? It should be correct. Dai Mubai nodded and said, the dean has always adhered to the principle of better to have less than to have more. The academy implements elite education. So the educational approach is vastly different from other academies. Going to the Soul Arena to battle is actually just a basic part of our academy's curriculum. I just didn't expect that the dean would arrange such a practical course for you on the first day of class. Is there any difference? Tang San, not knowing much about the Soul Arena, couldn't help but ask a few more questions. Dai Mubai patiently explained to Tang San, from the rules of the Soul Arena to the academy's requirements, from the difficulties of upgrading the Soul Badge to the losses he had suffered in the past, detailing everything. Yun Zheng, who was watching from the side, saw through it all. Dai Mubai was not really explaining to Tang San, but was actually reminding Zhu Zhuqing to be cautious. The others were just incidental. Yun Zheng, are you really very smart? At this moment, Yu Qinger, who had completely not heard what Dai Mubai was saying, stuck close to Yun Zheng, poking his cheek and asking, half in doubt. Huh? Yun Zheng initially did not react, and after a while, he gave Yu Qinger an annoyed glance and said, in your eyes, am I very stupid? A bit. To his surprise, Yu Qinger nodded seriously and said, you can't even manage your own tail? Originally, Yun Zheng was prepared to feign anger, but Yu Qinger's words extinguished his confidence. Yun Zheng scratched his head awkwardly and stubbornly said, that was an accident. Hey, you clearly weren't that smart before. Why does it feel like you know everything as soon as you arrived at Shrek? Yu Qinger didn't dwell on Yun Zheng's reply, just leaning her body over and murmuring dreamily, because I've read the original work. Yun Zheng silently laughed bitterly in his heart, secretly complaining. Yun Zheng did not respond, and Yu Qinger only mentioned it casually, not needing Yun Zheng's answer. Scenting the smell on Yun Zheng, Yu Qinger seemed to be immersed in it, remaining silent for a long time. Can I take Rong Rong with me to Soto City? After a while, Yu Qinger finally whispered in Yun Zheng's ear, her voice tinged with a hint of nervousness and anticipation, as if she were afraid that Yun Zheng would refuse. Yun Zheng was taken aback by what he heard. After looking at Yu Qinger in surprise, he quickly understood her intention. Yu Qinger wanted Ning Rong Rong to integrate into the group as soon as possible, so that everyone could better accept her. After all, Dai Mubai and the others had just developed empathy for Ning Rong Rong because of Yun Zheng's words. And now was the best time. Yun Zheng would certainly not refuse. After all, humans are social creatures. And he hoped that Ning Rong Rong could integrate in as soon as possible. The group spent some time going back to find Ning Rong Rong and Oscar, but at least an hour was still quite sufficient. With Oscar's sausages to supplement them and Ning Rong Rong's amplification support, they even progressed a bit faster than Flender had imagined. At first, Ning Rong Rong was somewhat reluctant to let go of her pride, but seeing Yu Qinger, though clumsy, always speaking up for her, along with Yun Zheng's subtle nudges, she finally took action, with Yun Zheng defending her. While everyone couldn't immediately forget the previous incidents, at least they didn't deliberately isolate Ning Rong Rong. When they finally arrived in front of Flender, he raised an eyebrow in surprise. Originally, Flender thought that Oscar and Ning Rong Rong would definitely not come, but unexpectedly, they not only showed up, but seemed to be quite harmonious. However, Flender could also see that Ning Rong Rong had completely glued herself into the group through Yu Qinger. If Yu Qinger weren't there, Ning Rong Rong would still feel awkward. But this was already good enough. Nurturing students is like nurturing trees, and as a teacher, Flender had plenty of patience to guide his group of students. Dean, it's the first day of class. There's no need to be so serious. When Dai Mubai learned that Flender really intended to let Yun Zheng and the others fight in the Great Soul Arena, he chuckled dryly and protested to Flender with little confidence. In response, Flender merely glanced at Dai Mubai and said with a hint of melancholy, monsters must have the training methods of monsters. Moreover, Flender looked around seriously and continued, as I said before, you are the most outstanding class in Shrek Academy's history. Surely, you won't be satisfied with boring textbooks, right? As soon as Flender finished speaking, Xiao Wu and Yu Qinger's eyes lit up. They weren't dissatisfied. They just didn't want to read those so-called textbooks. Flender's words hit the nail on the head. Yu Qinger was a princess of white study, without Yun Zheng's tutoring and the teacher's favoritism over the past 6 years. Her written exam scores would have been failing for 6 years. Xiao Wu was even more outrageous. While Yu Qinger was studying, she wasn't studying at all. For Xiao Wu, gnawing on books was no better than gnawing on carrots. Anyway, with Tang San, the encyclopedia of soul masters, around, Xiao Wu didn't think she needed to learn anything. Seeing Xiao Wu and Yu Qinger so excited, Tang Sect and Yun Zheng knew exactly what they were thinking and sighed in unison, covering their foreheads and smiling wryly. However, Dai Mubai still felt somewhat uneasy. But before he could speak, Flinder interrupted him. All right, Xiao Bai, you should worry about yourself instead. Yun Zheng and the others are all high-level Great Soul Masters above level 25. Winning in the Great Soul Arena is not difficult for them. On the contrary, you have been hanging around in the Great Soul Arena for 2 or 3 years, and you've only won 3 matches so far. Do you even want to graduate? Upon hearing this, Dai Mubai immediately wilted. Nodding listlessly, the student understands. It was no wonder Dai Mubai felt this way. The pit left 2 years ago was indeed too deep. Dai Mubai had broken through to Soul Rank 4 at 13, and before the breakthrough, he was almost invincible, looking down on the Great Soul Master Arena. But after the breakthrough, he suddenly wilted. Flinder prohibited cowardly behavior, forcing the newly promoted Dai Mubai to fight in the Great Soul Arena. At that time, Dai Mubai had just broken through to Soul Rank 4, barely level 30. Facing high-level Soul Rank 4 opponents at level 37 and 38, who were seasoned veterans in the arena, he hardly won any matches against them. During that time, Dai Mubai's confidence was nearly shattered. After persuading Dai Mubai, Flinder left without stopping for a moment. Flinder certainly wouldn't miss such a great opportunity to make money. In the Great Soul Arena of Soto City, Yun Zheng and Tang Sect were new faces, and others surely didn't know their true combat power, but Flinder knew. He planned to put all his assets on the 2 of them. Flinder didn't believe that there was anyone among the Great Soul Masters in the Soto City Arena who could compete with Tang Sect and Yun Zheng. This wave of luck was hard to lose. Chapter 51. Do you understand? Flinder left in a hurry, and Tang Sect seemed to have more questions. But Flinder had already disappeared. Tang Sect looked confused, while Dai Mubai and the other 3 old students understood Flinder's character. They had long been aware of it. Ma Hongjuan's eyes wandered as he calculated whether he should take the opportunity to make some money. There was no way around it. A penny could defeat a hero. Although Ma Hongjun wasn't greedy, he really needed money. The Spirit Hall gave each Great Soul Master 10 gold soul coins a month, theoretically. Even if Ma Hongjun ate a lot, it should be enough. But who made Ma Hongjun have other indescribable extravagant expenses? As a principled benefactor, Ma Hongjun also had his bottom line. Eating for free was fine, but engaging in improper activities was not acceptable. Thinking of this, Ma Hongjun nodded in agreement. Seeing that no one was paying attention to him, he quietly left the group. Meanwhile, Xiao had already dragged Tang Sect to sign up for the doubles match. Dai Mubai seemed to intend to team up with Zhu Zhuqing, but unfortunately, Dai Mubai was a Soul Rank 4, and Zhu Zhuqing was a Great Soul Master. So he had to give up and sign up for the singles match alone. Yu Qing'er had to team up with Ning Rongrong to take care of her, for which she could only cast an apologetic glance at Yun Zheng. Yun Zheng had no objections to this. After all, the person had already been brought in, and it wouldn't do to let them just sit there. However, Ning Rongrong was an auxiliary soul master, so personal battles were out of the question. She could only participate in a doubles match. Given the current situation, the only ones who could team up with Ning Rongrong for a doubles match were either Yu Qing'er or Yun Zheng. And it was important to take Ning Rongrong's needs into account. After Yu Qing'er and Ning Rongrong left, only Oscar, Zhu Zhuqing, and Yun Zheng remained. Zhu Zhuqing, as usual, was cold and walked away alone. Damn, where's that fat guy? At this moment, Oscar felt a bit awkward as he searched around for Ma Hongjuan's figure, cursing under his breath. After all, compared to Yun Zheng, he was more familiar with Ma Hongjuan, and he felt too much pressure in front of Yun Zheng. If we can't find Ma Hongjuan, how about we team up? Seeing this, Yun Zheng stepped forward and made an invitation. Upon hearing Yun Zheng's voice, Oscar visibly stiffened and turned around awkwardly, saying, "Let's forget it. You go have fun in the individual matches first. I'll wait for that fat guy." Oscar's attitude towards Yun Zheng was less about deliberately distancing himself and more about fear. Oscar was a genius, but he understood that he was still at a disadvantage compared to Yun Zheng. Yun Zheng was a 12-year-old who could stand up to Zhao Wujin, a powerhouse with talent that might even surpass his own. Although Oscar didn't know Yu Zhongbai, he could sense that Yun Zheng's identity was not simple. After all, he could joke and laugh with Ning Rongrong. How could his status be anything ordinary in front of Yun Zheng? The only thing Oscar felt he could hold his own with was his appearance. This sense of distance made Oscar feel restrained in front of Yun Zheng. He preferred to find Ma Hongjun, where they both understood each other as underdogs and didn't have to feel inferior. Well then, hearing this, Yun Zheng didn't insist and nodded, heading towards the individual arena. Oscar's reaction was something Yun Zheng had anticipated. After all, They had only known each other for a day, and they weren't familiar with one another. So how could they possibly play together? Moreover, the awkwardness in Oscar's eyes was almost overflowing. There was no need for Yun Zheng to force someone into a difficult situation. The registration process was very simple. Just submit a name and pay a gold soul coin to register for an Iron Soul badge at the Great Soul Arena. Since there were quite a few people signing up for the individual arena, Yun Zheng had to wait for a while. Bored, he directly sought out Dai Mubai, who was also idling around. Dai Mubai had just come down from the Soul King Arena. Compared to the Great Soul Master Arena, the battles in the Soul King Arena were more exciting, and the number of registrants was also fewer. After all, those who had reached the Soul King level rarely showed up in the battle arena. Dai Mubai was sitting next to Oscar, and after a brief greeting among the three, they took a seat. Everyone else was busy preparing for their battles, and aside from the missing Ma Hongjun, it was just the three of them left with nothing to do. What do three men sitting together do? Watch battles? Shallow. Of course, they talk about women. With Zhu Zhuqing absent, Dai Mubai didn't bother to pretend to be pure, and the two of them continuously commented on the young ladies in the arena, which was indeed a bit vulgar, but it was also one of the joys of life. Just like how girls would gather to discuss which boy was more handsome. They didn't point fingers or speak loudly. Among friends, teasing each other could help pass the boring time. In contrast, Yun Zheng found it hard to join in the conversation since they weren't familiar yet. Dai Mubai and Oscar didn't know what kind of person Yun Zheng was. And Yun Zheng's demeanor had always been similar to Tang Sect's, calm with a maturity that didn't match his age. This made Dai Mubai and Oscar instinctively avoid including Yun Zheng in their discussions. Look at that girl. She's ridiculously hot. I feel like her head is bigger than mine. Dai Mubai excitedly nudged Oscar and whispered in surprise. However, Oscar ignored him and instead looked at him with disdain, mocking Dai. How many years has it been? And you're still like this? Besides her figure, don't you care about looks at all? Look at that girl opposite us. She's a real beauty. Although she's not as good as Ning. You can see her from there. Good eyesight. Dai Mubai was speechless and snorted, defiantly saying, what good is a pretty face? A bad figure makes it all pointless. Get lost. You diehard figure fan. Get lost. You diehard face fan. TSK. At this point, Yun Zheng couldn't listen any longer. Clicked his tongue lightly and said, do you understand or not? Like a toilet. Huh. Yun Zheng's voice was not loud, but Dai Mubai and Oscar still heard him. The two suddenly stiffened, thinking they had offended Yun Zheng, who was a serious person, and they awkwardly laughed, ready to explain. Just then, they heard Yun Zheng speak again. The true beauty is right in front of us. Not knowing how to appreciate it, and instead looking at those ordinary and superficial ones, is simply wasting it. Beauty? Dai Mubai and Oscar were taken aback, clearly not understanding what Yun Zheng meant by beauty. Huh? Yun Zheng sneered, his gaze drifting to the sky above the fighting arena, landing on the legs of the host lady. Slim, straight, smooth, delicate, exquisite as jade, pure white as silver corn. As he spoke, Yun Zheng suddenly turned his head to look at Dai Mubai and Oscar, raised his thumb, squinted his eyes, and said with righteous indignation, this is what we should advocate. Dai Mubai and Oscar initially didn't understand until they followed Yun Zheng's previous line of sight and then reacted. Holy cow, kindred spirits, Oscar exclaimed, seemingly surprised that the seemingly innocent Yun Zheng also had his own taste. Huh. Hearing Oscar's words, Yun Zheng spat and said disdainfully, I am not like you. I have already distanced myself from your low-level interests. What obsession with fierce looks, what obsession with appearances are all heresies. Yun Zheng. Kindred spirits doesn't seem to be a compliment. After Yun Zheng finished speaking, Oscar awkwardly chuckled twice and said, I know. Yun Zheng nodded confidently and said, I never said we were good people. Oscar was instantly left speechless. To be honest, all three people present were serious individuals, and naturally, they couldn't be considered good people. At least no girl had ever told them, you are a good person. Haha. At this moment, Dai Mubai laughed loudly, putting his arm around Yun Zheng's neck and resting it on his shoulder, saying, Yun Zheng, I thought you were a wooden head, but I didn't expect you to be so perceptive. Desire for food and sex is human nature. What man isn't fond of beauty? Yun Zheng rolled his eyes at Dai Mubai and said matter-of-factly, well said, but I still think the obsession with fierce looks is the truth. Nonsense. Most people are obsessed with appearances. You're the odd ones out. Yun Zheng calmly brushed his bangs and said flamboyantly, leg control, forever a god. What forever god? Just as the three were arguing endlessly, Yu Qing and Ning Rongrong suddenly appeared behind them. Seeing the three deep in conversation, Yu Qing curiously asked, What forever god? Because they were too engrossed in their discussion, Yun Zheng and the others didn't even notice Yu Qing'er and Ning Rongrong approaching until Yu Qing'er spoke up, startling the three of them. Yun Zheng was so shocked that he almost revealed his evil spirit bone tail. What they were discussing was something only brothers could talk about, and absolutely not something to be shared with girls. Absolutely not. Not only Yun Zheng, but Oscar also instinctively tensed up when he saw Ning Rongrong coming over. However, he quickly realized that he didn't even have the right to be nervous, and his interest instantly waned. He forced a couple of half-hearted laughs, looking quite dejected. Dai Mubai, on the other hand, had no reservations. After all, Zhu Zhuqing wasn't there, and Ning Rongrong and Yu Qing'er weren't Zhu Zhuqing's roommates, so he had nothing to fear. Dai Mubai teasingly glanced at Yun Zheng beside him and pretended to be nonchalant, saying, "Oh, it's nothing much, just that Yun Zheng just said." Before Dai Mubai could finish, Yun Zheng quickly covered his mouth. In a place where Yu Qing'er and Ning Rongrong couldn't see, Yun Zheng glared at Dai Mubai threateningly and whispered in his ear, "We're all in the same boat. Worst case, we'll go down together. I'll just take a beating, but you can forget about getting close to Miss Zhu for the rest of your life. You choose." Gulp. Dai Mubai, upon hearing this, swallowed hard and quickly nodded. "What are you doing?" Yu Qing'er and Ning Rongrong, seeing this, were even more confused and hurried over to check the situation. "It's nothing," Dai Mubai and Yun Zheng said in unison, as if they had agreed beforehand. But, looking at their obviously evasive expressions, Ning Rongrong raised her delicate brows slightly, a hint of unnatural redness appearing on her pretty face as she murmured, "If it's nothing, then why are you hugging each other?" Upon hearing this, everyone present was stunned. Dai Mubai and Yun Zheng exchanged glances, feeling a strong wave of nausea surge up, and tacitly pushed each other away, cursing, "Get lost." After a bit of playful scuffling, Zhu Zhuqing also returned, perhaps due to Yun Zheng's butterfly effect. This time, Zhu Zhuqing didn't run into Tang Sect, but successfully secured her first victory at the Soto City fighting arena. Tang Sect and Xiao Wu hadn't returned yet, seemingly planning to finish their doubles match before each having a personal match. As soon as Zhu Zhuqing appeared, Dai Mubai became obedient, sitting up straight with a look of a well-behaved beast, provoking Yun Zheng and Oscar beside him to continuously look at him with disdainful eyes. "So, Yun Zheng, what were you guys talking about just now?" Yun Zheng originally thought he had managed to gloss over the previous incident, but he didn't expect Yu Qing'er to have no intention of letting him off the hook. She suddenly leaned in, her fair and flushed face almost touching him, and Yun Zheng could even feel the moisture of her lips. But at this moment, there wasn't the slightest hint of flirtation in Yun Zheng's heart. Yu Qing'er's eyes were extremely unfriendly. Yu Qing'er indeed had no idea what Yun Zheng and the others had been talking about, but judging from their expressions earlier, it was definitely not a serious matter. Under Yu Qing'er's relentless gaze, Yun Zheng became flustered, his eyes starting to wander as he kept calculating how to brush it off. But just then, Yun Zheng felt a chill behind him as Yu Qing'er suddenly grabbed his awkward tail and smiled sweetly at him, saying in an extremely sugary voice, "You should know. You can't fool me. Damn. Sooner or later, I'm going to wrap myself around your waist." Seeing his uncooperative tail, Yun Zheng was furious, vowing fiercely in his heart, "Wow." On the other side, seeing the interaction between Yun Zheng and Yu Qing'er, Dai Mubai and the others began to cheer as if they were causing a ruckus. To Dai Mubai and the others, it was as if Yun Zheng had a telepathic connection, as if he could foresee everything in advance, while Yu Qing'er was the one who was somewhat clumsy with her words. Yet, in front of Yu Qing'er, Yun Zheng seemed as pure as a blank sheet of paper, while Yu Qing'er appeared to know everything in front of him. This overt contrast and favoritism were what young boys and girls enjoyed the most. Next, please welcome contestants Yun Zheng and Long Tao to the stage. Luckily, just as Yun Zheng was at a loss for what to do, the host's melodious voice rang out. Contestants Yun Zheng and Long Tao are both newcomers. I wonder what kind of exciting soul-fighting match they will present for us. Let's wait and see. Yun Zheng felt as if he had been pardoned and hurriedly jumped down from the spectator's seat, running onto the fighting arena. Yu Qing'er let out a resentful huff, seemingly calculating how to settle scores with Yun Zheng later. After Yun Zheng left, Ning Rongrong finally had the chance to sit back beside Yu Qing'er, linking her arm with Yu Qing'er and asking in confusion, "Qing'er, why can't Yun Zheng deceive you?" Because of his tail. As soon as this was mentioned, a proud look involuntarily appeared on Yu Qing'er's face as she said, "His evil spirit bone tail can talk. And it can't lie. It's just that you all don't know." Tail language. Oscar, who might have seen a chance to get closer to Ning Rongrong, or simply spoke out of impulse, exclaimed, "What tail language?" Just as Oscar finished speaking, another voice chimed in. Oscar didn't think much and instinctively replied, "It's the language of the tail." Tail language? Oh, are you talking about my brother Zheng? Upon mentioning the tail, the newcomer immediately understood and exclaimed. It was only then that Oscar realized and turned around to see the plump figure of Ma Hongjun. "What the hell? Fatty, where have you been? I've been looking for you." Seeing Ma Hongjun, Oscar rushed over, cursing and slapping Ma Hongjun's belly. "I was making some extra money." Ma Hongjun brushed off Oscar's hand angrily and excitedly said, "Let me tell you, my brother Zheng's the 1-5, and his opponent is a level 29 veteran soul master. I bet all my belongings on my brother Zheng. If he wins, we enjoy the show. If he loses, we're left with nothing. By the way, has my brother Zheng gone on stage yet?" After Ma Hongjun finished speaking, everyone fell silent, staring blankly at him, unsure of what to say. Oscar and Dai Mubai even gave him a thumbs up, each saying, "You really are something. You never get involved in anything related to people." "What is wrong with me?" Ma Hongjun innocently protested. "Why wouldn't I want free money?" The remaining 3 girls looked speechless and stood up to find new seats, acting as if they didn't know them. "Can't afford to lose face." "Qing'er, you just said that Yun Zheng's tail can talk. What does that mean?" After sitting down, Ning Rongrong remained curious about Yun Zheng's so-called tail language and asked Yu Qing'er in a delicate voice. Yu Qing'er comfortably hummed twice, enjoying it, but even so, she shook her head and said, "I'm not telling you." This was a secret between her and Yun Zheng. How could she tell anyone else? Stingy. Seeing Yu Qing'er unwilling to speak, Ning Rongrong wrinkled her delicate nose and pouted. At the same time, Yun Zheng and his opponent had already arrived at the fighting arena. The battle didn't start immediately. Before the fight began, there was a period deliberately left for the contestants to trash talk. One reason was to intensify the conflict between the contestants, making the upcoming battle more exciting, and the other was to brew the atmosphere, allowing the host to heat up the scene. Who wants to watch a plain battle? What the audience wants to see is the grudges and rivalries between the contestants, full of deceit and intrigue. Some rise, some fall, some become famous overnight, while others toil for years without recognition. Only in this way can the fighting arena be infused with a legendary color. Long Tao. Just from his name, he seems like someone who won't live long. Looking at his unremarkable opponent, Yun Zheng silently mocked in his heart. Just as Yun Zheng was mocking, Long Tao across from him also looked at Yun Zheng. Smirking and teasing, Yun Zheng, "I know you. You're that little beggar. I didn't expect you to have made it big." Upon hearing this, Yun Zheng instinctively felt his eyes go blank. The only people who knew Yun Zheng had been a little beggar were those from the Old Ghost City. He didn't expect to encounter someone from the Old Ghost City in the Soto City's Grand Fighting Arena. Chapter 53, 70% belongs to them. In fact, with the gradual improvement of the fighting arena system, very few soul masters would talk big during the trash-talking session. Those who can become soul masters are not fools. Such matters not only offend others, but also allow the fighting arena to utilize them, turning them into chips for collecting soul coins. Isn't that just being sold and giving money to others? However, nothing is absolute. Under certain circumstances, soul masters are still willing to talk big, especially when the veterans of the fighting arena deal with newcomers. They love to make the newcomers explode in frustration during the trash-talking session, thereby increasing their chances of winning. In fights, sometimes it's really not just about strength. Practical battles depend on many objective factors, such as the restraining relationships between soul masters' abilities, the limitations of the arena on the soul masters, and personal mentality, which is also extremely important. If one's mentality is good enough to remain unshaken in the face of adversity, it doesn't matter how much you say. Others will just think you're talking nonsense. But newcomers in the fighting arena are different. They are often spirited young people who haven't experienced the harsh realities, full of pride, and a little provocation can make them furious. The veterans exploit this. In the Soto City's Grand Fighting Arena, Long Tao is also a newcomer. But in the Old Ghost City's Grand Fighting Arena, Long Tao is already a veteran, and he is well aware of these unspoken rules. Originally, Long Tao looked down on using such dirty tricks. After all, Yun Zheng seemed just like a half-grown kid, and his cultivation wasn't on par with his own. Long Tao didn't think Yun Zheng would be his opponent. But once Long Tao recognized Yun Zheng, he changed his mind. 12 years ago, Long Tao was still in the Old Ghost City. At that time, he was already a soul master and knew about Yun Zheng. He also knew that Yun Zheng had begged on the streets with the old beggar. Because of this, Long Tao understood that Yun Zheng was not a child of any clan. In just 12 years, He transformed from a useless little beggar into a genius who broke through to level 28 at the age of 12, with limitless prospects. Thinking of this, Long Tao's heart filled with resentment. How unfair life is. Why does a little beggar raised by an old beggar have unparalleled talent, breaking through to level 28 at 12, while he himself, in his 30s, is still stuck at level 29? Why can a filthy thing he once couldn't even be bothered to glance at now compete with him on the same stage, and even in the near future? He will have to look up to him. Under this twisted mentality, Long Tao looked at Yun Zheng with a sinister expression, mocking, "You're that little beggar from back then, right? How did you grow into a midget? I get it. You didn't eat anything good with the old beggar, did you?" That old beggar was also overestimating himself. He couldn't even support himself, but dared to take you in. What happened to that old beggar in the end? Let me think. I remember now. He must have died, right? I saw him before he died, looking like a living corpse, so disgusting. But speaking of which, doesn't that mean you're now parentless? Oh dear, how pitiful. I forgot, you're an abandoned child. Your parents didn't want you from the moment you were born. Long Tao spared no effort in saying unpleasant things, partly to provoke a crack in Yun Zheng's mentality and partly to vent his naked jealousy. Long Tao would rather be fighting against a young master of a large clan than have to face Yun Zheng, who was once an insignificant ant. Ugh, this person is so disgusting. Oscar exclaimed angrily from the audience. Ma Hongjun also shouted in indignation, "Zhengge, this kind of person deserves a beating. Use the skills you used against Teacher Zhao, and let him know how treacherous human hearts can be." Dai Mubai also stood up suddenly and shouted succinctly, "Beat him up." Dai Mubai and the others did not know about Yun Zheng's past, but seeing Long Tao's demeanor made it clear that he was deliberately saying repulsive things about Yun Zheng, which was purely irritating. If it were someone else, they might just watch the excitement, but the one fighting in the arena was Yun Zheng. It must be said that the recent argument among Dai Mubai, Oscar, and Yun Zheng in the audience had invisibly narrowed the distance between them. Although they couldn't yet be called brothers, at least they were like-minded friends. With their friend being humiliated, how could they just sit by and do nothing? As for Ma Hongjun, his future was tied to Yun Zheng, so he couldn't afford to be anxious. However, Yun Zheng seemed to ignore their voices, standing still without even rebutting Long Tao. This left Oscar and the others perplexed, and Ma Hongjun directly asked, "Why isn't Zhengge speaking? Is he pretending to be strong?" Oscar said uncertainly, "Yun Zheng is angry." At that moment, Yu Qing'er's worried voice rang out. Yu Qing'er fixed her beautiful eyes on Yun Zheng's back, filled with concern and tenderness. The battle's spirit began. Meanwhile, the host had already announced the start of the battle. Long Tao looked down on him, thinking a waste who couldn't even respond to insults had any real skills. After all, a 12-year-old level 28 soul master. How much time could Yun Zheng have to hone his mentality and combat skills? He was nothing but a silver gun and a candle head. But just as Long Tao was thinking this, Yun Zheng had already completed his martial soul possession. The magnificent and exquisite frost sky featherbow amazed everyone, and the purple 1,000-year soul ring made the entire battle arena fall silent, with a pin drop audible. A 1,000-year soul ring? Long Tao's eyes widened in disbelief as he looked at Yun Zheng, his jealousy intensifying. Second soul skill, Sky Leap Killing Arrow. Yun Zheng was not affected by the surrounding environment. The second soul ring lit up, he raised his hand, drew the bow, and shot the arrow in one smooth motion. The ice blue light flashed through the air and instantly vanished. Long Tao was momentarily stunned and instinctively murmured, "Did I miss the shot?" Whoosh! In the next moment, an ice arrow shot through the air, leaving Long Tao no time to react. The ice arrow pierced through his abdomen, and a sharp pain surged through him, yet not a drop of blood spilled out. The extreme cold raged within Long Tao's body, freezing the blood before it could even flow out. Long Tao's eyes were bloodshot. The coldness surged to his heart, and the stinging frostbite, along with a suffocating numbness, filled him with terror. Trembling all over, he couldn't utter a complete sentence. At that moment, Long Tao felt a blur before him, and Yun Zheng had already appeared in front of him, softly saying, "If you wish to seek death, it is as easy as flipping your hand." Immediately after, Yun Zheng grabbed Long Tao's legs, which had turned into ice, and with immense strength, slammed him down onto the soul fighting arena. Boom! A loud crash echoed, and a significant portion of the arena collapsed. Everything happened too quickly. Long Tao didn't even have time to summon his martial spirit before the battle ended. Many spectators only turned around and saw Yun Zheng standing proudly amidst the rubble, holding a half-frozen leg, with a few chunks of broken ice scattered among the debris. What the hell? In the audience, Oscar, who had witnessed the entire process, couldn't help but exclaim, standing there in shock, his eyes wide with horror. Killing was something Oscar and the others were not afraid of. They were all soul masters. Although they had never killed anyone, they understood that taking lives was an unavoidable fate for soul masters. They just didn't expect Yun Zheng to be so decisive, even exuding a hint of ruthlessness. Gulp. Ma Hongjun swallowed hard, nervously murmuring, if Brother Zheng knew, I bet on him. Would he come to settle the score with me? Oscar glanced at Ma Hongjun and nodded seriously. It's very likely. Huh. Ma Hongjun panicked even more and hurriedly asked, then tell me, if I face Brother Zheng, what are my chances of winning? 70-30. Oscar looked at Ma Hongjun's pitiful expression and had no choice but to comfort him, albeit unethically. Scoundrel, although we are brothers, you really don't need to lie to me like this. Giving me a 70% chance is too far-fetched. Unfortunately, Ma Hongjun did not feel comforted. Instead, he wore a mournful expression. After Ma Hongjun spoke, Oscar's eyes widened in disbelief as he looked at Ma Hongjun and disdainfully exclaimed, 70%? 70% is his. The 30% is what I, out of brotherly affection, unethically gave you. It's not that exaggerated. If you ask me, it's 50-50. At this moment, Dai Mubai, who had been silent, spoke up. He shook his head and looked seriously at Ma Hongjun, saying, what I mean by 50-50 is that there's a 50% chance that Yun Zheng will let you off and spare your life. And there's also a 50% chance that we might never see you again. What kind of 50-50 chance is that? Chapter 54. The dream of going home in this life and the last. It was Yun Zheng's first time killing someone with his own hands. To say he felt no unusual emotions would be impossible. However, it wasn't overly dramatic. Overall, Yun Zheng remained quite calm. Perhaps it was because Long Tao's body had turned into ice, and there was no bloody scene, only a few pieces of bloodied flesh scattered about, making the impact not as great as one might imagine. He felt no guilt. Instead, he experienced a refreshing sense of relief, as if his heart had suddenly become unburdened. Yun Zheng believed he had always lived with a clear mind. Although he didn't care much about others' opinions, he always viewed problems from an observer's perspective. Therefore, he could understand many behaviors that seemed incomprehensible to others. Empathy, putting oneself in another's shoes, simply thinking through someone else's emotions, made it clear that there was nothing strange in this world. Today was no different. Yun Zheng understood Long Tao's thoughts perfectly. Jealousy and inferiority were merely at play. But understanding did not mean forgiveness. That was an entirely different matter. If one could simply set aside their emotions because they understood the other person, then what would Yun Zheng become? In fact, even if Long Tao called Yun Zheng a dwarf, Yun Zheng wouldn't be too angry. He often joked about himself in such a way. After all, he knew he would grow taller. It was just a temporary appearance of looking like a child, so there was no need to get worked up over it. However, Long Tao made a grave mistake by calling him an old beggar, and even worse, mentioning Yun Zheng's parents. The old beggar had saved Yun Zheng's life, and his parents were the deepest longing in Yun Zheng's heart. Anyone who touched them would die. Yun Zheng did not voluntarily travel across worlds. Before the journey, Yun Zheng was not an orphan. He had a family on Douluo Continent. But Douluo Continent was not his hometown. Deep in Yun Zheng's heart, there has always been a dream of returning home. He fantasizes that one day he can return to Earth, take Yu Qing'er to meet his parents, let them know that their son has succeeded, and make the elderly couple happy. Yun Zheng understands that this dream is very distant, and it may even be impossible to achieve, even after he possesses unparalleled strength and becomes a deity who can oversee eternal life. However, it's still important to have dreams. Moreover, since Lord Juzi was able to bring him here, he must have a way to take him back. At the very least, Lord Juzi has already proven that there is a passage between Earth and Douluo Continent. Even if Lord Juzi can only cross over in one direction, Yun Zheng will also find a way to open the passage back to Earth from Douluo Continent. If he can return early, Yun Zheng will wait. If he returns late, he will reverse time and space. Things are in human hands, and Yun Zheng is not yet so carefree as to think that after crossing to another world, he can simply say, since I am here, I will just accept it and disregard everything from his past life. Yun Zheng is not a soul that transmigrated after death. He is a person who traveled while alive. There are still many things from his past life that Yun Zheng cannot let go of and is still concerned about. Of course, Yun Zheng understands that these are all matters for the future. Right now, he is just a small transparent figure who isn't even a soul master. Time and space travel is too distant and ambitious, and aiming too high will only bring him trouble. If it weren't for Long Tao insulting the old beggar and Yun Zheng's parents, he wouldn't have unearthed the buried dreams in his heart. TSK, gathering his elusive thoughts. Yun Zheng looked at the half-severed limb in his hand, sneered disdainfully, and casually discarded it before turning to leave the soul-fighting arena. The outcome was clear. After a brief silence, the grand soul-fighting arena erupted into the most intense cheers of the day. Long Tao's death wasn't even worth mentioning. In the grand soul-fighting arena, it's common for soul masters to die every now and then. Other cities' grand soul-fighting arenas have even set up arenas specifically for life-and-death battles. It can only be said that death in the grand soul-fighting arena is just an ordinary occurrence. Long Tao's death would merely add another name to the stone tablet in front of the grand soul-fighting arena in Soto City. However, the audience had never seen someone as ruthless and decisive as Yun Zheng, who could shatter and collapse a significant part of the arena with a single blow. Isn't the thrill of coming to the grand soul-fighting arena all about excitement? What could be more thrilling than this brutal domination right before their eyes? Yun Zheng did not pay attention to the cheering voices rushing towards him and walked towards Yu Qing'er and the others. At this moment, Yu Qing'er also jumped down from the audience seats and ran towards Yun Zheng, asking with concern, "Yun Zheng, are you okay?" Compared to Yun Zheng's act of killing, Yu Qing'er was more worried about his well-being. Yu Qing'er was no longer the innocent little girl she once was. The only person in the world who still believed in her innocence was her father, Yu Zhongbai. In Yu Qing'er's view, Long Tao deserved to die and should be killed. On the contrary, she did not want Yun Zheng to be psychologically affected by Long Tao's death. Meanwhile, Dai Mu Bai and the others also rushed over. Yun Zheng first took Yu Qing'er's delicate hand, then looked around and smiled lightly, saying, "Don't worry. I'm not that fragile." Upon hearing this, everyone finally felt relieved. What puzzled Yun Zheng was that Ma Hongjun seemed very scared of him, hiding at the back and looking like he didn't dare to approach. Noticing Yun Zheng's expression, everyone chuckled playfully, and Oscar even poked Yun Zheng with his elbow, teasingly saying, "Yun Zheng, aren't you heart-connected with him? Look at what the fatty is thinking right now." "Don't." Ma Hongjun quickly stopped him, showing a smile that was more awkward than crying, squeezing in front of Yun Zheng and flattering. Don't look. What's there to see? If you offend Brother Zheng's eyes, that would be inappropriate. How about this? I'll treat Brother Zheng to a meal. You have a generous heart. Just forget the mind reading. Ahem. As soon as Ma Hongjun finished speaking, Oscar pretended to cough twice and meaningfully said, "Fatty, inviting Yun Zheng, but not us. That's not appropriate, right?" "You." Ma Hongjun glared at Oscar, who was taking advantage of the situation, cursed inwardly, but still swallowed his anger, gritting his teeth and squeezing out a sentence. "Fine. I'll treat." Seeing this, everyone was amused by the antics of the two. In fact, everyone understood that even if Yun Zheng knew that Ma Hongjun was betting on him, he wouldn't really be angry. At most, he would take the opportunity to give him a hard time, and it was just a joke with Ma Hongjun earlier. Yun Zheng was unaware of what Ma Hongjun had done, and there was no need for him to dig deeper. It was likely just some trivial matters. If it were something that truly crossed Yun Zheng's bottom line, Yu Qing'er would have informed him long ago. However, it must be said that after the banter between Ma Hongjun and Oscar, the atmosphere indeed became much lighter. After that, Tang San and Xiao Wu returned as well. Today's achievements were quite impressive. Yun Zheng and Zhu Zhuqing both secured their first victories in their individual matches, while Xiao Wu and Tang San won both their team and individual battles. Dai Mu Bai also triumphed in his Soul Master match, and Yu Qing'er and Ning Rongrong won their team battle as well. Generally, having a support Soul Master in a team battle is not a very wise choice, as there are only two people and the distribution of combat power is limited. Instead of bringing a support Soul Master for enhancement, it would be better to have another attack Soul Master, which would provide greater assistance. Just like Ma Hongjun and Oscar later on, they participated in a team battle and ended up losing quite decisively. In a team battle, a support Soul Master can play a crucial role, but in a two-person battle, a support Soul Master can't possibly double their teammates' combat power, can they? Fortunately, Yu Qing'er and Ning Rongrong were lucky to encounter two Control-type Soul Masters. Control-type Soul Masters have poor engagement abilities and posed little threat to Ning Rongrong. Moreover, the two Control-type Soul Masters, seeing that Yu Qing'er was a strong attack Soul Master, instinctively lowered their guard, planning to directly control Yu Qing'er, as it is well known that Control-type Soul Masters have an advantage over strong attack Soul Masters. But who would have thought that Yu Qing'er was immune to control? The The two control soul masters initially thought they had hit the jackpot, only to realize they had stumbled upon a ghost instead. A strong attack soul master who cannot be controlled? What use is a control soul master then? Yun Zheng activated her second soul skill, the Golden Dragon, and charged straight at the two control soul masters, delivering 2 punches, and the battle was over. In short, it was 4 words, utterly unreasonable. Chapter 55. Yun Banshan, the first day of Yun Zheng and the others at Shrek Academy has passed. Overall, it was quite fulfilling. Apart from the unfortunate Ma Hongjun and Oscar, everyone else achieved victory. Yun Zheng became famous in one battle, and the manager AO from the Soto City Great Soul Arena personally approached him, hoping that Yun Zheng could collaborate with the arena for exhibition matches. The so-called exhibition matches are essentially fixed matches. AO saw the potential for wealth in Yun Zheng. Having been in the arena for over a decade, he could easily identify which soul masters are natural focal points. With Yun Zheng's youthful stature, handsome appearance, splendid martial soul, outstanding talent, and fierce fighting style combined, any soul battle featuring Yun Zheng would definitely attract an audience. As long as Yun Zheng agreed, AO could use his authority in the arena to promote Yun Zheng both overtly and covertly. And by letting Yun Zheng win a few spectacular soul battles, gradually, he could become a star player in the Soto City Great Soul Arena. This is what is known as creating a deity. After that, AO could have Yun Zheng intentionally lose a few matches. In terms of audience flow and underground gambling, it would allow AO to profit immensely. The means are not about nobility or baseness. For AO, making money is the paramount principle. Making money is not shameful. Unfortunately, firstly, Yun Zheng does not lack money. The soul coins Ning Fengqiang gave him are enough for him to squander. Secondly, Yun Zheng's purpose for coming to the Great Soul Arena is not to make money. Thirdly, even if Yun Zheng really needed money, he wouldn't like to earn it on his knees. Yun Zheng is very familiar with the process that AO mentioned. Therefore, he directly refused AO, which left AO regretting for quite some time. However, Yun Zheng did not care at all about AO's thoughts. Of course, even if AO really found someone willing to earn money on their knees in the future, Yun Zheng would not expose it. After all, cutting off someone's financial path is like killing their parents, and for the culturally backward Douluo Continent, exhibition matches do serve a necessary purpose. By the time Yun Zheng and the others returned to the academy, it was already getting dark. After a brief chat, everyone went to rest. Ma Hongjun and Flander did not return to the academy with the others. It goes without saying what they were up to. It is worth mentioning that among the 8 returning students, apart from Ma Hongjun, who went to deal with his evil fire problem, only Xiao Wu actually went to sleep. The others took advantage of the night to diligently cultivate. Before Yun Zheng and Tang San's arrival, Dai Mubai and Oscar were not that diligent. But now with Yun Zheng and Tang San around, their roommates were working hard, so they couldn't sleep either and decided to cultivate as well. Ning Rongrong was also influenced by Oscar's talent in Yu Qing and started cultivating. Zhu Zhuqing needs no mention when it comes to self-discipline. She is undoubtedly the strictest among them. Only Xiao Wu was blissfully asleep, as the others were improving their cultivation while she was recovering her own. What is cultivation? Xiao Wu had been cultivating for tens of thousands of years. What's wrong with enjoying a bit of rest? For Xiao Wu, as long as she doesn't die, becoming a titled Douluo is just a matter of time. The night passed without incident. The next day, everyone gathered as usual. As Yun Zheng anticipated, the second class after enrollment was related to Oscar's sausages. However, Oscar was late. It wasn't intentional. But last night, he felt the bottleneck of level 30 and managed to break through, which caused him to arrive a bit late. But Flander was unaware of this and scolded him before ordering Oscar to produce sausages for everyone to eat in front of him. It must be said, although Oscar's soul curse was indecent, the taste and effects of the sausages were commendable. After overcoming the psychological barrier, they weren't so hard to swallow anymore. However, when Yun Zheng heard Oscar's soul curse about having a big sausage and a small sausage, he couldn't help but reminisce about his lost innocence. Back then, Yun Zheng purely thought that the reason everyone said Oscar's soul curse was indecent was because of the words old man. At that time, the words old man in Yun Zheng's mind were already considered quite vulgar. Thinking of this, Yun Zheng couldn't help but sigh inwardly. What happened next was rather mundane. Flander also ate one of Oscar's sausages and naturally discovered that Oscar had broken through level 30. After a moment of astonishment, a smile unconsciously appeared on his face. A 14-year-old food-type support soul master has even more value than Dai Mubai, a 13-year-old assault-type soul master. Everyone congratulated Oscar, greatly satisfying his vanity. Since Oscar had broken through level 30 it was naturally time to hunt for his third soul ring. Since Shrek Academy prides itself on its monster students, it could not follow conventional methods. At Shrek Academy, students are required to hunt their own soul rings through teamwork, with instructors only responsible for leading the team and ensuring the students' safety, not for helping hunt souls. Of course, that being said, when the time comes, they will still step in if necessary. This is merely to train the students' teamwork abilities in advance. Flander had other important matters to attend to, so he could only let Zhao Wujia lead the team. Although Flander didn't say it, one could easily guess that Zhao Wujia was basically the only choice left. Shrek Academy only has 3 titled Doa, and with Flander unable to spare the time, and Xiao Xin being a support soul master, that only leaves Zhao Wujia, right? This time, the hunting destination was the Douluo Forest, and having Li Yuzheng lead the team would be somewhat forced if they encountered a powerful 10,000-year soul beast. Li Yuzheng and the others might not be able to withstand it. Flander only instructed them to go directly to the hunting town outside the Douluo Forest, where the leading teacher would be waiting for them. Shrek Academy is quite far from the Douluo Forest, so even if everyone rushed without stopping, they would only arrive at their destination by evening. Yun Zheng, are you really sure the leading teacher this time will be old Zhao? As soon as they arrived at the hunting forest, Ma Hongjun couldn't help but ask Yun Zheng. Yun Zheng shrugged and said, let's wait and see. After Yun Zheng finished speaking, Ma Hongjun still seemed somewhat unconvinced. Although everyone had been joking about Yun Zheng having mind-reading abilities, it was just a joke. Could anyone really achieve such flawless calculations? However, this team leader was indeed quite unreliable. At that moment, Oscar looked at the bustling soul hunting town and suddenly laughed, saying to Dai Mu Bai, the Douluo Forest is so vast. Big brother Dai, you won't get us lost, will you? Do you think I'm a fool? Dai Mu Bai shot a glare at Oscar and retorted, use that flashy brain of yours. Do you think I would make such a rookie mistake? Big brother Dai, I suspect you're directing your insults at me, and I have solid evidence. Ma Hongjun exclaimed, feeling indignant. Dai Mu Bai couldn't be bothered to respond to him, and kept glancing toward the girls, seemingly wanting to see what Zhu Zhuqing liked. Poor Dai Mu Bai. Ever since Zhu Zhuqing came to Shrek Academy, he had completely changed. The once charming young man had overnight turned into a devoted admirer of the goddess. If Yun Zheng were to say, Dai Mu Bai deserved it, he owed a debt of charm that he now had to repay. Get on with it. You're 5 minutes late and still have a leisure chat. At that moment, a displeased and gruff voice sounded behind the group. Everyone froze, and without needing to turn around, they already knew who it was. Zhao Wujia's voice was unmistakable. However, Zhao Wujia was surprised to find that none of the little rascals were looking at him. They were all staring in Yun Zheng's direction. Brother Zheng. No, wait. Yun Xian. You're really amazing. Why hide such abilities? Do you consider us outsiders? The most excited was Ma Hongjun, who rushed over and flattered Yun Zheng, saying, Yun Xian, let's discuss this. I'll treat you to a meal, and you help me figure out where my romantic fate lies? What the hell? Seeing this scene, Zhao Wujia's face darkened. Was his authority as a teacher really so insignificant? Fortunately, Zhao Wujia found some comfort in the fact that at least one person was looking at him. It was Yun Zheng. Zhao Wujia nodded inwardly, thinking, this kid may be dark-hearted, but he knows how to respect his teacher. In reality, Zhao Wujia misunderstood. Yun Zheng looked at him purely out of curiosity about how ruthless Tang Hao was. After that glance, Yun Zheng was astonished to discover that aside from a few bruises, Zhao Wujia also had burn marks from electric arcs? What the hell? The master has also been here. Upon realizing this, Yun Zheng suddenly wondered whether he had done anything inappropriate to Yu Qinger during this time. If he were caught red-handed, wouldn't Yu Zhongbai kill him? Chapter 56, Sanghui Yun Zheng. What are you still dawdling for? Teacher, Zhao has already booked us a hotel. Let's hurry over. Just as Yun Zheng was lost in thought, Yu Qinger tugged at him, playfully scolding him. Only at this moment did Yun Zheng come back to his senses, nodding absent-mindedly as he followed Yu Qinger to catch up with the group. After a day of travel and having eaten nothing but sausages, everyone was now hungry. Although it was late, everyone unanimously decided to solve their hunger problem first. Oscar's sausages, while not bad, would get tiresome if eaten continuously. Big brother Dai, isn't teacher Zhao joining us? When they arrived at the restaurant in the hotel, Tang Sect noticed Zhao Wujia directly heading upstairs and couldn't help but ask Dai Mu Bai beside him. Dai Mu Bai, however, appeared unfazed and said, no need. It's our academy's rule that travel expenses are borne by the students and teachers separately. Each pays their own. That's one good thing about our academy. It's clear-cut. Unlike those noble academies where today you treat me, tomorrow I treat you, selling favors back and forth, with nothing but the stench of copper. Tang Sect was taken aback at first, but then smiled in understanding, genuinely agreeing true. Once everyone was seated, a waitress approached them, skillfully presenting the menu to Dai Mubai. It was clear that Dai Mubai was the leader among them, and since Tang San had just called him Big Brother, it made sense to give the menu to Dai Mubai. However, Dai Mubai didn't even glance at it and pointed at Ma Hongjun, saying, "No need to show it to me. Just give it to him." When it came to eating, Ma Hongjun was definitely the strongest at Shrek. The waitress was taken aback, and before she could react, Ma Hongjun excitedly snatched the menu. Dai Mubai had already mentioned that travel expenses were self-managed, but since they were eating together, the cost would naturally be shared. At this moment, it was clear who would eat the most. To put it bluntly, in this regard, Ma Hongjun had yet to be outdone by anyone at the entire Shrek Academy. Previously, Ma Hongjun would always eat at the academy to save some soul coins. But now that they finally had a chance to eat out, especially with some wealthy kids present, he couldn't let them off easily. Thinking of this, Ma Hongjun's eyes sparkled with excitement. He didn't even look at the menu and fixed his fiery gaze on the waitress, waving his hand grandly. "No need to look. Just bring me 2 of everything you have." The waitress was stunned. "How much would that cost?" "Hurry up," Ma Hongjun urged anxiously, fearing Dai Mubai and the others would catch on to his scheme. The waitress nodded and quickly headed to the kitchen. Once the waitress disappeared from Ma Hongjun's sight, he finally sighed in relief, feeling that everything was settled. Even if Dai Mubai and the others wanted to backtrack, it was too late. Thinking of this, Ma Hongjun couldn't help but look smugly at Yun Zheng. So what if he was a celestial being? What if he was a fortune teller? Today Ma Hongjun, and go to win over heaven. Noticing Ma Hongjun's gaze, Yun Zheng couldn't help but smirk and playfully said, "Don't look at me like that. You're the one paying, so order whatever you want." Huh. After hearing this, Ma Hongjun was stunned, his round face filled with confusion and bewilderment. Dai Mubai also chimed in, "That's right. Didn't you say at the Great Soul Arena yesterday that you would treat us to a meal? What is this? Are you going back on your word?" "Exactly. Fatty, you should know that your reputation is at stake here. You don't want to be known as someone without integrity, do you?" Oscar teased with a grin. Damn it. With the group's taunts and jibes, Ma Hongjun's face darkened. But under the threatening and mocking gazes of everyone, Ma Hongjun realized he was trapped. He should have known better than to try to fleece the wealthy. Now he was just stepping on his own toes. The fool was actually himself. Sigh. In the end, Ma Hongjun weakly sighed and slumped back in his seat, accepting this harsh reality. Fortunately, Yun Zheng and the others weren't too excessive. After eating a bit, they didn't continue to fight over food otherwise. With Yun Zheng and Yu Qing'er's appetites, even 2 portions might not be enough. However, Ma Hongjun was unrelenting, as if channeling his frustration into appetite, eating with a ferocity that left him no time to talk. Within less than 15 minutes, Yun Zheng and the others had finished their meals. For the rest of the time, they either chatted or played with Ma Hongjun, feeling quite relaxed. "Bang! Boss, hurry up and bring us delicious food and drinks, or I'll dismantle your shop if you take too long." Just as everyone was joking and laughing, the inn's door was suddenly kicked open, and a proud-looking young man walked in, shouting arrogantly. Behind him were 7 or 8 other young men with similar arrogant expressions. And at the back of the group followed a middle-aged man who looked at people with his nostrils. The store manager and the waitstaff quickly welcomed them, fearing they might offend these individuals. The reason was simple. All these people were wearing silk robes with the words Songhui embroidered on them. Songhui Academy, while not a top-tier academy, was still a Soul Master Academy, and those who could wear Songhui Academy's uniform were undoubtedly Soul Masters. The store manager and the waitstaff were just ordinary people. How could they dare to provoke such high-ranking Soul Masters? What kind of people are they? So arrogant? Xiao Wu saw the demeanor of this group and stuck out her tongue, muttering softly. TCH. Upon hearing Xiao Wu's words, Dai Mubai scoffed, and as he raised his feet onto the stool, he was about to say something when Yun Zheng interrupted him. This scene was seen by the people from Songhui Academy, who narrowed their eyes, thinking Dai Mubai was about to cause trouble for them, revealing unfriendly expressions. At the same time, Yun Zheng's voice rang in Dai Mubai's ear. "No need. When the city gate catches fire, the fish in the moat suffer. If things escalate, the ones who will suffer are the store manager, the waitstaff, and the chefs in the kitchen. We don't fear trouble, but there's no need to actively seek it. Furthermore, if a dog barks at you, you can't just argue with it, right? Moreover, that dog isn't barking at us." Hearing this, Dai Mubai turned to look at Yun Zheng, who didn't even raise his eyelids, seemingly not caring about the commotion from Tsanghui Academy. Seeing this, Dai Mubai thought for a moment and sat back down. Yun Zheng was indeed correct. If Soul Masters caused trouble, the store manager would bear the consequences. Even if Dai Mubai and the others taught the people from Tsanghui Academy a lesson after they left, the shop would still not be able to withstand the anger of Tsanghui Academy. Since Dai Mubai said nothing, Oscar and Ma Hongjun naturally would act on their own, and Tang San, being calm and steady, remained seated like a mountain. Only Xiao Wu appeared indignant, but she was pulled back by Tang San. However, perhaps due to Yun Zheng and the other silence being misinterpreted as cowardice by the people from Tsanghui Academy, and coupled with the stunning beauty of Yu Qing'er and the other girls, the arrogant young man at the forefront of Tsanghui Academy smirked and walked toward Yun Zheng and the others. Some people are like this, as if everything in the world revolves around them. The reason this Tsanghui Academy student wanted to cause trouble for Yun Zheng and the others was simple. First, because Yu Qing'er and the others were beautiful, he had the intention to tease them. Second, when Yun Zheng and the others saw the people from Tsanghui Academy coming, they remained calm and composed, completely disregarding them. Third, he saw Yun Zheng and the others whispering to each other, clearly discussing them. The arrogant young man directly ignored Dai Mubai and Yun Zheng, walking straight toward Yu Qing'er, who was closest to him. Upon seeing Yu Qing'er up close, the wicked light in his eyes intensified, and he mockingly said, "Little girl, would you like to play with me?" As he spoke, the arrogant young man reached under the table, trying to touch Yu Qing'er's thigh. In that instant, Yu Qing'er's eyes narrowed, and she was about to take action. But someone was faster than her. Bang! The arrogant young man suddenly felt a blur before his eyes as Yun Zheng violently grabbed a nearby white porcelain bowl and hurled it at the young man's face. The arrogant young man felt a sharp pain in his face, and his entire body was sent flying, the terrifying force even crushing the bones in his face. The white porcelain bowl, protected by Yun Zheng's soul power, embedded itself into his cheek, blood gushing everywhere. "Did I give you face?" At this moment, Yun Zheng had already stood up, an icy aura radiating from him, his eyes almost freezing over. The power of extreme ice spread outwards, the surrounding temperature dropping several degrees. Chapter 57, 9 against 1. Dai Mubai and the others only saw the arrogant young man approach, and were about to see how Yun Zheng would handle the situation. But before they could even comprehend what happened, that young man had already been sent flying. In that instant, not only were the people from Tsanghui Academy stunned, but Dai Mubai and the others were also bewildered. Dai Mubai stared blankly at Yun Zheng and said in confusion, "Didn't you say? If the dog doesn't bark at me, I can ignore it, but if it dares to bark at me, I won't argue with it. I'll just break its legs." Hearing Dai Mubai's words, Yun Zheng didn't turn back, instead glaring at the group from Tsanghui Academy, speaking slowly and deliberately. "Moreover, this dog not only barks at me, but also wants to bite me. I can only butcher it for soup." Dai Mubai was momentarily stunned by Yun Zheng's domineering logic. He recalled the Dragon Tao who had died at Yun Zheng's hands yesterday. Back then, Long Tao had sprayed insults at Yun Zheng, who remained silent. But at the moment the duel began, Yun Zheng had physically eliminated Long Tao. If one saw Yun Zheng's youthful appearance and thought he was harmless, that would be a grave mistake. He was a person who was ruthless and spoke little. But what about the shopkeeper? Dai Mubai quickly remembered what Yun Zheng had said before and asked in confusion. Simple. Yun Zheng waved his right hand, and the frost sky feather bow manifested. An extreme chill radiated from him. Even his breath carried frost. Then, Yun Zheng pulled back the bowstring, preparing an ice arrow, and replied, "First, blow them up." At the same time, the previously arrogant young man who had been sent flying seemed to have regained his senses, intense pain coursing through his body, causing him to let out shrill screams. Rolling on the ground, blood streaming down his face, staining the floor. Seeing this, his companions hurriedly helped him up, carefully removing the white porcelain bowl embedded in his face. Upon taking a closer look, they were instantly shocked. There was no longer any semblance of a human face. It had completely caved in, with a perfect bowl-shaped imprint in the center of his face, the bones shattered beyond recognition. His jaw was completely dislocated, and his mouth, which could no longer close, revealed only a few teeth, all of which had fallen to the ground beside him, with the people from Tsanghui Academy having to pick them up one by one. Seeing this scene, the middle-aged man from Tsanghui Academy was nearly bursting with rage. His glare fixed on Yun Zheng and the others, his eyes equally icy. At this moment, Ma Hongjun realized this matter could not be resolved easily. He hastily swallowed the food in his mouth, grabbed a chicken leg, and laughed heartily, saying, "Isn't this just being beaten to the point of losing your teeth? You bastards." As soon as Ma Hongjun finished speaking, Yi Zhiqiu could no longer hold back, shouting angrily at Yun Zheng and the others. "Which sect are you from? Do you want to go against Song Hui? Go against Song Hui?" Yun Zheng scoffed disdainfully, saying Song Hui is not worthy. Yun Zheng's words made Yi Zhiqiu's pupils shrink sharply, half in shock and half in anger. He was angry that Yun Zheng dared to ridicule Song Hui Academy like this, and shocked by Yun Zheng's calm demeanor, indicating that the force behind him must be significant. Caught in this dilemma, Yi Zhiqiu hesitated to act. Does he not even dare to reveal his name? Uncertain of Yun Zheng and the others' backgrounds, Yi Zhiqiu squinted his eyes and provoked, "I am Dai Mubai of Shrek Academy." Dai Mubai also stood up, walked to Yun Zheng's side, and said proudly, "Shrek Academy?" Hearing this name, Yi Zhiqiu narrowed his eyes. After pondering for a while, he realized he had never heard of any Shrek Academy, and his heart immediately relaxed. A nameless third-rate academy dares to confront Song Hui. "It seems I need to teach you a lesson on behalf of your teachers." Yi Zhiqiu snorted coldly, raised his hand, and ordered, "Capture them." With Yi Zhiqiu's instruction, the remaining students of Song Hui Academy moved. 8 of them, all great soul masters, simultaneously summoned their 8 white and yellow soul rings, and their martial souls manifested, either deer or hyenas, all glaring at Yun Zheng and the other 9. The 8 members of Song Hui Academy did not take Yun Zheng and the others seriously. After all, the oldest among them looked only about 15 or 16, and the youngest seemed to be less than 10. They had never heard of the academy they came from, so they assumed they were not geniuses. At most, they would have 3 or 4 great soul masters, so what was there to fear? If Yun Zheng had revealed his soul rings, just that one purple 1,000-year soul ring would have been enough to scare them away. At this moment, Yi Zhiqiu was still holding back, not planning to act personally, but everything that happened next made him widen his eyes. Before the 8 Song Hui students could approach, Xiao Wu could no longer hold back. She jumped out from the crowd, her soft-boned rabbit spirit activated, her 2 yellow soul rings glimmering. With Ning Rongrong's 2 enhancement lights on her, a pink figure darted back and forth. After a few muffled sounds, the 8 Song Hui Academy students were kicked out of the hotel. From Xiao Wu jumping to the 8 being kicked away, it took less than the blink of an eye. Fighting? I love it. Once Xiao Wu landed, she still made a cute expression, laughing playfully as if she wanted more. 100-year soul ring? Yi Zhiqiu didn't even glance at the 8 students who had been thrown out, his gaze fixed on the 2 yellow soul rings beside Xiao Wu, slightly surprised. But at this point, Yi Zhiqiu had no choice but to act. In any case, it didn't matter how the students fared. Song Hui Academy's face could not be lost. What if they were geniuses? Song Hui Academy was not without geniuses. Thinking of this, Yi Zhiqiu sneered. 5 soul rings of white and yellow emerged, and his Xian turtle martial soul activated. The Xian water rippled in the air, and the powerful pressure of a soul king surged forward. Yi Zhiqiu's mouth curled into a sinister smile as he coldly said, "Today, I will educate you on behalf of your teachers." Soul King? The moment Yi Zhiqiu's 5 soul rings appeared, Tang San and the others, who initially had no intention of intervening, all stood up. If Yi Zhiqiu were just a soul master, there would be no need to say more. Either Yun Zheng or Dai Mubai could easily handle him. If Yi Zhiqiu were a soul sect, Yun Zheng, Dai Mubai, Xiao Wu, and Ning Rongrong's combined strength would be sufficient. But if he was a soul king, then he deserved enough respect. "Soul King? I'll fight you, you turtle shell." Yu Qing'er was the first to shout, her giant spirit golden dragon martial soul activated. And with the enhancement of the 7-treasure glazed tile pagoda, she unleashed a powerful punch towards Yi Zhiqiu like a phantom. Yu Qing'er's 200-year soul rings shocked Yi Zhiqiu again, but he did not panic. Instead, he showed a hint of disdain and casually released his first soul skill, creating a tightly sealed round shield made of turtle shells around him, waiting contemptuously for Yu Qing'er. As a defense-type soul king, could he really be broken by a powerful attack, great soul master? Xiao Wu, Zhu Qing, support. At this moment, with quick reflexes, Tang Sect had already activated his martial soul. The blue silver grass wrapped around Yi Zhiqiu's legs like ropes. As his first and second soul skills activated simultaneously, he shouted to Zhu Qing and Xiao Wu. Zhu Qing and Xiao Wu immediately understood and followed Yu Qing'er's lead. With 3 girls, 1 strong attacker, and 2 agile attackers, within moments, several attacks were unleashed, even causing cracks in Yi Zhiqiu's turtle shell shield. Yi Ziqiu's pupils shrank sharply, clearly not expecting the attack from Yu Qing'er and the others to be so fierce. He hurriedly released his second soul skill. Second soul skill, Xian Water Ice Seal. Crack! Crack, crack! The moment Yi Zhiqiu's second soul ring lit up, the water vapor in the air instantly solidified into hard ice, attaching to the turtle shell shield, enhancing its defense while granting it frost retaliation effects. While hard shell, under the onslaught of the frost, Yu Qing'er and the others had to momentarily retreat. Xiao Wu even frowned inside. Whoosh! Just as Yu Qing'er and the others had just retreated, an ice arrow shot out from the shadows. Yun Zheng's arrow was shot out openly without using the second soul skill. As a soul king, Yi Zhiqiu naturally couldn't miss it. However, on one hand, Yi Zhiqiu was restricted in movement by the blue-silver grass, and, on the other hand, he didn't regard Yun Zheng's attack as a threat. It was well known that the power of arrows was weak. Even Yu Qing'er's punch, infused with the might of the giant spirit, couldn't break through Yi Zhiqiu's defense. How could Yun Zheng's arrow have any remarkable effect? As it turned out, it really did. Yun Zheng's arrow indeed failed to break through Yi Zhiqiu's defenses, but with the enhancement of 28% armor penetration and increased damage. The chill from the ice arrow pierced through Yi Zhiqiu's tortoise shell shield and firmly struck into his veins. Yi Zhiqiu, possessing the black tortoise martial soul, is a defensive soul master, but in reality, his soul power attributes carry moisture and frost, which are perfectly countered by Yun Zheng's ultimate ice. Moreover, Yun Zheng's first soul skill just happens to restrain all defensive soul masters, so it can only be said that encountering Yun Zheng is Yi Zhiqiu's misfortune. To be honest, even if Yun Zheng and Yi Zhiqiu were duel one-on-one, Yun Zheng could still wear him down by playing kite. However, Yun Zheng did not wish to do so. With teammates nearby, why act as a lone wolf? Under this arrow, Yi Zhiqiu felt the cold for the first time, and the sporadic numbness began to affect his entire body, making his thoughts sluggish as well. Yun Zheng seemed to have anticipated the result, shooting another arrow while shouting, "Attack!" Among the crowd, the first to react was Yu Qing'er, who without a moment's hesitation turned around and charged back. The giant spirit's breath was unleashed like a soul power explosion, leaving no retreat for herself. For Yu Qing'er, as long as Yun Zheng was by her side, there was no need to overthink during battle. She would do whatever Yun Zheng asked her to do. Even if she made a mistake, Yun Zheng would find a way to make up for it. Following her, Dai Mubai, Tang San, and Xiao Wu also reacted, their eyes lighting up in unison as they unleashed various attacks without holding back. Chapter 58. Zhao Wujia. Is this none of my business? S. A big chapter added by the great author of Hawk's White. Everyone worked in sync, exchanging punches and kicks as they fought joyfully. Ice arrows, dragon roars, tiger howls, blue-silver grass, and the fast-moving red and black shadows. Dense attacks left Yi Zhiqiu unable to cope. Under the dual constraints of frost and blue-silver grass, Yi Zhiqiu's reaction and mobility were at their lowest, and he could only endure the attacks from Yun Zheng and the others, unable to mount any effective counterattack. Fortunately, Yi Zhiqiu was a defense-type Soul King. If it were another type of Soul King here, they might not withstand it. To be honest, only Yu Qing'er, Yun Zheng, and Dai Mubai really dealt damage. Ning Rongrong's amplification light was only effective for the three of them. Tang San, Zhu Zhuqing, and Xiao Wu mainly served to restrain. Xiao Wu had hidden some of her strength, and Tang San didn't use any hidden weapons. Otherwise, even if Yi Zhiqiu had impressive defense, he couldn't have held out for so long. On the other side, Oscar was watching with excitement, but unfortunately, as a food-type soul master, he could only stand in a safe place and watch. Right now, Yun Zheng and the others weren't at the point of exhausting their soul power, so they didn't need Oscar's sausage supply, leaving him as just a spectator. Bastard, give me some sausages. Meanwhile, the slowest to react, Ma Hongjun, also got excited, dropping the chicken leg in his hand and running to Oscar's side, shouting, "Huh!" Hearing Ma Hongjun's voice, Oscar shot him a glare and scolded. "You haven't even used a soul skill yet. What's wrong? Did you exhaust your soul power from eating? Stop talking nonsense. Hurry up." Ma Hongjun ignored Oscar and anxiously looked at Yi Zhiqiu, who was surrounded by countless attacks. If we don't hurry, Yi Zhiqiu will be done for. TSK. Oscar clicked his tongue, probably guessing what Ma Hongjun was thinking. Envious, he still managed to produce a dozen sausages and tossed them to Ma Hongjun. Ma Hongjun grabbed the sausages with his chubby hands, stuffed them into his mouth, and after chewing them hastily, he activated his evil fire phoenix martial spirit. with 2 yellow soul rings lighting up simultaneously. Under the amplification of the sausages, Ma Hongjuan's soul power surged to its peak, and the blazing phoenix fire rose, engulfing him in flames. Phoenix fire line. In the next moment, Ma Hongjun let out a loud roar, and a fire pillar as thick as a person shot out. The heat wave from the flames caught the attention of Dai Mubai and the others. The moment Ma Hongjuan's voice rang out, both Tang San and Dai Mubai were startled. "Don't!" Tang San exclaimed, but Ma Hongjuan's flames had no way to retreat. He could only use blue silver grass to drag Yu Qing'er and the others away. "You idiot!" Dai Mubai cursed loudly, wishing he could hit Ma Hongjun with a hammer. Ma Hongjun didn't hear Tang San and Dai Mubai's voices. All he could hear was the roar of flames. At this moment, Yun Zheng's eyes flashed, and the purple 1,000-year soul ring behind him lit up silently. Boom! The flames poured down like a pillar towards Yi Zhiqiu, whose protective turtle shell shield was already battered. The flames seemed like the last straw that broke the camel's back. In just an instant of contact, the shield protecting Yi Zhiqiu shattered, forcing him to use the turtle shell from his martial spirit as a defense against the flames. But the phoenix fire was not to be underestimated. Even though Yi Zhiqiu was a soul king, he was feeling the pressure. The turtle shell behind him visibly darkened and dried up, a faint meat aroma wafting through the air as Yi Zhiqiu's soul power rapidly depleted. However, at the same time, the extreme ice affecting Yi Zhiqiu was also dissipating under the flames, and the blue-silver grass that had entangled him had already turned to ashes. Tang San's blue-silver grass couldn't provide fire immunity. Yi Zhiqiu remained calm. The extreme ice invading his body was minimal, and with the flames assisting him. The cold numbness affecting his body was quickly suppressed. Mysterious water surge. At the moment his body recovered, Yi Zhiqiu let out a sharp shriek, and his 5th soul ring lit up, unleashing a wave of water mixed with frost, rushing straight towards Ma Hongjun. The wave of water collided with the fire pillar, creating thick steam that enveloped the entire first floor of the inn. Stupid fatty. Seeing this scene, Dai Mubai yelled angrily and charged toward Yi Zhiqiu. But before Dai Mubai could get close, Yi Zhiqiu summoned the wave of water to force Dai Mubai back. From the start, Yi Zhiqiu had underestimated Yun Zheng and the others. After all, they were just a few great soul masters, and the strongest among them was only Dai Mubai, a soul Zun. How could he, a dignified soul king, possibly lose? However, after suffering losses, Yi Zhiqiu realized that Yun Zheng and the others could indeed threaten him. Stimulated by the dual emotions of humiliation and anger, Yi Zhiqiu was now giving it his all. A serious soul king, even with injuries, was not something a small soul Zun like Dai Mubai could approach. Realizing he had made a foolish move, Ma Hongjun felt a rush of panic. But he found himself in a dilemma. Yi Zhiqiu was a soul king. Comparing soul power with him was truly wishful thinking. But if he wanted to retreat, the wave of water would drown him in an instant and freeze him into an ice sculpture. Get ready. Rong Rong, give me an amplification. At that moment, Yun Zheng, who had been standing at the back of the group, suddenly let out a loud shout, wielding the frost language spear, moving like a dragon. And in an instant, he had reached Yi Zhiqiu. Ning Rongrong reacted quickly, shooting out 2 beams of amplification light that landed on Yun Zheng. Yi Zhiqiu was startled. He clearly did not expect Yun Zheng to have a teleportation soul skill. The giant spear was exuding a chilling aura, but under the pressure of the situation, Yi Zhiqiu had no time to think. He snorted coldly, pushing out his palm to summon a torrent of water to force Yun Zheng back. But before Yi Zhiqiu could summon the wave of water, a pitch-black tail, as dark as jade, suddenly emerged from behind Yun Zheng. The arrowhead at the end of the tail glowed with a strange scarlet light, and a dreamlike murmuring sound echoed in Yi Zhiqiu's ears. Suddenly, a pair of deep pupils appeared before him, staring intently at him, and he slowly began to sink into them. Yi Zhiqiu quickly realized he had fallen into an illusion. Experienced, he bit his tongue to stimulate his nerves with pain, forcibly pulling himself out of the illusion. The principal of Tsanghui Academy was an expert in illusion, and the most talented students of Tsanghui Academy also practiced illusions, so Yi Zhiqiu was not unfamiliar with them. A downward strike. But when Yi Zhiqiu's consciousness returned to reality, Yun Zheng was already in front of him. A massive spear blade 3 meters away was crashing down, and the flames behind him were surging back. The brief moment allowed Yi Zhiqiu no time for elaborate actions. He could only instinctively shrink into his turtle shell for protection. Boom! With another loud bang, the halberd and flames fell simultaneously. Under Yun Zheng's immense strength, the entire hotel seemed to shake. Yi Zhiqiu was not completely unjustified. Earlier, Zhao Wujia had also suffered under Yun Zheng's series of attacks, so it was not surprising that a soul king like him would fall for it. In fact, Yun Zheng himself was unsure if this strike could defeat Yi Zhiqiu, but it was definitely the strongest attack he could unleash. Regardless, even if Yun Zheng couldn't break through Yi Zhiqiu's defenses, he would still suffer under the dual baptism of phoenix fire and extreme ice. Gradually, the water vapor dissipated, and Dai Mubai and the others swallowed hard, nervously waiting for the result. What on earth is going on at this late hour? Just then, Zhao Wujia suddenly walked down from the staircase, his rough voice successfully attracting the attention of Dai Mubai and the others. Zhao Wujia snorted, stepping down with a heavy tread, and shouted in dissatisfaction, "Eating is eating, sleeping is sleeping. How can 8 or 9 people bully an old turtle?" Halfway through his words, Zhao Wujia suddenly froze. At the edge of his vision, he saw Yun Zheng stepping on Yi Zhiqiu's shell with the moonlight frost sky feather in hand. An ice arrow aimed at Yi Zhiqiu's forehead. The cold glint made Yi Zhiqiu break out in a sweat. Yun Zheng and the others had actually defeated a soul king. To be honest, Zhao Wujia had already noticed when Yun Zheng and the others made their move, but he didn't reveal himself immediately. One reason was to test them, and the other was to wait until they couldn't hold on any longer, so he could step in as their teacher and enjoy their admiring gazes. But now it seemed like this had nothing to do with him. At this moment, Yun Zheng also saw Zhao Wujia and let out a long sigh of relief. After taking out a soul guide device from Yi Zhiqiu, he kicked Yi Zhiqiu in front of Zhao Wujia and said, "Teacher Zhao, it's all yours from here." After saying that, Yun Zheng approached the store manager and the waiter, took out the soul coins from Yi Zhiqiu's soul guide device, divided them into 3 parts, and handed them to the two, saying, "This should count as compensation. You two can share this with the kitchen. If you're worried about Songhui Academy causing you trouble, this money is more than enough for you to move to another city and live a prosperous life." This was the best solution Yun Zheng could think of. You're their teacher? On the other side, Yi Zhiqiu, who was kicked in front of Zhao Wujia, looked as if he had found a savior, and said to Zhao Wujia in a panic, hoping that Zhao Wujia could seek justice for him. However, Zhao Wujia merely glanced at him dryly and then slapped him away. Before his body lost balance, Yi Zhiqiu vaguely heard Zhao Wujia's disdainful voice saying, "My student can't even win against you. Why would I practice on you? That would just make me look bad." Chapter 59. Phoenix-tailed chicken crown, Snake the next day arrived. The incident at Songhui Academy was just an interlude for Yun Zheng and the others. They did not cause any fatalities. Things did not escalate to that point, as Yun Zheng was not a bloodthirsty person. After giving them a lesson, he simply drove the people from Songhui Academy away. The one who suffered the most was probably the arrogant young man who attempted to flirt with Yu Qinger. He would likely never show his face again. Early the next morning, everyone entered the Stardow Forest. The Stardow Forest is vast, spanning the 2 great empires of Tiandou and Xinghua, and is one of the 3 main habitats for soul beasts on the Douluo Continent. Compared to other soul beast habitats like the Sunset Forest and the extreme north, the Stardow Forest excels in both the number of soul beasts and their overall strength. It is said that if one enters the extreme north, as long as they do not provoke the legendary Ice Emperor, the Stardow Forest is undoubtedly the forbidden area for humans. In other words, don't go to the Stardow Forest to seek death unless you want to face the danger of falling, even as a tidal Douluo. Of course, this is relative. The danger level in the outer areas and mixed zones of the Stardow Forest is not as high. Yun Zheng and the others aimed to find a 3rd soul ring for Oscar, which meant a soul beast with 1,000 years of cultivation. There was no need to go too deep. The outskirts of the Stardow Forest would suffice. At the outskirts of the Stardow Forest, the strongest soul beasts were only around 3 to 4,000 years old. Even with 5 or 6 experienced soul emperors working together, they were unlikely to face any life-threatening danger, especially since Yun Zheng and the others had Zhao Wujia accompanying them. As they traveled, Tang Sect had gradually become the leader of the team, with everyone looking to him for guidance. Everyone was convinced of this. After all, Tang Sect's knowledge was incredibly vast, covering everything from the habitats of various soul beasts and plant distributions to the habits of different soul beasts, the toxicity of plants, and their counterrelations. He could speak about these topics fluently, like a living encyclopedia of soul masters, even explaining things that Zhao Wujia couldn't articulate clearly. It must be said that having someone like him around indeed provided a significant sense of security. Tang Sect's knowledge was, of course, taught by the master. Given the relationship between Yu Zhongbai and the master, as long as Yu Qing'er and Yun Zheng were willing, the master would certainly not keep his knowledge to himself. However, the problem was that it was genuinely difficult to learn. There was no need to mention Yu Qing'er. Making her study was practically torturing her, as that vast sea of miscellaneous knowledge was like a foreign language to her. As for Yun Zheng does want to learn, but to be honest, there really isn't any time. After a day of necessary study, cultivation, accompanying Yu Qing'er, practicing archery and halberd techniques, and body refining, Yun Zheng really had no extra time to study miscellaneous subjects. Indeed, if he forced himself, he could squeeze out some free time, but Yun Zheng was not a robot and couldn't work continuously for 12 hours. Back to the point, it was currently the transition from summer to autumn, and in preparation for the impending hibernation period, the soul beasts were still quite active. Just after entering the Douluo forest, they encountered a soul beast that was a little over 1,000 years old. Unfortunately, its attributes and abilities did not match Oscar, so they had to give up. Afterwards, they encountered several soul beasts, but all were between 10 and 100 years old. Adhering to the principle of not killing indiscriminately and sustainable development, Yun Zheng and the others did not harm these soul beasts. By noon, Ning Rongrong was a bit tired and leaned against Yu Qing'er's shoulder, softly saying, "Chen." It turns out finding soul beasts is so exhausting. Hunting for souls as a soul master was inherently a matter of luck. Just bear with it. Yu King s medet gently. Also offering soft comfort. After all, Ning Rongrong came from the Seven Treasures glazed tile school, and her soul rings were always prepared by the sect. When had she ever needed to hunt for them herself? This trip to the Douluo forest was indeed a new experience for Ning Rongrong. "Oh!" Ning Rongrong exclaimed, sticking out her tongue, and did not continue to complain. In fact, she understood that this was just a casual remark to Yu Qing'er. After being scolded by Flander, Ning Rongrong realized that at Shrek Academy, she could not act like a young lady. Some difficulties had to be overcome. However, Yun Zheng, who had been paying attention to them, noticed the way Ning Rongrong and Yu Qing'er were whispering. After a brief thought, he guessed what they were talking about. He turned around to look at Oscar and Ma Hongjun and found that they also showed signs of fatigue. He said to Tang, Sect beside him, "Third brother, how about we rest here for a bit?" It is worth mentioning that among the 9 Shrek students, the top 3 in age were still Dai Mubai, Oscar, and Tang San. But the 4th place had become Yu Qing'er, followed by Ma Hongjun. After Ma Hongjun, it was Yun Zheng, who ranked 6th, followed by Xiao Wu, Ning Rongrong, and Zhu Zhuqing in order. Of course, this was just the superficial age. If counting the actual age, Xiao Wu would be the ancestor of everyone. So it was somewhat biased for Ma Hongjun to call Yun Zheng brother. But according to Ma Hongjun, the one who excels is the master. And given Yun Zheng's performance in the battle arena, he did not dare to let Yun Zheng call him brother. Something is approaching. Just after Yun Zheng finished speaking, before Tang Sect could respond, Zhao Wujie suddenly shouted sharply. Everyone jolted, and Tang San called out, "Zhuqing, see what it is." Okay. Zhu Zhuqing understood immediately. The ghostly spirit cat took over, and with a few flashes, she reached the treetop, gazing far and wide, saying, "It's a soul beast. Red, elongated, about 6 to 8 meters long, flying 3 to 4 meters off the ground at a very fast speed. Can it fly? A bird like soul beast?" Ning Rongrong couldn't help but speculate upon hearing Zhu Zhuqing's report. Tang San frowned slightly, already having some guesses in his mind, and asked again, "Zhuqing, look again. This soul beast should not just have a red head, but also a red comb on its head and pink wings. It's coming." Upon hearing the conversation between Tang San and Zhu Zhuqing, Yun Zheng knew what soul beast was approaching. His gaze sharpened, the frost sky feather bow was ready, and an ice arrow was knocked, just waiting for the phoenix-tailed rooster snake. That's right, it has a red comb. At this moment, Zhu Zhuqing's response came. Zhao Wujie and Tang San's eyes brightened, and they said in unison, "Phoenix-tailed rooster snake." Based on Zhuqing's description, this phoenix-tailed rooster snake should have about 1,800 years of cultivation, making it perfectly suitable for Oscar in terms of attributes and age. Tang San smiled slightly, confidently saying. Hearing this, Oscar was overjoyed. "Tang San, since you know so much about this soul beast, you can give the orders." Zhao Wujie glanced at Tang San and pondered. Tang San nodded and said to Ma Hongjun, "Fatty, your martial soul has a restraining effect on the phoenix-tailed rooster snake. When it gets close, summon your martial soul." After speaking, Tang San looked at Yun Zheng, Yu Qing'er, and Dai Mubai, only to find that the 3 had already prepared early. He could only give a dry laugh and say, "Firepower suppression." "Understood." Dai Mubai grinned, nodding confidently. Just after Dai Mubai spoke, The phoenix-tailed rooster snake flew out from the jungle. Tang San's gaze sharpened, and he shouted, "Fatty! Now's the time! Caw!" The moment Tang Sen finished speaking, Ma Hongjun had already activated his martial soul. With a resounding phoenix cry, the overwhelming power of the phoenix enveloped the phoenix-tailed rooster snake, causing it to stiffen all over. Tang San seized the opportunity, and the blue-silver grass shot out, accurately entangling the tail of the phoenix-tailed rooster snake. Meanwhile, Yun Zheng, Yu Qing'er, and Dai Mubai launched their attacks. The extremely cold ice arrows shot forth with the might of the giant spirit and the white tiger's fierce light wave. But the ice arrows disappeared midway. The phoenix-tailed rooster snake was not foolish. Its animal instincts warned it of danger, causing it to forget its fear of the phoenix. It coiled its body and broke free from Tang San's blue-silver grass, which had barbs and parasitic properties. The giant spirit's golden light and the white tiger's fierce light wave shot forth simultaneously, and the phoenix-tailed rooster snake twisted its body at an almost impossible angle, narrowly dodging the two light wave attacks. At this moment, Tang San seemed to see the mockery in the phoenix-tailed rooster snake's eyes. But just then, an ice arrow shot out from the lower abdomen of the phoenix-tailed rooster snake, piercing through its belly. Hiss! The phoenix-tailed rooster snake let out a painful roar, its wings on its back flapping wildly, and its strong desire to survive instinctively made it want to escape. The phoenix-tailed rooster snake was indeed unlucky. Having just escaped from the wolf's den, it fell into the tiger's mouth, a truly miserable fate. Don't let it escape. Seeing the phoenix-tailed rooster snake about to flee, Tang Sen shouted loudly. Zhu Zhuqing heard this and charged forward. The phoenix-tailed rooster snake had already been eroded by the extreme ice, its speed greatly reduced. And Zhu Zhuqing quickly caught up. In the face of death's fear, the phoenix-tailed rooster snake did not care who was chasing it and directly spewed out 7-colored mist from its mouth. Covered by the mist, Zhu Zhuqing felt her whole body go numb and lost control, falling straight from the sky. Damn it! Concerned, Dai Mubai saw this scene and thought Zhu Zhuqing had been poisoned by the snake. He immediately became furious. The first and third soul rings lit up simultaneously, and he stomped the ground, jumping directly in front of the phoenix-tailed rooster snake, grabbing Zhu Zhuqing, and in a fit of rage, he swung a powerful punch. Chapter 60. No. Mubai, wait. Tang Sen saw Dai Mubai lose control and quickly shouted, "That mist isn't poisonous." At this moment, Dai Mubai clearly couldn't hear Tang San's voice. He was entirely focused on avenging Zhu Zhuqing and threw a powerful punch, causing the phoenix-tailed cockatoo snake to crash to the ground with a loud bang. Seeing this, Tang Sen quickly rushed over to check, relieved that Dai Mubai's punch hadn't killed the phoenix-tailed cockatoo snake. It had merely knocked it unconscious. If Dai Mubai's punch had sent the phoenix-tailed cockatoo snake to its demise, Oscar would have been devastated. Fortunately, the scales of the phoenix-tailed cockatoo snake were hard and slippery enough that nearly 30% of Dai Mubai's force was dissipated upon impact. Moreover, at that time, Ning Rongrong was distracted and had already distributed all her enhancement light, providing no power boost to Dai Mubai. Otherwise, the outcome for the phoenix-tailed cockatoo snake could have been quite different. Seeing that the phoenix-tailed cockatoo snake was not dead, Tang Sen breathed a sigh of relief and quickly called Oscar over. Meanwhile, Dai Mubai had already landed with Zhu Zhuqing in his arms. At this moment, Dai Mubai had come to his senses, and the paralysis effect on Zhu Zhuqing had dissipated. However, both Dai Mubai and Zhu Zhuqing seemed to have forgotten where they were. Dai Mubai simply held Zhu Zhuqing in a daze, while Zhu Zhuqing stared blankly at Dai Mubai, and neither of them knew what the other was thinking. Ahem! Just as the two were gazing deeply into each other's eyes, Yun Zheng's untimely cough suddenly broke the silence. The moment Yun Zheng's voice sounded, Dai Mubai clearly froze for a moment. Zhu Zhuqing quickly jumped down from Dai Mubai's arms and ran towards Yu Qing'er and the other girls as if fleeing. With the soft jade leaving his embrace, Dai Mubai came back to his senses, awkwardly coughed lightly, and pretended to be nonchalant as he walked over to Yun Zheng's side. Yun Zheng clearly saw that when Dai Mubai was walking towards him just now, there was a faint resentment in his eyes. To this, Yun Zheng simply shrugged with confidence. Even if Yun Zheng remained silent, Zhu Zhuqing could not possibly let Dai Mubai hold him all the time, especially since everyone was watching. It would make a bad impression. Ha! Consider yourself lucky, kid, to have encountered such a top-notch soul ring. On the other side, Zhao Wujia was rubbing Oscar's head excitedly. For Zhao Wujia, the happiest thing was watching each student grow little by little, Seeing Oscar obtain a top-notch soul ring made him happier than if he had obtained a soul bone himself. However, Oscar couldn't quite handle Zhao Wujia's affection, his handsome face full of forced smiles. Tang San and Ma Hongjun beside him were also ungrateful, just watching. Ma Hongjun was purely enjoying the misfortune, while Tang San activated his inner scheming nature, both quite pleased to see Oscar in trouble. After a long wait for Zhao Wujia's excitement to pass, they finally let Oscar go. Before Oscar could catch his breath, Zhao Wujia handed him a dagger, saying, "Stab it through its fleshy crown, and this soul ring will be yours." Hearing this, Oscar hesitated for a moment, but still nodded. As a soul master, killing soul beasts was nothing to discuss. Even though Oscar felt a bit reluctant, he knew this was something he had to do. After all, it was the third time already, and he had no reason to be overly sentimental. Meanwhile, Xiao had clearly turned her head away. "Stop." Oscar took a deep breath. Just as he was about to strike and give the phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake a quick end, a sharp shout suddenly rang out, and a pink snake tongue darted towards Oscar like lightning. Oscar was startled. Being powerless, he naturally couldn't dodge this lightning-fast strike. However, Zhao Wujia would not sit idly by. With a cold expression, he slapped out a hand, directly breaking the snake tongue. The figure hidden in the jungle let out a muffled grunt, clearly hurt by Zhao Wujia's hidden strength. "What is this? How dare you attack me from the shadows?" Zhao Wujia snorted coldly, his soul sage-level power surging like a wave towards the direction of the snake tongue. The figure seemed not to have expected Zhao Wujia to be so rough. Hurriedly retreating 2 steps, but fortunately, another force helped her create a barrier that blocked Zhao Wujia's pressure. "Calm down." Following that, a stooped figure walked out from the shadows, first comforting her granddaughter, then looking at Zhao Wujia with a meaningful nod and saying, "I didn't expect to meet the famous immovable king here. It's a pleasure." At the same time, the stooped figure calmly revealed her 6 soul rings, the light of her soul power illuminating the area, allowing Zhao Wujia to see her appearance clearly. Yeah. Isn't that just a soul emperor? What else with a big show? Teacher Zhao also. Upon seeing those 6 soul rings, Ma Hongjun sneered dismissively, speaking in a sarcastic tone. But before Ma Hongjun could finish, Zhao Wujia gave him a slap on the head, interrupting him while smiling at the old woman, saying, "So it's Senior Xiang. A pleasure to meet you." To be honest, Zhao Wujia wasn't necessarily afraid of the Dragon Lord's strength at the soul Douluo level. Although he certainly wasn't a match for the well-known Dragon Lord. In terms of background, Zhao Wujia was confident he could outclass the Dragon Lord by 10 streets. This confidence was given to Zhao Wujia by Yun Zheng and the others. Just look at the backgrounds of the current batch of Shrek Academy students. The only son of the Hao Qian Duo, the daughter and disciple of the Lei Yu Duo, the little princess of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School. Even if the unappreciated Xing Luo prince was not counted, he was not someone the Dragon Lord could provoke. Moreover, after being educated by Yu Zhongbai and Tang Hao that night, Zhao Wujia was confident he could break through to the soul Douluo realm within 3 years. Why would he fear a Dragon Lord? However, it was better to avoid trouble. Although the other party clearly came with ill intentions, Zhao Wujia was still willing to engage in a facade of civility with Xiang before the situation escalated. "May I ask what brings Senior Xiang here?" Zhao Wujia smiled and cupped his hands, feigning ignorance. Xiang looked at Zhao Wujia's shameless demeanor, secretly cursing him, and forced a smile, saying, "My granddaughter is at level 30. This phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake was originally discovered by us first. It was just that this wretched beast was cunning, which allowed it to escape. If the immovable king does not believe it, you can check if there are any injuries I left on its belly." Zhao Wujia frowned slightly upon hearing this, giving Dai Mubai a glance. Dai Mubai understood, walked over to the phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake, and started inspecting it. Xiang waited calmly for the result, her confident demeanor making Zhao Wujia realize that what Xiang said was likely true. If it was as Xiang said, then things were a bit troublesome, as the other party was not forcefully taking it, but standing on reason. "Teacher Zhao, there are none." Just as Zhao Wujia was pondering how to help Oscar keep this soul ring, Dai Mubai's hesitant voice rang in his ear. "This is going to be difficult." Zhao Wujia clicked his tongue lightly, initially thinking Dai Mubai was just remarking that the marks matched, but soon his expression changed, and he incredulously asked Dai Mubai none. Dai Mubai nodded seriously, replying, "The belly of the phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake only has the arrow wounds and frostbite left by Yun Zheng. There are really no other traces." "None? How is that possible?" Before Zhao Wujie could react to Dai Mubai's answer, Kao Xingxiang first let out an incredulous scream, disregarding Dai Mubai's obstruction, and rushed to the phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake to examine it. However, to Kao Xingxiang's surprise, there were indeed only an arrow wound and frostbite marks on the belly of the phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake, with no injury she had left, or rather, her injuries had already been covered. But none of this mattered. What was important was that Kao Xingxiang could no longer prove that this phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake was the one they had encountered first. Zhao Wujie was also taken aback, then burst into laughter, feigning regret as he said, "What a pity, Senior Kao Xingxiang. It seems this phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake is not the one you encountered before. You said the one you encountered had your injuries on its belly, but this one does not. It's evident that this phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake is not the same one you encountered." The logic was clear and reasonable. Zhao Wujie's words made Kao Xingxiang tremble with anger, glaring at Zhao Wujie. But meeting Zhao Wujie's fearless gaze, Kao Xingxiang calmed down. In fact, this time she brought her granddaughter to hunt soul beasts without the dragon lord accompanying them. If she really tore her face with Zhao Wujie, she would be the one at a disadvantage. Now that the evidence was gone, try to reclaim the soul beast from Zhao Wujie. This old rascal was simply wishful thinking. After weighing her options, Kao Xingxiang smiled and gritted her teeth, saying to Zhao Wujie, "It seems that is indeed the case. In that case, we will not disturb the immovable king any longer." "Grandma," Meng Yiran protested, but this time Kao Xingxiang did not indulge her and forcibly dragged her away. Zhao Wujie watched Kao Xingxiang's retreating figure, his eyes slightly moist. If Kao Xingxiang had argued her case, it would have indicated that there was still some room for negotiation. But her decisiveness in leaving showed that she was genuinely angry. It is estimated that the next time they meet, it will be when Long Gong personally visits Shrek Academy. But Zhao Wujie is not worried. It's the same saying, if you have the ability to offend each and every one of his little ancestors, let's see in the end who suffers. Chapter 61. Heaven's calculation is better than man's calculation. How could Kao Xingxiang, a dignified soul emperor, possibly lose a 1,000-year soul beast? In fact, Zhao Wujie understands that their phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake is the same one that Kao Xingxiang encountered earlier. Kao Xingxiang is also well aware of this, but without evidence. Black can turn white. The root of all this lies in Yun Zheng's arrow. If it weren't for Yun Zheng's arrow perfectly covering the wounds left by Kao Xingxiang, Zhao Wujie might have had to tangle with Kao Xingxiang for a while longer over what he had obtained. It would have been impossible for Zhao Wujie to take it out again, but without Yun Zheng's fortunate shot, things could not have been so easily resolved. And Zhao Wujie couldn't have justifiably asked Kao Xingxiang to leave. Thinking of this, Zhao Wujie couldn't help but glance at Yun Zheng. Noticing Zhao Wujie's gaze, Yun Zheng just innocently shrugged. Zhao Wujie didn't think much of it. He didn't believe Yun Zheng did it on purpose, and he only thought it was a coincidence. After all, in Zhao Wujie's view, no matter how clever Yun Zheng is, he couldn't possibly predict the future, right? They can only consider Kao Xingxiang and her granddaughter unlucky. But in reality, Yun Zheng did it on purpose. Yun Zheng is not intentionally targeting Chao Tianxiang and Meng Yiran. He simply doesn't want Tang San and Meng Yiran to compete against each other. Yun Zheng certainly knows that doing this might offend the Dragon Lord and the Serpent Lady. But with the Dragon Lord at level 80 and the nearly 10,000-year-old Titan Great Ape, Yun Zheng would still make this simple choice. Compared to the latter, Yun Zheng would rather offend the former than face the latter. Yun Zheng will not forget that in the original story, Tang San broke through to level 30 during his spar with Meng Yiran. After that, everyone delayed until nightfall to find a third soul ring for Tang San, which is when they encountered the Titan Giant Ape. The fundamental reason for the Shrek group's encounter with the Titan Giant Ape is indeed Xiao Wu. But the direct reason is that Tang San broke through to level 30. If it weren't for the purpose of hunting a third soul ring for Tang San, they might not have encountered the Titan Giant Ape at all. Yun Zheng had to admit that he was selfish. Through his actions, Tang San not only lost the opportunity to break through level 30, but also lost the powerful 8 Spider Lance. But that was the Titan Giant Ape. Yun Zheng didn't dare to take the gamble. Although there were no casualties in the original story, what if a soul beast like the Titan Giant Ape could easily move mountains and shake the earth? Who could withstand that? As for Tang San, he could always compensate him later. 5 years from now, when Yun Zheng helped Xiao Wu survive the soul hunting operation from the Spirit Hall, he could repay today's selfishness, right? Get moving. If you don't act soon, this phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake will freeze to death. At the same time, Dai Mubai patted Oscar, urging him. The erosion of extreme ice was not something to be taken lightly. Oh, Oscar nodded, as if waking from a dream, no longer hesitating, and with one strike. He ended the phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake. When it had just approached Zhao Tianxiang, he thought his third soul ring was in jeopardy, but unexpectedly, after a few words, Zhao Tianxiang left with her granddaughter. Now, Oscar was afraid that Zhao Tianxiang would change her mind, and he had no more hesitation. A purple soul ring rose from the head of the phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake. Oscar took a deep breath, sat down, summoned his sausage martial soul, and began to absorb the soul ring. Zhao Wujie protected Oscar, while Dai Mubai and Yun Zheng stood guard, and the four girls along with Ma Hongjun went to prepare food. Not to mention anything else, Ma Hongjun did have a talent for eating. Not only could he eat, but he could also cook. Dai Mubai and Oscar often teased him that if he didn't become a soul master, he could make a fortune as a chef. Just like Ma Hongjun thought that if Yun Zheng didn't become a soul master, he could probably make a living as a fortune teller. To get back on track, everyone was experienced and knew that absorbing a soul ring was a slow process, especially for a support soul master like Oscar. Absorbing a 1,000-year soul ring would take at least 1 or 2 hours, and during that time, they couldn't just wait idly. They had to fill their stomachs. To put it bluntly, when you're out and about, even if you die, you can't do it on an empty stomach. As for Tang San, he had been tense for a long time, and after consuming a lot of soul power dealing with the phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake, he began to recover. An hour and a half later, Oscar finally succeeded in absorbing the soul ring, opening his eyes slowly. The others had already surrounded him, asking in a flurry, "How do you feel? What ability did you gain this time? What kind of sausage is it? Is it delicious?" Needless to say, the last question was definitely asked by Ma Hongjun. He. In response to everyone's inquiries, Oscar didn't give an answer, but instead began to laugh to himself, looking quite excited. TSK, is this guy's condition getting worse? Dai Mubai looked at Oscar's mischievous demeanor, clicked his tongue, and said in exasperation, "I'm just curious if this guy's third soul skill is tasty." Ma Hongjun licked his lips and then turned to Yun Zheng beside him, asking seriously, half immortal, "Can you help me predict?" Hearing this, Yun Zheng rolled his eyes in annoyance and scolded, "Do you really think I'm a fortune teller?" Dai Mubai and the others were chatting back and forth, seemingly forgetting about Oscar, who was the party involved. "You idiot just knows how to eat. My third soul skill is flying." Oscar huffed, feeling displeased. Flying? Upon hearing these two words, Dai Mubai's eyes widened in shock as he stared at Oscar, seemingly wanting to confirm whether he had heard wrong. As a land creature that walks on 2 legs, who wouldn't want to soar freely like a bird? Moreover, isn't it said that adding wings to a tiger makes it even more formidable? It goes without saying that if he could fly, Dai Mubai's mobility in battle would undergo a transformation. Why don't we try the taste first? Ma Hongjun was less interested in flying. Instead, he was more focused on how Oscar's third soul skill would taste. As a soul master of the evil fire phoenix, although he was currently restricted by soul power and unable to fly, he knew that sooner or later, he would be able to soar the skies like Flanders. Oscar shot Ma Hongjun an annoyed glare, ignoring him, and then turned to Dai Mubai, saying, "That's right, it's flying for 1 minute. 1 minute." Upon hearing this, Dai Mubai's expression visibly fell, and he laughed dryly. 1 minute. If we encounter a wider canyon, we probably won't be able to make it across. In response to Dai Mubai's skepticism, Oscar seemed to have anticipated it, chuckling and playfully asking, "What if it's flying at the speed of a phoenix-tailed chicken-crowned snake for 1 minute?" The speed of a phoenix-tailed chicken-crowned snake. Oscar's shocking words startled everyone, including the girls like Yu Qing and Dai Mubai. Even Ma Hongjun, who had initially scoffed, widened his mouth in surprise, looking at Oscar. Flying at the speed of a phoenix-tailed chicken-crowned snake for 1 minute would cover at least 2 kilometers. Even among them, the fastest, Zhu Qing, would struggle to match that. Finally, this trip wasn't in vain. The most excited was Zhao Wujie, who slapped Oscar on the back, his face filled with joy. "Just for this soul skill, even if we offend the Dragon King, it's worth it." Once the excitement subsided, Yun Zheng suggested, "Since Oscar has already found his third soul ring, our purpose for this trip has been achieved. We should leave here quickly." "Yeah." Zhao Wujie nodded after pondering for a moment, saying, "Let's head back to the academy. After all, we are in the Stardow Forest, and even the outskirts are filled with danger. Moreover, we just offended the Dragon King and the Snake Lady. It would be troublesome if they came back for revenge. Teacher Zhao, I think we might not be able to go back yet." Just after Zhao Wujie finished speaking, Tang San suddenly said, Hmm. Tang Sand smiled shyly. Scratching his head, I just broke through the 30th level bottleneck while adjusting my breathing. What? The moment Tang Sect finished speaking, Yun Zheng was dumbfounded. Chapter 62. Titan Giant Ape. Although Yun Zheng exclaimed, the others were not surprised because they were equally astonished. A 12-year-old soul master. There are hardly any on the entire continent. Indeed, among them, Yu Qing and Xiao Wu would likely break through to soul master at the age of 12 and might even surpass Tang Sand's record. But at this moment, Tang Sand was the first among them to break through to soul master. Third brother, you are amazing. Don't worry, Xiao San. We will take care of the spirit beast matters. The group sent their blessings and praises to Tang Sand, who also showed a genuine smile. Yun Zheng also forced a smile. After all, Tang Sand's breakthrough to Soul Master was a joyous occasion, and it wouldn't do to let Yun Zheng wear a long face. After the group had their fun, Zhao Wuji spoke up. All right, let's head south for another 10 miles, set up camp, and find a great soul ring for Xiao San tomorrow. Yes. By the time Oscar began absorbing the phoenix-tailed chicken-crowned snake's soul ring, it was already noon. Afterward, Oscar spent another hour and a half absorbing the soul ring, and now it was already late afternoon. Although the sun was still high in the sky, it wouldn't be long until nightfall. Once the sun began to set, countless monsters would emerge in the Stardow Forest, and even the outskirts would be extremely dangerous for humans. For soul masters, the best way to face the forest at night is to find a relatively safe place and stay put, without trying to compete with the soul beasts that have night vision. After half an hour, Zhao Wuji led everyone to a relatively safe hillside, and unless something unexpected happened, they would spend the night there. You guys prepare dinner with the girls, and the rest of us set up the tents. Dai Mubai, being the oldest, naturally took on the role of the leader and organized everyone's tasks. However, Oscar clearly could not accept Dai Mubai's arrangement and indignantly ran up to him, shouting, "Why do I have to prepare dinner with the girls?" Dai Mubai looked at Oscar with disdain. If it weren't for his pride, Dai Mubai would have preferred to prepare dinner with Zhu Qing. This guy actually looked down on it. As the big brother, Dai Mubai was intentionally creating opportunities for Oscar to get close to Ning Rongrong. It was one thing for Oscar not to appreciate it, but now he was turning it against him. Make the most of it. Ma Hongjun put his arm around Oscar's shoulder and said casually, "Preparing dinner? Isn't that your specialty? It's called professional alignment. By the way, what exactly is your third soul skill, the sausage? Can you add a meal?" As soon as he said this, both Dai Mubai and Oscar were speechless. Ma Hongjun didn't mention the effect of Oscar's third soul skill, but he couldn't stop thinking about the taste. This guy was simply greedy. Forget it. Dai Mubai sighed helplessly and said to Oscar, "Even if we don't eat it, we had to take a look." "You idiot, what does your third soul skill look like?" "It will be dark soon." "Since you all sincerely asked, then I will generously tell you." Under repeated questioning from Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun, Oscar proudly snorted, pointed skyward, and pretended to say, "Let you see my magnificent third soul skill that can make you take off just by eating it." Then Oscar dramatically recited, "I have a mushroom sausage." I knew it. This idiot's soul chant is getting more and more disgusting. As soon as Oscar finished speaking, Dai Mubai facepalmed, cursing under his breath. And Ma Hongjun also clicked his tongue. Although Oscar's sausage tasted pretty good, his soul chant was indeed quite off-putting. But one must admit, Oscar had the courage to shout out his soul chant so loudly. At the same time, a sausage with a mushroom cap appeared at the tip of Oscar's finger. The sausage, topped with a bulging mushroom cap, could only be described with the word vile. It was true that Oscar's first and second soul skills were sausages, but at least they didn't have mushroom caps on top. As soon as the sausage appeared, Zhu Qing and the others all blushed, and Ma Hongjun chuckled awkwardly, saying, "I suddenly realized that I'm not that curious about the taste of this sausage after all. Oomph. If you don't eat it, I'll eat it myself." Oscar also blushed for once, but after all, it was his soul skill. He feigned disdain and snorted coldly, then tilted his head back and swallowed his uniquely shaped third soul skill. As Oscar swallowed the mushroom sausage, a howling wind came rushing in, and the sky, which was still dimly lit, suddenly turned pitch black. Ma Hongjun looked up at the sky with a cold expression and muttered foolishly, "Didn't they say we were flying? Why did it suddenly get dark?" Gulp. Oscar swallowed hard and said with difficulty, "It wasn't me." Boom! The next moment, a massive rock flew toward him, and Oscar stood frozen in place, unable to react at all. At this moment, Yun Zheng, who had been on high alert, instantly appeared beside Oscar, grabbing him and shouting, "What are you standing there for? Run! Roar!" Just as Yun Zheng finished speaking, a thunderous roar echoed, and in an instant, sand and stones flew everywhere. The wind howled furiously, and only the two enormous beastly eyes in the sky emitted a chilling aura. Titan Great Ape? Tang Sect and Zhao Wujin recognized the massive beast that overshadowed everything, and both of their pupils shrank in unison, their hearts racing. The king of the forest. The Titan Great Ape, an apex existence among soul beasts, with power, speed, and defense that were nearly flawless. A century of cultivation could rival a millennium soul beast, and this Titan Great Ape had at least 50,000 years of cultivation, equivalent to a title de law among soul masters. Zhao Wujin understood almost instantly that it was nearly impossible for them to retreat unscathed today. Mubai, Zhao Wujin shouted sternly, you take everyone and leave. Don't worry about me. While I'm not here, you have to protect everyone. After saying this, Zhao Wujin didn't wait for Dai Mubai to react and took a step forward, taking a deep breath and pretending to be relaxed as he said, Respected king of the forest, we mean no offense. If we unintentionally trespassed into your territory, we will leave immediately. Boom! Before Zhao Wujin could finish speaking, the Titan Great Ape showed a mocking expression, and with a single punch, it smashed down, creating a deep pit just a fist distance away from Zhao Wujin. Zhao Wujin was momentarily stunned, and then boundless rage surged within him. He roared, summoning the body of the Great Bear, leaping high, and activating the first, third, and fifth soul rings simultaneously, charging toward the Titan Great Ape while shouting at Dai Mubai, Get them out of here. The Titan Great Ape could understand Zhao Wujin's words, but it didn't hear a single word. Its only purpose for coming was to see Xiao Wu. If it weren't for seeing Xiao Wu with Zhao Wujin and the others, the Titan Great Ape would have already wiped them out effortlessly. How could the Titan Great Ape have any goodwill toward human soul masters? However, since Zhao Wujin dared to attack it, the Titan Great Ape didn't mind teaching this reckless human soul master a lesson. The Titan Great Ape merely extended a finger and sent the charging Zhao Wujin flying back. Immediately afterward, the Titan Great Ape casually threw a rock, startling Zhao Wujin, who was about to defend himself, but Dai Mubai suddenly rushed out and blocked the giant rock for Zhao Wujin. Dai Mubai, are you crazy? Didn't I tell you to take them away from here? Seeing Dai Mubai, Zhao Wujin felt both moved and angry, shouting loudly to cover up his unusual feelings. You are the one who is crazy. Dai Mubai gritted his teeth to resist the giant rock and squeezed out a sentence from between his teeth. I wouldn't let Tang Sect and Yun Zheng do something so disgusting. With that, Dai Mubai's third soul ring lit up, his strength and soul power surged, and after a loud shout, he shattered the giant rock. You! Zhao Wujin choked, tears shimmering in his tiger-like eyes. Whoosh! Just as Zhao Wujin was about to say something, an ice arrow suddenly shot through the space between him and Dai Mubai, followed closely by a tree engulfed in phoenix flames. At the same time, Tang Sang's clear voice rang out, Boss Dai, sorry, we can't do something so disgusting. Chapter 63. Consider it a debt you owe me. Roar. With the help of Ma Hongjun, Yu Qing and Zhu Zhuqing, Tang Sect hurled a ferocious fire tree at the Titan Great Ape, but while the momentum was fierce, the force was insufficient. The Titan Great Ape merely roared, and the shockwave extinguished the flames. The fire tree was destroyed by the violent wind before it could even get close to the Titan Great Ape. Although Yun Zheng's ice arrow has armor-breaking effects, he is still just a great soul master. Even the ultimate ice, when it falls on the Titan Great Ape's mountain-like body, is like a mud cow entering the sea, never to return. Damn it, Zhao Wujia cursed. When we get back to the academy, just wait and see how I deal with you. Then we'll talk about it when we get back. Dai Mubai laughed heartily, completely unafraid. The Titan Great Ape became somewhat irritated when it saw these two humans daring to joke in front of it. Although it wouldn't strike with full force out of consideration for Xiao Wu, giving them a little lesson was still acceptable. With this thought in mind, the Titan Great Ape stretched out a finger and pointed it down at Dai Mubai. Zhao Wujia was one thing, being a soul sage after all, but Dai Mubai, a mere soul zune, was like an ant that could be killed with a sneeze. How dare it lay hands on it? You beast! Zhao Wujia would not let the Titan Great Ape succeed. In a fit of anger, he thought little of the consequences. The seventh soul ring suddenly lit up, and a mixed yellow-gold light shone in the night, revealing the powerful body of the great strength diamond bear. With a push of its giant palm, it blocked the Titan Great Ape's finger. The martial soul's true form, a life and death soul skill of a high-level soul master above level 70, allowed the first 6 soul skills to be used without restrictions in this state, and their power was increased by 150%. Ning Rongrong even exhausted all her soul power to add enhancements of strength and speed to Zhao Wujie, granting him base attributes comparable to those of a soul Douluo. The seven-treasure glazed tile school is undoubtedly the #1 support martial soul on the continent for a reason, besides its powerful support effects. The absolute enhancement that ignores the gap in realms is also a divine skill that countless soul masters flock to. However, even so, the Titan Great Ape remained disdainful. To put it bluntly, the Titan Great Ape never took the situation seriously from the beginning. What is the martial soul's true form matter? What is the attribute enhancement of soul Douluo matter? Even if a title Douluo were to descend and go all out, it would only end up with a 50-50 chance against the Titan Great Ape. On the other side, everyone was doing their utmost to help Zhao Wujie resist the Titan Great Ape, but only Xiao Wu intentionally avoided the front lines, her expression somewhat conflicted. There were only 4 people left behind. Oscar was helping a fatigued Ning Rongrong, and Yun Zheng's gaze flickered as he instantly appeared beside Xiao Wu and whispered, "If I were you, I would leave with it." Upon hearing this, Xiao Wu trembled, looking at Yun Zheng in shock. Her eyes filled with countless questions she wanted to ask, but she didn't know how to start. Yun Zheng casually shot an arrow, helping Yu Qing'er in front of him knock down a piece of falling rock. His tone became somewhat stiff as he continued, "If you don't want everyone to fall into danger, then leave with this big guy. Trust me, no matter who suffers any mishap, you can't bear that responsibility." After saying this, Yun Zheng didn't care about Xiao Wu's reaction and used Xuanbu to leave, joining Yu Qing'er in battle. Meanwhile, Zhao Wujie's martial soul avatar had already been broken by the Titan giant ape, and he spat out a mouthful of blood before falling from the sky. This scene stimulated Xiao Wu, and she no longer hesitated. Using the falling rocks in the air, she jumped several times and charged towards the Titan giant ape, but was pulled back by Tang Sect's control crane catching dragon technique. However, just like no one can wake a person pretending to be asleep, no one could stop someone intent on seeking death. Xiao Wu's scorpion braid entangled Tang Sect, and with a twist of her waist, she flung him back while she herself was caught by the Titan giant ape. With its target in hand, the Titan giant ape ignored the rest, let out a roar that sent everyone reeling back, and then left. What happened next was rather uneventful. Ma Hongjun and the others were still feeling grateful to have survived, and they indeed should be grateful, as encountering the Titan giant ape in the Stardow Great Forest and only losing one person was already a stroke of luck amidst misfortune. Though it was unfair to Xiao Wu, it was a fact that, generally, encountering a soul beast like the Titan giant ape in the Stardow Great Forest usually meant total annihilation. Everyone actually understood that being taken by the Titan giant ape meant the chances of survival were slim to none, but Tang Sect clearly couldn't accept this. He wanted to see Xiao Wu alive or her corpse. He was determined to bring her back. Rationally speaking, the best course of action now would be to rest for a bit and immediately leave this dangerous place, then come back to find Xiao Wu. But Tang Sect didn't care. He had always avoided confronting his feelings for Xiao Wu, but now he understood that he had fallen in love with her. Without Xiao Wu, his life would be meaningless. Even if he had to die, he wanted to die with her. Under this almost twisted obsession, Tang Sect's eyes turned crimson as he fixed his gaze on Oscar, demanding that he give him a flying mushroom sausage. If Oscar had experienced enough and remained rational, he should not have helped Tang Sect. Letting someone with an unbalanced mindset, someone who was even seeking death, recklessly venture into the perilous Stardow Great Forest to chase the Titan giant ape was akin to sending him to his death. However, young people value emotions above all, and Tang Sect's sincere and passionate feelings deeply touched Oscar, who, almost unconsciously, handed the flying mushroom sausage to Tang Sect. Family, love, and friendship for young men. Emotions often outweigh reason. Coincidentally, besides Zhao Wujie, everyone else present was also young. By the time Zhao Wujie realized what was happening, Tang Sect had already consumed the flying mushroom sausage. Zhao Wujie wanted to stop him, but unexpectedly, not only had Oscar been moved, but the others were also touched. When Zhao Wujie reached out to grab Tang Sect, Ning Rongrong cast a beam of amplification light on Tang Sect, sending him flying. The others also pleaded with Zhao Wujie to give Tang Sect a chance. Zhao Wujie was already suffering from a splitting headache due to the backlash from his martial soul, and now he was so angry he couldn't speak. Nevertheless, he absolutely could not let Tang Sect go to his death. He had to bring him back. When everyone found Tang Sect, he was already absorbing the soul ring of the face demon spider. Seeing this scene, Yun Zheng couldn't help but marvel at the powerful inertia of history. Tang Sect absorbing this soul ring was already beyond the time limit. And coupled with the fact that the face demon spider's soul ring contained deadly poison, everyone dared not disturb Tang Sect and could only wait quietly, hoping he would succeed. Fortunately, Tang Sect's process of absorbing the soul ring was progressing smoothly, and they only needed to wait. And wait they did for several hours. By the time the sky was just beginning to brighten, even Xiao Wu had returned, but Tang Sect still had not awakened. While everyone was delighted at Xiao Wu's return, they were also puzzled. In response, Xiao Wu explained that she was unclear about what happened. After the Titan giant ape grabbed her, she fainted, and when she woke up, the Titan giant ape had already disappeared. She even benefited from the incident, breaking through to the 30th level. Additionally, since the surrounding soul beasts had been knocked out by the Titan giant ape, she found a suitable soul beast to hunt and obtained a 1000-year level 3rd soul ring. Xiao Wu's explanation was clearly not enough to convince everyone, but since she had returned, it was a good thing, and no one dwelled on it too much. Of course, Xiao Wu wouldn't forget what Yun Zheng had said to her before, and during the quiet of the night, she deliberately stayed up with Yun Zheng. The person who should have been on watch was Zhao Wujie, but now he was suffering from the backlash of his martial soul, and was the one who needed rest the most. You know my identity? Xiao Wu asked Yun Zheng. Conflicted, Yun Zheng shrugged ambiguously and said, I just happen to know. Actually, it's not just me. Sanji's father should already know your identity too. Yun Zheng did not mention that Yu Zhongbai might already know Xiao Wu's identity, to avoid scaring her. After all, for Xiao Wu, there is a clear distinction between Tang Sect's father and Yu Qing'er's father. Although she already knew, hearing Yun Zheng's certainty caused Xiao Wu to pause. Especially when she learned that Tang Sect's father also knew her true identity. Xiao Wu's face turned pale. She understood that the transformation of a soul beast after 100,000 years meant something significant. If only Yun Zheng knew, that would be one thing. But if Tang Sect's father knew as well, it would mean she might not be able to stay by Tang Sect's side any longer. Seeing the change in Xiao Wu's expression, Yun Zheng chuckled lightly and said, Don't overthink it. Right now, no one knows your true identity. And Tang Sect's father has not stopped you from dating him, which already shows our stance. The reason I pointed out your identity today is just to prevent those two in the core area from bothering you for no reason, whether now or in the future. Tang Sect and I are not dating, Xiao Wu exclaimed, her face suddenly turning red, almost instinctively denying it. Yun Zheng chuckled and said, Say whatever you want. Yun Zheng was too lazy to argue with Xiao Wu, as fairness is in the hearts of the people. And it was only Tang Sect and Xiao Wu themselves who were unwilling to admit it. As for the Titan giant ape and the sky blue bull python, Xiao Wu had already taught them a lesson, and without her permission, they wouldn't disturb her life again. Xiao Wu glared at Yun Zheng angrily and fell silent again. Anyway, thank you. After a while, Xiao Wu finally spoke hesitantly. But can you please continue to keep this secret from me, especially from my brother? I don't want him to know. That's fine, but that counts as you owe me a favor. Yun Zheng thought for a moment, raised an eyebrow, and said casually, Wow, you're so stingy. Hearing Yun Zheng's joking tone, Xiao Wu felt relieved and playfully scolded him. I'm not like Sange. I can't just work for you for free. My gentleness belongs to Qing. How can you even say that about me and my brother when you are just the same with Qing'er? Sorry, but Qing'er and I are not siblings. Chapter 64. Young People's Night. After Tang Sect woke up, Yun Zheng and the others left the Stardow Forest. It is worth mentioning that previously, Oscar's phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake had stolen Meng Yiran's soul beast, and this time Tang Sect's faceless spider had once again stolen Meng Yiran's soul beast. And both times Meng Yiran caught them in the act. This time, Meng Yiran also brought her grandfather, Long Gong, along. After having her prey stolen twice in a row, not only was Meng Yiran angry, but her grandfather Long Gong was also furious, seemingly ready to seek justice for her. However, when Ning Rongrong took out the 7-treasure Glazed Tile School's sect master token, the old man backed down, which disappointed Zhao Wujie somewhat. After sending Long Gong and Snake Granny away, Yun Zheng and the others also prepared to return to the academy. By the time everyone returned to the academy, it was already late at night. Zhao Wujie instructed everyone, Go back and rest. There will be a holiday for the next 2 days, and classes will resume in 3 days. Is that clear? Yes. Seeing Yun Zheng and the others nodding, Zhao Wujie was too tired to worry about whether this group of energetic little ones understood, and he waved his hand wearily before heading back to his room. The backlash from his martial spirit had lasted 7 days. Zhao Wujie was still in the backlash period, feeling weak and dizzy. Now that they were back at the academy, He didn't need to worry about Yun Zheng and their safety. He just wanted to sleep. Even if Yun Zheng blew up the academy, Zhao Wujie didn't want to deal with it. Let Flinder handle it. After Zhao Wujie left, Ma Hongjun immediately revealed his true self and exclaimed excitedly, "It feels so good to be home. Is there anyone who wants to join me for a late-night snack? What time is it? All you think about is eating." Oscar scoffed, casting a disdainful glance at Ma Hongjun, scolding him. "You know nothing. Being able to eat is a blessing." Facing Oscar's ridicule, Ma Hongjun didn't care. In his view, it was Oscar who had the problem for not being enthusiastic about eating. After saying that, Ma Hongjun simply stopped looking at Oscar and the others, turning instead to look at Zhu Zhuqing and the other girls. Zhu Zhuqing didn't even glance at Ma Hongjun and left on her own, while Xiao Wu and Yu Qing'er stuck out their tongues and said, "Sorry, eating something so greasy at night will give you acne." Ning Rongrong looked troubled, completely unaware of Ma Hongjun. After being rejected by the girls, Ma Hongjun waved his hand indifferently and said, "If you guys aren't eating, I'll eat by myself." He was just asking out of courtesy anyway. Ma Hongjun had never intended to eat late-night snacks with the girls. Despite Ma Hongjun's foolish appearance, he was actually very clear-headed. His brothers all had clear goals, and he dared not dig into their territory. After saying that, Ma Hongjun excitedly ran towards the kitchen. Dai Mubai looked at Ma Hongjun's departing figure speechlessly and said, "Everyone has had a long day. Let's all go back and rest." As soon as he finished speaking, Dai Mubai hurriedly chased after Zhu Zhuqing. Although it was already late at night, in reality, no one felt sleepy, including Yun Zheng. After sending Yu Qing'er and Ning Rongrong back to their dormitory, Yun Zheng found a quiet big tree, leapt up gently, and leisurely leaned against a branch, gazing at the bright moon in the sky with a strange glint in his eyes. It must be admitted that although the Douluo Continent is technologically backward and lacks entertainment, the environment is still charming without the pollution caused by industrial reform. The fresh air is refreshing, the night breeze caresses the face, dreamlike fireflies dance among the bushes, and the sound of flowing water plays an ethereal melody in the ears. After the new rain in the empty mountains, the weather turns to autumn. The bright moon shines between the pines, and the clear spring flows over the stones. The ancient poem truly captivates, but unfortunately, I didn't memorize more back then, so now I can only recite this one. Yun Zheng rested his arms behind his head, murmuring with a sense of nostalgia. According to the calendar from Yun Zheng's past life, today should be the Mid-Autumn Festival, a good day not only for a holiday, but also for eating mooncakes. Unfortunately here, Yun Zheng could only celebrate it by himself. Indeed, the seasonal festivals on the Douluo Continent cannot be compared to those on Earth. But that round moon in the sky truly stirred Yun Zheng's memories of the past. People are like that. They overlook the things within reach and yearn for the existence that is far beyond their grasp. Yun Zheng was the same. When he was on Earth, he had once fantasized about crossing into a new dimension, reaching the pinnacle of the world. The Douluo Continent had also been a beautiful world in his imagination. However, after truly crossing over, Yun Zheng found himself missing home. In his hometown, there were no extraordinary powers. Personal strength could not surpass that of the group, and one could not become a god who observes eternal life. But at least there was a sense of harmony and stability. Ordinary people did not need to climb desperately to enjoy equal treatment, which was something Douluo Continent could never compare to Earth. Yun Zheng. Just as Yun Zheng's thoughts were drifting, a playful voice pulled him back to reality. Yun Zheng looked down and was taken aback. "Qing, what are you doing here?" Upon hearing this, Yu Qing'er huffed with displeasure, pointed her toes, and leaped in front of Yun Zheng, confidently saying, "Of course I'm here to find you. Don't you like to come out and watch the moon every late autumn and year-end? You can watch it all night long." Yun Zheng was taken aback, as if a warm current flowed through his heart. Immediately after, Yu Qing'er, without waiting for Yun Zheng to respond, opened her delicate arms and said sweetly, "Hug." Yun Zheng's heart stirred, but thinking of the lightning scars on Zhao Wujie's body, he could only chuckle dryly and wave his hand, saying, "I'm not that fragile yet." Yun Zheng's refusal made Yu Qing'er a bit unhappy. She frowned slightly, pouted her lips, grabbed Yun Zheng's arm, and playfully scolded, "Come here." Saying this, Yu Qing'er had already pulled Yun Zheng into her embrace, tightly holding him, resting her delicate head on his shoulder, and affectionately rubbed her cheek against his before smiling with satisfaction. Wrapped in the soft body of the girl, Yun Zheng's face turned red, and after a symbolic struggle, he half-heartedly submitted. It seemed that no one intended to sleep that night. Yun Zheng and Yu Qing'er were watching the moon on the tree branches. Ma Hongjun was busy cooking in the kitchen, and the others were also occupied. On the other side of the village, Zhu Zhuqing stood on an abandoned temple, quietly playing the inner hands, the serene music spreading its melody in the night. Under the bright moon, the girl's elegant face and the surrounding environment painted a beautifully cold and exquisite picture. Dai Mubai obediently sat cross-legged on a tree stump under the temple, silently gazing at the girl playing the starry melody. Tang San and Oscar were discussing what happened yesterday. Even now, Oscar was still feeling uneasy. In fact, when Oscar handed the flying mushroom sausage to Tang San, he had already regretted it. The task of an auxiliary soul master is to help others, not to send them to their deaths. If Tang San really died in the Stardow Forest, Oscar would feel guilty for a lifetime. However, Tang San did not take it to heart. He even felt he wasn't qualified to forgive Oscar because he was truly grateful that Oscar had helped him. After hearing Tang San's words, Oscar felt relieved, and their friendship grew closer. Among young people, there are no schemes or intrigues, only sincerity, which is why friendships in youth are so precious. Before maturity, 3 months of friendship can be remembered for a lifetime, but after maturity, 3 years of friendship can be forgotten easily. This distinguishes heartfelt connections from those based on benefits. This was also the reason why Yu Zhongbai and Tang Hao restrained themselves from each other. 12-year-old boys, after studying together for a year or two, are likely to become friends. If Yun Zheng and Tang San get along well, their elders cannot make it difficult for the children, right? If Yun Zheng and Tang San were both 20 years old, perhaps Yu Zhongbai and Tang Hao wouldn't be so easy to talk to. Back to the main topic. While Tang San and Oscar were chatting idly, Ning Rongrong suddenly walked over and took Tang San away. This scene was just caught by Xiao Wu in the dormitory. If nothing unexpected happens, Tang San would have to give Xiao Wu an explanation in these 2 days. Meanwhile, Zhao Wuji in the room heard the commotion outside, snorted, and muttered half enviously and half resentfully. Young people have so much hair. Staying up late now, they'll have to pay for it later. In the dean's office, Flinders smiled lightly and sighed. The academy is going to be lively again. 2 days later, since today was class time, everyone got up early, except for Tang San and Xiao Wu, who had not arrived yet. In the past 2 days, Tang San had nearly caused a fire in the backyard. Although he had already explained to Xiao Wu that he was just discussing the hidden weapon trade with Ning Rongrong that night, he had indeed neglected Xiao Wu while busy discussing pricing with Ning Rongrong, which made Xiao Wu very jealous. If nothing unexpected happens, Tang San is currently busy comforting Xiao Wu. When a girl is unhappy, reasoning doesn't work. The right approach is to say the right words first. Even someone as reserved and innocent as Tang San knows this well. However, the one who is truly the most unfortunate is Oscar. While Xiao Wu has Tang San to comfort her when she's jealous, when Oscar is jealous, Ning Rongrong doesn't even notice, and only a few brothers are there to console him. Sometimes, Oscar would complain to Yun Zheng that Yu Qing'er and Ning Rongrong are always together, making it difficult for him to get close to Ning Rongrong. But what can Yun Zheng do? They're close friends, and it's only natural for them to get along well. It can only be said that Oscar's pursuit of the goddess's favor is still a long way to go. By the way, have you noticed that today's breakfast is particularly abundant and filling? Ma Hongjun, while gobbling down his food, mumbled, "The dean has struck it rich?" Oscar didn't even hear what Ma Hongjun was saying, sighing to himself and absent-mindedly looking at Ning Rongrong chatting with Zhu Zhuqing on the other side, almost showing his resentment on his face. Yun Zheng and Yu Qing'er were sitting closely together, their sweet and intimate actions making others envious. Only Dai Mubai rolled his eyes and replied, "Is there still so much drama when you have food?" Ma Hongjun thought for a moment and agreed. Whether it was Flanders suddenly having conscience or finding money, it had nothing to do with them. Being able to eat meat to their fill was the happiest thing. At that moment, a deeply suppressed roar suddenly came from the back mountain of the academy, as if experiencing some panic or enduring some kind of pain. Was that the voice of Xiao San? Hearing this sound, Dai Mubai frowned and pondered suspiciously. It's definitely Xiao San's voice. Oscar also came back to his senses from his melancholy and said with certainty, "Let's go take a look." Yun Zheng decisively led the way, taking Yu Qing'er with him toward the back mountain. Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong didn't hesitate either and followed Yun Zheng out. "Wait for me to finish this bowl." Just as Dai Mubai and Oscar were about to rush out, Ma Hongjun quickly stopped them, grabbing a bowl of braised meat and stuffing it into his mouth. Dai Mubai clicked his tongue in annoyance, pulling Ma Hongjun along as they ran out, still cursing. "Will you starve to death if you eat one less bite?" A few minutes later, the 8 of them arrived at the back mountain, lined up in a row, looking at the blushing Xiao Wu and Tang San, who was shirtless with 8 sharp spider legs on his back. The expressions of the crowd varied. Some were teasing, some were amused, and some were awkward, each showing a different reaction, which made for quite a scene. Just seconds ago, Xiao Wu and Tang San were about to kiss, and it was clear that Yun Zheng and the others had arrived at an opportune moment. Ma Hongjun, holding the bowl, said in confusion, "What is this? Role-playing?" Who knows why Ma Hongjun thought of role-playing? Perhaps his thinking was quite unique. No one paid attention to this foolish remark. At least Dai Mu Bai was relatively composed, frowning as he carefully examined the spider spears on Tang San's back, and said in a deep voice, "What a peculiar soul power fluctuation. It's a bit like Yun Zheng's external soul bone." Oscar followed up on Dai Mu Bai's words, providing a definitive answer. The expressions of Yu Qing'er and the other girls also turned serious. Yu Qing'er, Ning Rongrong, and Zhu Zhuqing all came from distinguished backgrounds. They were not unfamiliar with what external soul bones were. Upon hearing this, Ma Hongjuan's heart skipped a beat, and he asked in surprise, 8 external soul bones? Once this was said, everyone fell silent. Yun Zheng even patted Ma Hongjun on the shoulder and said earnestly, "Read more, think more. Don't let that big brain of yours become a flashy but useless ornament. That way, you won't see everything as an unsolved mystery." "What? Can't I ask if I don't understand?" Ma Hongjun, realizing the teasing tone in Yun Zheng's words, protested aggrievedly. "This is an external soul bone." At this moment, before Yun Zheng could respond, a steady and serious voice came from behind the group. "Teacher." Tang San and Xiao Wu could see who had arrived, and Tang San immediately rejoiced, striding over and respectfully bowing. At the same time, Yun Zheng and the others also saw the appearance of the master. The first impression the master gave everyone was one of cleanliness and simplicity. From his clothing to his hairstyle, there was not a single unnecessary detail. His clothes were all black and gray, looking extremely understated and plain. With a stubbly face and a weathered appearance, he bore a look of hardship. Even upon seeing his beloved disciple, he could only muster a stiff smile, clearly a man with a story. Upon seeing the master, Dai Mu Bai and the others began to whisper among themselves. "Yun Zheng, who is this uncle? Yu King Ea Kvitli Uskit Yun Zheng." Hearing this question, Yun Zheng awkwardly tugged at the corner of his mouth and finally replied, "He is your 3rd uncle." Indeed, the master had been expelled from the blue electric tyrannical dragon clan genealogy, but in the Yu family, he had never been removed from the family tree. So it was not wrong for Yu Qing'er to call the master 3rd uncle. He is. Upon hearing Yun Zheng's answer, Yu Qing'er instinctively covered her mouth, her eyes wide with surprise. Yun Zheng nodded and gave Lu Yuqing an affirmative answer. "He is the master of Shaosan." Oscar looked at the master, hesitantly murmuring. The others, including Dai Mu Bai, also showed expressions of disappointment. Everyone had high expectations for Tang San's master, as they believed that someone capable of teaching such an outstanding disciple must be knowledgeable, powerful, and imposing. However, the master was clearly very different from their imagination. The master also sensed the disappointment from Dai Mu Bai and the others, chuckling lightly, and introduced himself. "Hello, I am Xiao San's master, and also your upcoming teacher." Upon hearing the master's words, Tang San and Xiao Wu were naturally very happy, but Dai Mu Bai and the others were not so pleased. Qualifications are important in everything. Dai Mu Bai and the others did not know the master, and now he was suddenly going to be their teacher. They obviously wanted to ask why. Either the master needed to have strength or a special skill, but without any proof. It was clear that it would be hard to convince them. Dai Mu Bai and the others were inclined to question the master, but since the master was standing here, he must have received consent from Flander, and out of respect for Tang San, they ultimately did not voice their doubts. However, the master keenly captured the discontent in the hearts of these talented individuals. He knew he needed to show them something that would earn their recognition. While the master did not possess great strength, indeed, he could not even defeat Ma Hongjun, he did have a special skill, and a long one at that. I know you're not convinced. It's okay if you're not convinced, but Flander has already entrusted you to me. No matter what, I am now your teacher. The master said gently, "It's normal for you not to believe in me, but I have confidence in myself. How about this? Let's make a bet. Give me a week. During this week, you will strictly follow the teaching tasks I give you. If after a week you don't see results, I will leave immediately. But if there are results, you must acknowledge me. This way, even if I leave, you don't have to worry about Flander blaming you, and everyone can save face. How about it?" Actually, at first, the master did not plan to be so open. In his original plan, he intended to strike at the pride of the group, seizing their weaknesses and breaking them down one by one, similar to what Flander did with Ning Rongrong before. But before that, Flander had told the master that among this group of geniuses, there was a clear-minded Yun Banshan. If the master really did that, he would definitely be seen through by Yun Zheng. If Yun Zheng cooperated with the master, it would be fine, but if he did not, it could lead to total defeat. Therefore, the master chose to be honest with everyone. You could say that the master's move was aimed directly at Yun Zheng. The master wanted to tell Yun Zheng, I know you are smart, and I won't play tricks with you. I want you to see my abilities, and you should also be sincere in return. Chapter 66. The Master's Training Teacher. You. As the master lowered his status, Tang Sect found it somewhat unbearable and couldn't help but ponder aloud. Just as the master believed in himself, Tang Sect also had absolute confidence in the master. Tang Sect felt that the master didn't need to set up this bet. Time would naturally prove everything. But before Tang Sect could finish, the master waved his hand and interrupted him. After giving Tang Sect a silencing look, the master's gaze fell on Dai Mubai and Yun Zheng. The master realized that there was no need to say much about Tang Sect and Xiao Wu. They were his own students and naturally trusted him. The remaining 8 people were primarily influenced by the attitudes of Yun Zheng and Dai Mubai. Dai Mubai's stance represented Zhu Zhuqing, Oscar, and Ma Hongjun, while Ning Rongrong and Yu Qinger looked up to Yun Zheng. Dai Mubai was already somewhat swayed. A week was neither long nor short. Enough to see if this weathered man had real abilities. Seeing this, the master took the opportunity to strike while the iron was hot. Moreover, during my teaching period, everything in the academy will be under my full authority, including finances. I will provide the best nutritional support for your training, and necessary medicinal baths will follow. This morning's breakfast is just the beginning. There will be even better food in the future. Dai Laoda. I think this uncle is born to be our teacher. As soon as the master's words fell, Ma Hongjuan's eyes lit up, and without thinking, he stood by the master's side, excitedly calling out in front of Dai Mubai. Originally, Ma Hongjun was wondering how Flander, being so stingy, could arrange such a lavish breakfast, but now knowing it was prepared by this uncle in front of him, he instantly switched sides. You glutton. All you think about is food. Dai Mubai could see through Ma Hongjuan's thoughts. He raised his hand and gave Ma Hongjun a light slap, scolding him in annoyance. But it was undeniable that since the master had already said so much, Dai Mubai had no reason to refuse. Taking a deep breath, Dai Mubai seriously looked at the master and said, All right, within a week, we will fully cooperate with you. But please let our efforts be rewarded. Of course. The master confidently nodded. After receiving Dai Mubai's agreement, the master turned his gaze towards Yun Zheng. Yun Zheng did not overshadow Dai Mubai, but subtly nodded to the master. Yun Zheng certainly believed in the master's abilities. In fact, even without having read the original work, Yun Zheng had some understanding of the master's capabilities. Over the past 6 years, although he had never met the master, he had had some contact through Yu Zhongbai, who sometimes sought the master's advice on various issues. This alone was enough to prove the master's true skills. However, since the master wanted to prove himself, Yun Zheng was willing to assist in that. After receiving the recognition from Yun Zheng and Dai Mubai, the master let out a sigh of relief. Since that's the case, everyone gather at the village entrance. Taking a deep breath, the master put away his previous gentleness, and his expression turned cold as he shouted sternly. The sudden change in the master's demeanor made everyone shiver. Dai Mubai frowned slightly, seemingly having some objections, but remembering the promise he had just made to the master, he still showed his attitude by nodding first and saying in a deep voice, yes. With that, Dai Mubai had already started running towards the village entrance. The others exchanged glances, feeling apprehensive, and followed suit. Ma Hongjun suddenly realized that his earlier defection had been somewhat hasty. The master didn't seem as amiable as he had imagined. When everyone arrived at the village entrance, they were astonished to find that there were already baskets prepared, each filled with what looked like heavy stones, and each labeled with the names of the individuals, 1 basket per person, with no one left out. Seeing this scene, everyone suddenly had a foreboding feeling. This is the first lesson I'm giving you. Carry these stones and run around the village 10 laps without using your soul power. If you don't return before dark, no one is allowed to eat. At that moment, the master's voice echoed behind them. As soon as the master's words fell, Ma Hongjun and Ning Rongrong's faces turned pale, and the others also showed varying degrees of unease, with Oscar's face turning green. While the others had never run this distance, Oscar had experienced it firsthand. Shrek Village wasn't very large, but but it wasn't small either. Previously, Flinder had made Oscar run around the village 10 laps, and even while using his soul power, it had taken him 2 or 3 hours. Now the master was asking them to run 10 laps around the village with a load, without using any soul power. This was simply a matter of life and death. Yun Zheng and Yu Qing'er also had somewhat strange expressions, but their thoughts were completely different from those of Oscar and the others. While Oscar and the others felt that the task was too daunting, Yun Zheng and Yu Qing'er simply thought that the task was too easy. Yun Zheng and Yu Qing'er have been training their bodies since childhood. One is born with immense strength, and the other has an extraordinary physique. The stones in front of them weigh, at most, 30 or 40 kilograms, and to put it bluntly, they are nothing to the two of them. What? Seeing that everyone was hesitant to move, the master squinted his eyes and deliberately said, "Is what you agreed to no longer valid in the blink of an eye?" Under the master's provocation, Dai Mubai snorted and directly shouldered the basket. Tang Sect also set an example and ran out with Dai Mubai. Seeing this, the others had no choice but to follow. Yun Zheng and Yu Qing'er exchanged a glance. Although they both noticed the strangeness in each other's eyes, they still shouldered the basket. Just as the two were about to run out, the master suddenly called them back. Yun Zheng and Yu Qing'er looked back in confusion, and the master gestured for them to come forward. When the two of them reached him, the master threw out 2 bracelets from the soul guide device. One set containing 4 pieces. The bracelets were not large, and their design could even be described as exquisite, making them suitable as decorative items. However, the moment the bracelets hit the ground, they directly dented the floor. These are prepared for both of you by your second brother. The one on the left is for Yun Zheng, and the one on the right is for Qing'er. The second brother means that starting today, you both must wear these bracelets at all times. The master glanced at the two, smiled slightly, and continued, "The training of your second brother and mine will proceed simultaneously, and I hope you both can persist." Hearing this, Yun Zheng blinked and picked up the 8 bracelets from ground. In that instant, Yun Zheng's expression suddenly changed. The bracelets given by Yu Zhongbai to Yu Qing'er weighed at least 300 pounds, while Yun Zheng's bracelet weighed 1,000 pounds. "Master, you really care about me," Yun Zheng secretly complained, feeling both amused and exasperated. Third uncle, is there anything else?" On the other side, Yu Qing'er asked somewhat shyly. When Yun Zheng saw Yu Qing'er call out for a third uncle, the master visibly trembled, and the stiffness on his face showed signs of melting. After all, they were family. It was impossible for the master not to have feelings for his niece, Yu Qing. However, he had never acknowledged her, even though he had many opportunities to meet her over the past 6 years. Yu Zhongbai had suggested countless times to bring Yu Qing'er and Yun Zheng to see him, but the master always refused. In the master's heart, there was a pathological pride and a sense of inferiority. He didn't want Yu Qing'er and Yun Zheng to see his incompetence. He wanted to achieve something first before standing in front of them. This led to Yu Qing'er only knowing the name of Yu Shaojing without recognizing the person of the master. If it weren't for this, there wouldn't have been so many complications if the master had directly revealed his identity as Tang Sect's master and Yu Qing'er's third uncle. But now that Yu Qing'er actively called the master third uncle, it made the master feel both anxious and touched. He turned around stiffly, appearing a bit at a loss. Yu Qing'er didn't understand why, and simply felt that this uncle she had never met seemed strange. So she asked, "Shall we go over?" After seeing the master nod, Yu Qing'er pulled Yun Zheng and ran out. To be honest, Yu Zhongbai had indeed grasped the details of Yun Zheng and Yu Qing'er tightly. The weight of 300 jin and 1,000 jin just managed to suppress them to the level of ordinary people. So even if the master added a few dozen kilograms of stones, it still felt quite heavy. If they continued running like this, it was likely that Yun Zheng and Yu Qing'er wouldn't perform much better than the others. They were all good kids. After Yun Zheng and Yu Qing'er ran out, the master sighed, but soon afterward he sighed again, his expression dimmed as he self-reproached, "But I, as their third uncle, have disappointed them." After a brief moment of disappointment, the master regained his spirits. He had not had the opportunity before, but now he was the teacher of this group of geniuses. As the theoretical expert, in the days to come, he would surely give his all to earn their respect. Xiaogong, just as the master was imagining the future, Flander suddenly rushed in front of him with a bill. Fuming, "Xiao Gang, is this the meal plan you prepared for a day?" When facing Yu Qing'er and the other kids, the master had to rack his brains and even felt a bit reserved, but when facing Flander, he was not so patient. The master just glanced at Flander and confidently said, "Yeah, what's wrong with that?" Flander was furious at the master's attitude, exclaiming, You really don't know how expensive food is when you're not in charge. Do you know that if you keep this up, the academy will go bankrupt soon? 2 months. The master, without even looking at the bill in Flanders' hand, provided an accurate timeline. The academy's funds are enough to last for 2 months. Since you know, why are you still so extravagant? 2 months later, we'll be eating dirt. Flander lamented. Do you know that the medicinal baths you prepared for the kids have drained my savings? You don't need to worry about that. I have my own plans. The master confidently left that sentence and went to prepare the medicinal baths for Yun Zheng and the others. Chapter 67. The codenames of everyone. The master's agreement with everyone was for a week, but in reality, by the third day, Dai Mubai and the others were already completely convinced by the master. The master was a strict teacher, but it had to be admitted that he had his unique approach to education and training. The title of theoretical master was well-deserved. Ning Rongrong even personally admitted that within the seven-treasure glazed tile school, no one could compare to the master in theory. Although the master was lacking in talent and strength, his decades of relentless research on the Soul Master and Soul B systems had indeed endowed him with wisdom and talent that ordinary people could hardly reach. Regardless of what the master had experienced or done, being able to study, research, and enrich his knowledge tirelessly for decades was already more admirable than 99 of Soul Masters on the continent. What was even more commendable was that the Master's teaching was often profound yet easy to understand. He guided Yun Zheng and the others to comprehend on their own while explaining the most profound principles in the simplest terms. Perhaps because the Master himself understood that he might never have the opportunity to showcase everything he had learned in his lifetime, he began to think about passing on his knowledge to his disciples early on. With the experience of teaching Tang Sect, teaching Yun Zheng and the others now was naturally much easier. As for the training aspect, the master was the most formidable. He could always accurately calculate everyone's limits and create tailored training methods based on each person's characteristics. Sometimes it was even a bit amusing, such as having Tang Sect build a house with the 8 spider lances, having Ma Hongjun cook with the phoenix flame, or having Yun Zheng and Yu Qing'er play dodgeball. But seriously completing the Master's requirements indeed brought great benefits. It was just that sometimes it left them utterly exhausted. Of course, the master wouldn't forget about practical combat training. His practical training was quite peculiar. Sometimes he had everyone team up in pairs for free-for-alls. Other times, it was 5 against 4, 6 against 3, or even 1 against 8. Sometimes he even prohibited Yun Zheng and the others from using certain abilities, binding their hands and feet to fight against others. At first, everyone couldn't understand, but they slowly grasped the reasoning behind it. The battles of Soul Masters could not be as rigid as those in books. Group battles, free-for-alls, team fights, and chaotic battles could all occur, and the opponents of Soul Masters could not be limited to just a few types. Take Dai Mubai as an example. Before knowing Tang Sect, he knew nothing about hidden weapons. Before meeting Yun Zheng, he had never heard of dual-element Soul Masters. Before meeting Yu Qing'er, he never thought that a powerful attack type, Soul Master, could ignore control. The continent was vast, with all kinds of phenomena, and various enemies could appear. What the master aimed to train was everyone's ability to deal with various forms and tackle various enemies. The master's teaching and training methods were numerous and varied. Some were training methods that Dai Mubai and the others had never even heard of, which not only had excellent training effects, but also were fun. By the time the week was over, Dai Mubai and the others had long forgotten about the previous bet. It was no wonder that Tang Hao felt at ease, letting his only son become the master's disciple. However, 2 months later, the master's training would come to an end, and it had to come to an end. During these 2 months, under the master's guidance, Yun Zheng and the others indeed experienced comprehensive growth. From a most concrete increase in strength to the abstract understanding of martial souls, the connection of soul skills, and combat awareness, they all made visible progress. But behind these advancements were piles of golden soul coins. During these 2 months, Flander had almost cried every night. Receiving the daily bills felt like death warrants that tormented his body and mind, making him weep bitterly. When a master spent money, he truly showed no restraint at all. Purchasing medicinal materials worth thousands of gold soul coins was done without a hint of hesitation. As long as it was beneficial for Yun Zheng and the others' training, he wouldn't blink an eye. 2 months ago, it was Flander's most extravagant period. At that time, Yun Zheng and the others had just entered school, receiving not only the financial aid from the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, but also subsidies from 2 titled Douluos. In his lifetime, Flander had never been so financially bold, leading him to double the bonuses he gave to Zhao Wujuan. But it's only been 2 months, 60 days, and now he can't even come up with 1,000 gold soul coins. Flander really can't sustain such extravagant training like before for even a day. Because of this, the master's training has to enter the second phase. One day, the master called everyone into a room and said solemnly, "After 2 months of training, the academy has run out of money." As soon as these words were spoken, everyone was surprised, but not overly shocked, as it was evident that the academy had spent a lot of soul coins on them, so it was reasonable for the academy to be out of money. Therefore, in order to repay the academy's financial deficit and for the upcoming training, I want you to participate in the soul fighting competition under Soto City. The master ignored everyone's reactions, his eyes half closed, and continued. There are 2 goals for participating. First, as I've already mentioned, to repay the academy's financial deficit. Second, I want all of you to obtain the Silver Soul Badge from the Soto City Great Soul Arena. At this point, the master suddenly opened his eyes wide, staring at everyone, and asked slowly, "Do you know what this means?" Under the master's gaze, everyone felt a weight in their hearts and sensed the pressure. "Does this mean we can graduate?" At this moment, Ma Hongjun swallowed hard and hesitantly spoke up. The master had previously mentioned that one of the conditions to graduate from Shrek Academy was to obtain the Silver Soul Badge from the Great Soul Arena. But Ma Hongjun suddenly bringing this up shifted the atmosphere in a strange direction, dissipating the originally serious mood. The master also twitched his eye and looked at Ma Hongjun with a half-smile, saying, "Classmate Ma is very humorous. You will be the first to have your personal soul fight tonight. If you lose, you want to get a sleep tonight and will have to run 10 laps around the village." "No, master, I was wrong." Ma Hongjun immediately cried out in despair, quickly begging for mercy. The master, however, paid him no mind and turned to Tang San, saying, "Little San, you cannot use hidden weapons without my permission." Upon hearing this, Tang San felt a chill in his heart, but trusting the master, he nodded, "Yes." The master nodded in satisfaction, then looked at Yun Zheng and Yu Qing, saying, "You two also cannot take off your bracelets." "All right." Yun Zheng and Yu Qing had already guessed this would be the case and did not resist. Seeing that Yun Zheng and Yu Qing had no objections, the master looked at everyone again and took out 9 masks from his pocket, saying, "There is one last point. When participating in the soul fights, no one is allowed to reveal their appearance or names. Everyone must wear masks and use code names." After the master finished speaking, he saw Dai Mubai with a strange expression asking, "Master, is this really necessary? When we fight, our martial spirits are visible. For example, the fat guy, Yun Zheng, and Qing's martial spirits are unique in the entire continent, and I've been mixing in the Soto City Great Soul Arena for several years. Anyone with a little curiosity can easily find out our true identities." After Dai Mubai finished speaking, Yun Zheng and the others blinked, clearly following his line of thought. "No, codenames and masks are very necessary." But the master shook his head and said solemnly, "The Soul Arena is a place of life and death struggles. Behind it, there are power and financial games. With unpredictable turmoil, soul fights, soul coins, traffic, and power are all essential elements of the Great Soul Arena. But you are there to hone yourselves, not to compete with them or to be star players. How can you expose yourselves? This mask and code name are to block the sight of ordinary people. I have confidence in you. When you enter the Great Soul Arena this time, you will surely be unstoppable, and it is inevitable that you will attract everyone's attention. At that time, these masks and code names will save you from a lot of unnecessary trouble. As for those with ulterior motives," at this point, the master intentionally paused, a rare smirk appearing at the corner of his mouth. "Flander will handle it, even if the master's name is known to everyone. What can it do if they know Yun Zheng and the others come from Shrek Academy? Those so-called people with ulterior motives wouldn't dare come to Shrek Academy to make trouble. Among the 3 soul saints of Shrek Academy, there is no one in Soto City who can easily provoke Shrek Academy. Do they really think everyone is like Yu Zhongbai or Tang Hao?" After the master's words, Dai Mubai suddenly understood and nodded in agreement. "Then what are our code names?" The master said a lot, and Yun Zheng and the others were thoughtful. But Yu Qing was still confused. She only knew that the master was right, but compared to that, she wanted to know what code names they would use. At least that was something she could understand. Hearing Yu Qing's voice, the master smiled gently, saying, "The names for the pairs are up to you. But I've already thought of the code names for each of you. Dai Mubai, Evil Eye White Tiger; Oscar, Sausage Specialist; Tang San, Thousand Hand Azura; Yu Qing, Giant Spirit Dragon Maiden; Ma Ongjun, Evil Fire Phoenix; Yin Zheng, Frost Sky Archer; Xiao Wu, Soft Bone Charm Rabbit; Ning Rongrong, 7 treasure, glazed tile. Zhu Qing, ghostly spirit cat. Chapter 68. The little tricks of the frenzied battle team. In the Soto City Great Soul Arena, it wasn't Yun Zheng and the others' first time here, but as the master said, after 2 months of special training, they could easily defeat other soul masters of the same rank. For example, Yun Zheng, Yu Qing and Zhu Qing, whether in individual or duo battles, almost won with overwhelming superiority. Their cultivation levels were already high among their peers, and even 2 months ago, they could easily achieve victory. After 2 months of the master's training, if they could still stumble, it would indeed be strange. The only ones with more issues were Tang San, Xiao Wu, Dai Mu Bai, and Oscar. Tang San and Xiao Wu had just broken through to Soul Master, with only a cultivation level of 32, while the Soul Masters in the Great Soul Arena generally had levels of 35 and above, which indeed posed a significant gap in cultivation. However, Tang San and Xiao Wu had many tricks up their sleeves, and their strength far exceeded their peers. Even though the master had restricted Tang San's hidden weapon techniques, they still won battle after battle, achieving impressive results in both individual and duo fights. As for Dai Mu Bai and Oscar, Dai Mu Bai had no major issues in individual matches. His cultivation level of 37 was enough for him to dominate the Soul Master individual matches. The problem lay in the duo matches. Among the 9 of Shrek, only 4 were Soul Masters. Tang San and Xiao Wu formed one team, leaving Oscar, as a support Soul Master, to cling to Dai Mu Bai's side. However, the problem was that Oscar was only level 31 and merely a support Soul Master, unable to provide direct combat power. Most of the time, Dai Mu Bai had to handle 2 opponents alone. Fortunately, under the guidance of the master, the 2 of them learned to fly kites using Oscar's 3rd soul skill, and their performance improved. Finally, it was time for the team battle. The team battles in the Great Soul Arena are not easy to schedule, as the interests involved are more complicated and more Soul Masters are involved. Most of the Soul Masters who frequent the Great Soul Arena are lone wolves. And with the arena's confidentiality mechanism, the order of the teams is randomized, resulting in the Shrek team not participating in a team battle for a whole week. However, they finally managed to get scheduled, and Yun Zheng and the others would have their first 7-person team battle in 3 days. It is worth mentioning that the team battles in the Great Soul Arena are not limited to 7 players. There are also 8-player and 9-player formats. But there are no 10-player formats, as it would be difficult for the arena to accommodate everyone once the battle starts due to the high number of Soul Masters. Yun Zheng and their team had their first group battle as a 7-person match, which meant that the master had to make a choice between Yun Zheng and Tang San. Since both Yun Zheng and Tang San had commanding abilities, the master had already arranged a rotation system within the Shrek team. During the 7-person group battle, Tang San and Xiao would rotate with Yun Zheng and Yu Qing. Thus, the command authority in the battle would naturally fall to Yun Zheng and Tang San. During the 8-person group battle, Tang San and Yun Zheng would rotate, with commands still held by the 2. Finally, in a 9-person group battle, there would be no need for rotation, and command would be given to Tang San by Yun Zheng, as he found it tiring to command 6 people, let alone 8. Of course, the specific situation would need to be analyzed, and the master wouldn't rigidly apply rules. Back to the point, with 3 days left, the master wasn't in a hurry to decide who would fire the first shot for the Shrek team. The master wasn't anxious, and neither were Yun Zheng and Tang San, as they trained during the day at the academy and honed their practical skills at the battle arena at night. Yun Zheng and Tang San were not anxious, but that didn't mean their opponents were not. It should be noted that almost all the teams participating in the group battles at the battle arena either had financial backers or relied on this for a living. Regardless of whether it was the former or the latter, any abnormal loss in a group battle would be quite costly for them. That night, in the background of the Soto City battle arena, a man and a woman walked in. The man was tall and sturdy, with dark skin and muscles like cast iron. Just standing there, he resembled an iron tower. The woman, on the other hand, appeared very enchanting, with skin like cream and delicate hands, her long white hair cascading down. Standing together, they formed a striking contrast, ignoring the gazes around them. The strong man walked directly towards the person in charge of the background and placed a heavy bag on the table, saying in a deep voice, "Hello, can you help us check who our opponent is 3 days from now?" As soon as the strong man's words fell, the gazes that had initially been focused on them instantly disappeared, and the staff members acted as if they hadn't heard anything, continuing with their own tasks. The battle arena had rules stating that no one could disclose information about participating players, but everyone knew the unspoken truth. The arena also prohibited internal staff from participating in gambling. But wasn't he the one leading the gambling, the manager AO? Such bribery to obtain opponent information in the background was common, and the staff had long become accustomed to it. Moreover, the bag of golden soul coins that the strong man gave to the person in charge would at least have 1/5 shared with these staff members to keep quiet. Naturally, everyone understood the benefits involved. The person in charge looked up at the strong man and the enchanting woman, recognized their identities, said nothing, and just opened the bag on the table. A flash of gold illuminated the person in charge's face, and he immediately beamed with joy. Even his attitude changed, as he flatteringly said to the strong man, "Please wait a moment. I'll check for you right away." Soon, the person in charge handed 2 forms to the two, saying, "Your opponent in 3 days is the Shrek team. Here is their information." The strong man saw only 2 forms and frowned slightly, but still accepted them. The Shrek team, a new team, the information was too sparse. After reviewing the forms, the strong man squinted his eyes, looking somewhat dissatisfied, and handed the forms to the enchanting woman beside him. The person in charge noticed the strong man's dissatisfaction, but wasn't too worried at all. What if he was dissatisfied? The information had already been given to you. Would you dare to do anything? After the enchanting woman reviewed the forms, she pondered and murmured, "This new team has 9 people. It seems we need more information." The strong man glared at the person in charge, seemingly suspecting he was hiding more information, but before he could explode, the enchanting woman pulled him away. Meanwhile, in the core area of the battle arena, a seemingly impoverished young lady, with the help of her martial spirit, soared into the air and excitedly announced, "Welcome everyone to the Soto City Battle Arena. The first 2v2 battle of the night is about to begin. Please welcome the explosive flame duo, the Frost Dragon Duo." The Frost Dragon Duo was naturally the name of Yun Zheng and Yu Qing'er's team. It seemed they were in luck tonight, as their first battle was this one. After finishing this match, they could rest. "Yay, watch me crush them." In the player rest area, Yu Qing'er exclaimed excitedly, clenching her fists and jumping up from her seat. Yun Zheng also chuckled. Just as the two were about to go on stage, the master suddenly called out to them, "Yun Zheng, Qing'er, I want you to deliberately hold back during today and tomorrow's battles, hiding your strength as much as possible without losing the matches. Can you do that?" The master looked seriously at the two, speaking with deep meaning. Yu Qing'er was momentarily stunned, clearly having caught the master's implication. Yun Zheng smiled knowingly, but didn't give the master a definite answer. Instead, he asked in return, "Have you already decided to let us compete 3 days from now? You are indeed clever." The master's lips curled into a stiff arc as he said, 3 days from now will be the first team battle for the Shrek team. You not only need to win, but you have to win beautifully. Do you understand what I mean?" "Understood." Yun Zheng confidently gestured and took Yu Qing'er to the arena. Until they reached the stage, Yu Qing'er still didn't understand. She raised her eyebrows and pouted. "What kind of riddle are you and third uncle playing? The master wants us to show weakness to the enemy, to play the pig, to eat the tiger." Yun Zheng patiently expects the net to Yu Qing'er. "But we still don't know who our opponents in the team battle are, right?" Yu Qing'er remained confused. It's hard for me to explain." Yun Zheng shrugged helplessly, indicating his own innocence. Soon, the battle began. Yun Zheng and Yu Qing'er were at levels 28 and 29 respectively, both with top-tier martial souls, making it quite unfair against 2 spirit masters with white rings. However, while Yun Zheng and Yu Qing'er were battling, a charming woman in the audience stared at them intently, even more seriously than the host. On the other side, in the preparation area for the competing players, Dai Mubai and the others weren't watching Yun Zheng and Yu Qing'er's match, but were sitting there preparing for their own match, thinking it was pointless. Just then, a dark-skinned, muscular man suddenly appeared out of nowhere and walked straight up to Zhu Zhuqing, grinning, "Hey girl, nice figure. Why are you covering your face? Let me have a look." As he spoke, the muscular man reached out to take off the mask on Zhu Zhuqing's face. Dai Mubai, unable to tolerate this, rushed forward, grabbing the muscular man's wrist and coldly said, "Get lost. You little pretty boy, looking for death?" The muscular man sneered, releasing his soul power and throwing a powerful punch. Dai Mubai was not to be outdone and threw a punch in return. The 2 punches collided, and neither could gain the upper hand, causing waves of force to ripple in the air. The muscular man took a step back and coldly huffed. "So there's a flower protector. Boring." With that, he turned to leave. Anger flashed in Dai Mubai's eyes, and he was about to chase after him, but was stopped by the staff of the Great Soul Arena. Clearly, the muscular man was well aware of the rules of the Great Soul Arena and knew how to use them to bully others. Chapter 69. One arrow took him down. What more is there to say? This week I forgot to ask for recommendation votes. You know what I mean? 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. And soon it was time for the Shrek Team's first team battle. Team battles have always been the most popular events at the Great Soul Arena. And today there were especially many spectators at the arena, with cheers rising and falling as they awaited the grand finale of the night. Welcome everyone to the Soto City Great Soul Arena. At the same time, the young host with a humble background flew out again, cheerfully saying, "It seems everyone is very excited. I know what you're all looking forward to, and the Soto City Great Soul Arena will not disappoint you." Next up is the highly anticipated 7-person team battle. All right, I want to waste everyone's time any longer. Let us welcome the 2 teams to the stage. The undisputed rookie kings of the Soto City Great Soul Arena. The Shrek team,